Chapter 1 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 1. After office hours in the house of Dunbar, Dunbar, and Balderby. The house of Dunbar, Dunbar, and Balderby, East India bankers, was one of the richest firms in the city of London, so rich that it would be quite in vain to endeavour to describe the amount of its wealth. It was something fabulous, people said. The offices were situated in a dingy and narrow thoroughfare leading out of King William Street, and were certainly no great things to look at. But the cellars below their offices, wonderful cellars, that stretched far away underneath the church of St. Gundolph, and were only separated by party walls from the vaults in which the dead lay buried, were popularly supposed to be filled with hogsheads of sovereigns, bars of bullion built up in stacks like so much firewood, and impregnable iron safes crammed to overflowing with bank bills and railway shares, government securities, family jewels, and 100 other trifles of that kind, every one of which was worth a poor man's fortune. The firm of Dunbar had been established very soon after the English first grew powerful in India. It was one of the oldest firms in the city, and the names of Dunbar and Dunbar, painted upon the doorposts and engraved upon shining brass plates on the mahogany doors, had never been expunged or altered, though time and death had done the work of change amongst the owners of that name. The last heads of firm had been 2 brothers, Hugh and Percival Dunbar, and Percival, the younger of these brothers, had lately died at 80 years of age, leaving his only son, Henry Dunbar, sole inheritor of his enormous wealth. That wealth consisted of a splendid estate in Warwickshire, another estate, scarcely less splendid, in Yorkshire, a noble mansion in Portland Place, and 3/4 of the bank. The junior partner, Mr. Balderby, a good-tempered, middle-aged man, with a large family of daughters, and a handsome red-brick mansion on Clapham Common, had never possessed more than a 4th share in the business. The 3 other shares had been divided between the 2 brothers, and had lapsed entirely into the hands of Percival upon the death of Hugh. On the evening of the 15th of August, 1850, 3 men sat together in one of the shady offices at the back of the banking house in St. Gundolph Lane. These 3 men were Mr. Balderby, a confidential cashier called Clement Austin, and an old clerk, a man of about 65 years of age, who had been a faithful servant of the firm ever since his boyhood. This man's name was Sampson Wilmot. He was old, but he looked much older than he was. His hair was white, and hung in long, thin locks upon the collar of his shabby bottle-green greatcoat. He wore a greatcoat, although it was the height of summer, and most people found the weather insupportably hot. His face was wizen and wrinkled, his faded blue eyes dim and weak-looking. He was feeble, and his hands were tremulous with a perpetual nervous motion. Already he had been stricken twice with paralysis, and he knew that whenever the 3rd stroke came it must be fatal. He was not very much afraid of death, however, for his life had been a joyless one, a monotonous existence of perpetual toil, unrelieved by any home joys or social pleasures. He was not a bad man, for he was honest, conscientious, industrious, and persevering. He lived in a humble lodging in a narrow court near the bank, and went twice every Sunday to the church of St. Gundolph. When he died, he hoped to be buried beneath the flagstones of that city church, and to lie cheek by jowl with the gold in the cellars of the bank. The 3 men were assembled in this gloomy private room after office hours on a sultry August evening, in order to consult together upon a rather important subject, namely, the reception of Henry Dunbar, the new head of the firm. This Henry Dunbar had been absent from England for 35 years, and no living creature now employed in the bank, except Sampson Wilmot, had ever set eyes upon him. He had sailed for Calcutta 35 years before, and had ever since been employed in the offices of the Indian branch of the bank, first as clerk, afterwards as chief and manager. He had been sent to India because of a great error in which he had committed in his early youth. He had been guilty of forgery. He, or rather an accomplice employed by him, had forged the acceptance of a young nobleman, a brother officer of Henry Dunbar's, and had circulated forged bills of accommodation to the amount of £3,000. These bills were taken up and duly honoured by the heads of the firm. Percival Dunbar gladly paid £3,000 as the price of his son's honour. That which would have been called a crime in a poorer man was only considered an error in the dashing young cornet of dragoons, who had lost money upon the turf, and was fain to forge his friend's signature rather than become a defaulter. His accomplice, the man who had actually manufactured the fictitious signatures, was the younger brother of Sampson Wilmot, who had been a few months prior to that time engaged as a messenger in the banking-house. A young fellow of 19, little better than a lad, a reckless boy, easily influenced by the dashing soldier who had need of his services. The bill-broker who had discounted the bills speedily discovered their fraudulent nature, but he knew that the money was safe. Lord Adolphus Van Lorme was a customer of the house of Dunbar and Dunbar. The bill-brokers knew that his acceptance was a forgery, but they also knew that the signature of the drawer, Henry Dunbar, was genuine. Messrs. Dunbar and Dunbar would not care to see the heir of their house in a criminal dock. There had been no hitch, therefore no scandal, no prosecution. The bills were duly honoured, but the dashing young officer was compelled to sell his commission and begin life afresh as a junior clerk in the Calcutta banking-house. This was a terrible mortification to the high-spirited young man. The three men assembled in the quiet room behind the bank on this oppressive August evening were talking together of that old story. "I never saw Henry Dunbar," Mr. Balderby said, "for as you know, Wilmot, I didn't come into the firm till 10 years after he had sailed for India. But I've heard the story hinted at amongst the clerks in the days when I was only a clerk myself." "I don't suppose you ever heard the rights of it, sir," Sampson Wilmot answered, fumbling nervously with an old horn snuff-box and a red cotton handkerchief. "And I doubt if anyone knows the rights of that story except me, and I can remember it as well as if it all happened yesterday. Aye, that I can. Better than I remember many things that really did happen yesterday." "Let's hear the story from you, then, Sampson," Mr. Balderby said. "As Henry Dunbar is coming home in a few days, we may well know the real truth. We shall better understand what sort of a man our new chief is." "To be sure, sir, to be sure," returned the old clerk. "It's 35 years ago. 35 years ago this month since it all happened. If I hadn't good cause to remember the date because of my own troubles, I should remember it for another reason, for it was the Waterloo year, and the city people had been losing and making money like wildfire. It was in the year 15, sir, and our house had done wonders on the change. Mr. Henry Dunbar was a very handsome young man in those days. Very handsome, very aristocratic-looking, rather haughty in his manners to strangers, but affable and free-spoken to those who happened to take his fancy. He was very extravagant in all his ways, generous and open-handed with money, but passionate and self-willed. It's scarcely strange he should have been so, for he was an only child. He had neither brother nor sister to interfere with him, and his Uncle Hugh, who was then close upon 50, was a confirmed bachelor, so Henry considered himself heir to an enormous fortune." "And he began his career by squandering every farthing he could get, I suppose?" said Mr. Balderby. "He did, sir. His father was very liberal to him, but give him what he would, Mr. Percival Dunbar could never give his son enough to keep him free of gambling debts and losses on the turf. Mr. Henry's regiment was quartered at Knightsbridge, and the young man was very often at this office, in and out, sometimes twice and 3 times a week, and I expect that every time he came to get money or to ask for it. It was in coming here he met my brother, who was a handsome lad, aye, as handsome and gentlemanly a lad as the young cornet himself. For poor Joseph, that's my brother, gentlemen, had been educated a bit above his station, being my mother's favourite son, and 15 years younger than me. Mr. Henry took a great deal of notice of Joseph, and used to talk to him while he was waiting about to see his father or his uncle. At last he asked the lad one day if he'd like to leave the bank, and go and live with him as a sort of confidential servant in amanuensis to write his letters and all that sort of thing. 'I shan't treat you altogether as a servant, you know, Joseph,' he said, 'but I shall make quite a companion of you, and you'll go about with me wherever I go. You'll find my quarters a great deal pleasanter than this musty old banking-house, I can tell you.' Joseph accepted this offer, in spite of everything my poor mother and I could say to him. He went to live with the cornet in the January of the year in which the fabricated bills were presented at our counter." "And when were the bills presented?" "Not till the following August, sir. It seems that Mr. Henry had lost 5,000 or 6,000 pounds on the Derby. He got what he could out of his father towards paying his losses, but he could not get any more than 3,000 pounds. So then he went to Joseph in an awful state of mind, declaring that he should be able to get the money in a month or so from his father, and that if he could do anything to just preserve his credit for the time, and meet the claims of the vulgar city betting fellows that were pressing him, he should be able to make all square afterwards. Then, little by little, it came out that he wanted my brother, who had a wonderful knack of imitating anybody's handwriting, to forge the acceptance of Lord Vanlorme. "I shall get the bills paid back into my own hands before they fall due, Joe," he said. "It's only a little dodge to keep matters sweet for the time being." Well, gentlemen, the poor foolish boy was very fond of his master, and he consented to do this wicked thing. Do you believe this to be the first time your brother ever committed forgery? "I do, Mr. Balderby. Remember, he was only a lad, and I dare say he thought it a fine thing to oblige his generous-hearted young master. I've seen him many a time imitate the signature of this firm, and other signatures, upon a half-sheet of letter paper, for the mere fun of the thing, but I don't believe my brother Joseph ever did a dishonest action in his life until he forged those bills. He hadn't need have done so, for he was only 18 at the time." Young enough, murmured Mr. Balderby compassionately. "Aye, sir, very young to be ruined for life. That one error, that one wicked act, was his ruin, for though no steps were taken against him, he lost his character, and never held his head up high in an honest situation again. He went from bad to worse, and 3 years after Mr. Henry sailed for India, my brother, Joseph Wilmot, was convicted, with 2 or 3 others, upon charge of manufacturing forged Bank of England notes, and was transported for life." "Indeed!" exclaimed Mr. Balderby. "A sad story, a very sad story. I have heard something of it before, but never the whole truth. Your brother is dead, I suppose?" "I have every reason to believe so, sir," answered the old clerk, producing a red cotton handkerchief and wiping away a couple of tears that were slowly trickling down his poor faded cheeks. For the first few years of his time, he wrote now and then, complaining bitterly of his fate, but for 25 years I've never had a line from him. I can't doubt that he's dead. Poor Joseph! Poor boy! Poor boy! The misery of all this killed my mother. Mr. Henry Dunbar committed a great sin when he tempted that lad to wrong, and many a cruel sorrow arose out of that sin, perhaps to lie heavy at his door some day or other, sooner or later. I'm an old man, and I've seen a good deal of the ways of this world, and I've found that retribution seldom fails to overtake those who do wrong." Mr. Balderby shrugged his shoulders. "I should doubt the force of your philosophy in this case, my good Sampson," he said. "Mr. Dunbar has a long immunity from his sins. I should scarcely think it likely he would ever be called upon to atone for them." "I don't know, sir," the old clerk answered. "I don't know that. I've seen retribution come very late, when the man who has committed the sin had well nigh forgotten it. Evil trees bear evil fruit, Mr. Balderby. The Scriptures tell us that, and take my word for it, evil consequences are sure to come from evil deeds. But to return to the story of the forged bills," said Mr. Austen, the cashier, looking at his watch as he spoke. He was evidently growing rather impatient of the old clerk's rambling talk. "To be sure, sir, to be sure," answered Sampson Wilmot. "Well, you see, sir, one of the bills was brought to our counter, and the cashier didn't much like the look of my lord's signature, and he took the bill to the inspector, and the inspector said, 'Pay the money, but don't debt it against his lordship.' About an hour afterwards the inspector carried the bill to Mr. Percival Dunbar, and directly he set eyes upon it, he knew that Lord Vanlorme's acceptance was a forgery. He sent for me to his room, and when I went in he was white as a sheet, poor gentleman. He handed me the bill without speaking, and when I had looked at it, he said, 'Your brother is at the bottom of this business, Sampson. Do you remember the half-sheet of paper I found on a blotting-pad in the counting-house one day? Half a sheet of paper scrawled over with the imitation of 2 or 3 signatures. I asked who had copied those signatures, and your brother came forward and owned to having done it, laughing at his own cleverness. I told him that it was a fatal facility, and now he has proved the truth of my words by helping my son to turn a forger and a thief. That signature must be honored, though I should have to sacrifice half my fortune to meet the demands upon us. Heaven knows to what amount such paper as that may be in circulation. There are some forged bills that are as good as genuine documents, and the Jew who discounted these knew that. If my son comes into the bank this morning, send him to me." "And did the young man come?" asked the junior partner. "Yes, Mr. Balderby, sir. In less than half an hour after I left Mr. Percival Dunbar's room, in comes Mr. Henry, dashing and swaggering into the place as if it were his own. 'Will you please step into your father's room, sir?' I said. 'He wants to see you very particular.' The cornet's jaw dropped, and his face turned ghastly white as I said this, but he tried to carry it off with a swagger, and followed me into Mr. Percival Dunbar's room. 'You needn't leave us, Sampson,' said Mr. Hugh, who was sitting opposite his brother at the writing-table. 'You may as well hear what I have to say. I wish somebody who I can rely upon to know the truth of this business, and I think we may rely upon you.' 'Yes, gentlemen,' I answered. 'You may trust me.' 'What's the meaning of all this?' Mr. Henry Dunbar asked, pretending to look innocent and surprised, but it wouldn't do, for his lips trembled so that it was painful to watch him. 'What's the matter?' he asked. Mr. Hugh Dunbar handed him the forged bill. 'This is what's the matter,' he said. The young man stammered out something in the endeavour to deny any knowledge of the bill in his hand, but his uncle checked him. 'Do not add perjury to the crime you have already committed,' he said. 'How many of these are in circulation?' 'How many?' Mr. Henry repeated in a faltering voice. 'Yes,' his uncle answered. 'How many? To what amount?' £3,000, the cornet replied, hanging his head. 'I meant to take them up before they fell due, Uncle Hugh,' he said. 'I did indeed. I stood to win a hatful of money upon the Liverpool summer meeting, and I made sure I should be able to take up those bills. But I've had the devil's own luck all this year. I never thought that those bills would be presented. Indeed, I never did.' 'Henry Dunbar,' Mr. Hugh said very solemnly, 9 men out of 10 who do what you have done think what you say you thought, that they shall be able to escape the consequences of their deeds. They act under the pressure of the circumstances. They don't mean to do any wrong. They don't intend to rob anybody of a sixpence. But that first false step is the starting point upon the road that leads to the gallows, and the worst that can happen to a man is for him to succeed in that first crime. Happily for you, detection has speedily overtaken you. Why did you do this?' The young man stammered out some rambling excuse about his turf losses, debts of honour which he was compelled to pay. Then Mr. Hugh had asked him whether the forged signature was his own doing or the work of anybody else. The cornet hesitated for a little, and then told his uncle the name of his accomplice. I thought this was cruel and cowardly. He had tempted my brother to do wrong, and the least he could have done would have been to try and shield him. One of the messengers was sent to fetch poor Joseph. The lad reached the banking-house in an hour's time, and was brought straight into the private room, where we had all been sitting in silence waiting for him. He was as pale as his master, but he didn't tremble, and he had altogether a more determined look than Mr. Henry. Mr. Hugh Dunbar taxed him with what he had done. 'Do you deny it, Joseph Wilmot?' he said. 'No,' my brother said, looking contemptuously at the cornet. 'If my master has betrayed me, I have no wish to deny anything. But I dare say he and I will square accounts some day.' 'I am not going to prosecute my nephew,' Mr. Hugh said, 'so, of course, I shall not prosecute you. But I believe that you have been an evil counsellor to this young man, and I give you warning that you will get no character from me. I respect your brother Sampson, and shall retain him in my service in spite of what you have done, but I hope never see your face again. You are free to go, but have a care how you tamper with other men's signatures, for the next time you may not get off so easily.' The lad took up his hat and walked slowly towards the door. 'Gentlemen, gentlemen!' I cried, 'have pity upon him. Remember, he is little more than a boy, and whatever he did out of love for his master.' Mr. Hugh shook his head. 'I have no pity,' he answered sternly. 'His master might never have done wrong but for him. Joseph did not say a word in answer to all this, but when his hand was on the handle of the door, he turned and looked at Mr. Henry Dunbar. "Have you nothing to say in my behalf, sir?" he said, very quietly. "I have been very much attached to you, sir, and I don't want to think badly of you at parting." "Haven't you one word to say in my behalf?" Mr. Henry made no answer. He sat with his head bent forward upon his breast, and seemed as if he dare not lift his eyes to his uncle's face. "No," Mr. Hugh answered as sternly as before. "He has nothing to say for you. Go, and consider this a lucky escape." Joseph turned upon the banker with his face all in a crimson fury and his eyes flashing fire. "Let him consider it a lucky escape," he said, pointing to Mr. Henry Dunbar. "Let him consider it a lucky escape, if when next we meet he gets off scot-free." He was gone before anybody could answer him. Then Mr. Hugh Dunbar turned to his nephew. "As for you," he said, "you have been a spoilt child of fortune, and you have not known how to value the good things that Providence has given you. You have begun the life at the top of the tree, and you have chosen to fling your chances into the gutter. You must begin again, and begin this time upon the lowest step of the ladder. You will sell your commission and sail for Calcutta by the next ship that leaves Southampton. Today is the 23rd of August, and I see by the Shipping Gazette that the Oronoko sails on the 10th of September. This will give you little better than a fortnight to make all your arrangements." The cornet started from his chair as if he had been shot. "Sell my commission!" he cried. "Go to India! You don't mean it, Uncle Hugh. Surely you don't mean it. Father, you will never compel me to do this." Percival Dunbar had never looked at his son since the young man had entered the room. He sat with his elbow resting upon the arm of his easy-chair, and his face shaded by his hand, and had not once spoken. He did not speak now, even when his son appealed to him. "Your father has given me full authority to act in this business," Mr. Hugh Dunbar said. "I shall never marry, Henry, and you are my only nephew and my acknowledged heir. But I will never leave my wealth to a dishonest or dishonourable man, and it remains for you to prove whether you are worthy to inherit it. You will have to begin life afresh. You have played the man of fashion, and your aristocratic associates have led you to the position in which you find yourself today. You must turn your back upon the past, Henry. Of course you are free to choose for yourself. Sell your commission, go to India, and enter the counting-house of our establishment in Calcutta as a junior clerk, or refuse to do so, and renounce all hope of succeeding to my fortune or to your father's." The young man was silent for some minutes, and then he said, sullenly enough, "I will go. I consider that I have been harshly treated, but I will go." "And did he go?" asked Mr. Balderby. "He did, sir," answered the clerk, who had displayed considerable emotion in relating this story of the past. "He did go, sir. He sold his commission and left England by the Oronoko. But he never took leave of a living creature, and I fully believe that he never in his heart forgave either his father or his uncle. He worked his way up, as you know, sir, in the Calcutta counting-house, and by slow degrees rose to be the manager of the Indian branch of the business. He married in 1831, and he has an only child, a daughter, who has been brought up in England since her infancy under the care of Mr. Percival." "Yes," answered Mr. Balderby. "I have seen Miss Laura Dunbar at her grandfather's country seat. She is a very beautiful girl, and Percival Dunbar idolized her. But now to return to business, my good Sampson. I believe you are the only person in this house who has ever seen our present chief, Henry Dunbar." "I am, sir." "So far, so good. He is expected to arrive in Southampton in less than a week's time, and somebody must be there to meet him and receive him. After 35 years' absence, he will be a perfect stranger in England, and will require a business man about him to manage matters for him and take all trouble off his hands. These Anglo-Indians are apt to be indolent, you know, and he may be all the worse for the fatigues of the overland journey. Now, as you know him, Sampson, and as you are an excellent man of business and as active as a boy, I should like you to meet him. Have you any objection to this?" "No, sir," answered the clerk. "I have no great love for Mr. Henry Dunbar, for I can never cease to look upon him as the cause of my poor brother Joseph's ruin. But I am ready to do what you wish, Mr. Balderby. It's business, and I'm ready to do anything in the way of business. I'm only a sort of machine, sir, a machine that's pretty nearly worn out, I fancy, now. But as long as I last, you can make what use of me you like, sir. I'm ready to do my duty." "I'm sure of that, Samson. When am I to start for Southampton, sir?" "Well, I think you'd better go tomorrow, Samson. You can leave London by the afternoon train, which starts at 4 o'clock. You can see to your work here in the morning, and reach your destination between 7 and 8. I leave everything in your hands. Miss Laura Dunbar will come up to town to meet her father at the house in Portland Place. The poor girl is very anxious to see him, as she has not set eyes upon him since she was a child of 2 years old. Strange, isn't it, the effect of these long separations? Laura Dunbar might pass her father in the street without recognizing him, and yet her affection for him has been unchanged in all these years." Mr. Balderby gave the old clerk a pocket-book containing 6 5-pound notes. "You will want plenty of money," he said, "though, of course, Mr. Dunbar will be well supplied. You will tell him that all will be ready for his reception here. I really am quite anxious to see the new head of the house. I wonder what he is like now. By the way, it's rather a singular circumstance that there is, I believe, no portrait of Henry Dunbar in existence. His picture was painted when he was a young man, and exhibited in the Royal Academy, but his father didn't think the likeness a good one, and sent it back to the artist, who promised to alter and improve it. Strange to say, this artist, whose name I forget, delayed from day to day performing his promise, and at the expiration of a 12-month left England for Italy, taking the young man's portrait with him, amongst a lot of other unframed canvases. This artist never returned from Italy, and Percival Dunbar could never find out his whereabouts, or whether he was dead or alive. I have often heard the old man regret that he possessed no likeness of his son. Our chief was handsome, you say, in his youth?" "Yes, sir. He was very handsome, tall and fair, with bright blue eyes." "You have seen Miss Dunbar. Is she like her father?" "No, sir. Her features are altogether different, and her expression is more amiable than his." "Indeed! Well, Samson, we won't detain you any longer. You understand what you have to do?" "Yes, sir, perfectly." "Very well, then. Good night. By the by, you will be put up at one of the best hotels in Southampton, say the Dolphin, and wait there till the Electra steamer comes in. It is by the Electra that Mr. Dunbar is to arrive. Once more, good evening." The old clerk bowed and left the room. "Well, Austen," said Mr. Balderby, turning to the cashier, "we may prepare ourselves to meet our new chief very speedily. He must know that you and I cannot be entirely ignorant of this story of his youthful peccadilloes, and he will scarcely give himself airs to us, I should fancy." "I don't know that, Mr. Balderby," the cashier answered. "If I am any judge of human nature, Henry Dunbar will hate us because of that very crime of his own, knowing we are in the secret, and will be all the more disagreeable and disdainful in his intercourse with us. He will carry it off with a high hand, depend upon it." End of Chapter 1. This has been a recording by Victoria. Chapter 2 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 2. Margaret's Father. The town of Wandsworth is not a gay place. There is an air of old-world quiet in the old-fashioned street, though dashing vehicles drive through it sometimes on their way to Wimbledon or Richmond Park. The sloping roofs, the gable ends, the queer old chimneys, the quaint casement windows, belong to a bygone age, and the traveller, coming a stranger to the little town, might fancy himself 100 miles away from boisterous London, though he is barely clear of the great city's smoky breath, or beyond the hearing of her myriad clamorous tongues. There are lanes and byways leading out of that humble high street down to the low bank of the river, and in one of these, a pleasant place enough, there is a row of old-fashioned, semi-detached cottages standing in small gardens and sheltered by sycamores and laburnums from the dust, which in dry summer weather lies thick upon the narrow roadway. In one of these cottages a young lady lived with her father, a young lady who gave lessons on the pianoforte or taught singing for very small remuneration. She wore shabby dresses and was rarely known to have a new bonnet, but people respected and admired her notwithstanding. And the female inhabitants of Godolphin Cottages, who gave her good day sometimes as she went along the dusty lane with her well-used roll of music in her hand, declared that she was a lady bred and born. Perhaps the good people who admired Margaret Wentworth would have come nearer the mark if they had said that she was a lady by right divine of her own beautiful nature, which had never required to be schooled into grace or gentleness. She had no mother, and yet she had not even the memory of her mother, who had died 17 years before, leaving an only child of 12 months old for James Wentworth to keep. But James Wentworth, being a scapegrace and a reprobate, who lived by means that were a secret from his neighbours, had sadly neglected this only child. He had neglected her, though with every passing year she grew more and more like her dead mother, until at last, at 18 years of age, she had grown into a beautiful woman with hazel brown hair and hazel eyes to match. And yet James Wentworth was fond of his only child, after a fashion of his own. Sometimes he was at home for weeks together, a prey to a fit of melancholy, under the influence of which he would sit brooding in silence over his daughter's humble hearth for hours and days together. At other times he would disappear, sometimes for a few days, sometimes for weeks and months at a time, and during his absence Margaret suffered wearisome agonies of suspense. Sometimes he brought her money, sometimes he lived upon her own slender earnings, but use her as he might, he was always proud of her and fond of her, and she, after the way of womankind, loved him devotedly and believed him to be the noblest and most brilliant of men. It was no grief to her to toil, taking long weary walks and giving tedious lessons for the small stipends which her employers had the conscience to offer her. They felt no compunction about bargaining and haggling as to a few pitiful shillings with a music mistress who looked so very poor, and seemed so glad to work for their paltry pay. The girl's chief sorrow was, that her father, who to her mind was calculated to shine in the highest station the world could give, should be a reprobate and a pauper. She told him so sometimes, regretfully, tenderly, as she sat by his side, with her arms twined caressingly about his neck. And there were times when the strong man would cry aloud over his blighted life and the ruin which had fallen upon his youth. "You're right, Madge," he said sometimes. "You're right, my girl. I ought to have been something better. I ought to have been, and I might have been, perhaps, but for one man. But for one base-minded villain, whose treachery blasted my character and left me alone in the world to fight against society. You don't know what it is, Madge, to have to fight that battle. A man who began life with an honest name and fair prospects before him finds himself cast, by one fatal error, disgraced and broken on a pitiless world. Nameless, friendless, characterless, he has to begin life afresh, with every man's hand against him. He is the outcast of society. The faces that once looked kindly upon him turn away from him with a frown. The voices that once spoke in his praise are loud in his disfavour. Driven from every place where he once found a welcome, the ruined wretch hides himself amongst strangers and tries to sink his hateful identity under a false name. He succeeds, perhaps, for a time, and is trusted, and being honestly disposed at heart, is honest. But he cannot long escape from the hateful past. No, in the day and hour when he is proudest of the new name he has made, and the respect he has won for himself, some old acquaintance, once a friend, but now an enemy, falls across his pathway. He is recognized. A cruel voice betrays him. Every hope that he has cherished is swept away from him. Every good deed that he has done is denounced as the act of a hypocrite. Because once sinned, he can never do well. That is the world's argument. "But not the teaching of the gospel," Margaret murmured. "Remember, father, who it was that said to the guilty woman, 'Go, and sin no more.'" "Ay, my girl," James Wentworth answered bitterly. "But the world would have said, 'Hence, abandoned creature! Go and sin afresh, for you shall never be suffered to live an honest life or herd with honest people. Repent, and we will laugh at your penitence as a shallow deception. Weep, and we will cry out upon your tears. Toil and struggle to regain the eminence from which you have fallen, and when you have nearly reached the top of that difficult hill, we will band ourselves together to hurl you back down into the black abyss. That's what the world says to the sinner, Margaret, my girl. I don't know much of the gospel. I have never read it since I was a boy, and used to read long chapters aloud to my mother on quiet Sunday evenings. I can see the little old-fashioned parlor now as I speak of that time. I can hear the ticking of the 8-day clock, and I can see my mother's fond eyes looking upon me every now and then. But I don't know much about the gospel now, and when you, poor child, try to read it to me, there's some devil rises in my breast and shuts my ears against the words. I don't know the gospel, but I do know the world. The laws of society are inflexible, Madge. There is no forgiveness for a man who is once found out. He may commit any crime in the calendar, so long as his crimes are profitable, and he is content to share his profits with his neighbours. But he mustn't be found out. Upon the 16th of August, 1850, the day on which Sampson Wilmot, the banker's clerk, was to start for Southampton, James Wentworth spent the morning in his daughter's humble little sitting-room, and sat smoking by the open window, while Margaret worked beside a table near him. The father sat with his long clay pipe in his mouth, watching his daughter's fair face as she bent over the work upon her knee. The room was neatly kept, but poorly furnished, with that old-fashioned spindle-legged furniture which seems peculiar to lodging-houses. Yet the little sitting-room had an aspect of simple rustic prettiness, which is almost pleasanter to look at than fine furniture. There were pictures, simple water-colour sketches, and cheap engravings on the walls, and a bunch of flowers on the table, and between the muslin curtains that shadowed the window, you saw the branches of the sycamores waving in the summer wind. James Wentworth had once been a handsome man. It was impossible to look at him and not perceive as much as that. He might indeed have been handsome still, but for the moody defiance in his eyes, but for the half-contemptuous curve of his finely moulded upper lip. He was about 53 years of age, and his hair was grey, but this grey did not impart a look of age to his appearance. His erect figure, the carriage of his head, his dashing, nay, almost swaggering walk, all belonged to a man in the prime of middle age. He wore a beard and thick moustache of grizzled auburn. His nose was aquiline, and his forehead high and square, his chin massive. The form of his head and face denoted force of intellect. His long, muscular limbs gave evidence of great physical power. Even the tones of his voice, and his manner of speaking, betokened a strength of will that verged upon obstinacy. A dangerous man to offend, a relentless and determined man, not easily to be diverted from any purpose, however long the time between the formation of his resolve and the opportunity of carrying it into execution. As he now sat watching his daughter at her work, the shadows of black thoughts darkened his brow and spread a sombre gloom over his face. And yet the picture before him could scarcely have been unpleasing to the most fastidious eye. The girl's face, drooping over her work, was very fair. The features were delicate and statuesque in their form. The large hazel eyes were very beautiful, all the more beautiful, perhaps, because of a soft melancholy that subdued their natural brightness. The smooth brown hair rippling upon the white forehead, which was low and broad, was of a colour which a duchess might have envied, or an empress tried to imitate with subtle dyes compounded by court chemists. The girl's figure, tall, slender, and flexible, imparted grace and beauty to a shabby cotton dress and linen collar that many a maid-servant would have disdained to wear, and the foot visible below the scanty skirt was slim and arched as the foot of an Arab chief. There was something in Margaret Wentworth's face, some strange of expression, vague and transitory in its nature, that bore a likeness to her father, but the likeness was a very faint one, and it was from her mother that the girl had inherited her beauty. She had inherited her mother's nature also, but mingled with that soft and womanly disposition there was much of the father's determination, much of the strong man's force of intellect and resolute will. A beautiful woman, an amiable woman, but a woman whose resentment for a great wrong could be deep and lashing. "Madge," said James Wentworth, throwing his pipe aside and looking full at his daughter, "I sit and watch you sometimes till I begin to wonder at you. You seem contented and most happy, though the monotonous life you lead would drive some women mad. Have you no ambition, girl?" "Plenty, father," she answered, lifting her eyes from her work and looking at him mournfully. "Plenty, for you." The man shrugged his shoulders and sighed heavily. "It's too late for that, my girl," he said. "The day is past. The day is past and gone, and the chance gone with it. You know how I've striven and worked and struggled, and how I've seen my poor schemes crushed when I had built them up with more patience than perhaps man ever built before. You've been a good girl, Margaret, a noble girl, and you've been true to me alike in joy and sorrow. The joy's been little enough besides the sorrow, poor child, but you've borne it all, you've endured it all. You've been the truest woman that was ever born upon this earth, to my thinking. But there's one thing in which you've been unlike the rest of your sex." "And what's that, father?" "You've shown no curiosity. You've seen me knocked down and disgraced wherever I tried to get a footing. You've seen me try first one trade and then another, and fail in every one of them. You've seen me a clerk in a merchant's office, an actor, an author, a common labourer working for a daily wage, and you've seen ruin overtake me whichever way I've turned. You've seen all of this and suffered from it, but you've never asked me why it has been so. You've never sought to discover the secret of my life." The tears welled up in the girl's eyes as her father spoke. "If I have not done so, dear father," she answered gently, "it has been because I knew that your secret must be a painful one. I have lain awake night after night, wondering what was the cause of the blight that has been upon you and all you have done. But why should I ask you questions that you could not answer without pain? I've heard people say cruel things of you, but they have never said them twice in my hearing." Her eyes flashed through a veil of tears as she spoke. "Oh, father, dearest father," she cried, suddenly throwing aside her work and dropping on her knees beside the man's chair. "I do not ask for your confidence if it is painful for you to give it. I only want your love. But believe this, father, always believe this, that, whether you trust me or not, there is nothing upon this earth strong enough to turn my heart from you." She placed her hand in her father's as she spoke, and he grasped it so tightly that her pale face grew crimson with the pain. "Are you sure of that, Madge?" he asked, bending his head to look more closely in her earnest face. "I am quite sure, father." "Nothing can tear your heart from me?" "Nothing in this world." "What if I am not worthy of your love?" "I cannot stop to think of that, father. Love is not met out in strict proportion to the merits of those we love. If it were, there would be no difference between love and justice." James Wentworth laughed sneeringly. "There is little enough difference as it is, perhaps," he said. "They are both blind. Well, Madge," he added in a more serious tone, "you're a generous-minded, noble-spirited girl, and I believe you do love me. I fancy that if you never ask the secret of my life, you can guess it pretty closely, eh?" He looked searchingly at the girl's face. She hung her head, but did not answer him. "You can guess the secret, can't you, Madge? Don't be afraid to speak, girl." "I fear I can guess it, father dear," she murmured in a low voice. "Speak out, then." "I am afraid the reason you have never prospered, the reason that so many are against you, is that you once did something wrong very long ago, when you were young and reckless and scarcely knew the nature of your own act, and that now, though you are truly penitent and sorry, and have long wished to lead an altered life, the world won't forget or forgive that old wrong. Is it so, father?" "It is, Margaret. You've guessed it right enough, child, except that you've omitted one fact. The wrong I did was for the sake of another. I was tempted to do it by another. I made no profit by it myself, and I never hoped to make any. But when detection came, it was upon me that the disgrace and ruin fell, while the man for whom I had done wrong, the man who had made me his tool, turned his back upon me and refused to utter one word in my justification, though he was in no danger himself, and the lightest word from his lips might have saved me. That was a hard case, wasn't it, Madge?" "Hard!" cried the girl, with her nostrils quivering and her hands clenched. "It was cruel, dastardly, infamous." "From that day, Margaret, I was a ruined man. The brand of society was upon me. The world would not let me live honestly, and the love of life was too strong in me to let me face death. I tried to live dishonestly, and I led a wild, rackety, daredevil kind of a life amongst men who found they had a skilful tool and knew how to use me. They did use me to their heart's content, and left me in a lurch when danger came. I was arrested for forgery, tried, found guilty, and transported for life. Don't flinch, girl. Don't turn so white. You must have heard something of this whispered and hinted at often enough before today. You may as well know the whole truth. I was transported, for life, Madge, and for 13 years I toiled amongst the wretched, guilty slaves in Norfolk Island. That was the favourite place in those days for such as me, and at the end of that time, my conduct having been approved by my jailers, the governor sent for me, gave me a good service certificate, and I went into a counting-house and served as a clerk. But I got a kind of fever in my blood, and night and day I only thought of one thing, and that was my chance of escape. I did escape. Never mind you how, that's a long story, and I got back to England a free man. A free man, Madge, I thought. But the world soon told me another story. I was a felon, a jailbird, and I was never more to lift my head amongst honest people. I couldn't bear it, Madge, my girl. Perhaps a better man would have persevered in spite of all till he conquered the world's prejudice, but I couldn't. I sank under my trials and fell lower and lower, and for every disgrace that has ever fallen upon me, for every sorrow I have suffered, for every sin I have ever committed, I look to one man as the cause." Margaret Wentworth had risen to her feet. She stood before her father now, pale and breathless, with her lips parted and her bosom heaving. "Tell me his name, father," she whispered. "Tell me that man's name." "Why do you want to know his name, Madge?" "Never mind why, father. Tell it to me. Tell it!" She stamped her foot in the vehemence of her passion. "Tell me his name, father," she repeated impatiently. "His name is Henry Dunbar," James Wentworth answered, "and he is the son of a rich banker. I saw his father's death in the paper last March. His uncle died 10 years ago, and he will inherit the fortunes of both father and uncle. The world has smiled upon him. He has never suffered for that one false step in life, which brought such ruin upon me. He will come home from India now, I dare say, and the world will be under his feet. He will be worth 1,000,000 of money, I should fancy. Curse him! If my wishes could be accomplished, every guinea he possesses would be a separate scorpion to sting and torture him." "Henry Dunbar," whispered Margaret to herself.
Chapter 3 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 3. The Meeting at the Railway Station. When the hands of the little clock in Margaret's sitting-room pointed to 5 minutes before 3, James Wentworth rose from his lounging attitude in the easy-chair and took his hat from a side-table. "Are you going out, father?" the girl asked. "Yes, Madge, I'm going up to London. It don't do for me to sit still too long. Bad thoughts come fast enough at any time, but they come fastest when a fellow sits twirling his thumbs. Don't look so frightened, Madge. I'm not going to do any harm. I'm only going to look about me. I may fall in with a bit of luck, perhaps. No matter what, if it puts a few shillings into my pocket." "I'd rather you stayed at home, father dear," Margaret said gently. "I dare say you would, child. But I tell you I can't. I can't sit quiet this afternoon. I've been talking of things that always seem to set my brain on fire. No harm shall come of my going away, girl, I promise you that. The worst I shall do is to sit in a tavern parlour, drink a glass of gin and water, and read the papers. There's no crime in that, is there, Madge?" His daughter smiled as she tried to arrange the shabby velvet collar of his threadbare coat. "No, father dear," she said, "and I'm sure I always wish you to enjoy yourself, but you'll come home soon, won't you?" "What do you call soon, my lass?" "Before 10 o'clock. My day's work will be all over long before that, and I'll try and get something nice for your supper." "Very well, then, I'll be back by 10 o'clock tonight. There's my hand upon it." He gave Margaret his hand, kissed her smooth cheeks, took his cane from a corner of the room, and then went out. His daughter watched him from the open window as he walked up the narrow lane, amongst the groups of children gathered every here and there upon the dusty pathway. "Heaven have pity upon him, and keep him from sin," murmured Margaret Wentworth, clasping her hands, and with her eyes still following the retreating figure. James Wentworth jingled the money in his waistcoat pocket as he walked towards the railway station. He had very little, a couple of sixpences and a few halfpence, just about enough to pay for a second-class return ticket and for his glass of gin and water at a London tavern. He reached the station 3 minutes before the train was due, and took his ticket. At 3:30 he was in London. But as he was an idle, purposeless man, without friends to visit or money to spend, he was in no hurry to leave the railway station. He hated solitude or quiet, and here in this crowded terminus there was life and bustle and variety enough in all conscience, and all to be seen for nothing. So he strolled backwards and forwards upon the platform, watching the busy porters, the eager passengers rushing to and fro, and meditating as to where he should spend the rest of his afternoon. By and by he stood against a wooden pillar in a doorway, looking at the cabs, as, one after another, they tore up to the station and disgorged their loads. He had witnessed the arrival of a great many different travellers, when his attention was suddenly arrested by a little old man, wan and wizen and near-sighted, feeble-looking but active, who alighted from a cab and gave his small black leather portmanteau into the hands of a porter. This man was Sampson Wilmot, the old confidential clerk in the house of Dunbar, and Balderby. James Wentworth followed the old man and the porter. "I wonder if it is he," he muttered to himself. "There's certainly a likeness, but it's so many years ago, so many years, I don't suppose I should know him. And yet this man recalls him to me somehow. I'll keep my eye upon the old fellow at any rate." Sampson Wilmot had arrived at the station about 10 minutes before the starting of the train. He asked some questions of the porter, and left his portmanteau in the man's care while he went to get his ticket. James Wentworth lingered behind, and contrived to look at the portmanteau. There was a label pasted on the lid, with an address, written in a business-like hand: "Mr. Sampson Wilmot, passenger to Southampton." James Wentworth gave a long whistle. "I thought as much," he muttered. "I thought I couldn't be mistaken." He went into the ticket office, where the clerk was standing amongst the crowd, waiting to take his ticket. James Wentworth went up close to him, and touched him lightly on the shoulder. Sampson Wilmot turned and looked him full in the face. He looked, but there was no ray of recognition in that look. "Do you want me, sir?" he asked, with rather a suspicious glance at the reprobate's shabby dress. "Yes, Mr. Wilmot, I want to speak to you. You can come into the waiting-room with me, after you've taken your ticket." The clerk stared aghast. The tone of this shabby-looking stranger was almost one of command. "I don't know you, my good sir," stammered Sampson. "I never set eyes upon you before, and unless you are a messenger sent after me from the office, you must be under a mistake. You are a stranger to me." "I am no stranger, and I am no messenger," answered the other. "You've got your ticket? That's all right. Now you can come with me." He walked into a waiting-room, the half-glass doors of which opened out of the office. The room was empty, for it only wanted 5 minutes to the starting of the train, and the passengers had hurried off to take their seats. James Wentworth took off his hat, and brushed his rumpled grey hair from his forehead. "Put on your spectacles, Sampson Wilmot," he said, "and look hard at me, and then tell me if I am a stranger to you." The old clerk obeyed, nervously, fearfully. His tremulous hands could scarcely adjust his spectacles. He looked at the reprobate's face for some moments and said nothing, but his breath came quicker and his face grew very pale. "Ay," said James Wentworth, "look your hardest and deny me if you can. It will be only wise to deny me. I'm no credit to anyone, least of all to a steady, respectable old chap like you." "Joseph, Joseph!" gasped the old clerk. "Is it you? Is it really my wretched brother? I thought you were dead, Joseph. I thought you were dead and gone." "And wished it, I dare say," the other answered bitterly. "No, Joseph, no," cried Sampson Wilmot. "Heaven knows I never wished you ill. Heaven knows I was always sorry for you, and could make excuses for you even when you sank lowest." "That's strange," Joseph muttered, with a sneer. "That's very strange. If you were so precious fond of me, how was it that you stopped in the house of Dunbar and Dunbar? If you had had one spark of natural affection for me, you could never have eaten their bread." Sampson Wilmot shook his head sorrowfully. "Don't be too hard upon me, Joseph," he said, with mild reproachfulness. "If I hadn't stopped at the banking house, your mother might have starved." The reprobate made no answer to this, but he turned his face away and sighed. The bell rang for the starting of the train. "I must go," Sampson cried. "Give me your address, Joseph, and I will write to you." "Oh, yes, I dare say," answered his brother, scornfully. "No, no, that won't do. I found you, my rich, respectable brother, and I'll stick to you. Where are you going?" "To Southampton." "What for?" "To meet Henry Dunbar." Joseph Wilmot's face grew livid with rage. The change that came over it was so sudden and so awful in its nature that the old clerk started back as if he had seen a ghost. "You are going to meet him?" said Joseph in a hoarse whisper. "Is he in England, then?" "No, but he is expected to arrive almost immediately. Why do you look like that, Joseph?" "Why do I look like that?" cried the younger man. "Have you grown to be such a mere machine, such a speaking automaton, such a living tool of the men you serve, that all human feeling has perished in your breast? Bah! How could such as you understand what I feel? Hark! The bell's ringing. I'll come with you." The train was on the point of starting. The two men hurried out to the platform. "No, no," cried Sampson Wilmot, as his brother stepped after him into the carriage. "No, no, Joseph, don't come with me. Don't come with me." "I will go with you." "But you've no ticket." "I can get one, or you can get me one, for I've no money, at the first station we stop at." They were seated in a second-class railway carriage by this time. The ticket collector, running from carriage to carriage, was in too great a hurry to discover that the little bit of pasteboard which Joseph Wilmot exhibited was only a return ticket to Wandsworth. There was a brief scramble, a banging of doors, and Babel-like confusion of tongues, and then the engine gave its farewell shriek and rushed away. The old clerk looked very uneasily at his younger brother's face. The livid pallor had passed away, but the strongly marked eyebrows met in a dark frown. "Joseph, Joseph," said Sampson, "Heaven only knows I'm glad to see you, after more than 30 years' separation, and any help I can give you out of my slender means I'll give you freely. I will indeed, Joseph, for the memory of our dear mother, if not for love of you, and I do love you, Joseph. I do love you very dearly still. But I'd rather you didn't take this journey with me. I would, indeed. I can't see that any good can come of it." "Never you mind what comes of it. I want to talk to you. You're a nice, affectionate brother to wish to shuffle me off directly after our first meeting. I want to talk to you, Sampson Wilmot, and I want to see him. I know how the world's used me for the last 35 years. I want to see how the same world, such a just and merciful world as it is, has treated my tempter and betrayer, Henry Dunbar." Sampson Wilmot trembled like a leaf. His health had been very feeble ever since the second shock of paralysis, that dire and silent foe whose invisible hand had stricken the old man down as he sat at his desk, without one moment's warning. His health was feeble, and the shock of meeting with his brother, this poor lost disgraced brother, whom he had for 25 years believed to be dead, had been almost too much for him. Nor was this all. Unutterable terror took possession of him when he thought of a meeting between Joseph Wilmot and Henry Dunbar. The old man could remember his brother's words. Let him consider it a lucky escape if, when we next meet, he gets off scot-free. Sampson Wilmot had prayed night and day that such a meeting might never take place. For 35 years it had been delayed. Surely it would not take place now. The old clerk looked nervously at his brother's face. "Joseph," he murmured, "I'd rather you didn't go with me to Southampton. I'd rather you didn't meet Mr. Dunbar." You were very badly treated, cruelly and unjustly treated. Nobody knows that better than I. But it's a long time ago, Joseph. It's a very, very long time ago. Bitter feelings die out of a man's breast as the years roll by, don't they, Joseph? Time heals all old wounds, and we learn to forgive others as we hope to be forgiven. Don't we, Joseph? You may, answered the reprobate fiercely. I don't. He said no more, but sat silent, with his arms folded over his breast. He looked straight before him out of the carriage window, but he saw no more of the pleasant landscape, the fair fields of waving corn, with scarlet poppies and deep blue cornflowers, bright glimpses of sunlit water, and distant villages, with grey church turrets nestled among trees. He looked out of the carriage window, and some of earth's pleasantest pictures sped by him, but he saw no more of that ever-changing prospect than if he had been looking at a blank sheet of paper. Sampson Wilmot sat opposite to him, restless and uneasy, watching his fierce, gloomy countenance. The clerk took a ticket for his brother at the first station the train stopped at, but still Joseph was silent. An hour passed by, and he had not yet spoken. He had no love for his brother. The world had hardened him. The consequences of his own sins, falling very heavily upon his head, had embittered his nature. He looked upon the man whom he had once loved and trusted as the primary cause of his disgrace and misery, and this thought influenced his opinion of all mankind. He could not believe in the goodness of any man, remembering, as he did, how he had once trusted Henry Dunbar. The brothers were alone in the carriage. Sampson watched the gloomy face opposite to him for some time, and then, with a weary sigh, he drew his handkerchief over his face, and sank back in the corner of the carriage. But he did not sleep. He was agitated and anxious. A dizzy faintness had seized upon him, and there was a strange buzzing in his ears, and unwonted clouds before his dim eyes. He tried to speak once or twice, but it seemed to him as if he was powerless to form the words that were in his mind. Then his mind began to grow confused. The hoarse snorting of the engine sounded monotonously in his ears, growing louder and louder with every moment, until the noise of it grew hideous and intolerable, a perpetual thunder, deafening and bewildering him. The train was fast approaching Basingstoke, when Joseph Wilmot was suddenly startled from his moody reverie. There was an awful cause. Chapter 4 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 4. The Stroke of Death. The old clerk had fallen from his seat and lay in a motionless heap at the bottom of the railway carriage. The third stroke of paralysis had come upon him, inevitable, no doubt, long ago, but hastened, it may be, by that unlooked-for meeting at the Waterloo terminus. Joseph Wilmot knelt behind the stricken man. He was a vagabond and an outcast, and scenes of horror were not new to him. He had seen death under many of its worst aspects, and the grim king of terrors had little terror for him. He was hardened, steeped in guilt, and callous as to the sufferings of others. The love which he bore for his daughter was, perhaps, the last ray of feeling that yet lingered in this man's perverted nature. But he did all he could, nevertheless, for the unconscious old man. He loosened his cravat, unfastened his waistcoat, and felt for the beating of his heart. That heart did beat, very fitfully, as if the old clerk's weary soul had been making feeble struggles to be released from its frail tabernacle of clay. "Better, perhaps, if this should prove fatal," Joseph muttered. "I should go on alone to meet Henry Dunbar." The train reached Basingstoke. Joseph put his head out of the open window, and called loudly to a porter. The man came quickly in answer to that impatient summons. "My brother is in a fit," Joseph cried. "Help me to lift him out of the carriage, and then send someone for a doctor."
The unconscious form was lifted out in the arms of the two strong men. They carried it into the waiting-room and laid it on a sofa. The bell rang, and the Southampton train rushed onward without the two travellers. In another moment the whole station was in commotion. A gentleman had been seized with paralysis and was dying. The doctor arrived in less than 10 minutes. He shook his head after examining his patient. "It's a bad case," said he. "Very bad, but we must do our best. Is there anybody with this old gentleman?" "Yes, sir," the porter answered, pointing to Joseph. "This person is with him." The county surgeon glanced rather suspiciously at Joseph Wilmot. He looked a vagabond, certainly. Every inch a vagabond. A reckless, daredevil scoundrel, at war with society, and defiant of a world he hated. "Are you any relation to this gentleman?" the doctor asked, hesitatingly. "Yes, I am his brother." "I should recommend his being removed to the nearest hotel. I will send a woman to nurse him. Do you know if this is the first stroke he has ever had?" "No, I do not." The surgeon looked more suspicious than ever after receiving this answer. "Strange," he said, "that you, who say you are his brother, should not be able to give me information upon that point." Joseph Wilmot answered, but with an air of carelessness that was almost contemptuous. "It is strange," he said, "but many stranger things have happened in this world before now. My brother and I haven't met for years until we met today." The unconscious man was removed from the railway station to an inn near at hand, a humble, countrified place, but clean and orderly. Here he was taken to a bedchamber, whose old-fashioned latticed windows looked out upon the dusty road. The doctor did all that his skill could devise, but he could not restore consciousness to the paralyzed brain. The soul was gone already. The body lay, a form of motionless and senseless clay, under the white counterpane, and Joseph Wilmot, sitting near the foot of the bed, watched it with a gloomy face. The woman who was to nurse the sick man came by and by, and took her place by the pillow, but there was very little for her to do. "Is there any hope of his recovering?" Joseph asked eagerly, as the doctor was about to leave the room. "I fear not. I fear there is no hope." "Will it be over soon?" "Very soon, I think. I do not believe that he can last more than 24 hours." The surgeon waited for a few moments after saying this, expecting some exclamation of surprise or grief from the dying man's brother, but there was none, and with a hasty "good evening" the medical man quitted the room. It was growing dusk, and the twilight shadows upon Joseph Wilmot's face made it, in its sullen gloom, darker even than it had been in the railway carriage. "I'm glad of it, I'm glad of it," he muttered. "I shall meet Henry Dunbar alone." The bedchamber in which the sick man lay opened out of a little sitting-room. Sampson's carpet-bag and portmanteau had been left in this sitting-room. Joseph Wilmot searched the pockets in the clothes that had been taken off his brother's senseless form. There was some loose silver and a bunch of keys in the waistcoat pocket, and a well-worn leather-covered memorandum book in the breast pocket of the old-fashioned coat. Joseph took these things into the sitting-room, closed the door between the two apartments, and then rang for lights. The chambermaid who brought the candles asked if he had dined. "Yes," he said, "I dined 5 hours ago. Bring me some brandy." The girl brought a small decanter of spirit and a wine-glass, set them on the table, and left the room. Joseph Wilmot followed her to the door, and turned the key in the lock. "I don't want any intruders," he muttered. "These country people are always inquisitive." He seated himself at the table, poured out a glass of brandy, drank it, and then drew one of the candles towards him. He had put the money, the keys, and the memorandum book in one of his own pockets. He took out the memorandum book first, and examined it. There were 5 Bank of England notes for £5 each in one of the pockets, and a letter in the other. The letter was directed to Henry Dunbar, and sealed with the official seal of the banking house. The name of Stephen Balderby was written on the left-hand corner of the envelope. So, whispered Joseph Wilmot. "This is the junior partner's letter of welcome to his chief. I'll take care of that." He replaced the letter in the pocket of the memorandum book, and then looked at the pencil entries on the different pages. The last entry was the only memorandum that had any interest for him. It consisted of these few words: H.D. expected to arrive at Southampton Docks on or about the 19th instant, per steamer Electra, will be met by Miss Laura D. at Portland Place. "Who's Laura D.?" mused the spy, as he closed the memorandum book. "His daughter, I suppose. I remember seeing his marriage in the papers 20 years ago. He married well, of course. Fortune made everything smooth for him. He married a lady of rank. Curse him!" Joseph Wilmot sat for some time with his arms folded upon the table before him, brooding, with a sinister smile upon his lips, and an ominous light in his eyes. A dangerous man always. A dangerous man when he was loud, reckless, brutal, violent, but most of all dangerous when he was most quiet. By and by he took the bunch of keys from his pocket, knelt down before the portmanteau, and examined its contents. There was very little to reward his scrutiny, only a suit of clothes, a couple of clean shirts, and the necessaries of the clerk's simple toilet. The carpet-bag contained a pair of boots, a hat-brush, a nightshirt, and a faded old chintz dressing-gown. Joseph Wilmot rose from his knees after examining these things, and softly opened the door between the two rooms. There had been no change in the sick-chamber. The nurse still sat by the head of the bed. She looked round at Joseph as he opened the door. "No change, I suppose?" he said. "No, sir, none." "I am going out for a stroll presently. I shall be in again in an hour's time." He shut the door again, but he did not go out immediately. He knelt down once more by the side of the portmanteau, and tore off the label with his brother's name upon it. He tore a similar label off the carpet-bag, taking care that no vestige of the clerk's name was left behind. When he had done this, and thrust the torn labels into his pocket, he began to walk up and down the room, softly, with his arms folded upon his breast. "The Electra is expected to arrive on the 19th, he said, in a low, thoughtful voice. "On or about the 19th. She may arrive either before or after. Tomorrow will be the 17th. If Sampson dies, there will be an inquest, no doubt, a post-mortem examination, perhaps, and I shall be detained till all that is over. I shall be detained 2 or 3 days at least, and in the meantime Henry Dunbar may arrive at Southampton, hurry on to London, and I may miss the one chance of meeting that man face to face. I won't be balked of this meeting. I won't be balked. Why should I stop here to watch by an unconscious man's deathbed? No, fate has thrown Henry Dunbar once more across my pathway, and I won't throw my chance away." He took up his hat, a battered, shabby-looking white hat, which harmonized well with his vagabond appearance, and went out, after stopping for a minute at the bar to tell the landlord that he would be back in an hour's time.
Chapter 5 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 5. Sinking the Past. The train from London to Southampton was due in an hour. The clerk who gave Joseph Wilmot this information asked him how his brother was getting on. "He is much better," Joseph answered. "I am going on to Southampton to execute some important business he was to have done there. I shall come back early tomorrow morning." He walked into the waiting-room, and stopped there, seated in the same attitude the whole time, never stirring, never lifting his head from his breast, always brooding, as he had brooded in the railway carriage, as he had brooded in the little parlour of the inn. He took his ticket for Southampton as soon as the office was open, and then stood on the platform, where there were 2 or 3 stragglers, waiting for the train to come up. It came at last. Joseph Wilmot sprang into the second-class carriage, took his seat in the corner, with his hat slouched over his eyes, which were almost hidden by its dilapidated brim. It was late when he reached Southampton, but he seemed to be acquainted with the town, and he walked straight to a small public house by the riverside, almost hidden under the shadow of the town wall. Here he got a bed, and here he ascertained that the Electra had not yet arrived. He ate his supper in his own room, though he was requested to take it in the public apartment. He seemed to shrink from meeting anyone or talking to anyone, and still brooded over his own black thoughts, as he had brooded at the railway station, in the parlour of the Basingstoke Inn, in the carriage with his brother Sampson. Whatever his thoughts were, they absorbed him so entirely that he seemed like a man who walks in his sleep, doing everything mechanically, and without knowing what he does. But for all this he was active, for he rose very early the next morning. He had not had an hour's sleep throughout the night, but had lain in every variety of restless attitude, tossing first on this side and then on that, always thinking, till the action of his brain became as mechanical as that of any other machine, and went on in spite of himself. He went downstairs, paid the money for his supper and night's lodging to a sleepy servant girl, and left the house as the church clock in an old-fashioned square hard by struck 8. He walked straight to the High Street, and entered the shop of a tailor and general outfitter. It was a stylish establishment, and there was a languid young man taking down the shutters, who appeared to be the only person on the establishment just at present. He looked superciliously enough at Joseph Wilmot, eyeing him lazily from head to foot, and yawning as he did so. "You'd better make yourself scarce," he said. "Our principal never gives anything to tramps." "Your principal may give or keep what he likes," Joseph answered carelessly. "I can pay for what I want. Call your master down. Or stay, you'll do as well, I dare say. I want a complete rig-out from head to heel. Do you understand?" "I shall, perhaps, when I see the money for it," the languid youth answered, with a sneer. "So you've learned the way of the world already, have you, my lad?" said Joseph Wilmot, bitterly. Then, pulling his brother's memorandum-book from his pocket, he opened it and took out the little packet of bank-notes. "I suppose you can understand these," he said. The languid youth lifted his nose, which by its natural conformation betrayed an aspiring character, and looked dubiously at his customer. "I can understand as they might be flash 'uns," he remarked significantly. Mr. Joseph Wilmot growled out an oath, and made a plunge at the young shopman. "I said as they might be flash," the youth remonstrated, quite meekly. "There's no call to fly at me. I didn't mean to give no offence." "No," muttered Mr. Wilmot. "Egad, you'd better not mean it. Call your master." The youth retired to obey. He was quite subdued and submissive by this time. Joseph Wilmot looked about the shop. "The cur forgot the till," he muttered. "I might try my hand at that if—" He stopped and smiled with a strange, deliberate expression, not quite agreeable to behold. "If I wasn't going to meet Henry Dunbar." There was a full-length looking-glass in one corner of the shop. Joseph Wilmot walked up to it, looked at himself for a few moments in silent contemplation, and then shook his clenched hands at the reflected image. "You're a vagabond," he muttered between his set teeth, "and you look it. You're an outcast, and you look it. But who set the mark upon you? Who's to blame for all the evil you have done? Whose treachery made you what you are? That's the question." The owner of the shop appeared, and looked sharply at his customer. "Now listen to me," Joseph Wilmot said, slowly and deliberately. "I've been down upon my luck for some time past, and I've just got a bit of money. I've got it honestly, mind you, and I don't want to be questioned by such a jackanapes as that shop-boy of yours." The languid youth folded his arms, and endeavoured to look ferocious in his fiery indignation, but he drew a little way behind his master as he did so. The proprietor of the shop bowed and smiled. "We shall be happy to wait upon you, sir," he said, "and I have no doubt we shall be able to give you satisfaction. If my shopman has been impertinent—" "He has," interrupted Joseph, But I don't want to make any palaver about that. He's like the rest of the world, and he thinks if a man wears a shabby coat he must be a scoundrel. That's all. I forgive him." The languid youth, very much in the background, and quite sheltered by his master, might have been heard murmuring faintly, "Oh, indeed! Forgive, indeed! Do you really now? Thank you for nothing," and other sentences of a derisive character. "I want a complete rig-out," continued Joseph Wilmot. "A new suit of clothes, hat, boots, umbrella, a carpet-bag, half a dozen shirts, brush and comb, shaving-tackle, and all the etceteras. Now, as you may be no more inclined to trust me than that young whipper-snapper of yours, for all you're so uncommon civil, I'll tell you what I'll do. I want this beard of mine trimmed and altered. I'll go to a barber's and get that done, and in the meantime you can make your mind easy about the character of these gentlemen." He handed the tradesman 3 of the Bank of England notes. The man looked at them doubtfully. "If you think they ain't genuine, send 'em round to one of your neighbours and get 'em changed," Joseph Wilmot said. "But be quick about it. I shall be back here in half an hour." He walked out of the shop, leaving the man still staring with the 3 notes in his hand. The vagabond, with his hat slouched over his eyes, and big hands in his pockets, strolled away from the High Street down to a barber's shop near the docks. Here he had his beard shaved off, his ragged moustache trimmed into the most aristocratic shape, and his long straggling grey hair cut and arranged according to his own directions. If he had been the vainest of men, bent on no higher object in life than the embellishment of his person, he could not have been more particular or more difficult to please. When the barber had completed his work, Joseph Wilmot washed his face, readjusted the hair upon his ample forehead, and looked at himself in a little shaving-glass that hung against the wall. So far as the man's head and face went, the transformation was perfect. He was no longer a vagabond. He was a respectable, handsome-looking gentleman, advanced in middle age, not altogether unaristocratic-looking. The very expression of his face was altered. The defiant sneer was changed into a haughty smile. The sullen scowl was now a thoughtful frown. Whether this change was natural to him, and merely brought about by the alteration of his hair and beard, or whether it was an assumption of his own, was only known to the man himself. He put on his hat, still slouching the brim over his eyes, paid the barber, and went away. He walked straight to the docks, and made inquiries about the steamer Electra. She was not expected to arrive until the next day, at the earliest. Having satisfied himself upon this point, Joseph Wilmot went back to the outfitter's to choose his new clothes. This business occupied him for a long time, for in this he was as difficult to please as he had been in the matter of his beard and hair. No punctilious old bachelor, the best and brightest hours of whose life had been devoted to the cares of the toilet, could have shown himself more fastidious than this vagabond, who had been out at elbows for 10 years past, and who had worn a felon's dress for 13 years at a stretch in Norfolk Island. But he evinced no bad taste in the selection of a costume. He chose no gaudy colours or flashily cut vestments. On the contrary, the garb he assumed was in perfect keeping with the style of his hair and moustache. It was the dress of a middle-aged gentleman, fashionable but scrupulously simple, quiet alike in colour and in cut. When his toilet was complete, from his 21-shilling hat to the polished boots upon his well-shaped feet, he left the shady little parlour in which he had changed his clothes, and came into the shop with a glove dangling loosely in one ungloved hand, and a cane in the other. The tradesman and his shop-boy stared aghast. "If that turn-out had cost you £50, sir, instead of £18 12 and 11pence, it would be worth all the money to you, for you look like a dook," cried the tailor with enthusiasm. "I am glad to hear it," Mr. Wilmot said carelessly. He stood before the cheval glass, and twirled his moustaches as he spoke, looking at himself thoughtfully, with a smile upon his face. Then he took change from the tailor, counted it, and dropped the gold and silver into his waistcoat pocket. The man's manner was as much altered as his person. He had entered the shop at 8 o'clock that morning a blackguard as well as a vagabond. He left it now a gentleman, subdued in voice, easy and rather listless in gait, haughty and self-possessed in tone. "Oh, by the by," he said, pausing upon the threshold of the door, "I'll thank you to bundle all those old things of mine together into a sheet of brown paper. Tie them up tightly. I'll call for them after dark to-night." Having said this, very carelessly and indifferently Mr. Wilmot left the shop. But though he was now as well dressed and as gentlemanly looking as any man in Southampton, he turned into the first by-street, and hurried away from the town to a lonely walk beside the water. He walked along the shore until he came to a village near the river, and about a couple of miles from Southampton. There he entered a low-roofed little public house, very quiet and unfrequented, ordered some brandy and cold water of a girl who was seated at work behind the bar, and then went into the parlour, a low-ceilinged, wainscoted room, whose walls were adorned here and there with auctioneers' announcements of coming sales of live and dead stock, farmhouses and farming implements, interspersed with railway timetables. Mr. Joseph Wilmot had this room all to himself. He seated himself by the open window, took up a country newspaper, and tried to read. But that attempt was a most dismal failure. In the first place, there was very little in the paper to read, and in the second, Joseph Wilmot would have been unable to chain his attention to the page upon which his eyes were fixed, though all the wisdom of the world had been concentrated upon that one sheet of printed paper. No, he could not read. He could only think. He could only think of this strange chance which had come to him after 35 weary years. He could only think of his probable meeting with Henry Dunbar. He entered the village public-house at a little after 1, and he stayed there throughout the rest of the day, drinking brandy and water, not immoderately. He was very careful and watchful of himself in that matter, taking a snack of bread and cold meat for his dinner, and thinking of Henry Dunbar. In that he never varied, let him do what he would. In the railway carriage, at the Basingstoke Inn, at the station, through the long sleepless night at the public-house by the water, in the tailor's shop, even when he was most occupied by the choice of his clothes, he had still thought of Henry Dunbar. From the time of his meeting the old clerk at the Waterloo terminus, he had never ceased to think of Henry Dunbar. He never once thought of his brother, not so much even as to wonder whether the stroke had been fatal, whether the old man was yet dead. He never thought of his daughter, or the anguish his prolonged absence might cause her to suffer. He had put away the past as if it had never been, and concentrated all the force of his mind upon the one idea which possessed him like some strong demon. Sometimes a sudden terror seized him. What if Henry Dunbar should have died upon the passage home? What if the Electra should bring nothing but a sealed leaden coffin, and a corpse embalmed in spirit? No, he could not imagine that. Fate, darkly brooding over these two men throughout half a long lifetime, had held them asunder for 35 years, to fling them mysteriously together now. It seemed as if the old clerk's philosophy was not so very unsound after all. Sooner or later, the day of retribution comes. When it grew dusk, Joseph Wilmot left the little inn, and walked back to Southampton. It was quite dark when he entered the High Street, and the tailor's shop was closing. "I thought you'd forgotten the parcel, sir," the man said. "I've had it ready for you ever so long. Can I send it anywhere for you?" "No, thank you. I'll take it myself." With the brown paper parcel, which was a very bulky one, under his arm, Joseph Wilmot left the barber's shop, and walked down to an open pier or quay abutting the river. On his way along the river shore, between the village public-house and the town of Southampton, he had filled his pockets with stones. He knelt down now by the edge of the pier, and tied all these stones together in the old cotton pocket-handkerchief. When he had done this, carefully, compactly, and quickly, like a man accustomed to do all sorts of strange things, he tied the handkerchief full of stones to the whipcord that bound the brown paper parcel, and dropped both packages into the water. The spot which he had chosen for this purpose was at the extreme end of the pier, where the water was deepest. He had done all this cautiously, taking care to make sure every now and then that he was unobserved. And when the castle had sunk, he watched the widening circle upon the surface of the water till it died away. "So much for James Wentworth and the clothes he wore," he said to himself as he walked away. He slept that night at the village inn where he had spent most of the day, and the next morning walked into Southampton. It was a little after 9 o'clock when he entered the docks, and the electorate was visible to the naked eye, streaming through the blue
Chapter 6 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 6. Clement Austin's Diary. Today I close a volume of the rough, careless, imperfect record which I have kept of my life. As I run my fingers through the pages of the limp, morocco-covered volume, I almost wonder at my wasted labor. The random notes jotted down now and then, sometimes with long intervals between their dates, make such a mass of worthless literature. This diary-keeping is a very foolish habit, after all. Why do I keep this record of a most commonplace existence? For my own edification and improvement? Scarcely, since I very rarely read these uninteresting entries, and I very much doubt if posterity will care to know that I went to the office at 10 o'clock on Wednesday morning, that I couldn't get a seat in the omnibus and was compelled to take a hansom which cost me 2 shillings, that I dined tete-a-tete with my mother, and finished the 3rd volume of Carlyle's French Revolution in the course of the evening. Is there any use in such a journal as mine? Will the celebrated New Zealander that is to be discover the volumes amidst the ruins of Clapham? And shall I be quoted as the Pepys of the 19th century? But then I am by no means as racy as that worldly-minded little government clerk. Or perhaps it may be that the time in which I live wants the spice and seasoning of that golden age of rascality in which my Lady Castlemaine's white petticoats were to be seen flaunting in the wind by any frivolous-minded lounger who chose to take notes about those garments. After all, it is a silly, old fogyish habit, this of diary-keeping, and I think the renowned Pepys himself was only a bachelor spoiled. Just now, however, I have something more than cab drives, lost omnibuses, and the perusal of a favorite book to jot down, inasmuch as my mother and myself have lately had all our accustomed habits, in a manner disorganized by the advent of a lady. She is a very young lady, being, in point of fact, still at a remote distance from an epoch to which she appears to look forward as a grand and enviable period of existence. She has not yet entered what she calls her teens, and 2 years must elapse before she can enter them, as she is only 11 years old. She is the only daughter of my only sister, Marian Lester, and has been newly imported from Sydney, where my sister Marian and her husband have been settled for the last 12 years. Miss Elizabeth Lester became a member of our family upon the 1st of July, and has since that time continued to make herself quite at home with my mother and myself. She is a rather pretty little girl with very auburn plaits hanging in loops at the back of her head. Will the New Zealander and his countrymen care to know the mysteries of juvenile coiffures in the 19th century? She is a very good little girl, and my mother adores her. As for myself, I am only gradually growing resigned to the fact that I am 33 years of age, and the uncle of a bouncing niece, who plays variations upon Non più mesta. And non più mesta brings me to another strange figure in the narrow circle of my acquaintance, a figure that had no place in the volume which I have just closed, but which, in the 6 weeks' interval between my last record and that which I begin today, has become almost as familiar as the oldest friends of my youth. Non più mesta. I hear my niece strumming the notes I know so well in the parlor below my room as I write these lines, and the sound of the melody brings before me the image of a sweet pale face and dove-like brown eyes. I never fully realized the number and extent of feminine requirements until a hack cab deposited my niece and her deal traveling cases at our hall door. Miss Elizabeth Lester seemed to want everything that it was possible for the human mind to imagine or desire. She had grown during the homeward voyage. Her frocks were too short, her boots were too small, her bonnets tumbled off her head and hung forlornly at the back of her neck. She wanted parasols and hairbrushes, frilled and furbelowed mysteries of muslin and lace, copybooks, pen holders and pomatum, a backboard and a pair of gloves, drawing pencils, dumbbells, geological specimens for the illustration of her studies, and 100 other items whose very names are as a strange language to my masculine comprehension. And last of all, she wanted a musical governess. The little girl was supposed to be very tolerably advanced in her study of the piano, and my sister was anxious that she should continue that study under the superintendence of a duly qualified instructress, whose terms should be moderate. My sister Marian underlined this last condition. The buying and making of the new frocks and muslin furbelows seemed almost to absorb my mother's mind, and she was fain to delegate to me the duty of finding a musical governess for Miss Lester. I began my task in the simplest possible way by consulting the daily newspapers, where I found so many advertisements emanating from ladies who declared themselves proficients in the art of music, that I was confused and embarrassed by the wealth of my resources. But I took the ladies singly and called upon them in the pleasant summer evenings after office hours, sometimes with my mother, sometimes alone. It may be that the seal of old bachelorhood is already set upon me, and that I am that odious and hypersensitive creature commonly called a fidget, but somehow I could not find a governess whom I really felt inclined to choose for my little Lizzie. Some of the ladies were elderly and stern, others were young and frivolous, some of them were uncertain as to the distribution of the letter H. One young lady declared that she was fonder of music than anything in the world. Some were a great deal too enthusiastic, and were prepared to adore my little niece at a moment's notice. Many who seemed otherwise eligible demanded a higher rate of remuneration than we were prepared to give. So somehow or other the business languished, and after the researches of a week, we found ourselves no nearer a decision than when first I looked at the advertisements in the Times supplements. Had our resources been reduced, we should most likely have been much easier to please. But my mother said that as there were so many people to be had, we should do well to deliberate before we came to any decision. So it happened that, when I went out for a walk one evening at the end of the second week in July, Miss Lester was still without a governess. She was still without a governess, but I was tired of catechizing the fair advertisers as to their qualifications, and went out on this particular evening for a solitary ramble amongst the quiet Surrey suburbs, in any lonely lanes or scraps of common land where the speculating builder had not yet set his hateful foot. It was a lovely evening, and I, who am so much a cockney as to believe that a London sunset is one of the grandest spectacles in the universe, set my face towards the yellow light in the west, and walked across Wandsworth Common, where fair wreaths of purple mist were rising from the hollows, and a deserted donkey was breaking the twilight stillness with plaintive braying. Wandsworth Common was as lonely this evening as a patch of sand in the centre of Africa, and being something of a day-dreamer, I liked the place because of its stillness and solitude. Something of a dreamer, and yet I had so little to dream about. My thoughts were pleasant as I walked across the common in the sunset. And yet, looking back now, I wonder what I thought of, and what image there was in my mind that could make my fancies pleasant to me. I know what I thought of as I went home in the dim light of the newly risen moon, the pale crescent that glimmered high in a cloudless heaven. I went into the little town of Wandsworth, The queer, old-fashioned High Street, the dear old street, which seems to me like a town in a Dutch picture, where all the tints are of a sombre brown, yet in which there is, nevertheless, so much light and warmth. The lights were beginning to twinkle here and there in the windows, and upon this July evening there seemed to be flowers blooming in every casement. I loitered idly through the street, staring at the shop windows, in utter absence of mind while I thought. What could I have thought of that evening? And how was it that I did not think the world blank and empty? While I was looking idly in at one of those shop windows, it was a fancy shop and stationer's, a kind of bazaar in its humble way, my eye was attracted by the word music, and on a little card hung in the window I read that a lady would be happy to give lessons on the pianoforte at the residences of her pupils or at her own residence on very moderate terms. The word very was underscored. I thought it had a pitiful look somehow, that underscoring of the adverb, and seemed almost an appeal for employments. The inscription on the card was in a woman's hand, and a very pretty hand, elegant but not illegible, firm and yet feminine. I was in a very idle frame of mind, ready to be driven by any chance wind, and I thought I might just as well turn my evening walk to some account by calling upon the proprietress of the card. She was not likely to suit my ideas of perfection, any more than the other ladies I had seen, but I should at least be able to return home with the consciousness of having made another effort to find an instructress for my niece. The address on the card was No. 3, Godolphin Cottages. I asked the first person I met to direct me to Godolphin Cottages, and was told to take the second turning on my right. The second turning on my right took me into a kind of lane or by-road, where there were some old-fashioned, semi-detached cottages, sheltered by a row of sycamores and shut in by wooden palings. I opened the low gate before the third cottage and went into the garden. A primly kept little garden, with a grass plat and miniature gravel walks, and with a grotto of shells and moss and craggy blocks of stone in a corner. Under a laburnum tree there was a green rustic bench, and here I found a young lady sitting reading by the dying light. She started at the sound of my footsteps on the crisp gravel, and rose, blushing like one of the cabbage roses that grew near her. The blush was all the more becoming to her, inasmuch as she was naturally very pale. I saw this almost immediately, for the bright colour faded out of her face while I was speaking to her. "I have come to inquire for a lady who teaches music," I said. "I saw a card just now in the High Street, and as I am searching for an instructress for my little niece, I took the opportunity of calling. But I fear I have chosen an inconvenient time for my visit." I scarcely know why I made this apology, since I had omitted to apologize to the other ladies on whom I had ventured to intrude at abnormal hours. I fear that I was weak enough to feel bewildered by the pensive loveliness of the face at which I looked, and that my confidence ebbed away under the influence of those grave hazel eyes. The face is so beautiful, as beautiful now that I have learned the trick of every feature, though even now I cannot learn all the varying changes of expression which make it ever new to me, as it was that evening when it beamed on me for the first time. Shall I describe her, the woman whom I have only known 4 weeks, and who seems to fill all the universe when I think of her? And when do I not think of her? Shall I describe her for the New Zealander, when the best description must fall so far below the bright reality, and when the very act of reducing her beauty into hard commonplace words seems in some manner a sacrilege against the sanctity of that beauty? Yes, I will describe her, not for the sake of the New Zealander, who may have new and extraordinary ideas as to female loveliness, and may require a blue nose or pea-green tresses in the lady he elects as the only type of beautiful womanhood. I will describe her because it is sweet to me to dwell upon her image, and to translate that dear image, no matter how poorly, into words. Were I a painter, I should be like Claude Melnotte, and paint no face but hers. Were I a poet, I should cover reams of paper with wild rhapsodies about her beauty. Being only a cashier in a bank, I can do nothing but enshrine her in the commonplace pages of my diary. I have said that she is pale. Hers is that ivory pallor which sometimes accompanies hazel eyes and hazel brown hair. Her eyes are of that rare hazel, that soft golden brown, so rarely seen, so beautiful wherever they are seen. These eyes are unvarying in their color. It is only the expression of them that varies with every emotion. But in repose they have a mournful earnestness in their look, a pensive gravity that seems to tell of a life in which there has been much shadow. The hair, parted above the most beautiful brow I ever looked upon, is of exactly the same color as the eyes, and has a natural ripple in it. For the rest of the features I must refer my New Zealander to the pictures of the old Italian masters, of which I trust he may retain a handsome collection. For only on the canvases of Signori Raffaello Sanzio d'Urbino, Titian, and the pupils who emulated them, will he find that exquisite harmony, that purity of form and tender softness of outline, which I beheld that summer evening in the features of Margaret Wentworth. Margaret Wentworth, that is her name. She told it to me presently, when I had explained to her, in some awkward, vague manner, who I was and how it was I wanted to engage her services. Throughout that interview I think I must have been intoxicated by her presence, as by some subtle and mysterious influence, stronger than the fumes of opium or the juice of lotus flowers. I only know that after 10 minutes' conversation, during which she was perfectly self-possessed, I opened the little garden gate again, very much embarrassed by the latch on one hand and my hat on the other, and went back out of that little paradise of 20 feet square into the dusty lane. I went home in triumph to my mother, and told her that I had succeeded at last in engaging a lady who was in every way suitable, and that she was coming the following morning at 11 o'clock to give her first lesson. But I was somewhat embarrassed when my mother asked if I had heard the lady play, if I had inquired her terms, if I had asked for references as to respectability, capability, and so forth. I was fain to confess, with much confusion, that I had not done any one of these things, and then my mother asked me why, in that case, did I consider the lady suitable, which question increased my embarrassment by tenfold. I could not say that I had engaged her because her eyes were hazel and her hair of the same color, nor could I declare that I had judged of her proficiency as a teacher of the piano by the exquisite line of her penciled eyebrows. So in this dilemma I had recourse to a piece of Jesuitry, of which I was not a little proud. I told my dear mother that Miss Wentworth's head was, from a phrenological point of view, magnificent, and that the organs of time and tune were developed to an unusual degree. I was almost ashamed of myself when my mother rewarded this falsehood by a kiss, declaring that I was a dear clever boy, and such a judge of character, and that she would rather confide in a stranger, upon the strength of my instinct, than upon any inferior person's experience. After this I could only trust to the chance of Miss Wentworth's proficiency, and when I went home from the city upon the following afternoon, my mind was far less occupied with the business events of the day than with abstruse speculations as to the probabilities with regard to that young lady's skill upon the pianoforte. It was with an air of supreme carelessness that I asked my mother whether she had been pleased with Miss Wentworth. "Pleased with her?" cried the good soul. "Why, she plays magnificently, Clement. Such a touch, such brilliancy. In my young days it was only concert players who played like that, but nowadays girls of 18 and 20 sit down and dash away at the keys like a professor. I think you'll be charmed with her, Clem." I'm afraid I blushed as my mother said this. Had I not been charmed with her already? "When you hear her play, for she has expression as well as brilliancy. She is passionately fond of music, I know, not because she went into any ridiculous sentimental raptures about it, as some girls do, but because her eyes lighted up when she told me what a happiness her piano had been to her ever since she was a child. She gave a little sigh after saying that, and I fancied, poor girl, that she had perhaps known very little other happiness. "And her terms, mother?" I said. "Oh, you dear commercial Clem, always thinking of terms," cried my mother. Heaven bless her innocent heart. I had asked that sordid question only to hide the unreasoning gladness of my heart. What was it to me that this hazel-eyed girl was engaged to teach my little niece non più mesta? What was it to me that my breast should be all of a sudden filled with a tumult of glad emotions, and thus shrink from any encounter with my mother's honest eyes? "Well, Clem, the terms are almost ridiculously moderate," my mother said present. "There's only one thing that's at all inconvenient, that is to say, not to me, but I'm afraid you'll think it an objection." I eagerly asked the nature of this objection. Was there some cold chill of disappointment in store for me after all? "Well, you see, Clem," said my mother, with some little hesitation, "Miss Wentworth is engaged almost all through the day, as her pupils live at long distances from one another, and she has to waste a good deal of time in going backwards and forwards. So the only time she can possibly give Lizzie is either very early in the morning or rather late in the evening. Now, I should prefer the evening, as I should like to hear the dear child's lessons. But the question is, would you object to the noise of the piano while you are at home?" Would I object? Would I object to the music of the spheres? In spite of the grand capabilities for falsehood and hypocrisy which had been developed in my nature since the previous evening, it was as much as I could do to answer my mother's question deliberately, to the effect that I didn't think I should mind the music lessons much. "You'll be out generally, you know, Clem," my mother said. "Yes," I replied, "of course, if I found the music in any way a nuisance." Coming home from the city the next day, I felt like a schoolboy who turns his back upon all the hardships of his life on some sunny summer holiday. The rattling hansom seemed a fairy car that was bearing me in triumph through a region of brightness and splendor. The sunlit suburban roads were enchanted glades, and I think I should have been scarcely surprised to see Aladdin's jewelled fruit hanging on the trees in the villa gardens, or the gigantic wings of Sinbad's roc overshadowing the hills of Sydenham. A wonderful transformation had changed the earth to fairyland, and it was in vain that I fought against the subtle influence in the air around me. Oh, was I in love? Was I really in love at last with a young lady whose face I had only looked upon 48 hours before? Was I, who had flirted with the Miss Balderbys, and half lost my heart to Lucy Sedgwick, the surgeon's sister, and corresponded for nearly a year with Clara Carpenter, with the sanction of both our houses and everything en règle, only to be jilted ignominiously for the sake of an evangelical curate? Was I, who had railed at the foolish passion? I have one of Miss Carpenter's long tresses in the desk on which I am writing, sealed in a sheet of letter paper, with Swift's savage inscription, "Only a woman's hair," on the cover. Was I caught at last by a pair of hazel eyes and a Raphaelesque profile? Were the wings that had fluttered in so many flames burnt and maimed by the first breath of this new fire? I was ashamed of my silly fancy in one moment, and proud of my love in the next. I was 10 years younger all of a sudden, and my heart was all aglow with chivalrous devotion for this beautiful stranger. I reasoned with myself, and ridiculed my madness, and yet yielded like the veriest craven to the sweet intoxication. I gave the driver of the hansom 5 shillings. Had I not a right to pay him a trifle extra for driving me through fairyland? What had we for dinner that day? I have a vague idea that I ate cherry tart and roast veal, fried soles, boiled custard, and anchovy sauce, all mixed together. I know that the meal seemed to endure for the abnormal period of half a dozen hours or so, and yet it was only 7 o'clock when we adjourned to the drawing-room, and Miss Wentworth was not due until 7:30. My niece was all in a flutter of expectation, and ran out of the drawing-room window every now and then to see if the new governess was coming. She need not have had that trouble, poor child, had I been inclined to give her information, since, from the chair in which I had seated myself to read the evening papers, I could see the road along which Miss Wentworth must come. My eyes wandered very often from the page before me, and fixed themselves upon this dusty suburban road, and presently I saw a parasol, rather a shabby one, and then a slender figure coming quickly towards our gate, and then the face, which I am weak enough to think the most beautiful face in Christendom. Since then Miss Wentworth has come 3 times a week, and somehow or other I have never found myself in any way bored by non piu mesta, or even the major and minor scales, which, as interpreted by a juvenile performer, are not especially enthralling to the ear of the ordinary listener. I read my books or papers, or stroll upon the lawn while the lesson is going on, and every now and then I hear Margaret's— I really must write of her as Margaret, it is such a nuisance to write Miss Wentworth— pretty voice explaining the importance of a steady position of the wrist, or the dexterous turning over or under of a thumb, or something equally interesting. And then when the lesson is concluded, my mother rouses herself from her after-dinner nap and asks Margaret to take a cup of tea, and even insists on her accepting that feminine hospitality. And then we sit talking in the tender summer dusk, or in the subdued light of a shaded lamp on the piano. We talk of books, and it is wonderful to me to find how Margaret's tastes and opinions coincide with mine. Miss Carpenter was stupid about books, and used to call Carlyle nonsensical, and never really enjoyed Dickens half as much as she pretended. I have lent Margaret some of my books, and a little shower of withered rose leaves dropped from the pages of Wilhelm Meister, after she had returned to me the volume. I have put them in an envelope and sealed it. I may as well burn Miss Carpenter's hair, by the way. Though it is only a month since the evening on which I saw the card in the window at Wandsworth, Margaret and I seem to be old friends. After a year, Miss Carpenter and I were as far as ever, farther than ever, perhaps, from understanding each other, but with Margaret I need no words to tell me that I am understood. A look, a smile, a movement of the graceful head is a more eloquent answer than the most elaborate of Miss Carpenter's rhapsodies. She was one of those girls whom her friends call gushing, and she called Byron a love, and Shelley an angel. But if you tried her with a stanza that hasn't been done to death in Gems of Verse, or Strings of Poetic Pearls, or drawing-room table lyrics, she couldn't tell whether you were quoting Byron or Ben Jonson. But with Margaret, sweet name! If it were not that I live in perpetual terror of the day when the dilettante New Zealander will edit this manuscript, I think I should write that lovely name over and over again for a page or so. If the New Zealander should exercise his editorial discretion and delete my raptures, it wouldn't matter, but I might furnish him with a text for an elaborate disquisition on the manners and customs of English lovers. Let me be reasonable about my dear love, if I can. My dear love, do I dare to call her that already, when, for anything I know to the contrary, there may be another evangelical curate in the background? We seem to be old friends, and yet I know so little of her. She shuns all allusion to her home or her past history. Now and then she has spoken of her father, always tenderly, but always with a sigh, and I fancy that a deepening shadow steals over her face when she mentions that name. Friendly as we are, I can never induce her to let me see her home, though my mother has suggested that I should do so. She is accustomed to go about by herself, she says, after dark as well as in the daytime. She seems as fearless as a modern Una, and that would indeed be a savage beast which could molest such a pure and lovely creature.
Chapter 7 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 7. After 5-30 Years. Joseph Wilmot waited patiently enough, in all outward seeming, for the arrival of the steamer. Everybody was respectful to him now, paying deference to his altered guise, and he went where he liked without question or hindrance. There were several people waiting for passengers who were expected to arrive by the Electra, and the coming of the steamer was hailed by a feeble cheer from the bystanders grouped around the landing place. The passengers began to come on shore at about 11 o'clock. There were a good many children and English nursemaids, 3 or 4 military-looking men dressed in loose garments of grey and nankeen colour, several ladies, all more or less sunburnt, a couple of ayahs, 3 men-servants, and an aristocratic-looking man of about 55, dressed, unlike the rest of the travellers, in fine broadcloth, with a black satin cravat, a gold pin, a carefully brushed hat, and varnished boots. His clothes, in fact, were very much of the same fashion as those which Joseph Wilmot had chosen for himself. This man was Henry Dunbar, tall and broad-chested, with grey hair and moustache, and with a haughty smile upon his handsome face. Joseph Wilmot stood amongst the little crowd, motionless as a statue, watching his old betrayer. "Not much changed," he murmured. "Very little changed. Proud and selfish and cruel then, proud and selfish and cruel now. He has grown older and stouter and greyer, but he is the same man he was 5-30 years ago. I can see it all in his face." He advanced as Henry Dunbar landed, and approached the Anglo-Indian. "Mr. Dunbar, I believe," he said, removing his hat. "Yes, I am Mr. Dunbar." "I have been sent from the office in St. Gundolph Lane, sir," returned Joseph. "I have a letter for you from Mr. Balderby. I came to meet you and be of service to you." Henry Dunbar looked at him doubtfully. "You are not one of the clerks in St. Gundolph Lane," he said. "No, Mr. Dunbar." "I thought as much. You don't look like a clerk. But who are you, then?" "I will tell you presently, sir. I am a substitute for another person who has taken ill upon the road, but there is no time to speak of that now. I came to be of use to you. Shall I see after your luggage?" "Yes, I shall be glad if you will do so." "You have a servant with you, Mr. Dunbar?" "No, my valet has taken ill at Malta, and I left him behind." "Indeed!" exclaimed Joseph Wilmot. "That was a misfortune." A sudden flash of light sparkled in his eyes as he spoke. "Yes, it was a devilish provoking. You'll find the luggage packed and directed to Portland Place. Be so good as to see that it is sent off immediately by the speediest route. There's a portmanteau in my cabin and my travelling desk. I require those with me. All the rest can go on." "I will see to it, sir." "Thank you. You are very good. At what hotel are you staying?" "I have not been to any hotel yet. I only arrived this morning. The Electra was not expected until tomorrow." "I will go on to the Dolphin, then," returned Mr. Dunbar, "and I shall be glad if you will follow me directly you have attended to the luggage. I want to get to London tonight, if possible." Henry Dunbar walked away, holding his head high in the air and swinging his cane as he went. He was one of those men who most confidently believed in their own merits. The sin he had committed in his youth sat very lightly upon his conscience. If he thought about that old story at all, it was only to remember that he had been very badly used by his father and his Uncle Hugh. And the poor wretch who had helped him, the clever, bright-faced, high-spirited lad who had acted as his tool and accomplice, was as completely forgotten as if he had never existed. Mr. Dunbar was ushered into a great sunny sitting-room at the Dolphin, a vast desert of Brussels carpet with little islands of chairs and tables scattered here and there. He ordered a bottle of soda-water, sank into an easy-chair, and took up the Times newspaper. But presently he threw it down impatiently, and took his watch from his waistcoat pocket. Attached to the watch there was a locket of chased yellow gold. Henry Dunbar opened this locket, which contained the miniature of a beautiful girl, with fair hair rippling as bright as burnished gold, and limpid blue eyes. "My poor little Laura," he murmured. "I wonder whether she will be glad to see me. She was a mere baby when she left India. It isn't likely she'll remember me, but I hope she may be glad of my coming back. I hope she may be glad." He put the locket again in its place, and took a letter from his breast pocket. It was directed in a woman's hand, and the envelope was surrounded by a deep border of black. "If there's any faith to be put in this, she will be glad to have me home at last," Henry Dunbar said, as he drew the letter out of its envelope. He read one passage softly to himself. "If anything can console me for the loss of my dear grandfather, it is the thought that you will have come back at last, and that I shall see you once more. You can never know, dearest father, what a bitter sorrow this cruel separation has been to me. It has seemed so hard that we who are so rich should have been parted as we have been, while poor children have their fathers with them. Money seems such a small thing when it cannot bring us the presence of those who we love. And I do love you, dear papa, truly and devotedly, though I cannot even remember your face, and have not so much as a picture of you to recall you to my recollection." The letter was a very long one, and Henry Dunbar was still reading it when Joseph Wilmot came into the room. The Anglo-Indian crushed the letter into his pocket and looked up languidly. "Have you seen to all that?" he asked. "Yes, Mr. Dunbar, the luggage has been sent off." Joseph Wilmot had not yet removed his hat. He had rather an undecided manner, and walked once or twice up and down the room, stopping now and then walking on again in an unsettled way, like a man who has some purpose in his mind, yet is oppressed by a feverish irresolution as to the performance of that purpose. But Mr. Dunbar took no notice of this. He sat with the newspaper in his hand, and did not deign to lift his eyes to his companion after that first brief question. He was accustomed to be waited upon, and to look upon the people who served him as beings of an inferior class, and he had no idea of troubling himself about this gentlemanly-looking clerk from St. Gundolph Lane. Joseph Wilmot stopped suddenly on the other side of the table, near which Mr. Dunbar sat, and, laying his hand upon it, said quietly, "You asked me just now who I was, Mr. Dunbar." The banker looked up at him with haughty indifference. "Did I? Oh, yeah, I remember, and you told me you came from the office. That is quite enough." "Pardon me, Mr. Dunbar, it is not quite enough. You are mistaken. I did not say I came from the office in St. Gundolph Lane. I told you, on the contrary, that I came here as a substitute for another person who was ordered to meet you." "Indeed, that is pretty much the same thing. You seem a very agreeable fellow, and will, no doubt, be quite as useful as the original person could have been. It was very civil of Mr. Balderby to send someone to meet me. Very civil indeed." The Anglo-Indian's head sank back upon the morocco cushion of the easy-chair, and he looked languidly up at his companion with half-closed eyes. Joseph Wilmot removed his hat. "I don't think you've looked at me very closely, have you, Mr. Dunbar?" he said. "Have I looked at you closely?" exclaimed the banker. "My good fellow, what do you mean?" "Look me full in the face, Mr. Dunbar, and tell me if you see anything there that reminds you of the past." Henry Dunbar started. He opened his eyes widely enough this time, and started at the handsome face before him. It was as handsome as his own, and almost as aristocratic-looking, for nature has odd caprice now and then, and had made very little distinction between the banker, who was worth $500,000, and the runaway convict who was not worth sixpence. "Have I met you before?" he said. "In India?" "No, Mr. Dunbar, not in India. You know that as well as I do. Carry your mind farther back. Carry it back to the time before you went to India." "What then?" "Do you remember losing a heap of money on the Derby, and being in so desperate a frame of mind that you took the holster pistols down from their place above the chimney-piece in your barrack sitting-room, and threatened to blow your brains out? Do you remember, in your despair, appealing to a lad who served you, and who loved you perhaps better than a brother would have loved you, though he was your inferior by birth and station, and the son of a poor, hard-working woman? Do you remember entreating this boy, who had a knack of counterfeiting other people's signatures, but who had never used his talent for any guilty purpose until that hour, so help me heaven, to aid you in a scheme by which your creditors were to be kept quiet till you could get the money to pay them? Do you remember all this? Yes, I see that you do. The answer is written on your face, and you remember me. Joseph Wilmot. He struck his hand upon his breast, and stood with his eyes fixed upon the other's face. They had a strange expression in them, those eyes, a sort of hungry, eager look, as if the very sight of his old foe was a kind of food that went some way towards satisfying this man's vengeful fury. "I do remember you," Henry Dunbar said slowly. He had turned deadly pale, and cold drops of sweat had broken out upon his forehead. He wiped them away with his perfumed cambric handkerchief as he spoke. "You do remember me," the other man repeated, with no change in the expression of his face. "I do, and believe me, I am heartily sorry for the past. I dare say you fancy I acted cruelly towards you on that wretched day in St. Gundolph Lane, but I really could scarcely act otherwise. I was so harassed and tormented by my own position that I could not be expected to get myself deeper into the mire by interceding for you. However, now that I am my own master, I can make it up to you. Rely upon it, my good fellow, I'll atone for the past." "Atone for the past!" cried Joseph Wilmot. "Can you make me an honest man or a respectful member of society? Can you remove the stamp of the felon from me, and win for me the position I might have held in this hard world but for you? Can you give me back the 35 blighted years of my life, and take the blight from them? Can you heal my mother's broken heart, broken long ago by my disgrace? Can you give me back the dead, or can you give me pleasant memories, or peaceful thoughts, or the hope of God's forgiveness? No, no, you can give me none of these." Mr. Henry Dunbar was essentially a man of the world. He was not a passionate man. He was a very gentlemanly creature, very seldom demonstrative in his manner, and he wished to take life pleasantly. He was utterly selfish and heartless, but as he was very rich, people readily overlooked such small failings as selfishness and want of heart, and were loud in praise of the graces of his manner and the elegance of his person. "My dear Wilmot," he said, in no ways startled by the vehemence of his companion, "all that is so much sentimental talk. Of course I can't give you back the past. The past was your own, and you might have fashioned it as you pleased. If you went wrong, you have no right to throw the blame of your wrongdoing upon me. Pray don't talk about broken hearts and blighted lives, and all that sort of thing. I'm a man of the world, and I can appreciate the exact value of that kind of twaddle. I am sorry for the scrape I got you into, and am ready to do anything reasonable to atone for that old business. I can't give you back the past, but I can give you that for which most men are ready to barter past, present, and future. I can give you money." "How much?" asked Joseph Wilmot, with a half-suppressed fierceness in his manner. "Hum," murmured the Anglo-Indian, pulling his grey moustache with a reflective air. "Let me see. What would satisfy you now, my good fellow?" "I'll leave that for you to decide." "Very well, then. I suppose you'd be quite contented if I were to buy you a small annuity that would keep you straight with the world for the rest of your life. Say, £50 a year." £50 a year, Joseph Wilmot repeated. He had quite conquered that fierceness of expression by this time, and spoke very quietly. £50 a year. £1 a week? Yes. I'll accept your offer, Mr. Dunbar. £1 a week. That will enable me to live as labouring men live in some hovel or other, and will ensure me bread every day. I have a daughter, a very beautiful girl about the same age as your daughter, and, of course, she'll share my income with me, and will have as much cause to bless your generosity as I shall have." "It's a bargain, then?" asked the East Indian languidly. "Oh, yes, it's a bargain. You have estates in Warwickshire, in Yorkshire, a house in Portland Place, and 500,000 of money, but, of course, all those things are necessary to you. I shall have, thanks to your generosity, and as an atonement for all the shame and misery, the want and peril and disgrace which I have suffered for 35 years, £1 a week secured to me for the rest of my life. 1,000 thanks, Mr. Dunbar. You are your own self still, I find, the same master I loved when I was a boy, and I accept your generous offer." He laughed as he was finished speaking, loudly, but not heartily, rather strangely perhaps, But Mr. Dunbar did not trouble himself to notice any such insignificant fact as the merriment of his old valet. "Now we have done with all these heroics," he said, "perhaps you'll be good enough to order luncheon for me." Chapter 8 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 8. The First Stage on the Journey Home. Joseph Wilmot obeyed his old master, and ordered a very excellent luncheon, which was served in the best style of the Dolphin, and a sojourn at the Dolphin is almost a recompense for the pains and penalties of the voyage home from India. Mr. Dunbar, from the sublime height of his own grandeur, stooped to be very friendly with his old valet, and insisted upon Joseph's sitting down with him at the well-spread table. But although the Anglo-Indian did ample justice to the luncheon, and washed down a spatchcock and a lobster salad with several glasses of iced Maudesle, the reprobate ate and drank very little, and sat for the best part of the time crumbling his bread in a strange, absent manner, and watching his companion's face. He spoke only when his old master addressed him, and then in a constrained, half-mechanical way, which might have excited the wonder of any one less supremely indifferent than Henry Dunbar to the feelings of his fellow creatures. The Anglo-Indian finished his luncheon, left the table, and walked to the window, but Joseph Wilmot still sat with a full glass before him. The sparkling bubbles had vanished from the clear amber wine, but although Maudesle, at half a guinea a bottle, could scarcely have been a very common beverage to the ex-convict, he seemed to have no appreciation of the vintage. He sat with his head bent, and his elbow on his knee, brooding. Henry Dunbar amused himself for about 10 minutes looking out at the busy street, the busiest, airiest, lightest, prettiest high street in all England, perhaps, and then turned away from the window and looked at his old valet. He had been accustomed, 35 years ago, to be familiar with the man, and to make a confidant and companion of him, and he fell into the same manner now naturally, as if the 35 years had never been, as if Joseph Wilmot had never been wronged by him. He fell into that old way, and treated his companion with that haughty affability which a monarch may be supposed to exhibit towards his prime favourite. "Drink your wine, Wilmot," he exclaimed. "Don't sit meditating there as if you were a great speculator brooding over the stagnation of the money market. I want bright looks, man, to welcome me back to my native country. I've seen dark faces enough out yonder, and I want to see smiling and pleasanter faces here. You look as black as if you had committed a murder, or were plotting one." The outcast smiled. "I've so much reason to look cheerful, haven't I?" he said, in the same tone he used when he had declared his acceptance of the banker's bounty. "I've such a pleasant life before me, and such agreeable recollections to look back upon. A man's memory seems to me like a book of pictures that he must be continually looking at, whether he will or not. And if the pictures are horrible, if he shudders as he looks at them, if the sight of them is worse than the pain of death to him, he must look nevertheless. I read a story the other day. At least my girl was reading it to me, poor child. She tries to soften me with these things sometimes. And the man who wrote the story said it was well for the most miserable of us to pray, 'Lord, keep my memory green.' But what if the memory is a record of crime, Mr. Dunbar? Can we pray that those memories may be kept green? Wouldn't it be better to pray that our brains and hearts may wither, leaving us no power to look back upon the past? If I could have forgotten the wrong you did me 35 years ago, I might have been a different man, but I couldn't forget it. Every day and every hour I have remembered it. My memory is as fresh today as it was 34 years ago, when my wrongs were only a 12-month-old. Joseph Wilmot had said all this almost as if he yielded to an uncontrollable impulse, and spoke because he must, rather than from the desire to upbraid Henry Dunbar. He had not looked at the Anglo-Indian, he had not changed his attitude, he had spoken with his head still bent, and his eyes fixed upon the ground. Mr. Dunbar had gone back to the window, and had resumed his contemplation of the street, but he turned round with a gesture of angry impatience as Joseph Wilmot finished speaking. "Now listen to me, Wilmot," he said. "If the firm in St. Gundolph Lane sent you down here to annoy and insult me directly I set foot upon British ground, they have chosen a very nice way of testifying their respect for their chief, and they have made a mistake which they shall repent having made, sooner or later. If you came here upon your own account, with a view to terrify me or extort money from me, you have made a mistake. If you think to make a fool of me by any maudlin sentimentality, you make a still greater mistake. I give you fair warning. If you expect any advantage from me, you must make yourself agreeable to me. I am a rich man, and I know how to recompense those who please me, but I will not be bored or tormented by any man alive, least of all by you. If you choose to make yourself useful, you can stay. If you don't choose to do so, the sooner you leave this room the better for yourself, if you wish to escape the humiliation of being turned out by the waiter." At the end of this speech, Joseph Wilmot looked up for the first time. He was very pale, and there were strange hard lines about his compressed lips, and a new light in his eyes. "I am a poor, weak fool," he said quietly. "Very weak and very foolish, when I think there can be anything in that old story to touch your heart, Mr. Dunbar. I will not offend you again, believe me. I have not led a very sober life of late years. I've had a touch of delirium tremens, and my nerves are not as strong as they used to be. But I'll not annoy you again. I am quite ready to make myself useful in any way you may require. Get me a timetable, then, and let's see about the trains. I don't want to stay in Southampton all day." Joseph Wilmot rang and ordered the timetable. Henry Dunbar studied it. "There is no express before 10 o'clock at night," he said, "and I don't care about travelling by a slow train. What am I to do with myself in the interim?" He was silent for a few moments, turning over the leaves of Bradshaw's Guide and thinking. "How far is it from here to Winchester?" he asked presently. 10 miles or thereabouts, I believe," Joseph answered. 10 miles? Very well, then, Wilmot. I'll tell you what I'll do. I've a friend in the neighbourhood of Winchester, an old college companion, a man who has a fine estate in Hampshire, and a house near St. Cross. If you'll order a carriage and pair to be got ready immediately, we'll drive over to Winchester. I'll go and see my old friend Michael Marston. We'll dine at the George, and go up to London by the express, which leaves Winchester at 10:15. Go and order the carriage, and lose no time about it. That's a good fellow." Half an hour after this, the two men left Southampton in an open carriage, with the banker's portmanteau, dressing-case, and dispatch-box, and Joseph Wilmot's carpet-bag. It was 3 o'clock when the carriage drove away from the entrance of the Dolphin Hotel. It wanted 5 minutes to 4 when Mr. Dunbar and his companion entered the handsome hall of the George. Throughout the drive, the banker had been in very excellent spirits, smoking cheroots and admiring the lovely English landscape, the spreading pastures, the glimpses of woodland, the hills beyond the grey cathedral city, purple in the distance. He had talked a good deal, making himself very familiar with his humble friend. But he had not talked so much or so loudly as Joseph Wilmot. All gloomy memories seemed to have melted away from this man's mind. His former moody silence had been succeeded by a manner that was almost unnaturally gay. A close observer would have detected that his laugh was a little forced, his loudest merriment wanting in geniality. But Mr. Henry Dunbar was not a close observer. People in Calcutta, who courted and admired the rich banker, had been wont to praise the aristocratic ease of his manner, which was not often disturbed by any vulgar demonstration of his own emotions, and very rarely ruffled by any sympathy with the joys, or pity for the sorrows, of his fellow-creatures. His companion's ready wit and knowledge of the world, the very worst part of the world, unhappily, amused the languid Anglo-Indian, and by the time the travellers reached Winchester they were on excellent terms with each other. Joseph Wilmot was thoroughly at home with his patron, and as the two men were dressed in the same fashion, and had pretty much the same nonchalance of manner, it would have been very difficult for a stranger to have discovered which was the servant and which the master. One of them ordered dinner for 8 o'clock, the best dinner the house could provide. The luggage was taken up to a private room, and the two men walked away from the hotel arm in arm. They walked under the shadow of the low stone colonnade, and then turned aside by the market-place, and made their way into the precincts of the cathedral. There are quaint old courtyards, and shadowy quadrangles hereabouts. There are pleasant gardens, where the flowers seem to grow brighter in the sanctified shade than other flowers that flaunt in the unhallowed sunshine. There are low old-fashioned houses with Tudor windows and ponderous porches, grey gables crowned with yellow stone moss, high garden walls, queer nooks and corners, deep window seats and painted oriels, great oaken beams supporting low dark ceilings, heavy clusters of chimneys half borne down by the weight of the ivy that clings about them, and over all the shadow of the great cathedral broods, like a sheltering wing, preserving the cool quiet of these cosy sanctuaries. Beyond this holy shelter, fair pastures stretch away to the feet of the grassy hills, and a winding stream of water wanders in and out, now hiding in dim groves of spreading elms, now creeping from the darkness, with a murmuring voice and stealthy gliding motion to change its very nature, and become the noisiest brook that ever babbled over sunlit pebbles on its way to the blue sea. In one of the grey stone quadrangles close under the cathedral wall, the two men, still arm in arm, stopped to make an inquiry about Mr. Michael Marston of the Ferns, St. Cross. Alas, Ben Bolt, it is a fine thing to sail away to foreign shores and prosper there, but it is not so pleasant to come home and hear that Alice is dead and buried, that of all your old companions there is only one left to greet you, and that even the brook, which rippled through your boyish dreams as you lay asleep under the rushes on its brink, has dried up forever. Mr. Michael Marston had been dead more than 10 years. His widow, an elderly lady, was still living at the Ferns. This was the information which the two men obtained from a verger whom they found prowling about the quadrangle. Very little was said. One of the men asked the necessary questions, but neither of them expressed either regret or surprise. They walked away silently, still arm in arm, towards the shady groves and spreading pastures beyond cathedral precincts. The verger, who was elderly and slow, called after them in a feeble voice as they went away. "Maybe you'd like to see the cathedral, gentlemen. It's well worth seeing." But he received no answer. The two men were out of hearing or did not care to reply to him. "We'll take a stroll towards St. Cross and get an appetite for dinner," Mr. Dunbar said, as he and his companion walked along a pathway, under the shadow of a moss-grown wall, across a patch of meadowland, and away into the holy quiet of a grove. A serene stillness reigned beneath the shelter of the spreading branches. The winding streamlet rippled along amidst wildflowers and trembling rushes. The ground beneath the feet of these two idle wanderers was a soft bed of moss and rarely trodden grass. It was a lonely place, this grove, for it lay between the meadows and the high road. Feeble old pensioners from St. Cross came here sometimes, but not often. Enthusiastic disciples of old Isaac Walton now and then invaded the holy quiet of the place, but not often. The loveliest spots on earth are those where man seldom comes. This spot was most lovely because of its solitude. Only the gentle waving of the leaves, the long melodious note of a lonely bird, and the low whisper of the streamlet broke the silence. The two men went into the grove arm in arm. One of them was talking, the other listening and smoking a cigar as he listened. They went into the long arcade beneath the overarching trees, and the sombre shadows closed about them, and Chapter 9 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 9. How Henry Dunbar Waited Dinner. The old verger was still pottering about the grey quadrangle, sunning himself in such glimpses of the glorious light as found their way into that shadowy place, when one of the two gentlemen who had spoken to him returned. He was smoking a cigar and swinging his gold-headed cane lightly as he came along. "You may as well show me the cathedral," he said to the verger. "I shouldn't like to leave Winchester without having seen it, that is to say, without having seen it again. I was here 40 years ago, when I was a boy, but I have been in India 35 years and have seen nothing but pagan temples." "And very beautiful them pagan places be, sir, bain't they?" the old man asked, as he unlocked a low door leading into one of the side aisles of the cathedral. "Oh, yes, very magnificent, of course. But as I was not a soldier and had no opportunity of handling any of the magnificence in the way of diamonds and so forth, I didn't particularly care about them." They were in the shadowy aisle by this time, and Mr. Dunbar was looking about him with his hat in his hand. "You didn't go on to the Ferns, then, sir?" said the verger. "No, I sent my servant on to inquire if the old lady is at home. If I find that she is, I shall sleep in Winchester tonight and drive over tomorrow morning to see her. Her husband was a very old friend of mine. How far is it from here to the Ferns?" "A matter of 2 miles, sir." Mr. Dunbar looked at his watch. "Then my man ought to be back in an hour's time," he said. "I told him to come on to me here. I left him half-way between here and St. Cross." "Is that other gentleman your servant, sir?" asked the verger, with unmitigated surprise. "Yes, that gentleman, as you call him, is, or rather was, my confidential servant. He is a clever fellow, and I make a companion of him. Now, if you please, we will see the chapels." Mr. Dunbar evidently desired to put a stop to the garrulous inclinations of the verger. He walked through the aisle with a careless, easy step, and with his head erect, looking about him as he went along, but presently, while the verger was busy unlocking the door of one of the chapels, Mr. Dunbar suddenly reeled like a drunken man, and then dropped heavily upon an oaken bench near the chapel door. The verger turned to look at him, and found him wiping the perspiration from his forehead with his perfumed silk handkerchief. "Don't be alarmed," he said, smiling at the man's scared face. "My Indian habits have unfitted me for any exertion. The walk in the broiling afternoon sun has knocked me up, or perhaps the wine I drank at Southampton may have had something to do with it," he added, with a laugh. The verger ventured to laugh too, and the laughter of the 2 men echoed harshly through the solemn place. For more than an hour Mr. Dunbar amused himself by inspecting the cathedral. He was very eager to see everything, and to know the meaning of everything. He peered into every nook and corner, going from monument to monument, with the patient, talkative old verger at his heels, asking questions about everything he saw, trying to decipher half-obliterated inscriptions upon long-forgotten tombs, sounding the praises of William of Wykeham, admiring the splendid shrines and the sanctified relics of the past with the delight of a scholar and an antiquarian. The old verger thought that he had never had so pleasant a task as that of exhibiting his beloved cathedral to this delightful gentleman just returned from India, and ready to admire everything belonging to his native land. The verger was still better pleased when Mr. Dunbar gave him half a sovereign as the reward for his afternoon's trouble. "Thank you, sir, and kindly, to be sure," the old man cackled gratefully. "It's very seldom as I get gold for my trouble, sir. I've shown this cathedral to a duke, sir, but the duke didn't treat me as liberal as this here, sir." Mr. Dunbar smiled. "Perhaps not," he said. "The duke mightn't have been as rich as I am in spite of his dukedom." "No, to be sure, sir," the old man answered, looking admiringly at the banker, and sighing plaintively. "It's well to be rich, sir, it is indeed, and when one has 12 grandchildren and a bedridden wife, one finds it hard, sir. One do, indeed." Perhaps the verger had faint hopes of another half-sovereign from this very rich gentleman. But Mr. Dunbar seated himself upon a bench near the low doorway by which he had entered the cathedral, and looked at his watch. The verger looked at the watch too. It was 100-guinea chronometer, a masterpiece of Benson's workmanship, and Mr. Dunbar's arms were emblazoned upon the back. There was a locket attached to the massive gold chain, the locket which contained Laura Dunbar's miniature. 7 o'clock! exclaimed the banker. "My servant ought to have been here by this time." "So he ought, sir," said the verger, who was ready to agree with anything Mr. Dunbar might say. "If he had only go to the Ferns, sir, he might have been back by this time easy." "I'll smoke a cheroot while I wait for him," the banker said, passing out into the quadrangle. "He's sure to come to this door to look for me. I gave him particular orders to do so." Henry Dunbar finished his cheroot, and another, and the cathedral clock chimed 3/4 after 7, but Joseph Wilmot had not come back from the Ferns. The verger waited upon his patron's pleasure, and lingered in attendance upon him, though he would have fain gone back home to his tea, which in the common course he would have taken at 5 o'clock. "Really, this is too bad!" cried the banker, as the clock chimed 3/4. "Wilmot knows that I dine at 8, and expect him to dine with me. I think I have a right to a little more consideration from him. I shall go back to the George. Perhaps you will be good enough to wait here and tell him to follow me." Mr. Dunbar went away, still muttering, and the verger gave up all thoughts of his tea, and waited conscientiously. He waited till the cathedral clock struck 9 and the stars were bright in the dark blue heavens above him. But he waited in vain. Joseph Wilmot had not come back from the Ferns. The banker returned to the George. A small round table was set in a pleasant room on the first floor. A bright array of glass and silver glittered under the light of 5 wax candles in a silver candelabrum, and the waiter was beginning to be nervous about the fish. "You may countermand the dinner," Mr. Dunbar said, with evident vexation. "I shall not dine till Mr. Wilmot, who is my old confidential servant, my friend, I may say, returns." "Has he gone far, sir?" "To the Ferns, about a mile beyond St. Cross. I shall wait dinner for him. Put a couple of candles on that writing-table, and bring me my desk." The waiter obeyed. He placed a pair of tall wax candles upon the table, and then brought the desk, or rather dispatch-box, which had cost £40 and was provided with every possible convenience for a business man, and every elegant luxury that the most extravagant traveller could desire. It was like everything else about this man. It bore upon it the stamp of almost limitless wealth. Mr. Dunbar took a bunch of keys from his pocket and unlocked the dispatch-box. He was some little time doing this, as he had a difficulty in finding the right key. He looked up, and smiled at the waiter, who was still hovering about, anxious to be useful. "I must have taken too much Maudesle at luncheon to-day," he said, laughing. "Or at least my enemies might say so, if they were to see me puzzled to find the key of my own desk." He had opened the box by this time, and was examining one of the numerous packets of papers which were arranged in a very methodical order, carefully tied together, and neatly endorsed. "Am I to put off the dinner, then, sir?" asked the waiter. "Certainly. I shall wait for my friend, however long he may be. I'm not particularly hungry, for I took a very substantial luncheon at Southampton. I'll ring the bell if I change my mind." The waiter departed with a sigh, and Henry Dunbar was left alone with the contents of the open dispatch-box, spread out on the table before him under the light of the tall wax candles. For nearly 2 hours he sat in the same attitude, examining the papers one after the other, and resorting them. Mr. Dunbar must have been possessed of the very spirit of order and precision, for, although the papers had been neatly arranged before, he resorted every one of them, tying up the packets afresh, reading letter after letter, and making pencil memoranda in the pocket-book as he did so. He betrayed none of the impatience which is natural to a man who is kept waiting by another. He was so completely absorbed by his occupation that he, perhaps, had forgotten all about the missing man. But at 9 o'clock he closed and locked the dispatch-box, jumped up from his seat, and rang the bell. "I'm beginning to feel alarmed about my friend," he said. "Will you ask the landlord to come to me?" Mr. Dunbar went to the window and looked out while the waiter was gone upon this errand. The High Street was very quiet. A lamp glittered here and there, and the pavements were white in the moonlight. The footsteps of a passer-by sounded in the quiet street, almost as it might have sounded in the solemn cathedral aisle. The landlord came to wait upon his guest. "Can I be of any service to you, sir?" he asked, respectfully. "You can be of very great service to me if you can find my friend. I am really getting alarmed about him." Mr. Dunbar went on to say how he had parted with the missing man in the grove, on the way to St. Cross, with the understanding that Wilmot was to go on to the Ferns and rejoin his old master in the cathedral. He explained who Joseph Wilmot was, and in what relation he stood towards him. "I don't suppose there is any real cause for anxiety," the banker said in conclusion. "Wilmot owned to me that he had not been leading a sober life of late years. He may have dropped into some roadside public-house and be sitting boozing amongst a lot of country fellows at this moment. It's really too bad of him." The landlord shook his head. "It is indeed, sir. But I hope you won't wait dinner any longer, sir." No, you can send up the dinner. I'm afraid I shall scarcely do justice to your cook's achievements, for I took a very substantial luncheon at Southampton." The landlord brought in the silver soup tureen with his own hands and uncorked a bottle of still hock, which Mr. Dunbar had selected from the wine list. There was something in the banker's manner that declared him to be a person of no small importance, and the proprietor of the George wished to do him honour. Mr. Dunbar had spoken the truth as to his appetite for dinner. He took a few spoonfuls of soup, he ate 2 or 3 mouthfuls of fish, and then pushed away his plate. "It's no use," he said, rising suddenly and walking to the window. "I am really uneasy about this fellow's absence." He walked up and down the room 2 or 3 times, and then walked back to the open window. The August night was hot and still. The shadows of the queer old gabled roofs were sharply defined upon the moonlit pavement. The quaint cross, the low stone colonnade, the solemn towers of the cathedral gave an ancient aspect to the quiet city. The cathedral clock chimed the half-hour after 9 while Mr. Dunbar stood at the open window looking out into the street. "I shall sleep here tonight," he said presently, without turning to look at the landlord, who was standing behind him. "I shall not leave Winchester without this fellow Wilmot. It really is too bad of him to treat me in this manner. It is really very much too bad of him, taking into consideration the position in which he stands towards me." The banker spoke with the offended tone of a proud and selfish man who feels that he has been outraged by his inferior. The landlord of the George murmured a few stereotyped phrases expressive of his sympathy with the wrongs of Henry Dunbar, and his entire reprobation of the missing man's conduct. "No, I shall not go to London tonight," Mr. Dunbar said. "Though my daughter, my only child, whom I have not seen for 16 years, is waiting for me at my town house, I shall not leave Winchester without Joseph Wilmot." "I'm sure it's very good of you, sir," the landlord murmured. "It's very kind of you to think so much of this person." He had hesitated a little before the last word, for although Mr. Dunbar spoke of Joseph Wilmot as his inferior and dependent, the landlord of the George remembered that the missing man had looked quite as much a gentleman as his companion. The landlord still lingered in attendance upon Mr. Dunbar. The dishes upon the table were still hidden under the glistening silver covers. Surely such an unsatisfactory dinner had never been before served at the George Hotel. "I am getting seriously uncomfortable about this man," Mr. Dunbar exclaimed at last. "Can you send a messenger to the Ferns to ask if he has been seen there?" "Certainly, sir. One of the lads in the stable shall get a horse ready, and ride over there directly. Will you write a note to Mrs. Marston, sir?" "A note?" "No. Mrs. Marston was a stranger to me. My old friend Michael Marston did not marry until after I left England. A message will do just as well. The lad has only to ask if any messenger from Mr. Dunbar has called at the Ferns, and if so, at what time he is there, and what hour he left. That's all I want to know. Which way will the boy go, through the meadows or by the high road?" "By the high road, sir. There's only a footpath across the meadows. The shortest way to the Ferns is by the pathway through the grove, between there and St. Cross. But you can only walk that way, for there's gates and stiles and such like." "Yes, I know. It was there I parted from my servant, this man Wilmot." "It's a pretty spot, sir, but very lonely at night. Lonely enough in the day, for the matter of that." "Yes, it seems so. Send your messenger off at once, there's a good fellow. Joseph Wilmot may be sitting drinking in the servants' hall at the Ferns." The landlord went away to do his guest's bidding. Mr. Dunbar flung himself into a low easy-chair and took up a newspaper. But he did not read a line upon the page before him. He was in that unsettled frame of mind which is common to the least nervous persons when they are kept waiting, kept in suspense by some unaccountable event. The absence of Joseph Wilmot became every moment more unaccountable, and his old master made no attempt to conceal his uneasiness. The newspaper dropped out of his hand, and he sat with his face turned towards the door, listening. He sat thus for more than an hour, and at the end of that time the landlord came to him. "Well?" exclaimed Henry Dunbar. "The lad has come back, sir. No messenger from you or from anyone else has called at the Ferns this afternoon." Mr. Dunbar started suddenly to his feet and stared at the landlord. He paused for a few moments, watching the man's face with a thoughtful countenance. Then he said, slowly and deliberately, "I am afraid that something has happened." The landlord fidgeted with his ponderous watch-chain and shrugged his shoulders with a dubious gesture. "Well, it is strange, sir, to say the least of it. But you don't think that—" He looked at Henry Dunbar as if scarcely knowing how to finish his sentence. "I don't know what to think," exclaimed the banker. "Remember, I am almost as much a stranger in this country as if I had never set foot on British soil before today. This man may have played me a trick and gone off for some purpose of his own, though I don't know what purpose. He could have best served his own interests by staying with me. On the other hand, something may have happened to him. And yet, what can have happened to him?" The landlord suggested that the missing man might have fallen down in a fit, or might have loitered somewhere or other until after dark, and then lost his way and wandered into a mill stream. There were many a deep bit of water between Winchester Cathedral and the Ferns, the landlord said. "Let a search be made at daybreak tomorrow morning," exclaimed Mr. Dunbar. "I don't care what it costs me, but I am determined this business shall be cleared up before I leave Winchester. Let every inch of ground between this and the Ferns be searched at daybreak tomorrow morning. Let—" He did not finish the sentence, for there was a sudden clamour of voices and trampling and hubbub in the hall below. The landlord opened the door, and went out upon the broad landing-place, followed by Mr. Dunbar. The hall below was crowded by the servants of the place, and by eager strangers who had pressed in from outside, and the two men standing at the top of the stairs heard a hoarse murmur, which seemed all in one voice, though it was, in reality, a blending of many voices, and which grew louder and louder until it swelled into the awful word, "Murder!" Henry Dunbar heard it and understood it, for his handsome face grew of a bluish white, like snow in the moonlight, and he leaned his hand upon the oaken balustrade. The landlord passed his guest and ran down the stairs. It was no time for ceremony. He came back again in less than 5 minutes, looking almost as pale as Mr. Dunbar. "I'm afraid your friend, your servant, is found, sir," he said. "You don't mean that he is—" "I'm afraid it is so, sir. It seems that 2 Irish reapers, coming from Farmer Matfield's 5 mile beyond St. Cross, stumbled against a man lying in a little streamlet under the trees." "Under the trees? Where?" "In the very place where you parted from this Mr. Wilmot, sir." "Good God! Well?" "The man was dead, sir, quite dead. They carried him to the Forester's Arms, sir, as that was the nearest place to where they found him, and there's been a doctor sent for, and a deal of fuss. But the doctor, Mr. Cricklewood, a very respectable gentleman, sir, says that the man had been lying in the water for hours and hours, and that the murder had been done hours and hours ago." "The murder!" cried Henry Dunbar. "But he may not have been murdered. His death may have been accidental. He wandered into the water, perhaps." "Oh, no, sir, it's not that. He wasn't drowned, for the water where he was found wasn't 3 foot deep. He had been strangled, sir. Strangled with a running noose of rope, strangled from behind, sir, for the slip knot was pulled tight at the back of his neck. Mr. Cricklewood, the surgeon's in the hall below, if you'd like to see him, and he knows all about it. It seems, from what the 2 Irishmen say, that the body was dragged into the water by the rope. There's a track of where it had been dragged along the grass. I'm sure, sir, I'm very sorry such an awful thing should have happened to the person who attended you here." Mr. Dunbar had need of sympathy. His white face was turned towards the landlord's, fixed in a blank stare. He had not seemed to listen to the man's account of the crime that had been committed, and yet he had evidently heard everything, for he said presently, in slow, thick accents, "Strangled, and the body dragged down to the water. Who could have done it?" "Ah, that's the question indeed, sir. It must all have been done for the sake of a bit of money, I suppose, for there was an empty pocket-book found by the water's edge. There are always tramps and such like about the country at this time of year, and some of them will commit almost any crime for the sake of a few pounds. I remember, as long as 40 years ago and more, when I was a bit of a boy in Pinafores, there was a gentleman murdered on the Twyford road, and they did say—" But Mr. Dunbar was in no humour to listen to the landlord's reminiscences. He interrupted the man's story with a long-drawn sigh. "Is there anything I can do? What am I to do?" he said. "Is there anything I can do?" "Nothing, sir, until tomorrow. The inquest will be held tomorrow, I suppose." Yes, to be sure, there'll be an inquest." "An inquest? Oh, yes, sir, of course there will," answered the landlord. "Remember that I am a stranger to English habits. I don't know what steps ought to be taken in a case as this. Should there not be an attempt made to find the murderer?" "Yes, sir, I've no doubt the constables are on the lookout already. There'll be every effort made, depend upon it. But I'm really afraid this is a case in which the murderer will escape from justice." "Why so?" "Because, you see, sir, the man has had plenty of time to get off, and unless he's a fool, he must be very far away from here by this time. And then, what is there to trace him by? That's to say, unless you could identify the money, or watch, or chain, or what not, which the murdered man had about him." Mr. Dunbar shook his head. "I don't even know whether he wore a watch and chain," he said. "I only met him this morning. I have no idea what money he may have had about him. Would you like to see the doctor, sir, Mr. Cricklewood?" "No. You have told me all that there is to tell, I suppose?" "Yes, sir. I shall go to bed. I'm thoroughly upset by all this. Stay. Is it a settled thing that this man who has been found murdered is the person who accompanied me to this house today?" "Oh, yes, sir. There's no doubt about that. One of our people went down to the Foresters' Arms out of curiosity, as you may say, and he recognized the murdered man directly as the very gentleman that came into this house with you, sir, at 4 o'clock today." Mr. Dunbar retired to the apartment that had been prepared for him. It was a spacious and handsome chamber, in the best room in the hotel, and one of the waiters attended upon the rich man. "As you've been accustomed to have your valet about you, you'll find it awkward, sir," the landlord said, "so I'll send Henry to wait upon you." This Henry, who was a smart, active young fellow, unpacked Mr. Dunbar's portmanteau, unlocked his dressing-case, and spread the gold-topped crystal bottles and shaving apparatuses upon the dressing-table. Mr. Dunbar sat in an easy-chair before the looking-glass, staring thoughtfully at the reflection of his own face, pale in the light of the tall wax candles. He got up early the next morning, and before breakfasting he dispatched a telegraphic message to the banking-house in St. Gundolph Lane. It was from Henry Madison Dunbar to William Balderby, and it consisted of these words: "Pray come to me directly at the George, Winchester. A very awful event has happened, and I am in great trouble and perplexity. Bring a lawyer with you. Let my daughter know that I shall not come to London for some days." All this time the body of the murdered man lay on a long table in a darkened chamber at the Foresters' Arms. The rigid outline of the corpse was plainly visible under the linen sheet that shrouded it, but the door of the dread chamber was locked, and no one was to enter until the coming of the coroner. Meanwhile, the Foresters' Arms did more business than had been done there in the same space of time within the memory of man. People went in and out, all through the long morning. Little groups clustered together in the bar, discoursing in solemn undertones, and other groups straggled on the scene as if every living creature in Winchester was talking of the murder that had been done in the grove near St. Cross. Henry Dunbar sat in his own room, waiting for
Chapter 10 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 10. Laura Dunbar. While these things had been happening between London and Southampton, Laura Dunbar, the banker's daughter, had been anxiously waiting the coming of her father. She resembled her mother, Lady Louisa Dunbar, the youngest daughter of the Earl of Grantwick, a very beautiful and aristocratic woman. She had met Mr. Dunbar in India after the death of her first husband, a young captain in a cavalry regiment, who had been killed in an encounter with the Sikhs a year after his marriage, leaving his young widow with an infant daughter, a helpless baby of 6 weeks old. The poor high-born Lady Louisa McMahon was left most desolate and miserable after the death of her first husband. She was very poor, and she knew that her relations in England were very little better off than herself. She was almost as helpless as her 6 weeks old baby. She was heartbroken by the loss of the handsome young Irishman, whom she had fondly loved, and ill and broken down by her sorrows, she lingered in Calcutta, subsisting upon her pension, and too weak to undertake the perils of the voyage home. It was at this time that poor widowed Lady Louisa met Henry Dunbar, the rich banker. She came in contact with him on account of some money arrangements of her dead husband's, who had always banked with Dunbar and Dunbar, and Henry, then getting on for 40 years of age, had fallen desperately in love with the beautiful young widow. There is no need for me to dwell upon the history of this courtship. Lady Louisa married the rich man 18 months after her first husband's death. Little Dorothea McMahon was sent to England with a native nurse, and placed under the care of her maternal relatives, and Henry Dunbar's beautiful wife became queen of the best society in the City of Palaces, by the right of her own rank and her husband's wealth. Henry Dunbar loved her desperately, as even a selfish man can sometimes love for once in his life. But Lady Louisa never truly returned the millionaire's affection. She was haunted by the memory of her first and purest love. She was tortured by remorseful thoughts about the fatherless child who had been so ruthlessly banished from her. Henry Dunbar was a jealous man, and he grudged the love which his wife bore to his dead rival's child. It was by his contrivance the girl had been sent from India. Lady Louisa Dunbar held her place in Calcutta society for 2 years, but in the very hour when her social position was most brilliant, her beauty in the full splendour of its prime, she died so suddenly that the fashionables of Calcutta were discussing the promised splendour of a ball for which Lady Louisa had issued her invitations, when the tidings of her death spread like wildfire through the city. Henry Dunbar was a widower. He might have married again, had he pleased to do so. The proudest beauty in Calcutta would have been glad to welcome the wife of the sole heir to that dingy banking-house in St. Gundolph Lane. There was a good deal of excitement upon this subject in the matrimonial market for 2 or 3 years after Lady Louisa's death. A good many young ladies were expressly imported from England by anxious papas and mammas, with a view to the capture of the wealthy widower. But though Griselda's yellow hair fell down to her waist in glossy rippling curls that shone like molten gold, though Amanda's black eyes glittered like the stars in a midnight sky, though the dashing Georgina was more graceful than Diana, the gentle Lavinia more beautiful than Venus, Mr. Dunbar went among them without pleasure, and left them without regret. The charms of all these ladies, concentrated in the person of one perfect woman, would have no witchery for the banker. His heart was dead. He had given all the truth, all the passion of which his nature was capable, to the one woman who had possessed the power to charm him. To seek to win love from him was about as hopeless as it would have been to ask alms of a man whose purse was empty. The bright young English beauties found this out by and by, and devoted themselves to other speculations in the matrimonial market. Henry Dunbar sent his little girl, his only child, to England. He parted with her, not because of his indifference, but rather by reason of his idolatry. It was the only unselfish act of his life, this parting with his child, and yet even in this there was selfishness. It would be sweet to me to keep her here, he thought, but then if the climate should kill her, if I should lose her as I lost her mother, I will send her away from me now, that she may be my blessing by and by, when I return to England after my father's death. Henry Dunbar had sworn when he left the office in St. Gundolph Lane, after the discovery of the forgery, that he would never look upon his father's face again, and he kept his oath. This was the father to whose coming Laura Dunbar looked forward with eager anxiety, with a heart overflowing with tender womanly love. She was a very beautiful girl, so beautiful that her presence was like the sunlight, and made the meanest place splendid. There was a queenliness in her beauty, which she inherited from her mother's high-born race, but though her beauty was queen-like, it was not imperious. There was no conscious pride in her aspect, no cold hauteur in her ever-changing face. She was such a woman as might have sat by the side of an English king to plead for all trembling petitioners kneeling on the steps of the throne. She would have been only in her fitting place beneath the shadow of a regal canopy, for in soul as well as in aspect she was worthy to be a queen. She was like some tall white lily, unconsciously beautiful, unconsciously grand, and the meanest natures kindled with a faint glow of poetry when they came in contact with her. She had been spoiled by an adoring nurse, a devoted governess, masters who had fallen madly in love with their pupil, and servants who were ready to worship their young mistress. Yes, according to the common acceptation of the term, she had been spoiled. She had been allowed to have her own way in everything, to go hither and thither, free as the butterflies in her carefully tended garden, to scatter her money right and left, to be imposed upon and cheated by every wandering vagabond who found his way to her gates, to ride and hunt and drive, to do as she liked, in short. And I am fain to say that the consequence of all this foolish and reprehensible indulgence had been to make the young heiress of Maudesle Abbey the most fascinating woman in all Warwickshire. She was a little capricious, just a trifle wayward, I will confess, but then that trifling waywardness gave just the spice that was wanting to this grand young lily. The white lilies are never more beautiful than when they wave capriciously in the summer wind, and if Laura Dunbar was a little passionate when you tried to thwart her, and if her great blue eyes at such times had a trick of lighting up with sudden fire in them, like a burst of lurid sunlight through a summer storm-cloud, there were plenty of gentlemen in Warwickshire ready to swear that the sight of those lightning flashes of womanly anger was well worth the penalty of incurring Miss Dunbar's displeasure. She was only 18, and had not yet come out, but she had seen a great deal of society, for it had been the delight of her grandfather to have her perpetually with him. She travelled from Maudesle Abbey to Portland Place in the company of her nurse, a certain Elizabeth Braddon, who had been Lady Louisa's own maid before her marriage with Captain Macmahon, and who was devotedly attached to the motherless girl. But Mrs. Braddon was not Laura Dunbar's only companion upon this occasion. She was accompanied by her half-sister, Dora Macmahon, who of late years had almost lived at the Abbey, much to the delight of Laura. Nor was the little party without an escort, for Arthur Lovell, the son of the principal solicitor in the town of Shorncliffe, near Maudesle Abbey, attended Miss Dunbar to London. This young man had been a very great favourite with Percival Dunbar, and had been a constant visitor at the Abbey. Before the old man died, he told Arthur Lovell to act in everything as Laura's friend and legal adviser, and the young lawyer was very enthusiastic in behalf of his beautiful client. Why should I seek to make more a mystery of this gentleman's feelings? He loved her. He loved this girl who, by reason of her father's wealth, was as far removed from him as if she had been a duchess. He paid a terrible penalty for every happy hour, every delicious day of simple and innocent enjoyment that he had spent at Maudesle Abbey, for he loved Laura Dunbar, and he feared that his love was hopeless. It was hopeless in the present, at any rate, for although he was handsome, clever, high-spirited, and honourable, a gentleman in the noblest sense of that word, he was no fit husband for the daughter of Henry Dunbar. He was an only son, and he was heir to a very comfortable little fortune, but he knew that the millionaire would have laughed him to scorn had he dared to make proposals for Laura's hand. But was his love hopeless in the future? That was the question which he perpetually asked himself. He was proud and ambitious. He knew that he was clever. He could not help knowing this, though he was entirely without conceit. A government appointment in India had been offered to him through the intervention of a nobleman, a friend of his father's. This appointment would afford the chance of a noble career to a man who knew how to seize the golden opportunity, which mediocrity neglects, but which genius makes the stepping-stone to greatness. The nobleman who made the offer to Arthur Lovell had written to say that there was no necessity for an immediate decision. If Arthur accepted the appointment, he would not be obliged to leave England until the end of a 12-month, as the vacancy would not occur before that time. In the meanwhile, Lord Herriston wrote to the solicitor, your son can think the matter over, my dear Lovell, and make his decision with all due deliberation. Arthur Lovell had already made that decision. I will go to India, he said, for if ever I am to win Laura Dunbar, I must succeed in life. But before I go I will tell her that I love her. If she returns my love, my struggles will be sweet to me, for they will be made for her sake. If she does not—" He did not finish the sentence even in his own mind. He could not bear to think that it was possible he might hear his death knell from the lips he worshipped. He had gladly seized upon the opportunity afforded by this visit to the town house. "I will speak to her before her father returns," he thought. "She will speak the truth to me now fearlessly, for it is her nature to be fearless and candid as a child. But his coming may change her. She is fond of him and will be ruled by him. Heaven grant he may rule her wisely and gently." On the 17th of August, Laura and Mrs. Madden arrived in Portland Place. Arthur Lovell parted with his beautiful client at the railway station, and drove off to the hotel at which he was in the habit of staying. He called upon Miss Dunbar on the 18th, but found that she was out shopping with Mrs. Madden. He called again on the morning of the 19th, that bright sunny August morning on which the body of the murdered man lay in the darkened chamber at Winchester. It was only 10 o'clock when the young lawyer made his appearance in the pleasant morning room occupied by Laura Dunbar whenever she stayed in Portland Place. The breakfast equipage was still upon the table in the centre of the room. Mrs. Madden, who was companion, housekeeper, and confidential maid to her charming young mistress, was officiating at the breakfast table. Dora Macmahon was sitting near her, with an open book by the side of her breakfast cup, and Miss Laura Dunbar was lounging in a low easy-chair, near a broad window that opened into a conservatory filled with exotics, that made the air heavy with their almost overpowering perfume. She rose as Arthur Lovell came into the room, and she looked more like a lily than ever in her long loose morning dress of soft semi-diaphanous muslin. Her thick auburn hair was twisted into a diadem that crowned her broad white forehead and added a couple of inches to her height. She held out her little ringed hand, and the jewels on her white fingers scintillated in the sunlight. "I am so glad to see you, Mr. Lovell," she said. "Dora and I have been miserable, haven't we, Dora? London is as dull as a desert. I went for a drive yesterday, and the Ladies' Mile is as lonely as the Great Sahara. There are plenty of theatres open, and there was a concert at one of the opera houses last night, but that disagreeable Elizabeth wouldn't allow me to go to any one of those entertainments. Grandpapa would have taken me. Dear Grandpapa went everywhere with me." Mrs. Madden shook her head solemnly. "Your grandpa would have gone after you to the remotest end of the world, Miss Laura, if you'd so much as held your finger up to beckon him. Your grandpa spiled you, Miss Laura. A pretty thing it would have been if your pa had come all the way from India to find his only daughter gallivanting at a theatre." Miss Dunbar looked at her old nurse with an arch smile. She was very lovely when she smiled. She was very lovely when she frowned. She was most beautiful, always, Arthur Lovell thought. "But I shouldn't have been gallivanting, you dear old Madden," she cried, with a joyous silver laugh that was like the ripple of a cascade under a sunny sky. "I should only have been sitting quietly in a private box, with my rapid, precious, aggravating, darling old nurse to keep watch and ward over me. Besides, how could papa be angry with me upon the first day of his coming home?" Mrs. Madden shook her head again, even more solemnly than before. "I don't know about that, Miss Laura. You mustn't expect to find Mr. Dunbar like your grandpa." A sudden cloud fell upon the girl's lovely face. "Why, Elizabeth," she said, "you don't mean that papa will be unkind to me?" "I don't know your pa, Miss Laura. I never set eyes upon Mr. Dunbar in my life. But the Indian servant that brought you over, when you was but a bit of a baby, said that your pa was proud and passionate, and that even your poor ma, which he loved her better than any living creature upon this earth, was almost afraid of him." The smile had quite vanished from Laura Dunbar's face by this time, and the blue eyes filled suddenly with tears. "Oh, what shall I do if my father is unkind to me?" she said piteously. "I have so looked forward to his coming home. I have counted the very days, and if he is unkind to me, if he does not love me—" She covered her face with her hands and turned away her head. "Laura!" exclaimed Arthur Lovell, addressing her for the first time by her Christian name, "how could any one help loving you? How—" He stopped, half ashamed of his passionate enthusiasm. In those few words he had revealed the secret of his heart. But Laura Dunbar was too innocent to understand the meaning of those eager words. Mrs. Madden understood them perfectly, and she smiled approvingly at the young man. Arthur Lovell was a great favourite with Laura Dunbar's nurse. She knew that he adored her young mistress, and she looked upon him as a model of all that is noble and chivalrous. She began to fidget with her silver tea-canisters, and then looked significantly at Dora Macmahon, but Miss Macmahon did not understand that significant glance. Her dark eyes, and she had very beautiful eyes with a grave half-pensive softness in their sombre depths, were fixed upon the two young faces in the sunny window, the girl's face clouded with a look of sorrowful perplexity, the young man's face eloquent with tender meaning. Dora Macmahon's colour went and came as she looked at that earnest countenance, and the fingers which were absently turning the leaves of her book were faintly tremulous. "Your new bonnet's come home this morning, Miss Dora," Elizabeth Madden said, rather sharply. "Perhaps you'd like to come upstairs and have a look at it." "My new bonnet?" murmured Dora, vaguely. "La, yes, miss, the new bonnet you bought in Regent Street only yesterday afternoon. I never did see such a forgetful wool-gathering young lady in all my life as you are this blessed morning, Miss Dora." The absent-minded young lady rose suddenly, bewildered by Mrs. Madden's animated desire for an inspection of the bonnet, but she very willingly left the room with Laura's old nurse, who was accustomed to have her mandates obeyed even by the wayward heiress of Maudesle Abbey, and Laura was left alone with the young lawyer. Miss Dunbar had seated herself once more in the low easy-chair by the window. She sat with her elbow resting on the cushioned arm of the chair, and her head supported by her hand. Her eyes were fixed, and looked straight before her, with a thoughtful gaze that was strange to her, for her nature was as joyous as that of a bird, whose music fills all the wide heaven with one rejoicing psalm. Arthur Lovell drew his chair nearer to the thoughtful girl. "Laura," he said, "why are you so silent? I never saw you so serious before, except after your grandfather's death." "I am thinking of my father," she answered, in a low, tremulous voice, which was broken by her tears. "I am thinking that perhaps he will not love me." "Not love you, Laura? Who could help loving you? Oh, if I dared, if I could venture— I must speak, Laura Dunbar. My whole life hangs upon the issue, and I will speak. I am not a poor man, Laura, but you are so divided from the rest of the world by your father's wealth, that I have feared to speak. I have feared to tell you that which you might have discovered for yourself, had you not been as innocent as your own pet doves in the dovecot at Maudesle." The girl looked at him with wondering eyes that were still wet with unshed tears. "I love you, Laura, I love you. The world would call me beneath you in station now, but I am a man, and I have a man's ambition, a strong man's iron will. Everything is possible to him who has sworn to conquer, and for your sake, Laura, for your love, I should overcome obstacles that to another man might be invincible. I am going to India, Laura. I am going to carve my way to fame and fortune, for fame and fortune are slaves that come to the brave man's bidding. They are only masters when the coward calls them. Remember, my beloved one, this wealth that now stands between you and me may not always be yours. Your father is not an old man. He may marry again, and have a son to inherit his wealth. Would to heaven, Laura, that it might be so. But be that as it may, I despair of nothing if I dare hope for your love. Oh, Laura, dearest, one word to tell me that I may hope. Remember how happy we have been together, little children playing with flowers and butterflies in the gardens at Maudesle, boy and girl rambling hand in hand beside the wandering Avon, man and woman standing in mournful silence by your grandfather's deathbed. The past is a bond of union betwixt us, Laura. Look back at those happy days, and give me one word, my darling, one word to tell me that you love me." Laura Dunbar looked up at him with a sweet smile, and laid her soft white hand on his. "I do love you, Arthur," she said, "as dearly as I should have loved my brother had I ever known a brother's love." The young man bowed his head in silence. When he looked up, Laura Dunbar saw that he was very pale. "You only love me as a brother, Laura?" "How else should I love you?" she asked innocently. Arthur Lovell looked at her with a mournful smile, a tender smile that was exquisitely beautiful, for it was the look of a man who was prepared to resign his own happiness for the sake of her he loves. "Enough, Laura," he said quietly. "I have received my sentence. You do not love me, dearest. You have yet to suffer life's great fever." She clasped her hands and looked at him beseechingly. "You are not angry with me, Arthur?" she said. "Angry with you, my sweet one." "And you will still love me?" "Yes, Laura, with all a brother's devotion. And if ever you have need of my services, you shall find what it is to have a faithful friend who holds his life at small value beside your happiness." He said no more, for there was the sound of carriage wheels below the window, and then a loud double knock at the hall door. Laura started to her feet, and her bright face grew pale. "My father has come!" she exclaimed. But it was not her father. It was Mr. Balderby, who had just come from St. Gundolph Lane, where he had received Henry Dunbar's telegraphic despatch. Every vestige of colour faded out of Laura's face as she recognized the junior partner of the banking house. "Something has happened to my father," she cried. "No, no, Miss Dunbar," exclaimed Mr. Balderby, anxious to reassure her. "Your father has arrived in England safely, and is well, as I believe. He is staying at Winchester, and he has telegraphed to me to go to him there immediately." "Something has happened, then?" "Yes, but not to Mr. Dunbar individually, so far as I can make out by the telegraphic message. I was to come to you here, Miss Dunbar, to tell you not to expect your papa for some few days, and then I am to go on to Winchester, taking a lawyer with me." "A lawyer!" exclaimed Laura. "Yes, I am going to Lincoln's Inn immediately, to Messrs. Walford and Walford, our own solicitors." "Let Mr. Lovell go with you," cried Mr. Dunbar. "He always acted as poor grandpapa's solicitor. Let him go with you." "Yes, Mr. Balderby," exclaimed the young man, "I beg you to allow me to accompany you. I shall be very glad to be of service to Mr. Dunbar." Mr. Balderby hesitated for a few moments. "Well, I really don't see why you shouldn't go if you wish to do so," he said presently. "Mr. Dunbar says he wants a lawyer. He doesn't name any particular lawyer. We shall save time by your going, for we shall be able to catch the 11 o'clock express." He looked at his watch. "There's not a moment to lose. Good morning, Miss Dunbar. We'll take care of your papa, and bring him to you in triumph. Come, Lovell." Arthur Lovell shook hands with Laura, murmured a few words in her ear, and hurried away with Mr. Balderby. She had spoken the death knell of his dearest hopes. He had seen his sentence in her innocent face, but he loved her still. There was something in her virginal candour, her bright young loveliness, that touched the noblest chords of his heart. He loved her with a chivalrous devotion which, after all, is as natural to the breast of a young Englishman in these modern days, miscalled degenerate, as when the spotless Chapter 11 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 11. The Inquest. The coroner's inquest, which had been appointed to take place at noon that day, was postponed until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in compliance with the earnest request of Henry Dunbar. Whenever was the earnest request of a millionaire refused? The coroner, who was a fussy little man, very readily acceded to Mr. Dunbar's entreaties. "I am a stranger in England," the Anglo-Indian said. "I was never in my life present at an inquest. The murdered man was connected with me. He was last seen in my company. It is vitally necessary that I should have a legal adviser to watch the proceedings on my behalf. Who knows what dark suspicions may arise, affecting my name and honour?" The banker made this remark in the presence of 4 or 5 of the jurymen, the coroner, and Mr. Cricklewood, the surgeon, who had been called in to examine the body of the man supposed to have been murdered. Every one of those gentlemen protested loudly and indignantly against the idea of the bare possibility that any suspicion, or the shadow of a suspicion, should attach to such a man as Mr. Dunbar. They knew nothing of him, of course, except that he was Henry Dunbar, chief of the rich banking house of Dunbar, and Balderby, and that he was a millionaire. Was it likely that a millionaire would commit a murder? When had a millionaire ever been known to commit a murder? Never, of course. The Anglo-Indian sat in his private sitting-room at the George Hotel, writing and examining his papers, perpetually writing, perpetually sorting and resorting those packets of letters in the dispatch-box, while he waited for the coming of Mr. Balderby. The postponement of the coroner's inquest was a very good thing for the landlord of the Foresters' Arms. People went in and out, and loitered about the premises, and lounged in the bar, drinking and talking all the morning, and the theme of every conversation was the murder that had been done in the Grove on the way to St. Cross. Mr. Balderby and Arthur Lovell arrived at the George a few minutes before 2 o'clock. They were shown at once into the apartment in which Henry Dunbar sat waiting for them. Arthur Lovell had been thinking of Laura and Laura's father throughout the journey from London. He had wondered, as he got nearer and nearer to Winchester, what would be his first impression respecting Mr. Dunbar. That first impression was not a good one. No, it was not a good one. Mr. Dunbar was a handsome man, a very handsome man, tall and aristocratic-looking, with a certain haughty pace in his manner that harmonized well with his good looks. But, in spite of all this, the impression which he made upon the mind of Arthur Lovell was not an agreeable one. The young lawyer had heard the story of the forgery vaguely hinted at by those who were familiar with the history of the Dunbar family, and he had heard that the early life of Henry Dunbar had been that of a selfish spendthrift. Perhaps this may have had some influence upon his feelings in this his first meeting with the father of the woman he loved. Henry Dunbar told the story of the murder. The two men were inexpressibly shocked by the story. "But where is Sampson Wilmot?" exclaimed Mr. Balderby. "It was he whom I sent to meet you, knowing that he was the only person in the office who remembered you, or whom you remembered." "Sampson was taken ill upon the way, according to his brother's story," Mr. Dunbar answered. "Joseph left the poor old man somewhere upon the road." "He did not say where?" "No, and strange to say, I forgot to ask him the question. The poor fellow amused me by old memories of the past on the road between Southampton and this place, and we therefore talked very little of the present." "Sampson must be very ill," exclaimed Mr. Balderby, "or he would certainly have returned to St. Gundolph Lane to tell me what had taken place." Mr. Dunbar smiled. "If he was too ill to go on to Southampton, he would, of course, be too ill to return to London," he said, with supreme indifference. Mr. Balderby, who was a good-hearted man, was distressed at the idea of Sampson Wilmot's desolation, an old man stricken with sudden illness and abandoned to strangers. Arthur Lovell was silent. He sat a little way apart from the two others, watching Henry Dunbar. At 3 o'clock the inquest commenced. The witnesses summoned were 2 Irishmen, Patrick Hennessy and Philip Murtock, who had found the body in the stream near St. Cross. Mr. Cricklewood, the surgeon, the verger who had seen and spoken to the 2 men, and who had afterwards shown the cathedral to Mr. Dunbar, the landlord of the George, and the waiter who had served the travellers and had taken Mr. Dunbar's orders for the dinner, and Henry Dunbar himself. There were a great many people in the room, for by this time the tidings of the murder had spread far and wide. There were influential people present, amongst others Sir Arden Westhorpe, one of the county magistrates resident at Winchester. Arthur Lovell, Mr. Balderby, and the Anglo-Indian sat in a little group apart from the rest. The jurymen were ranged upon either side of a long mahogany table. The coroner sat at the top. But before the examination of the witnesses was commenced, the jurymen were conducted into that dismal chamber where the dead man lay upon one of those long taproom tables. Arthur Lovell went with them, and Mr. Cricklewood, the surgeon, proceeded to examine the corpse, so as to enable him to give evidence respecting the cause of death. The face of the dead man was distorted and blackened by the agony of strangulation. The coroner and the jurymen looked at that dead face with wondering, awe-stricken glances. Sometimes a cruel stab that goes straight home to the heart will leave the face of the murdered as calm as the face of a sleeping child, but in this case it was not so. The horrible stamp of assassination was branded upon that rigid brow. Horror, surprise, and the dread agony of sudden death were all blended in the expression of the face. The jurymen talked a little to one another in scarcely audible whispers, asked a few questions of the surgeon, and then walked softly from the darkened room. The facts of the case were very simple, and speedily elicited. But whatever the truth of that awful story might be, there was nothing that threw any light upon the mystery. Arthur Lovell, watching the case in the interests of Mr. Dunbar, asked several questions of the witnesses. Mr. Dunbar was himself the first person examined. He gave a very simple and intelligible account of all that had taken place from the moment of his landing at Southampton. "I found the deceased waiting to receive me when I landed," he said. "He told me that he came as a substitute for another person. I did not know him at first. That is to say, I did not recognize him as the valet who had been in my service prior to my leaving England 35 years ago. But he made himself known to me afterwards, and he told me that he had met his brother in London on the 16th of this month, and had travelled with him part of the way to Southampton. He also told me that, on the way to Southampton, his brother, Sampson Wilmot, a much older man than the deceased, was taken ill, and that the two men then parted company." Mr. Dunbar had said all this with perfect self-possession, and with great deliberation. He was so very self-possessed, so very deliberate, that it seemed almost as if he had been reciting something which he had learned by heart. Arthur Lovell, watching him very intently, saw this, and wondered at it. It is very usual for a witness, even the most indifferent witness, giving evidence about some trifling matter, to be confused, to falter, to hesitate, and contradict himself, embarrassed by the strangeness of his position. But Henry Dunbar was in no wise discomposed by the awful nature of the event which had happened. He was pale, but his firmly set lips, his erect carriage, the determined glance of his eyes, bore witness to the strength of his nerves and the power of his intellect. "The man must be made of iron," Arthur Lovell thought to himself. "He is either a very great man, or a very wicked one. I almost fear to ask myself which." "Where did the deceased, Joseph Wilmot, say he left his brother Sampson, Mr. Dunbar?" asked the coroner. "I do not remember." The coroner scratched his chin thoughtfully. "This is rather awkward," he said. "The evidence of this man Sampson might throw some light upon this most mysterious event." Mr. Dunbar then told the rest of his story. He spoke of the luncheon at Southampton, the journey from Southampton to Winchester, the afternoon stroll down to the meadows near St. Cross. "Can you tell us the exact spot at which you parted with the deceased?" asked the coroner. "No," Mr. Dunbar answered. "You must bear in mind that I am a stranger in England. I have not been in this neighbourhood since I was a boy. My old schoolfellow, Michael Marston, married and settled at the Ferns during my absence in India. I found at Southampton that I should have a few hours on my hands before I could travel express for London, and I came to this place on purpose to see my old friend. I was very much disappointed to find that he was dead, but I thought that I would call upon his widow, from whom I should no doubt hear the story of my poor friend's last moments. I went with Joseph Wilmot through the cathedral yard and down towards St. Cross. The verger saw us, and spoke to us as we went by. The verger, who was standing amongst the other witnesses, waiting to be examined, here exclaimed, "Ay, that I did, sir, I remember it well." "At what time did you leave the George?" "At a little after 4 o'clock." "Where did you go then?" "I went," answered Mr. Dunbar, boldly, "into the grove with the deceased, arm in arm. We walked together about a quarter of a mile under the trees, and I had intended to go on to the Ferns, to call upon Michael Marston's widow, but my habits of late years have been sedentary, and the heat of the day and the walk together were too much for me. I sent Joseph Wilmot on to the Ferns, with a message for Mrs. Marston, asking at what hour she could conveniently receive me to-day, and I returned to the cathedral. Joseph Wilmot was to deliver his message at the Ferns, and rejoin me in the cathedral." "He was to return to the cathedral?" "Yes. But why should he not have returned to the George Hotel? Why should you wait for him at the cathedral?" Arthur Lovell listened with a strange expression upon his face. If Henry Dunbar was pale, Henry Dunbar's legal adviser was still more so. The jurymen stared aghast at the coroner, as if they had been awe-stricken by his impertinence towards the chief partner of the great banking house of Dunbar, and Balderby. How dared he, a man with an income of 500 a year at the most, how dared he discredit or question any assertion made by Henry Dunbar? The Anglo-Indian smiled, a little contemptuously. He stood in a careless attitude, playing with the golden trinkets at his watch-chain, with the hot August sunshine streaming upon his face from a bare unshaded window opposite him. But he did not attempt to escape that almost blinding glare. He stood facing the sunlight, facing the gaze of the coroner and the jurymen, the scrutinizing glance of Arthur Lovell. Unabashed and nonchalant, as if he had been standing in a ball-room, the hero of the hour, the admired of all who looked upon him, Mr. Dunbar stood before the coroner and jury, and told the broken history of his old servant's death. Yes, Mr. Lovell thought again, as he watched the Chapter 12 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 12. Arrested. The coroner repeated his question. "Why did you tell the deceased to join you at the cathedral, Mr. Dunbar?" "Merely because it suited my humour at the time to do so," answered the Anglo-Indian, coolly. "We had been very friendly together, and I had a fancy for going over the cathedral. I thought that Wilmot might return from the Ferns in time to go over some portion of the edifice with me. He was a very intelligent fellow, and I liked his society." "But the journey to the Ferns and back would have occupied some time." "Perhaps so," answered Mr. Dunbar. "I did not know the distance to the Ferns, and I did not make any calculation as to time. I merely said to the deceased, 'I shall go back and look at the cathedral, and I will wait for you there.' I said this, and I told him to be as quick as he could." "That was all that passed between you?" "It was. I then returned to the cathedral." "And you waited there for the deceased?" "I did. I waited until close upon the hour at which I had ordered dinner at the George." There was a pause, during which the coroner looked very thoughtful. "I am compelled to ask you one more question, Mr. Dunbar," he said, presently, hesitating a little as he spoke. "I am ready to answer any questions you may wish to ask," Mr. Dunbar replied, very quietly. Were you upon friendly terms with the deceased? I have just told you so. We were on excellent terms. I found him an agreeable companion. His manners were those of a gentleman. I don't know how he had picked up his education, but he certainly had contrived to educate himself somehow or other. I understand you were friendly together at the time of his death, but prior to that time. Mr. Dunbar smiled. I have been in India 35 years, he said. Precisely. But before your departure for India, had you any misunderstanding, any serious quarrel with the deceased? Mr. Dunbar's face flushed suddenly, and his brows contracted, as if even his self-possession were not proof against the unpleasant memories of the past. No, he said with determination, I never quarrelled with him. There has been no cause of quarrel between you? I don't understand your question. I have told you that I never quarrelled with him. Perhaps not, but there might have been some hidden animosity, some smothered feeling, stronger than any openly expressed anger, hidden in your breast. Was there any such feeling? Not on my part. Were there any such feelings on the part of the deceased? Mr. Dunbar looked furtively at William Balderby. The junior partner's eyelids dropped under that stolen glance. It was clear that he knew the story of the forged bills. Had the coroner for Winchester been a clever man, he would have followed that glance of Mr. Dunbar's, and would have understood that the junior partner knew something about the antecedents of the dead man. But the coroner was not a very close observer, and Mr. Dunbar's eager glance escaped him altogether. Yes, answered the Anglo-Indian, Joseph Wilmot had a grudge against me before I sailed for Calcutta, but we settled all that at Southampton, and I promised to allow him an annuity. You promised him an annuity? Yes, not a very large one, only £50 a year, but he was quite satisfied with that promise. He had some claim upon you, then? No, he had no claim whatever upon me, replied Mr. Dunbar, haughtily. Of course it could be scarcely pleasant for a millionaire to be cross-questioned in this manner by an impertinent Hampshire coroner. The jurymen sympathized with the banker. The coroner looked rather puzzled. If the deceased had no claim upon you, why did you promise him an annuity? He asked, after a pause. I made that promise for the sake of auld lang syne, answered Mr. Dunbar. Joseph Wilmot was a favourite servant of mine 35 years ago. We were young men together. I believe that he had at one time a very sincere affection for me. I know that I always liked him. How long were you in the grove with the deceased? Not more than 10 minutes. And you cannot describe the spot where you left him? Not very easily. I could point it out, perhaps, if I were taken there. What time elapsed between your leaving the cathedral yard with the deceased and your returning to it without him? Perhaps half an hour. Not longer? No, I do not imagine that it can have been longer. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. That will do for the present, said the coroner. The banker returned to his seat. Arthur Lovell, still watching him, saw that his strong white hand trembled a little as his fingers trifled with those glittering toys hanging to his watch-chain. The verger was the next person examined. He described how he had been loitering in the yard of the cathedral as the two men passed across it. He told how they had gone by arm in arm, laughing and talking together. Which of them was talking as they passed you? Asked the coroner. Mr. Dunbar. Could you hear what he was saying? No, sir. I could hear his voice, but I couldn't hear the words. What time elapsed between Mr. Dunbar and the deceased leaving the cathedral yard, and Mr. Dunbar returning alone? The verger scratched his head and looked doubtfully at Henry Dunbar. That gentleman was looking straight before him, and seemed quite unconscious of the verger's glance. I can't quite say exactly how long it was, sir, the old man answered, after a pause. "Why can't you say exactly?" "Because, you see, sir, I didn't keep no particular count of the time, and I shouldn't like to tell a falsehood." "You must not tell a falsehood. We want the truth, and nothing but the truth." "I know, sir, but you see I am an old man, and my memory is not as good as it used to be. I think Mr. Dunbar was away an hour." Arthur Lovell gave an involuntary start. Every one of the jurymen looked suddenly at Mr. Dunbar. But the Anglo-Indian did not flinch. He was looking at the verger now with a quiet, steady gaze, which seemed that of a man who had nothing to fear, and who was serene and undisturbed by reason of his innocence. "We don't want to know what you think," the coroner said. "You must tell us only what you are certain of." "Then I'm not certain, sir." "You are not certain that Mr. Dunbar was absent for an hour?" "Not quite certain, sir." "But very nearly certain. Is that so?" "Yes, sir, I'm very nearly certain. You see, sir, when the two gentlemen went through the yard, the cathedral clock was chiming the 4:15. I remember that. And when Mr. Dunbar came back, I was just going away to my tea, and I seldom go to my tea until it's gone 5. But supposing it to have struck 5 when Mr. Dunbar returned, that would only make it 3/4 of an hour after the time at which he went through the yard, supposing him to have gone through, as you say, at 4:15. The verger scratched his head again. "I'd been loitering about yesterday afternoon, sir," he said, "and I was a bit late thinking of my tea." "And you believe, therefore, that Mr. Dunbar was absent for an hour?" "Yes, sir, an hour, or more." "An hour, or more?" "Yes, sir." "He was absent more than an hour? Do you mean to say that?" "It might have been more, sir. I didn't keep no particular count of the time." Arthur Lovell had taken out his pocket-book, and was making notes of the verger's evidence. The old man went on to describe his having shown Mr. Dunbar all over the cathedral. He made no mention of that sudden faintness which had seized upon the Anglo-Indian at the door of one of the chapels, but he described the rich man's manner as having been affable in the extreme. He told how Henry Dunbar had loitered at the door of the cathedral, and afterwards lingered in the quadrangle, waiting for the coming of his servant. He told all this, with many encomiums upon the rich man's pleasant manner. The next, and perhaps the most important witnesses, were the two labourers, Philip Murtock and Patrick Hennessy, who had found the body of the murdered man. Patrick Hennessy was sent out of the room while Murtock gave his evidence, but the evidence of the two men tallied in every particular. They were Irishmen, reapers, and were returning from a harvest supper at a farm 5 miles from St. Cross upon the previous evening. One of them had knelt down upon the edge of the stream to get a drink of water in the crown of his felt hat, and had been horrified by seeing the face of the dead man looking up at him in the moonlight, through the shallow water that barely covered it. The two men had dragged the body out of the streamlet, and Philip Murtock had watched beside it while Patrick Hennessy had gone to seek assistance. The dead man's clothes had been stripped from him, with the exception of his trousers and boots, and the other part of his body was bare. There was a revolting brutality in this fact. It seemed that the murderer had stripped his victim for the sake of the clothes which he had worn. There could be little doubt, therefore, that the murder had been committed for the greed of gain, and not from any motive of revenge. Arthur Lovell breathed more freely. Until this moment his mind had been racked in agonizing doubts. Dark suspicions had been working in his breast. He had been tortured by the idea that the Anglo-Indian had murdered his old servant in order to remove out of his way the chief witness of the crime of his youth. But if this had been so, the murderer would never have lingered upon the scene of his crime in order to strip the clothes from his victim's body. No, The deed had doubtless been done by some savage wretch, some lost and ignorant creature, hardened by a long life of crime, and preying like a wild beast upon his fellow men. Such murders are done in the world. Blood has been shed for the sake of some prize so small, so paltry, that it has been difficult for men to believe that one human being could destroy another for such an object. Heaven have pity upon the wretch so lost as to be separated from his fellow creatures by reason of the vileness of his nature. Heaven strengthen the hands of those who seek to spread Christian enlightenment and education through the land, for it is only those blessings that will thin the crowded prison wards, and rob the gallows of its victims. The robbery of the dead man's clothes, and such property as he might have had about him at the time of his death, gave a new aspect to the murder in the eyes of Arthur Lovell. The case was clear and plain now, and the young man's duty was no longer loathsome to him, for he no longer suspected Henry Dunbar. The constabulary had already been busy. The spot upon which the murder had been committed, and the neighbourhood of that spot, had been diligently searched, but no vestige of the dead man's garments had been found. The medical man's evidence was very brief. He stated that when he arrived at the Foresters' Arms he found the deceased quite dead, and that he appeared to have been dead some hours; that from the bruises and marks on the throat and neck, some contusions on the back of the head, and other appearances on the body, which witness minutely described, he said there were indications of a struggle having taken place between deceased and some other person or persons, that the man had been thrown or had fallen down violently, and that death had ultimately been caused by strangling and suffocation. The coroner questioned the surgeon very closely as to how long he thought the murdered man had been dead. The medical man declined to give any positive statement on this point. He could only say that when he was called in the body was cold, and that the deceased might have been dead 3 hours, or he might have been dead 5 hours. It was impossible to form an opinion with regard to the exact time at which death had taken place. The evidence of the waiter and the landlord of the George only went to show that the two men had arrived at the hotel together, that they had appeared in very high spirits, and on excellent terms with each other, that Mr. Dunbar had shown very great concern and anxiety about the absence of his companion, and had declined to eat his dinner until 9 o'clock. This closed the evidence, and the jury retired. They were absent about a quarter of an hour, and then returned a verdict of wilful murder against some person or persons unknown. Henry Dunbar, Arthur Lovell, and Mr. Balderby went back to the hotel. It was past 6 o'clock when the coroner's inquest was concluded, and the three men sat down to dinner together at 7. That dinner party was not a pleasant one. There was a feeling of oppression upon the minds of the three men. The awful event of the previous day cast its dreadful shadow upon them. They could not talk freely of this subject, for it was too ghastly a theme for discussion, and to talk of any other seemed almost impossible. Arthur Lovell had observed with surprise that Henry Dunbar had not once spoken of his daughter, and yet this was scarcely strange. The utterance of that name might have jarred upon the father's feelings at such a time as this. "You will write to Miss Dunbar to-night, will you not, sir?" the young man said at last. "I fear that she will have been very anxious about you all this day. She was alarmed by your message to Mr. Balderby." "I shall not write," said the banker, "for I hope to see my daughter to-night." "You will leave Winchester this evening, then?" "Yes, by the 10:15 express. I should have travelled by that train yesterday evening, but for this terrible event." Arthur Lovell looked rather astonished at this. "You are surprised," said Mr. Dunbar. "I thought perhaps you might stay until—" "Until what?" asked the Anglo-Indian. "Everything is finished, is it not? The inquest was concluded to-day. I shall leave full directions for the burial of this poor fellow, and an ample sum for his funeral expenses. I spoke to the coroner upon that subject this afternoon. "What more can I do?" "Nothing, certainly," answered Arthur Lovell, with rather a hesitating manner. "But I thought, under the peculiar circumstances, it might be better that you should remain upon the spot, if possible, until some steps shall have been taken for the finding of the murderer." He did not like to give utterance to the thought that was in his mind, for he was thinking that some people would perhaps suspect Mr. Dunbar himself, and that it might be well for him to remain upon the scene of the murder until that suspicion should be done away with by the arrest of the real murderer. The banker shook his head. "I very much doubt the discovery of the guilty man," he said. "What is there to hinder his escape?" "Everything," answered Arthur Lovell, warmly. "First, the stupidity of guilt, the blind besotted folly which so often betrays the murderer. It is not the commission of a crime only that is horrible. Think of the hideous state of the criminal's mind after the deed is done. And it is at that time, immediately after the crime has been perpetrated, when the breast of the murderer is like a raging hell. It is at that time that he is called upon to be most circumspect, to keep guard upon his every look, his smallest word, his most trivial action. For he knows that every look and action is watched, that every word is greedily listened to by men who are eager to bring his guilt home to him, by hungry men wrestling for his conviction as a result that will bring them a golden reward, by practised men who have studied the philosophy of crime, and who, by reason of their peculiar skill, are able to read dark meanings in words and looks that to other people are like a strange language. He knows that the scent of blood is in the air, and that the bloodhounds are at their loathsome work. He knows this, and at such a time he is called upon to face the world with a bold front, and so to fashion his words and looks that he shall deceive the secret watchers. He is never alone. The servant who waits upon him, or the railway guard who shows him to his seat in the first-class carriage, the porter who carries his luggage, or the sailor who looks at him scrutinizingly as he breathes the fresh sea air upon the deck of that ship which is to carry him to a secure hiding-place, any one of these may be a disguised detective, and at any moment the bolt may fall. He may feel the light hand upon his shoulder, and know that he is a doomed man. Who can wonder, then, that a criminal is generally a coward, and that he betrays himself by some blind folly of his own?" The young man had been carried away by his subject, and had spoken with a strange energy. Mr. Dunbar laughed aloud at the lawyer's enthusiasm. "You should have been a barrister, Mr. Lovell," he said. "That would have been a capital opening for your speech as counsel for the Crown. I can see the wretched criminal shivering in the dock, cowering under that burst of forensic eloquence." Henry Dunbar laughed heartily as he finished speaking, and then threw himself back in his easy-chair, and passed his handkerchief across his handsome forehead, as it was his habit to do occasionally. "In this case I think the criminal will be most likely arrested," Arthur Lovell continued, still dwelling upon the subject of the murder. "He will be traced by those clothes. He will endeavour to sell them, of course, and as he is most likely some wretchedly ignorant boor, he will probably try to sell them within a few miles of the scene of the crime." "I hope he will be found," said Mr. Balderby, filling his glass with claret as he spoke. "I never heard any good of this man Wilmot, and indeed I believe he went to the bad altogether after you left England, Mr. Dunbar." "Indeed!" "Yes," answered the junior partner, looking rather nervously at his chief. "He committed forgery, I believe, fabricated forged bank–notes, or something of that kind, and was transported for life, I heard." "But I suppose he got a remission of his sentence, or something of that kind, and returned to England." "I had no idea of this," said Mr. Dunbar. "He did not tell you, then?" "Oh no, it was scarcely likely that he should tell me." Very little more was said upon the subject just then. At 9 o'clock Mr. Dunbar left the room to see to the packing of his things, and a little before 10 the the three gentlemen drove away from the George Hotel on their way to the station. They reached the station at 5 minutes past 10. The train was not due until a quarter past. Mr. Balderby went to the office to procure the 3 tickets. Henry Dunbar and Arthur Lovell walked arm in arm up and down the platform. As the bell for the up train was ringing, a man came suddenly upon the platform and looked about him. He recognized the banker, walked straight up to him, and, taking off his hat, addressed Mr. Dunbar respectfully. "I am sorry to detain you, sir," he said, "but I have a warrant to prevent you leaving Winchester." "What do you mean?" "I hold a warrant for your apprehension, sir." "From whom?" "From Sir Arden Westhorpe, our chief county magistrate, and I am to take you before him immediately, sir." "Upon what charge?" cried Arthur Lovell. "Upon suspicion of having been concerned in the murder of Joseph Wilmot." The millionaire drew himself up haughtily, and looked at the constable with a proud smile. "This is too absurd," he said, "but I am quite ready to go with you. Be good enough to telegraph to my daughter, Mr. Lovell," he added, turning to the young man. "Tell her that circumstances over which I have no control will detain me in Winchester for a week. Take care not to alarm her." Everybody about the station had collected on the platform, and made a circle about Mr. Dunbar. They stood a little aloof from him, looking at him with respectful interest, altogether different from the eager, clamorous curiosity with which they would have regarded any ordinary man suspected of the same crime. He was suspected, but he could not be guilty. Why should a millionaire commit a murder? The motives that might influence other men could have no weight with him. The bystanders repeated this to one another, as they followed Mr. Dunbar and his custodian from the station, loudly indignant against the minions of the law. Mr. Dunbar, the constable, and Mr. Balderby drove straight to the magistrate's house. The junior partner offered any amount of bail for his chief, but the Anglo-Indian motioned him to silence with a haughty gesture. "I thank you, Mr. Balderby," he said proudly, "but I will not accept my liberty on sufferance. Sir Arden Westhorpe has chosen to arrest me, and I shall abide the issue of that arrest." It was in vain that the junior partner protested against this. Henry Dunbar was inflexible. "I hope, and I venture to believe, that you are as innocent as I am myself of this horrible crime, Mr. Dunbar," the baronet said, kindly, "and I sympathize with you in this very terrible position. But upon the information laid before me, I consider it my duty to detain you until the matter shall have been further investigated. You were the last person seen with the deceased." "And for that reason it is supposed that I strangled my old servant for the sake of his clothes," cried Mr. Dunbar, bitterly. "I am a stranger in England, but if that is your English law, I am not sorry that the best part of my life has been passed in India. However, I am perfectly willing to submit to any examination that may be considered necessary to the furtherance of justice." So, upon the second night of his arrival in England, Henry Dunbar, chief of the
Chapter 13 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 13. The Prisoner Is Remanded. Mr. Dunbar was brought before Sir Arden Westhorpe at 10 o'clock on the morning after his arrest. The witnesses who had given evidence at the inquest were again summoned, and, with the exception of the verger and Mr. Dunbar, who was now a prisoner, gave the same evidence, or evidence to the same effect. Arthur Lovell again watched the proceedings in the interest of Laura's father, and cross-examined some of the witnesses. But very little new evidence was elicited. The empty pocket-book which had been found a few paces from the body was produced. The rope by which the murdered man had been strangled was also produced and examined. It was a common rope, rather slender, and about 1.5 yards in length. It was made into a running noose that had been drawn tightly round the neck of the victim. Had the victim been a strong man, he might perhaps have resisted the attack, and might have prevented his assailant tightening the fatal knot. But the surgeon bore witness that the dead man, though tall and stalwart-looking, had not been strong. It was a strange murder, a bloodless murder, a deed that must have been done by a man of unfaltering resolution and iron nerve, for it must have been the work of a moment, in which the victim's first cry of surprise was stifled ere it was half uttered. The chief witness upon this day was the verger, and it was in consequence of certain remarks dropped by him that Henry Dunbar had been arrested. Upon the afternoon of the inquest, this official had found himself a person of considerable importance. He was surrounded by eager gossips, greedy to hear anything he might have to tell upon the subject of the murder, and amongst those who listened to his talk was one of the constables, a sharp, clear-headed fellow, who was on the watch for any hint that might point to the secret of Joseph Wilmot's death. The verger, in describing the events of the previous afternoon, spoke of that one fact which he had omitted to refer to before the coroner. He spoke of the sudden faintness which had come over Mr. Dunbar. "Poor gentleman," he said, "I don't think I ever see the like of anything as come over him so sudden. He walked along the aisle with his head up, dashing and military-like, but all in a minute he reeled as if he'd been dead drunk, and he would have fell if there hadn't been a bench handy. Down he dropped upon that bench like a stone, and when I turned round to look at him, the drops of perspiration was rolling down his forehead like beads. I never see such a face in my life, as ghastly like as if he'd seen a ghost. But he was laughing and smiling the next minute, and it was only the heat of the weather, he says. It's odd as a gentleman that's just come home from India should complain of the heat on such a day as yesterday," said one of the bystanders. This was the substance of the evidence that the verger gave before Sir Arden Westhorpe. This, with the evidence of a boy who had met the deceased, and Henry Dunbar close to the spot where the body was found, was the only evidence against the rich man. To the mind of Sir Arden Westhorpe, the agitation displayed by Henry Dunbar in the cathedral was a very strong point. Yet, what more possible than that the Anglo-Indian should have been seized with a momentary giddiness? He was not a young man, and though his broad chest, square shoulders, and long muscular arm betokened strength, that natural vigour might have been impaired by the effects of a warm climate. There were new witnesses upon this day, people who testified to having been in the neighbourhood of the grove, and in the grove itself, upon that fatal afternoon and evening. Other labourers besides the 2 Irishmen had passed beneath the shadow of the trees in the moonlight. Idle pedestrians had strolled through the grove in the still twilight. Not one of these had seen Joseph Wilmot, nor had there been heard any cry of anguish or wild shrieks of terror. One man deposed to having met a rough-looking fellow, half gipsy, half hawker, in the grove between 7 and 8 o'clock. Arthur Lovell questioned this person as to the appearance and manner of the man he had met. But the witness declared that there was nothing peculiar in the man's manner. He had not seemed confused, or excited, or hurried, or frightened. He was a coarse-featured, sunburnt, ruffian-looking fellow, and that was all. Mr. Balderby was examined, and swore to the splendid position which Henry Dunbar occupied as chief of the house in St. Gundolph Lane, and then the examination was adjourned, and the prisoner remanded, although Arthur Lovell contended that there was no evidence to justify his detention. Mr. Dunbar still protested against any offer of bail. He again declared that he would rather remain in prison than accept his liberty on sufferance, and go out into the world a suspected man. "I will never leave Winchester Gaol," he said, "until I leave it with my character cleared in the eyes of every living creature." He had been treated with the greatest respect by the prison officials, and had been provided with comfortable apartments. Arthur Lovell and Mr. Balderby were admitted to him whenever he chose to receive them. Meanwhile, every voice in Winchester was loud in indignation against those who had caused the detention of the millionaire. Here was an English gentleman, a man whose wealth was something fabulous, newly returned from India, eager to embrace his only child, and before he had done more than set his foot upon his native soil, he was seized upon by obstinate and pig-headed officials, and thrown into a prison. Arthur Lovell worked nobly in the service of Laura's father. He did not particularly like the man, though he wished to like him, but he believed him to be innocent of the dreadful crime imputed to him, and he was determined to make that innocence clear to the eyes of other people. For this purpose he urged on the police upon the track of the strange man, the rough-looking hawker who had been seen in the grove on the day of the murder. He himself left Winchester upon another errand. He went away with the determination of discovering the sick man, Sampson Wilmot. The old clerk's evidence might be most important in such a case as this, as he would perhaps be able to throw much light upon the antecedents and associations of the dead man. The young lawyer travelled along the line, stopping at every station. At Basingstoke he was informed that an old man travelling with his brother had been taken ill, and that he had since died. An inquest had been held upon his remains some days before, and he had been buried by the parish. It was upon the 21st of August that Arthur Lovell visited Basingstoke. The people at the village inn told him that the old man had died at 2 o'clock upon the morning of the 17th, only a few hours after his brother's desertion of him. He had never spoken after the final stroke of paralysis. There was nothing to be learned here, therefore. Death had closed the lips of this witness. But even if Sampson Wilmot had lived to speak, what could he have told? The dead man's antecedents could have thrown little light upon the way in which he had met his death. It was a common murder, after all, a murder that had been done for the sake of the victim's little property, a silver watch, perhaps, a few sovereigns, a coat, waistcoat, and shirt. The only evidence that tended in the least to implicate Henry Dunbar was the fact that he had been the last person seen in company with the dead man, and the discrepancy between his assertion and that of the verger respecting the time during which he had been absent from the cathedral yard.
Chapter 14 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Whitley. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 14. Margaret's Journey. While these things were taking place at Winchester, Margaret waited for the coming of her father. She waited until her heart grew sick, but still she did not despair of his return. He had promised to come back to her by 10 o'clock upon the evening of the 16th, but he was not a man who always kept his promises. He had often left her in the same manner, and had stayed away for days and weeks together. There was nothing extraordinary, therefore, in his absence, and if the girl's heart grew sick, it was not with the fear that her father would not return to her, but with the thought of what dishonest work he might be engaged in during his absence. She knew now that he led a dishonest life. His own lips had told her the cruel truth. She would no longer be able to defend him when people spoke against him. Henceforth she must only plead for him. The poor girl had been proud of her father, reprobate though he was. She had been proud of his gentlemanly bearing, his cleverness, his air of superiority over other men of his station, and the thought of his acknowledged guilt stung her to the heart. She pitied him. and she tried to make excuses for him in her own mind. With every thought of the penniless reprobate there was intermingled the memory of the wrong that had been done him by Henry Dunbar. If my father has been guilty, that man is answerable for his guilt, she thought perpetually. Meanwhile she waited, heaven only knows how anxiously, for her father's coming. A week passed, and another week began, and still he did not come. But she was not alarmed for his personal safety. She was only anxious about him, and she expected his return every day, every hour. But he did not come. And all this time, with her mind racked by anxious thoughts, the girl went about the weary duties of her daily life. Her thoughts might wander away into vague speculations about her father's absence, while she sat by her pupil's side, but her eyes never wandered from the fingers it was her duty to watch. Her life had been a hard one, and she was better able to hide her sorrows and anxieties than any one to whom such a burden had been a novelty. So very few people suspected that there was anything amiss with the grave young music mistress. One person did see the vague change in her manner, but that person was Clement Austin, who had already grown skilled in reading the varying expressions of her face, and who saw now that she was changed. She listened to him when he talked to her of the books or the music she loved, but her face never lighted up now with a bright look of pleasure, and he heard her sigh now and then as she gave her lesson. He asked her once if there was anything in which his services or his mother's could be of any assistance to her, but she thanked him for the kindness of his offer, and told him, no, there was nothing in which he could help her. But I am sure there is something on your mind. Pray do not think me intrusive or impertinent for saying so, but I am sure of it. Margaret only shook her head. I am mistaken, then? Said Clement interrogatively. You are indeed. I have no special trouble. I am only a little uneasy about my father, who has been away from home for the last week or two. But there is nothing strange in that. He is often away. Only I am apt to be foolishly anxious about him. He will scold me when he comes home and hears that I have been so. Upon the evening of the 27th of August, Margaret gave her accustomed lesson, and lingered a little, as usual, after the lesson, talking to Mrs. Austin, who had taken a wonderful fancy to her granddaughter's music mistress, and to Clement, who somehow or other had discontinued his summer evening walks of late, more especially on those occasions on which his niece took her music lesson. They talked of all manner of things, and it was scarcely strange that amongst other topics they should come by and by to the Winchester murder. "By the by, Miss Wentworth," exclaimed Mrs. Austin, breaking in upon Clement's disquisition on his favourite Carlyle's hero worship, "I suppose you've heard about this dreadful murder that is making such a sensation?" "A dreadful murder? No, Mrs. Austin. I rarely hear anything of that kind, for the person with whom I lodge is old and deaf. She troubles herself very little about what is going on in the world, and I never read the newspapers myself." "Indeed," said Mrs. Austin. "Well, my dear, you really surprise me. I thought this dreadful business had made such a sensation on account of the great Mr. Dunbar being mixed up in it." "Mr. Dunbar?" cried Margaret, looking at the speaker with dilated eyes. "Yes, my dear, Mr. Dunbar, the rich banker. I have been very much interested in the matter, because my son is employed in Mr. Dunbar's bank. It seems that an old servant, a confidential valet of Mr. Dunbar's, has been murdered at Winchester, and at first Mr. Dunbar himself was suspected of the crime, though, of course, that was utterly ridiculous, What motive could he possibly have had for murdering his old servant? However, he has been suspected, and some stupid country magistrate actually had him arrested. There was an examination about a week ago, which was adjourned until to-day. We shan't know the result of it till to-morrow." Margaret sat listening to these words with a face that was as white as the face of the dead. Clement Austin saw the sudden change that had come over her countenance. "Mother," he said, "you should not talk of these things before Miss Wentworth. You have made her look quite ill. Remember, she may not be so strong-minded as you are." "No, no," gasped Margaret in a choking voice. I wish to hear of this. Tell me, Mrs. Austin, what was the name of the murdered man?" "Joseph Wilmot." "Joseph Wilmot," repeated Margaret slowly. She had always known her father by the name of James Wentworth, but what more likely than that Wilmot was his real name? She had good reason to suspect that Wentworth was a false one. "I'll lend you a newspaper," Mrs. Austin said good-naturedly, "if you really want to learn the particulars of this murder." "I do, if you please." Mrs. Austin took a weekly paper from amongst some others that were scattered upon a side table. She folded up this paper and handed it to Margaret. "Give Miss Wentworth a glass of wine, mother," exclaimed Clement Austin. "I'm sure all this talk about the murder has upset her." "No, no, indeed," Margaret answered. "I would rather not take anything. I want to get home quickly. Good evening, Mrs. Austin." She tried to say something more, but her voice failed her. She had been in the habit of shaking hands with Mrs. Austin and Clement when she left them, and the cashier had always accompanied her to the gate, and had sometimes lingered with her there in the dusk, prolonging some conversation that had been begun in the drawing-room. But to-night she hurried from the room before the widow could remonstrate with her. Clement followed her into the hall. "Miss Wentworth," he said, "I know that something has agitated you. Pray return to the drawing-room and stop with us until you are more composed." "No, no, no, no." "Let me see you home, then." "Oh, no, no," she cried, as the young man barred her passage to the door. "For pity's sake, don't detain me, Mr. Austin. Don't detain me or follow me." She passed by him and hurried out of the house. He followed her to the gate and watched her disappear in the twilight, and then went back to the drawing-room, sighing heavily as he went. "I have no right to follow her against her own wish," he said to himself. "She has given me no right to interfere with her, or to think of her, for the matter of that." He threw himself into a chair and took up a newspaper, but he did not read half a dozen lines. He sat with his eyes fixed upon the page before him, thinking of Margaret Wentworth. "Poor girl," he said to himself presently. "Poor lonely girl. She is too pure and beautiful for the hard struggles of this world." Margaret Wentworth walked rapidly along the road that led her back to Wandsworth. She held the folded newspaper clutched tightly against her breast. It was her death warrant, perhaps. She never paused or slackened her pace until she reached the lane leading down to the water. She opened the gate of the simple cottage garden. There was no need of bolts or locks for the fortification of Godolphin cottages, and went up to her own little sitting-room, the room in which her father had told her the secret of his life, the room in which she had sworn to remember the Henry Dunbar. All was dark and quiet in the house, for the mistress of it was elderly and old-fashioned in her ways, and Margaret was accustomed to wait upon herself when she came home after nightfall. She struck a lucifer, lighted her candle, and sat down with the newspaper in her hand. She unfolded it and examined the pages. She was not long finding what she wanted. The Winchester murder, latest particulars. Margaret Wentworth read that horrible story. She read the newspaper record of the cruel deed that had been done, twice, slowly and deliberately. Her eyes were tearless, and there was a desperate courage at her heart, that miserable, agonized heart which seemed like a block of ice in her breast. "I swore to remember the name of Henry Dunbar," she said in a low, sombre voice. "I have good reason to remember it now." From the first she had no doubt in her mind. From the very first she had but one idea, and that idea was a conviction. Her father had been murdered by his old master. The man, Joseph Wilmot, was her father. The murderer was Henry Dunbar. The newspaper record told how the murdered man had, according to his own account, met his brother at the Waterloo station upon the afternoon of the 16th of August. That was the very afternoon upon which James Wentworth had left his daughter to go to London by rail. He had met his old master, the man who had so bitterly injured him, the cold-hearted scoundrel who had so cruelly betrayed him. He had been violent, perhaps, and had threatened Henry Dunbar. And then the rich man, treacherous and cold-hearted in his age as in his youth, had beguiled his old valet by a pretended friendship, had lured him into a lonely place, and had there murdered him, in order that all the wicked secrets of the past might be buried with his victim. As to the robbery of the clothes, the rifling of the pocket-book, that, of course, was only a part of Henry Dunbar's deep-laid scheme. The girl folded the paper and put it on her breast. It was a strange document to lie against that virginal bosom, and the breast beneath it ached with a sick, cold pain that was like the pain of death. Margaret took up her candle and went into a neatly kept little room at the back of the house, the room in which her father had always slept when he stayed in that house. There was an old box, a battered and dilapidated hair-trunk, with a worn rope knotted about it. The girl knelt down before the box and put her candle on a chair beside it. Then, with her slender fingers, she tried to unfasten the knots that secured the cord. This task was not an easy one, and her fingers ached before she had done, but she succeeded at last, and lifted the lid of the trunk. There were worn and shabby garments, tumbled and dusty, that had been thrown pell-mell into the box. There were broken meerschaum pipes, old newspapers, pale with age, and with passages here and there marked by thick strokes in faded ink. A faint effluvium that arose from the mass of dilapidated rubbish, the weeds which the great ocean Time casts up upon the shore of the present, testified to the neighbourhood of mice, and scattered about the bottom of the box, amongst loose shreds of tobacco, broken lumps of petrified Cavendish, and scraps of paper, there were a few letters. Margaret gathered together these letters and examined them. 3 of them, very old, faded, and flabby, were directed to Joseph Wilmot, care of the governor of Norfolk Island, in a prim, clerk-like hand. It was an ominous address. Margaret Wentworth bowed her head upon her knees and sobbed aloud. He had been very wicked, and had need of a long life of penitence, she thought, but he has been murdered by Henry Dunbar. There was no shadow of doubt now in her mind. She had in her own hand the conclusive proof of the identity between Joseph Wilmot and her father, and to her this seemed quite enough to prove that Henry Dunbar was the murderer of his old servant. He had injured the man, and it was in the man's power to do him injury. He had resolved, therefore, to get rid of this old accomplice, this dangerous witness of the past. This was how Margaret reasoned. That the crime committed in the quiet grove near St. Cross was an everyday deed, done for the most pitiful and sordid motives that can tempt a man to shed his brother's blood, never for a moment entered into her thoughts. Other people might think this in their ignorance of the story of the past. At daybreak the next morning she left the house, after giving a very brief explanation of her departure to the old woman with whom she lodged. She took the first train to Winchester, and reached the station 2 hours before noon. She had her whole stock of money with her, but nothing else. Her own wants, her own necessities, had no place in her thoughts. Her errand was a fearful one, for she went to tell so much as she knew of the story of the past, and to bear witness against Henry Dunbar. The railway official to whom she addressed herself at the Winchester station treated her with civility and good nature. The pale beauty of her pensive face won her friends wherever she went. It is very hard upon pug-nosed merit and red-headed virtue that a Grecian profile or raven tresses should be such an excellent letter of introduction. But unhappily human nature is weak, and while beauty appeals straight to the eye of the frivolous, merit requires to be appreciated by the wise. "If there is anything I can do for you, miss," the railway official said politely, "I shall be very happy, I'm sure." "I want to know about the murder," the girl answered in a low, tremulous voice. "The murder that was committed—" "Yes, miss, to be sure. Everybody in Winchester is talking about it. A most mysterious event. But," cried the official, brightening suddenly, "you ain't a witness, miss, are you? You don't know anything about it, eh?" He was quite excited at the bare idea that this pretty girl had something to say about the murder, and that he might have the privilege of introducing her to his fellow citizens. To know anybody who knew anything about Joseph Wilmot's murder was to occupy a post of some distinction in Winchester just now. "Yes," Margaret said, "I want to give evidence against Henry Dunbar." The railway official started and stared aghast. "Evidence against Mr. Dunbar, miss?" he said. "Why, Mr. Henry Dunbar was dismissed from custody only yesterday afternoon, and is going up to town by the express this night, and everybody in Winchester is full of the shameful way in which he has been treated. Why, as far as that goes, there was no more ground for suspecting Mr. Dunbar, not that has come out yet, at any rate, than there is for suspecting me." And the porter snapped his fingers contemptuously. "But if you know anything against Mr. Dunbar, why, of course that alters the case, and it's your bounden duty, miss, to go before the magistrate directly minute and make your statement." The porter could hardly refrain from smacking his lips with an air of relish as he said this. Distinction had come to him unsought. "Wait a minute, miss," he said. "I'll go and ask leave to take you round to the magistrates. You'll never find your way by yourself. The next up isn't till 12:7. I can be spared." The porter ran away, presented himself to a higher official, told his story, and obtained a brief leave of absence. Then he returned to Margaret. "Now, miss," he said, "if you'll come along of me, I'll take you to Sir Arden Westhorpe's house. Sir Arden is the gentleman that has taken so much trouble with this case." On the way through the back streets of the quiet city, the porter would fain have extracted from Margaret all that she had to tell, but the girl would reveal nothing. She only said that she wanted to bear witness against Henry Dunbar. The porter, upon the other hand, was very communicative. He told his companion what had happened at the adjourned examination. "There was a great deal of applause in the court when Mr. Dunbar was told he might consider himself free," said the porter. "But Sir Arden checked it. There was no need for clapping of hands, he said, or for anything but sorrow that such a wicked deed had been done, and that the cruel wretch as did it should escape. A young man as was in the court told me that them was Sir Arden's exact words." They had reached Sir Arden's house by this time. It was a very handsome house, though it stood in a back street, and a grave manservant in a linen jacket admitted Margaret into the oak-panelled hall. She might have had some difficulty, perhaps, in seeing Sir Arden, had not the railway porter immediately declared her business. But the name of the murdered man was a passport, and she was ushered at once into a low room, which was lined with bookshelves, and opened into an old-fashioned garden. Here Sir Arden Westhorpe, the magistrate, sat at a table writing. He was an elderly man, with grey hair and whiskers, and with rather a stern expression of countenance. But he was a good and a just man, and though Henry Dunbar had been the emperor of half Europe instead of an Anglo-Indian banker, Sir Arden would have committed him for trial had he seen just cause for so doing. Margaret was in no wise abashed by the presence of the magistrate. She had but one thought in her mind, the thought of her father's wrongs, and she could have spoken freely in the presence of a king. "I hope I am not too late, sir," she said. "I hear that Mr. Dunbar has been discharged from custody. I hope I am not too late to bear witness against him." The magistrate looked up with an expression of surprise. "That will depend upon circumstances," he said. "That is to say, upon the nature of the statement which you may have to make." The magistrate summoned his clerk from an adjoining room, and then took down the girl's information. But he shook his head doubtfully when Margaret had told him all she had to tell. That which to the impulsive girl seemed proof positive of Henry Dunbar's guilt was very little when written down in a business-like manner by Sir Arden Westhorpe's clerk. "You know your unhappy father to have been injured by Mr. Dunbar, and you think he may have been in the possession of secrets of a damaging nature to that gentleman, but you do not know what those secrets were. My poor girl, I cannot possibly move in this business upon such evidence as this. The police are at work. This matter will not be allowed to pass off without the closest investigation, believe me. I shall take care to have your statement placed in the hands of the detective officer who is entrusted with the conduct of this affair. We must wait. We must wait. I cannot bring myself to believe that Henry Dunbar has been guilty of this fearful crime. He is rich enough to have bribed your father to keep silence, if he had any reason to fear what he might say. Money is a very powerful agent, and can buy almost anything. It is rarely that a man with almost unlimited wealth at his command finds himself compelled to commit an act of violence. The magistrate read aloud Margaret Wilmot's deposition, and the girl signed it in the presence of the clerk. She signed it with her father's real name, the name that she had never written before that day. Then, having given the magistrate the address of her Wandsworth lodging, she bade him good morning, and went out into the unfamiliar street. Nothing that Sir Arden Westhorpe had said had in any way weakened her rooted conviction of Henry Dunbar's guilt. She still believed that he was the murderer of her father. She walked for some distance, without knowing where she went. Then suddenly she stopped. Her face flushed, her eyes grew bright, and an ominous smile lit up her countenance. "I will go to Henry Dunbar," she said to herself. "Since the law will not help me, I will go to my father's murderer. Surely he will tremble when he knows that his victim left a daughter who will rest neither night nor day until she sees justice done." Sir Arden had mentioned the hotel at which Henry Dunbar was staying, so Margaret asked the first passer-by to direct her to the George. She found a waiter lounging in the doorway of the hotel. "I want to see Mr. Dunbar," she said. The man looked at her with considerable surprise. "I don't think it's likely Mr. Dunbar will see you, miss," he said, "but I'll take your name up if you wish it." "I shall be much obliged if you will do so." "Certainly, miss. If you'll please to sit down in the hall, I'll go to Mr. Dunbar immediately. Your name is—" "My name is Margaret Wilmot." The waiter started as if he had been shot. "Wilmot!" he exclaimed. "Any relation to—" "I am the daughter of Joseph Wilmot," answered Margaret quietly. "You can tell Mr. Dunbar so, if you please." "Yes, miss, I will, miss. Bless my soul, you really might knock me down with a feather, miss. Mr. Dunbar can't possibly refuse to see you, I should think, miss." The waiter went upstairs, looking back at Margaret as he went. He seemed to think that the daughter of the murdered man ought to be in some way or other different from other young women. Chapter 15 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Whitley. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 15. Baffled. Mr. Dunbar was sitting in a luxurious easy chair with a newspaper lying across his knee. Mr. Balderby had returned to London upon the previous evening, but Arthur Lovell still remained with the Anglo-Indian. Henry Dunbar was a good deal the worse for the close confinement which he had suffered since his arrival in the cathedral city. Everybody who looked at him saw the change which the last 10 days had made in his appearance. He was very pale, there were dark purple rings about his eyes, the eyes themselves were unnaturally bright, and the mouth, that telltale feature over whose expression no man has perfect control, betrayed that the banker had suffered. Arthur Lovell had been indefatigable in the service of his client, not from any love toward the man, but always influenced more or less by the reflection that Henry Dunbar was Laura's father, and that to serve Henry Dunbar was in some manner to serve the woman he loved. Mr. Dunbar had only been discharged from custody upon the previous evening, after a long and wearisome examination and cross-examination of the witnesses who had given evidence at the coroner's inquest, and that additional testimony upon which the magistrate had issued his warrant. He had slept till late, and had only just finished breakfast, when the waiter entered with Margaret's message. "A young person wishes to see you, sir," he said respectfully. "A young person!" exclaimed Mr. Dunbar impatiently. "I can't see anyone. What should any young person want with me?" "She wants to see you particularly, sir. She says her name is Wilmot, Margaret Wilmot, and that she is the daughter of—" The sickly pallor of Mr. Dunbar's face changed to an awful livid hue, and Arthur Lovell, looking at his client at this moment, saw the change. It was the first time he had seen any evidence of fear either in the face or manner of Henry Dunbar. "I will not see her!" exclaimed Mr. Dunbar. "I never heard Wilmot speak of any daughter. This woman is some impudent impostor who wants to extort money out of me. I will not see her. Let her be sent about her business." The waiter hesitated. "She is a very respectable-looking person, sir," he said. "She doesn't look anything like an impostor." "Perhaps not. answered Mr. Dunbar, haughtily. "But she is an impostor for all that. Joseph Wilmot had no daughter to my knowledge. Pray do not let me be disturbed about this business. I have suffered quite enough already on account of this man's death." He sank back in his chair, and took up his newspaper as he finished speaking. His face was completely hidden behind the newspaper. "Shall I go and speak to this girl?" asked Arthur Lovell. "On no account. The girl is an impostor. Let her be sent about her business." The waiter left the room. "Pardon me, Mr. Dunbar," said the young lawyer, "but if you will allow me to make a suggestion, as your legal adviser in this business, I would really recommend you to see this girl." "Why?" "Because the people in a place like this are notorious gossips and scandal-mongers. If you refuse to see this person, who at any rate calls herself Joseph Wilmot's daughter, they may say—" "They may say what?" asked Henry Dunbar. "They may say that it is because you have some special reason for not seeing her." "Indeed, Mr. Lovell! Then I am to put myself out of the way, after being fagged and harassed to death already about this business, and am to see every adventuress who chooses to trade upon the name of the murdered man, in order to stop the mouths of the good people of Winchester. I beg to tell you, my dear sir, that I am utterly indifferent to anything that may be said of me, and that I shall only study my own ease and comfort. If people choose to think that Henry Dunbar is the murderer of his old servant, they are welcome to their opinion. I shall not trouble myself to set them right." The waiter re-entered the room as Mr. Dunbar finished speaking. "The young person says that she must see you, sir," the man said. "She says that if you refuse to see her, she will wait at the door of this house till you leave it. My master has spoken to her, sir, but it's of no use. She's the most determined young woman I ever saw." Mr. Dunbar's face was still hidden by the newspaper. There was a little pause before he replied. "Lovell," he said at last, "perhaps you had better go and see this person. You can find out if she is really related to that unhappy man. Here is my purse. You can let her have any money you think proper. If she is the daughter of that wretched man, I should, of course, wish her to be well provided for. I will thank you to tell her that, Lovell. Tell her that I am willing to settle an annuity upon her, always on condition that she does not intrude herself upon me. But remember, whatever I give is contingent upon her own good conduct, and must not in any way be taken as a bribe. If she chooses to think and speak ill of me, she is free to do so. I have no fear of her, nor of any one else." Arthur Lovell took the millionaire's purse and went downstairs with the waiter. He found Margaret sitting in the hall. There was no impatience, no violence in her manner, but there was a steady, fixed, resolute look in her white face. The young lawyer felt that this girl would not be easily put off by any denial of Mr. Dunbar. He ushered Margaret into a private sitting-room leading out of the hall, and then closed the door behind him. The disappointed waiter lingered upon the door-mat, but the George is a well-built house, and that waiter lingered in vain. "You want to see Mr. Dunbar?" he said. "Yes, sir. He is very much fatigued by yesterday's business, and he declines to see you. What is your motive for being so eager to see him?" "I will tell that to Mr. Dunbar himself." "You are really the daughter of Joseph Wilmot? Mr. Dunbar seems to doubt the fact of his having had a daughter." "Perhaps so. Mr. Dunbar may have been unaware of my existence until this moment. I did not know until last night what had happened." She stopped for a moment, half stifled by a hysterical sob which she could not repress, but she very quickly regained her self-control, and continued slowly and deliberately, looking earnestly in the young man's face with her clear brown eyes. "I did not know until last night that my father's name was Wilmot. He had called himself by a false name, but last night after hearing of the murder—" The horrible word seemed to suffocate her, but she still went bravely on. "I searched a box of my father's and found this." She took from her pocket the letter direct to Norfolk Island, and handed it to the lawyer. "Read it," she said. "You will see then how my father had been wronged by Henry Dunbar." Arthur Lovell unfolded the worn and faded letter. It had been written 25 years before by Sampson Wilmot. Margaret pointed to one passage on the second page. "Your bitterness against Henry Dunbar is very painful to me, my dear Joseph. Yet I cannot but feel that your hatred against my employer's son is only natural. I know that he was the first cause of your ruin, and that but for him your lot in life might have been very different. Try to forgive him. Try to forget him, even if you cannot forgive. Do not talk of revenge. The revelation of that secret which you hold respecting the forged bills would bring disgrace not only upon him, but upon his father and his uncle. They are both good and honourable men, and I think that shame would kill them. Remember this, and keep the secret of that painful story." Arthur Lovell's face grew terribly grave as he read these lines. He had heard the story of the forgery hinted at, but he had never heard its details. He had looked upon it as a cruel scandal, which had perhaps arisen out of some trifling error, some unpaid debt of honour, some foolish gambling transaction in the early youth of Henry Dunbar. But here, in the handwriting of the dead clerk, here was the evidence of that old story. Those few lines in Sampson Wilmot's letter suggested a motive. The young lawyer dropped into a chair and sat for some minutes, silently poring over the clerk's letter. He did not like Henry Dunbar. His generous young heart, which had yearned towards Laura's father, had sunk in his breast with a dull, chill feeling of disappointment at his first meeting with the rich man. Still, after carefully sifting the evidence of the coroner's inquest, he had come to the conclusion that Henry Dunbar was innocent of Joseph Wilmot's death. He had carefully weighed every scrap of evidence against the Anglo-Indian, and had deliberately arrived at this conclusion. But now he looked at everything in a new light. The clerk's letter suggested a motive, perhaps an adequate motive. The two men had gone down together into that silent grove. The servant had threatened his patron. They had quarrelled, and... No, the murder could scarcely have happened in this way. The assassin had been armed with the cruel rope, and had crept stealthily behind his victim. It was not a common murder. The rope and the slip-knot, the treacherous running noose, hinted darkly at Oriental experiences. Somewhat in this fashion might a murderous thug have assailed his unconscious victim. But then, on the other hand, there was one circumstance that always remained in Henry Dunbar's favour. That circumstance was the robbery of the dead man's clothes. The Anglo-Indian might very well have rifled the pocket-book, and left it empty upon the scene of the murder, in order to throw the officers of justice upon a wrong scent. That would have been only the work of a few moments. But was it probable, was it even possible, that the murderer would have lingered in broad daylight, with every chance against him, long enough to strip off the garments of his victim, in order still more effectively to hoodwink suspicion? Was it not a great deal more likely that Joseph Wilmot had spent the afternoon drinking in the tap-room of some roadside public-house, and had rambled back into the grove after dark, to meet his death at the hands of some everyday assassin bent only upon plunder? All these thoughts passed through Arthur Lovell's mind as he sat with Sampson's faded letter in his hands. Margaret Wilmot watched him with eager, scrutinizing eyes. She saw doubt, perplexity, horror, indecision, all struggling in his handsome face. But the lawyer felt that it was his duty to act, and to act in the interests of his client, whatever vaguely hideous doubts might arise in his own breast. Nothing but his conviction of Henry Dunbar's guilt could justify him in deserting his client. He was not convinced. He was only horror-stricken by the first whisper of doubt. "Mr. Dunbar declines to see you," he said to Margaret, "and I do not really see what good could possibly arise out of an interview between you. In the meantime, if you are in any way distressed, and you must most likely need assistance at such a time as this, he is quite ready to help you, and he is also ready to give you permanent help if you require it." He opened Henry Dunbar's purse as he spoke, but the girl rose and looked at him with icy disdain in her fixed white face. "I would sooner crawl from door to door, begging my bread of the hardest strangers in this cruel world, I would sooner die from the lingering agonies of starvation, than I would accept help from Henry Dunbar. No power on earth will ever induce me to take a sixpence from that man's hand." "Why not?" "You know why not. I can see that knowledge in your face. Tell Mr. Dunbar that I will wait at the door of this house till he comes out to speak to me. I will wait until I drop down dead." Arthur Lovell went back to his client, and told him what the girl said. Mr. Dunbar was walking up and down the room with his head bent moodily upon his breast. "By heavens!" he cried angrily, "I will have this girl removed by the police if—" He stopped abruptly, and his head sank once more upon his breast. "I would most earnestly advise you to see her," pleaded Arthur Lovell. "If she goes away in her present frame of mind, she may spread a horrible scandal against you. Your refusing to see her will confirm the suspicions which—" "What!" cried Henry Dunbar. "Does she dare to suspect me?" "I fear so." "Has she said as much?" "Not in actual words, but her manner betrayed her suspicions. You must not wonder if this girl is unreasonable. Her father's miserable fate must have been a terrible blow to her." "Did you offer her money?" "I did." "And she—" "She refused it." Mr. Dunbar winced, as if the announcement of the girl's refusal had stung him to the quick. "Since it must be so," he said, "I will see this importunate woman, but not to-day. To-day I must and will have rest. Tell her to come to me to-morrow morning at 10 o'clock. I will see her then." Arthur Lovell carried this message to Margaret. The girl looked at him with an earnest, questioning glance. "You're not deceiving me?" she said. "No, indeed." "Mr. Dunbar said that?" "He did." "Then I will go away. But do not let Henry Dunbar try to deceive me, for I will follow him to the end of the world. I care very little where I go in my search for the man who murdered my father." She went slowly away. She went down into the cathedral yard, across which the murdered man had gone arm in arm with his companion. Some boys, loitering about at the entrance to the meadows, answered all her questions, and took her to the spot upon which the body had been found. It was a dull, misty day, and there was a low wind wailing amongst the wet branches of the old trees. The raindrops from the fading leaves fell into the streamlet, from whose shallow waters the dead man's face had looked up to the moonlit sky. Later in the afternoon, Margaret found her way to a cemetery outside the town, where, under a newly made mound of turf, the murdered man lay. A great many people had been to see this grave, and had been very much disappointed at finding it in no way different from other graves. Already the good citizens of Winchester had begun to hint that the grove near St. Cross was haunted, and there was a vague report to the effect that the dead man had been seen there, walking in the twilight. Punctual to the very striking of the clock, Margaret Wilmot presented herself at the George at the time appointed by Mr. Dunbar. She had passed a wretched night at a humble inn a little way out of the town, and had been dreaming all night of her meeting with Mr. Dunbar. In those troubled dreams she had met the rich man perpetually, now in one place, now in another, but always in the most unlikely places. Yet she had never seen his face. She had tried to see it, but by some strange devilry or other, peculiar to the incidents of a dream, it had been always hidden from her. The same waiter was lounging in the same attitude at the door of the hotel. He looked up with an expression of surprise as Margaret approached him. "You've not gone, then, miss?" he exclaimed. "Gone? No, I have waited to see Mr. Dunbar." "Well, that's queer," said the waiter. "Did he tell you he'd see you?" "Yes, he promised to see me at 10 o'clock this morning." "That's uncommon queer." "Why so?" asked Margaret eagerly. "Because Mr. Dunbar and that young gent as was with him went away, bag and baggage, by last night's express." Margaret Wilmot gave no utterance to either surprise or indignation. She walked quietly away, and went once more to the house of Sir Arden Westhorpe. She told him what had occurred, and her statement was written down and signed, as upon the previous day. "Mr. Dunbar murdered my father," she said, after this had been done, "and he's afraid to see me." The magistrate shook his head gravely. "No, no, my dear," he said, "you must not say that. I cannot allow you to make such an assertion as that. Circumstantial evidence often points to an innocent person. If Mr. Dunbar had been in any way concerned in this matter, he would have made a point of seeing you, in order to set your suspicions at rest. His declining to see you is only the act of a selfish man, who has already suffered very great inconvenience from this business, and who dreads the scandal of some tragical scene."
Chapter 16 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 16. Is it love or fear? Henry Dunbar and Arthur Lovell slept at the same hotel upon the night of their journey from Winchester to London, for the banker refused to disturb his daughter by presenting himself at the house in Portland Place after midnight. In this, at least, he showed himself a considerate father. Arthur Lovell had made every effort in his power to dissuade the banker from leaving Winchester upon that night, and thus breaking the promise that he had made to Margaret Wilmot. Henry Dunbar was resolute, and the young lawyer had no alternative. If his client chose to do a dishonourable thing, in spite of all that the young man could say against it, of course it was no business of his. For his own part, Arthur Lovell was only too glad to get back to London, for Laura Dunbar was there, and wherever she was, there was paradise, in the opinion of this foolish young man. Early upon the morning after their arrival in London, Henry Dunbar and the young lawyer breakfasted together in their sitting-room at the hotel. It was a bright morning, and even London looked pleasant in the sunshine. Henry Dunbar stood in the window, looking out into the street below, while the breakfast was being placed upon the table. The hotel was situated in a new street at the West End. "You find London very much altered, I dare say, Mr. Dunbar," said Arthur Lovell, as he unfolded the morning paper. "How do you mean, altered?" asked the banker, absently. "I mean that after so long an absence you must find great improvements. This street, for instance, it has not been built 6 years." "Oh yes, I remember. There were fields upon this spot when I went to India." They sat down to breakfast. Henry Dunbar was absent-minded, and ate very little. When he had drunk a cup of tea, he took out the locket containing Laura's miniature, and sat silently contemplating it. By and by he unfastened the locket from the chain, and handed it across the table to Arthur Lovell. "My daughter is very beautiful, if she is like that," said the banker. "Do you consider it a good likeness?" The young lawyer looked at the portrait with a tender smile. "Yes," he said thoughtfully, "it is very like her, only—" "Only what?" "The picture is not lovely enough." "Indeed! And yet it is very beautiful. Laura resembles her mother, who was a lovely woman." "But I have heard your father say that the lower part of Miss Dunbar's face, the mouth and chin, reminded him of yours. I must own, Mr. Dunbar, that I cannot see the likeness." "I dare say not," the banker answered, carelessly. "You must allow something for the passage of time, my dear Lovell, and the wear and tear of life in Calcutta. I dare say my mouth and chin are rather harder and sterner in their character than Laura's." There was nothing more said upon the subject of the likeness. By and by Mr. Dunbar got up, took his hat, and went towards the door. "You will come with me, Lovell," he said. "Oh no, Mr. Dunbar, I would not wish to intrude upon you at such a time. The first interview between a father and daughter, after a separation of so many years, is almost sacred in its character. Pshaw, Mr. Lovell, I did not think a solicitor's son would be weak enough to indulge in any silly sentimentality. I shall be very glad to see my daughter, and I understand from her letters that she will be pleased to see me. That is all. At the same time, as you know Laura much better than I do, you may as well come with me." Mr. Dunbar's looks belied the carelessness of his words. His face was deadly pale, and there was a singularly rigid expression about his mouth. Laura had received no notice of her father's coming. She was sitting at the same window by which she had sat when Arthur Lovell asked her to be his wife. She was sitting in the same low, luxurious easy-chair, with the hot-house flowers behind her, and a huge Newfoundland dog, a faithful attendant that she had brought from Maudesle Abbey, lying at her feet. The door of Miss Dunbar's morning-room was open, and upon the broad landing-place outside the apartment the banker stopped suddenly, and laid his hand upon the gilded balustrade. For a moment it seemed almost as if he would have fallen, but he leaned heavily on the bronze scroll-work of the banister, and bit his lower lip fiercely with the strong white teeth. Arthur Lovell was not displeased to perceive this agitation, for he had been wounded by the careless manner in which Henry Dunbar had spoken of his beautiful daughter. Now it was evident that the banker's indifference had only been assumed as a mask beneath which the strong man had tried to conceal the intensity of his feelings. The two men lingered upon the landing-place for a few minutes, while Mr. Dunbar looked about him, and endeavoured to control his agitation. Everything here was new to him, for neither the house in Portland Place nor Maudesle Abbey had been in the possession of the Dunbar family more than 20 years. The millionaire contemplated his possessions. Even upon that landing-place there was no lack of evidence of wealth. A Persian carpet covered the centre of the floor, and beyond its fringed margin a tessellated pavement of coloured marbles took new and brighter hues from the slanting rays of sunlight that streamed in through a wide stained-glass window upon the staircase. Great Dresden vases of exotics stood on pedestals of malachite and gold, and a trailing curtain of purple velvet hung half-way across the entrance to a long suite of drawing-rooms, a glistening vista of light and splendour. Mr. Dunbar pushed open the door, and stood upon the threshold of his daughter's chamber. Laura started to her feet. "Papa! Papa!" she cried. "I thought that you would come to-day." She ran to him and fell upon his breast, half weeping, half laughing. The Newfoundland dog crept up to Mr. Dunbar with his head down. He sniffed at the heels of the millionaire, and then looked slowly upward at the man's face with sombre, sulky-looking eyes, and began to growl ominously. "Take your dog away, Laura!" cried Mr. Dunbar, angrily. It happened thus that the very first words Henry Dunbar said to his daughter were uttered in a tone of anger. The girl drew herself away from him, and looked up almost piteously in her father's face. That face was as pale as death, but cold, stern, and impassible. Laura Dunbar shivered as she looked at it. She had been a spoiled child, a pampered, idolized beauty, and had never heard anything but words of love and tenderness. Her lips quivered, and the tears came to her eyes. "Come away, Pluto," she said to the dog. "Papa does not want us." She took the great flapping ears of the animal in her 2 hands, and led him out of the room. The dog went with his young mistress submissively enough, but he looked back at the last moment to growl at Mr. Dunbar. Laura left the Newfoundland on the landing-place, and went back to her father. She flung herself for the second time into the banker's arms. "Darling papa," she cried impetuously, "my dog shall never growl at you again. Dear papa, tell me you are glad to come home to your poor girl. You would tell me so if you knew how dearly I love you." She lifted up her lips and kissed Henry Dunbar's impassible face, but she recoiled from him for the second time with a shudder and a long-drawn shivering sigh. The lips of the millionaire were as cold as ice. "Papa," she cried, "how cold you are! I'm afraid that you are ill." He was ill. Arthur Lovell, who stood quietly watching the meeting between father and daughter, saw a change come over his client's face, and wheeled forward an armchair just in time for Henry Dunbar to fall into it as heavily as a log of wood. The banker had fainted. For the second time since the murder in the grove near St. Cross, he had betrayed violent and sudden emotion. This time the emotion was stronger than his will, and altogether overcame him. Arthur Lovell laid the insensible man flat upon his back on the carpet. Laura rushed to fetch water and aromatic vinegar from her dressing-room, and in 5 minutes Mr. Dunbar opened his eyes, and looked about him with a wild, half-terrified expression in his face. For a moment he glared fiercely at the anxious countenance of Laura, who knelt beside him. Then his whole frame was shaken by a convulsive trembling, and his teeth chattered violently. But this lasted only for a few moments. He overcame it, grinding his teeth and clenching his strong hands, and then staggered heavily to his feet. "I am subject to these fainting fits," he said, with a wan, sickly smile upon his white face, "and I dreaded this interview on that account. I knew that it would be too much for me." He seated himself upon the low sofa which Laura had pushed towards him, resting his elbows on his knees, and hiding his face in his hands. Miss Dunbar placed herself beside her father, and wound her arm about his neck. "Poor papa," she murmured softly, "I am so sorry our meeting has agitated you like this, and to think that I should have fancied you cold and unkind to me, at the very time when your silent emotion was an evidence of your love." Arthur Lovell had gone through the open window into the conservatory, but he could hear the girl talking to her father. His face was very grave, and the same shadow that had clouded it once during the course of the coroner's inquest rested upon it now. An evidence of his love! Heaven grant that this may be Chapter 17 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 17. The Broken Picture. Arthur Lovell stopped at Portland Place for the rest of the day, and dined with the banker and his daughter in the evening. The dinner party was a very cheerful one, as far as Mr. Dunbar and his daughter were concerned, for Laura was in very high spirits on account of her father's return, and Dora Macmahon joined pleasantly in the conversation. The banker had welcomed his dead wife's elder daughter with a speech which, if a little studied in its tone, was at any rate very kind in its meaning. "I shall always be glad to see you with my poor motherless girl," he said, "and if you can make your home altogether with us, you shall never have cause to remember that you are less nearly allied to me than Laura herself." When he met Arthur and the two girls at the dinner table, Henry Dunbar had quite recovered from the agitation of the morning, and talked gaily of the future. He alluded now and then to his Indian reminiscences, but did not dwell long upon this subject. His mind seemed full of plans for his future life. He would do this, that, and the other, at Maudesle Abbey, in Yorkshire, and in Portland Place. He had the air of a man who fully appreciates the power of wealth, and is prepared to enjoy all that wealth can give him. He drank a good deal of wine during the course of the dinner, and his spirits rose with every glass. But in spite of his host's gaiety, Arthur Lovell was ill at ease. Do what he would, he could not shake off the memory of the meeting between the father and daughter. Henry Dunbar's deadly pallor, that wild, scared look in his eyes, as they slowly reopened and glared upon Laura's anxious face, were ever present to the young lawyer's mind. Why was this man frightened of his beautiful child? For that it was fear and not love which had blanched Henry Dunbar's face, the lawyer felt positive. Why was this father frightened of his own daughter, unless what? Only one horrible and ghastly suggestion presented itself to Arthur Lovell's mind. Henry Dunbar was the murderer of his old valet, and the consciousness of guilt had paralysed him at the first touch of his daughter's innocent lips. But oh, how terrible if this were true! How terrible to think that Laura Dunbar was henceforth to live in daily and hourly association with a traitor and an assassin! "I have promised to love her for ever, though my love is hopeless, and to serve her faithfully, if ever she should need of my devotion," Arthur Lovell thought, as he sat silent at the dinner table, while Henry Dunbar and his daughter talked together gaily. The lawyer watched his client now with intense anxiety, and it seemed to him that there was something feverish and unnatural in the banker's gaiety. Laura and her stepsister left the room soon after dinner, and the two men remained alone at the long, ponderous-looking dinner-table, on which the sparkling diamond-cut decanters and Sèvres dessert dishes looked like tiny vases of light and colour on a dreary waste of polished mahogany. "I shall go to Maudesle Abbey to-morrow," Henry Dunbar said. "I want rest and solitude after all this trouble and excitement, and Laura tells me that she infinitely prefers Maudesle to London. Do you think of returning to Warwickshire, Mr. Lovell?" "Oh yes, immediately. My father expected my return a week ago. I only came up to town to act as Miss Dunbar's escort." "Indeed, that was very kind of you. You have known my daughter for a long time, I understand by her letters." "Yes, we were children together. I was a great deal at the Abbey in old Mr. Dunbar's time." "And you will still be more often there in my time, I hope," Mr. Dunbar answered courteously. "I fancy I could venture to make a pretty correct guess at a certain secret of yours, my dear Lovell. Unless I am very much mistaken, you have a more than ordinary regard for my daughter." Arthur Lovell was silent. His heart beat violently, and he looked the banker unflinchingly in the face, but he did not speak. He only bent his head in answer to the rich man's questions. "I have guessed rightly, then," said Mr. Dunbar. "Yes, sir. I love Miss Dunbar as truly as ever a man loved the woman of his choice, but—" "But what? She is the daughter of a millionaire, and you fear her father's disapproval of your pretensions, eh?" "No, Mr. Dunbar. If your daughter loved me as truly as I love her, I would marry her in spite of you, in spite of the world, and carve my own way to fortune. But such a blessing as Laura Dunbar's love is not for me. I have spoken to her, and—" "She has rejected you?" "She has." "Pshaw! Girls of her age are as changeable as the winds of heaven. Do not despair, Mr. Lovell. And as far as my consent goes, you may have it to-morrow if you like. You are young, good-looking, clever, agreeable. What more, in the name of feminine frivolity, can a girl want? You will find no stupid prejudices in me, Mr. Lovell. I should like to see you married to my daughter, for I believe you love her very sincerely. You have my good will, I assure you. There is my hand upon it." He held out his hand as he spoke, and Arthur Lovell took it, a little reluctantly perhaps, but with as good a grace as he could. "I thank you, sir," he said, "for your good will and—" He tried to say something more, but the words died away upon his lips. The horrible fear which had taken possession of his breast after the scene of the morning weighed upon him like the burden that seems to lie on the sleeper's breast throughout the strange agony of nightmare. Do what he would, he could not free himself from the weight of this dreadful doubt. Mr. Dunbar's words seemed to emanate from the kind and generous breast of a good man, but, on the other hand, might it not be possible that the banker wished to get rid of his daughter? He had betrayed fear in her presence that morning, and now he was eager to give her hand to the first suitor who presented himself, ineligible as that suitor was in a worldly point of view. Might it not be that the girl's innocent society was oppressive to her father, and that he wished therefore to shuffle her off under a new protector? "I shall be very busy this evening, Mr. Lovell," said Henry Dunbar presently, "for I must look over some papers I have amongst the luggage that was sent on here from Southampton. When you are tired of the dining-room, you will be able to find the two girls and amuse yourself in their society, I have no doubt." Mr. Dunbar rang the bell. It was answered by an elderly manservant out of livery. "What have you done with the baggage that was sent from Southampton?" asked the banker. "It has all been placed in old Mr. Dunbar's bedroom, sir," the man said. "Very well. Let lights be carried there, and let the portmanteaus and packing-cases be unstrapped and opened." He handed a bunch of keys to the servant, and followed the man out of the room. In the hall he stopped suddenly, arrested by the sound of a woman's voice. The entrance hall of the house in Portland Place was divided into two compartments, separated from each other by folding doors, the upper panels of which were of ground glass. There was a porter's chair in the outer division of the hall, and a bronze lamp hung from the domed ceiling. The doors between the inner and outer hall were ajar, and the voice which Henry Dunbar heard was that of a woman speaking to the porter. "I am Joseph Wilmot's daughter," the woman said. "Mr. Dunbar promised that he would see me at Winchester. He broke his word, and left Winchester without seeing me. But he shall see me sooner or later, for I will follow him wherever he goes, until I look into his face and say that which I have to say to him." The girl did not speak loudly or violently. There was a quiet earnestness in her voice, an earnestness and steadiness of tone which expressed more determination than any noisy or passionate utterance could have done. "Good gracious me, young woman!" exclaimed the porter. "Do you think as I'm going to send such a rampaging kind of message as that to Mr. Dunbar? Why, it would be as much as my place is worth to do it. Go along about your business, miss, and don't you presume to come to such a house as this during gentlefolks' dinner hour another time. Why, I'd sooner take a message to one of the tigers in the Zoological Gardens at feeding time than I'd intrude upon such a gentleman as Mr. Dunbar when he's sitting over his claret." Mr. Dunbar stopped to listen to this conversation. Then he went back into the dining-room, and beckoned to the servant who was waiting to precede him upstairs. "Bring me pen, ink, and paper," he said. The man wheeled a writing-table towards the banker. Henry Dunbar sat down and wrote the following lines in a firm aristocratic handwriting that was so familiar to the chief clerks in the banking-house. "The young person who calls herself Joseph Wilmot's daughter is informed that Mr. Dunbar declines to see her now, or at any future time. He is perfectly inflexible upon this point, and the young person will do well to abandon the system of annoyance which she is at present pursuing. Should she fail to do so, a statement of her conduct will be submitted to the police, and prompt measures taken to secure Mr. Dunbar's freedom from persecution. Herewith Mr. Dunbar forwards the young person a sum of money which will enable her to live for some time with ease and independence. Further remittances will be sent to her at short intervals, if she conducts herself with propriety, and refrains from attempting any annoyance against Mr. Dunbar. Portland Place, August 30th, 1850. The banker took out his cheque-book, wrote a cheque for £50, and folded it in the note which he had just written. Then he rang the bell, and gave the note to the elderly manservant who waited upon him. "Let that be taken to the young person in the hall," he said. Mr. Dunbar followed the servant to the dining-room door, and stood upon the threshold, listening. He heard the man speak to Margaret Wilmot as he delivered the letter, and then he heard the crackling of the envelope as the girl tore it open. There was a pause, during which the listener waited with an anxious expression on his face. He had not to wait long. Margaret spoke presently in a clear, ringing voice that vibrated through the hall. "Tell your master," she said, "that I will die of starvation sooner than I would accept bread from his hand. You can tell him what I did with his generous gift." There was another brief pause, and then, in the hushed stillness of the house, Henry Dunbar heard a slight shower of torn paper flutter down upon the polished marble floor. Then he heard the great door of the house close upon Joseph Wilmot's daughter. The millionaire covered his face with his hands, and gave a long sigh, but he lifted his head presently, shrugged his shoulders with an impatient gesture, and went slowly up the lighted staircase. The suite of apartments that had been occupied by Percival Dunbar comprised the greater part of the second floor of the house in Portland Place. There was a spacious bedchamber, a comfortable study, a dressing-room, bathroom, and antechamber. The furniture was handsome, but of a ponderous style, and, in spite of their splendour, the rooms had a gloomy look. Everything about them was dark and heavy. The house was an old one, and the 5 windows fronting the street were long and narrow, with deep oaken seats in the recesses between the heavy shutters. The walls were covered with a dark green paper that looked like cloth. The footsteps of the occupant were muffled by the rich thickness of the sombre Turkey carpet. The voluminous curtains that sheltered the windows and shrouded the carved rosewood 4-post bed were of a dark green, which looked black in the dim light. The massive chairs and tables were of black oak, with cushions of green velvet. A few valuable cabinet pictures by the old masters, set in deep frames of ebony and gold, hung at wide distances upon the wall. There was the head of an ecclesiastic, cut from a large picture by Spagnoletti, a Venetian senator by Tintoretto, the Adoration of the Magi by Caravaggio. An ivory crucifix was the only object upon the high, old-fashioned chimney-piece. A pair of wax candles in antique silver candlesticks burned upon a writing-table near the fireplace, and made a spot of light in the gloomy bedchamber. All Henry Dunbar's luggage had been placed in this room. There were packing-cases and portmanteaus of almost every size and shape, and they had all been opened by a manservant, who was kneeling by the last when the banker entered the room. "You will sleep here to-night, sir, I presume?" the servant said interrogatively, as he prepared to quit the apartment. "Mrs. Parkin thought it best to prepare these rooms for your occupation." Henry Dunbar looked thoughtfully round the spacious chamber. "Is there no other place in which I can sleep?" he asked. "These rooms are horribly gloomy." "There is a spare room upon the floor above this, sir." "Very well, let the spare room be got ready for me. I have a good many arrangements to make, and shall be late. Will you require assistance, sir?" "No, let the room upstairs be prepared. Is it immediately above this?" "Yes, sir." "Good. I shall know how to find it then. No one need sit up for me. Let Miss Dunbar be told that I shall not see her again to-night, and that I shall start for Maudesle in the course of to-morrow. She can make her arrangements accordingly. You understand?" "Yes, sir." "Then you can go. Remember, I do not wish to be disturbed again to-night." "You want nothing more, sir?" "Nothing." The man retired. Henry Dunbar followed him to the door, listened to his receding footsteps in the corridor and upon the staircase, and then turned the key in the lock. He went back to the centre of the room, and kneeling down before one of the open portmanteaus, took out every article which it contained, slowly, removing the things one by one and throwing most of them into a heap on the floor. He went through this operation with the contents of all the boxes, throwing the clothes upon the floor and carrying the papers to the writing-table, where he piled them up in a great mass. This business occupied a very long time, and the hands of the antique clock upon a bracket in a corner of the room pointed to midnight when the banker seated himself at the table and began to arrange and sort his papers. This operation lasted for several hours. The candles were burnt down, and the flames flickered slowly out in the silver sockets. Mr. Dunbar went to one of the windows, drew back the green cloth curtain, unbarred the heavy shutters, and let the grey morning light into the room. But he still went on with his work, reading faded documents, tying up old papers, making notes upon the backs of letters, and other notes in his own memorandum-book, very much as he had done at the Winchester Hotel. The broad sunlight streamed in upon the sombre colours of the Turkey carpet. The sound of wheels was in the street below, when the banker's work was finished. By that time he had arranged all the papers with unusual precision, and replaced them in one of the portmanteaus, but he left the clothes in a careless heap on the floor, just as they had fallen when he first threw them out of the boxes. Mr. Dunbar did one thing more before he left the room. Amongst the papers which he had arranged upon the writing-table there was a small square morocco case, containing a photograph done upon glass. He took this picture out of the case, dropped it upon the polished oaken floor beyond the margin of the carpet, and ground the glass into atoms with the heavy heel of his boot. But even then he was not content with his work of destruction, for he stamped upon the tiny fragments until there was nothing left of the picture but a handful of sparkling dust. He scattered this about with his foot, dropped the empty morocco case into his pocket, and went upstairs in the morning sunlight. It was past 6 o'clock, and Mr. Dunbar heard the voices of the women servants upon the back staircase as he went to his room. He threw himself, dressed as he was, upon the bed, and fell into a heavy slumber. At 3 o'clock the same day, Mr. Dunbar left London.
Chapter 18 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 18. 3 Who Suspect. No further discovery was made respecting the murder that had been committed in the grove between Winchester and St. Cross. The police made every effort to find the murderer, but without result. A large reward was offered by the government for the apprehension of the guilty man, and a still larger reward was offered by Mr. Dunbar, who declared that his own honour and good name were in a manner involved in the discovery of the real murderer. The one clue by which the police hoped to trace the footsteps of the assassin was the booty which his crime had secured to him, the contents of the pocket-book that had been rifled, and the clothes which had been stripped from the corpse of the victim. By means of the clue which these things might afford, the detective police hoped to reach the guilty man. But they hoped in vain. Every pawnbroker's shop in Winchester, and in every town within a certain radius of Winchester, was searched, but without effect. No clothes at all resembling those that had been seen upon the person of the dead man had been pledged within 40 miles of the cathedral city. The police grew hopeless at last. The reward was a large one, but the darkness of the mystery seemed impenetrable, and little by little people left off talking of the murder. By slow degrees the gossips resigned themselves to the idea that the secret of Joseph Wilmot's death was to remain a secret forever. 2 or 3 sensation leaders appeared in some of the morning papers, urging the bloodhounds of the law to do their work, and taunting the members of the detective force with supineness and stupidity. I dare say the social leader writers were rather hard up for subjects at this stagnant autumnal period, and were scarcely sorry for the mysterious death of the man in the grove. The public grumbled a little when there was no new paragraph in the papers about that dreadful Winchester murder, but the 9 days' period during which the English public cares to wonder elapsed, and nothing had been done. Other murders were committed as brutal in their nature as the murder in the grove, and the world, which rarely stops long enough to lament for the dead, began to think of other things. Joseph Wilmot was forgotten. A month passed very quietly at Maudesle Abbey. Henry Dunbar took his place in the county as a person of importance. Lights blazed in the splendid rooms, carriages drove in and out of the great gates in the park, and all the landed gentry within 20 miles of the abbey came to pay their respects to the millionaire, who had newly returned from India. He did not particularly encourage people's visits, but he submitted himself to such festivities as his daughter declared to be necessary, and did the honours of his house with a certain haughty grandeur which was a little stiff and formal as compared to the easy, friendly grace of his high-bred visitors. People shrugged their shoulders, and hinted that there was something of the roturier in Mr. Dunbar, but they freely acknowledged that he was a fine, handsome-looking fellow, and that his daughter was an angel, rendered still more angelic by the earthly advantage of 500,000 or so for her marriage portion. Meanwhile, Margaret Wilmot lived alone in her simple, countrified lodging, and thought sadly enough of the father whom she had lost. He had not been a good father, but she had loved him nevertheless. She had pitied him for his sorrows and the wrongs that had been done him. She had loved him for those feeble traces of a better nature that had been dimly visible in his character. He had not always been a cheat and a reprobate, the girl thought, as she sat pondering upon her father's fate. He never would have been dishonest but for Henry Dunbar. She remembered with bitter feelings the aspect of the rich man's house in Portland Place. She had caught a glimpse of its splendour upon the night after her return from Winchester. Through the narrow opening between the folding doors she had seen the pictures and the statues glimmering in the lamplight of the inner hall. She had seen in that brief moment a bright confusion of hothouse flowers and trailing satin curtains, gilded mouldings and frescoed panels, the first few shallow steps of a marble staircase, the filigree work of the bronze balustrade. Only for one moment had she peeped wonderingly into the splendid interior of Henry Dunbar's mansion, but the objects seen in that one brief glance had stamped themselves upon the girl's memory. He is rich, she thought, and they say that wealth can buy all the best things upon this earth. But after all, there are few real things that it can purchase. It can buy flattery and simulated love and sham devotion, but it cannot buy one genuine heart-throb, one thrill of true feeling. All the wealth of this world cannot buy peace for Henry Dunbar or forgetfulness. So long as I live, he shall be made to remember. If his own guilty conscience can suffer him to forget, it shall be my task to recall the past. I promised my dead father that I would remember the name of Henry Dunbar. I have had good reason to remember it. Margaret Wilmot was not quite alone in her sorrow. There was one person who sympathized with her, with an earnest and pure desire to help her in her sorrow. This person was Clement Austin, the cashier in St. Gundolph's Lane, the man who had fallen head over heels in love with the pretty music mistress, but who felt half ashamed of his sudden and unreasoning affection. "I have always ridiculed what people call love at sight," he thought. "Surely I am not so silly as to have been bewitched by hazel eyes and a straight nose. Perhaps, after all, I only take an interest in this girl because she is so beautiful and so lonely, and because of the kind of mystery there seems to be about her life." Never for one moment had Clement Austin suspected that this mystery involved anything discreditable to Margaret herself. The girl's sad face seemed softly luminous with the tender light of pure and holy thoughts. The veriest churl could scarcely have associated vice or falsehood with such a lovely and harmonious image. Since her return from Winchester, since the failure of her second attempt to see Henry Dunbar, her life had pursued its wonted course, and she went so quietly about her daily duties that it was only by the settled sadness of her face, the subdued gravity of her manner, that people became aware of some heavy grief that had newly fallen upon her. Clement Austin had watched her far too closely not to understand her better than other people. He had noticed the change in her costume when she put on simple, inexpensive mourning for her dead father, and he ventured to express his regret for the loss which she had experienced. She told him, with a gentle, sorrowful accent in her voice, that she had lately lost someone who was very dear to her, and that the loss had been unexpected and was very bitter to bear. But she told him no more, and he was too well bred to intrude upon her grief by any further question. But though he refrained from saying more upon this occasion, the cashier brooded long and deeply upon the conduct of his niece's music mistress, and one chilly September evening, when Miss Wentworth was not expected at Clapham, he walked across Wandsworth Common, and went straight to the lane in which Godolphin cottages sheltered themselves under the shadow of the sycamores. Margaret had very few intervals of idleness, and there was a kind of melancholy relief to her in such an evening as this, on which she was free to think of her dead father, and the strange story of his death. She was standing at the low wooden gate opening into the little garden below the window of her room. In the deepening twilight of this September evening, it was late in the month. The leaves were falling from the trees and drifting with a rustling sound along the dusty roadway. The girl stood with her elbow resting upon the top of the gate, and a dark shawl covering her head and shoulders. She was tired and unhappy, and she stood in a melancholy attitude, looking with sad eyes towards the glimpse of the river at the bottom of the lane. So entirely was she absorbed by her own gloomy thoughts that she did not hear a footstep approaching from the other end of the lane. She did not look up until a man's voice said in subdued tones, "Good evening, Miss Wentworth. Are you not afraid of catching cold? I hope your shawl is thick, for the dews are falling, and here near the river there is a damp mist on these autumn nights." The speaker was Clement Austin. Margaret Wilmot looked up at him, and a pensive smile stole over her face. Yes, it was something to be spoken to so kindly in that deep, manly voice. The world had seemed so blank since her father's death, such utter desolation had descended upon her since her miserable journey to Winchester and her useless visit to Portland Place. For since that time she had shrunk away from people, wrapped in her own sorrow, separated from the commonplace world by the exceptional nature of her misery. It was something to this poor girl to hear thoughtful and considerate words, and the unbidden tears clouded her eyes. As yet she had spoken openly of her trouble to no living creature, since that night upon which she had attempted to gain admission to Mr. Dunbar's house. She was still known in the neighbourhood as Margaret Wentworth. She had put on mourning, and she had told the few people about the place where she lived of her father's death, but she had told no one the manner of that death. She had shared her gloomy secret with neither friends nor counsellors, and had borne her dismal burden alone. It was for this reason that Clement Austin's friendly voice raised an unwonted emotion in her breast. The desolate girl remembered that night upon which she had first heard of the murder, and she remembered the sympathy that Mr. Austen had evinced on that occasion. "My mother has been quite anxious about you, Miss Wentworth," said Clement Austen. "She has noticed such a change in your manner for the last month or 5 weeks. Though you are as kind as ever to my little niece, who makes wonderful progress under your care, but my mother cannot be indifferent to your own feelings, and she and I have both perceived the change. I fear there is some great trouble on your mind, and I would give much, Miss Wentworth, you cannot guess how much, if I could be of help to you in any time of grief or trouble. You seem very much agitated by the news of that shocking murder at Winchester. I have been thinking it all over since, and I cannot help fancying that the change in your manner dated from that evening on which my mother told you that dreadful story. It struck me that you must, therefore, in some way or other, be interested in the fate of the murdered man. Even beyond this, it might be possible that if you knew this Joseph Wilmot, you might be able to throw some light upon his antecedents, and thus give a clue to the assassin. Little by little this idea has crept into my mind, and to-night I resolved to come to you and ask you the direct question as to whether you were in any way related to this unhappy man." At first Margaret Wilmot's only answer was a choking sob, but she grew calmer presently, and said in a low voice, "Yes, you have guessed rightly, Mr. Austen. I was related to that most unhappy man. I will tell you everything, but not here," she added, looking back at the cottage windows, in which lights were glimmering. "The people about me are inquisitive, and I don't want to be overheard." She wrapped her shawl more closely round her, and went out of the little garden. She walked by Clement's side down to the pathway by the river, which was lonely enough at this time of the night. Here she told him her story. She carefully suppressed all vehement emotion, and in a few and simple words related the story of her life. "Joseph Wilmot was my father," she said. "Perhaps he may not have been what the world calls a good father, but I know that he loved me, and he was very dear to me. My mother was the daughter of a gentleman, a post-captain in the Royal Navy, whose name was Talbot. She met my father at the house of a lady from whom she used to receive music lessons. She did not know who he was or what he was. She only knew that he called himself James Wentworth, but he loved her, and she returned his affection. She was very young, a mere child who had not long emerged from a boarding school, and she married my poor father in defiance of the advice of her friends. She ran away from her home one morning, was married by stealth in an obscure little church in the city, and then went home with my father to confess of what she had done. Her father never forgave her for that secret marriage. He swore that he would never look upon her face after that day, and he never did until he saw it in her coffin. At my mother's death Captain Talbot's heart was touched. He came for the first time to my father's house, and offered to take me away with him, and to have me brought up amongst his younger children. But my father refused to allow this. He grieved passionately for my poor mother, though I have heard him say that he had much to regret in his conduct toward her. But I can scarcely remember that sad time. From that period our life became a wandering and wretched one. Sometimes for a little while we seemed better off. My father got some employment, he worked steadily, and we lived amongst respectable people. But soon, cruelly soon, the new chance of an honest life was taken away from him. His employers heard something, a breath, a whisper, perhaps, but it was enough. He was not a man to be trusted. He promised well, So far he had kept his promise, but there was a risk in employing him. My father never met any good Christian who was willing to run that risk in the hope of saving a human soul. My father never met any one noble enough to stretch out his hand to the outcast and say, "I know that you have done wrong. I know that you are without a character, but I will forget the blot upon the past and help you to achieve redemption in the future." If my father had met such a friend, such a benefactor, all might have been different. Then Margaret Wilmot related the substance of the last conversation between herself and her father. She told Clement Austin what her father had said about Henry Dunbar, and she showed him the letter which was directed to Norfolk Island, that letter in which the old clerk alluded to the power that his brother possessed over his late master. She also told Mr. Austin how Henry Dunbar had avoided her at Winchester and in Portland Place, and of the letter which he had written to her, a letter in which he had tried to bribe her to silence. "Since that night," she added, "I have received 2 anonymous enclosures, 2 envelopes containing notes to the amount of £100, with the words 'From a true friend' written across the flap of the envelope. I have returned both the enclosures, for I knew whence they had come. I returned them in 2 envelopes directed to Henry Dunbar, at the office in St. Gundolph's Lane." Clement Austin listened with a grave face. All this certainly seemed to hint at the guilt of Mr. Dunbar. No clue pointing to any other person had been as yet discovered, though the police had been indefatigable in their search. Mr. Austin was silent for some minutes, and then he said quietly, "I am very glad that you have confided in me, Miss Wilmot, and believe me, you shall not find me slow to help you whenever my services can be of any avail. If you will come and drink tea with my mother at 8 o'clock to-morrow evening, I will be at home, and we can talk this matter over seriously. My mother is a clever woman, and I know that she has a most sincere regard for you. You will trust her, will you not?" "Willingly, with my whole heart." "You will find her a true friend." They had returned to the little garden gate by this time. Clement Austin stretched out his hand. "Good night, Miss Wilmot." "Good night." Margaret opened the gate and went into the garden. Mr. Austin walked slowly homewards, past pleasant cottages nestling in suburban gardens, and pretentious villas with campanello towers and Gothic porches. The lighted windows shone out upon the darkness, and here and there he heard a sound of a piano, or a girlish voice stealing softly out upon the cool night air. The sight of pleasant homes made the cashier think very mournfully of the girl that he had just left. Poor desolate girl, he thought. Poor lonely orphan girl. But he thought still more about that which he had heard of Henry Dunbar, and the evidence against the rich man seemed to grow in importance as he reflected upon it. It was not one thing, but many things that hinted at the guilt of the millionaire. The secret possessed, and no doubt traded upon, by Joseph Wilmot, Mr. Dunbar's agitation in the cathedral, his determined refusal to see the murdered man's daughter, his attempt to bribe her, these were strong points, and by the time Clement Austin reached home, he, like Margaret Wilmot, and like Arthur Lovell, suspected the millionaire. So now there were 3 people. Chapter 19 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 19. Laura Dunbar's disappointment. Arthur Lovell went often to Maudesle Abbey. Henry Dunbar welcomed him freely, and the young man had not the power to resist temptation. He went to his doom as the foolish moth flies to the candle. He went, he saw Laura Dunbar, and spent hour after hour in her society, for his presence was always agreeable to the impetuous girl. To her he seemed, indeed, that which he had promised to be, a brother, kind, devoted, affectionate, but no more. He was endeared to Laura by the memory of a happy childhood. She was grateful to him, and she loved him, but only as she would have loved him had he been indeed her brother. Whatever deeper feeling lay beneath the playful gaiety of her manner had yet to be awakened. So, day after day, the young man bowed down before the goddess of his life, and was happy, fatally happy, in her society. He forgot everything except the beautiful face that smiled on him. He forgot even those dark doubts which he had felt as to the secret of the Winchester murder. Perhaps he would scarcely have forgotten the suspicions that had entered his mind after the first interview between the banker and his daughter, had he seen much of Henry Dunbar. But he saw very little of the master of Maudesle Abbey. The rich man took possession of the suite of apartments that had been prepared for him, and rarely left his own rooms, except to wander alone among the shady avenues of the park, or to ride out upon the powerful horse he had chosen from the stud purchased by Percival Dunbar. The horse was a magnificent creature, the colt of a thoroughbred sire, but of a stronger and larger build than a purely thoroughbred animal. He was a chestnut horse with a coat that shone like satin, and not a white hair about him. His nose was small, his eyes large, his ears and neck long. He had all the points which an Arab prizes in his favourite barb. To this horse Henry Dunbar became singularly attached. He had a loose box built on purpose for the animal in a private garden adjoining his own dressing-room, which, like the rest of his apartments, was situated upon the ground floor of the Abbey. Mr. Dunbar's groom slept in a part of the house near this loose box, and horse and man were at the service of the banker at any hour of the day or night. Henry Dunbar generally rode either early in the morning or in the grey twilight after his dinner hour. He was a proud man, and he was not a sociable man. When the county gentry came to welcome him to England, he received them and thanked them for their courtesy, but there was something in his manner that repelled rather than invited friendship. He gave one great dinner-party soon after his arrival at Maudesle, a ball at which Laura floated about in a cloud of white gauze, and with diamonds in her hair, and a breakfast and morning concert on the lawn, in compliance with the urgent entreaties of the same young lady. But when invitations came flooding in upon Mr. Dunbar, he declined them one after another on the ground of his weak health. Laura might go where she liked, always provided that she went under the care of a suitable chaperone, but the banker declared that the state of his health altogether unfitted him for society. His constitution had been much impaired, he said, by his long residence in Calcutta, and yet he looked a strong man, tall, broad-chested, and powerful. It was very difficult to perceive in Henry Dunbar's appearance any one of the usual evidences of ill health. He was very pale, but that unchanging pallor was the only sign of the malady from which he suffered. He rose early, rode for a couple of hours upon his chestnut horse Dragon, and then breakfasted. After breakfast he sat in his luxurious sitting-room, sometimes reading, sometimes writing, sometimes sitting for hours together, brooding silently over the low embers in the roomy fireplace. At 6 o'clock he dined, still keeping to his own room, for he was not well enough to dine with his daughter, he said. and he sat alone late into the night, drinking heavily, according to the report current in the servants' hall. He was respected and he was feared in his household, but he was not liked. His silent and reserved manner had a gloomy influence upon the servants who came in contact with him, and they compared him very disadvantageously with his predecessor, Percival Dunbar, the genial, kind old master, who had always had a cheerful, friendly word for every one of his dependents, from the stately housekeeper in rustling silken robes to the smallest boy employed in the stables. No, the new master of the Abbey was not liked. Day after day he lived secluded and alone. At first his daughter had broken in upon his solitude, and with bright, caressing ways had tried to win him from his loneliness. But she found that all her efforts to do this were worse than useless. They were even disagreeable to her father, and by degrees her light footstep was heard less and less often in that lonely wing of the house where Henry Dunbar had taken up his abode. Maudesle Abbey was a large and rambling old mansion which had been built in half a dozen different reigns. The most ancient part of the building was that very northern wing which Mr. Dunbar had chosen for himself. Here the architecture belonged to the early Plantagenet era. The stone walls were thick and massive, the lancet-headed windows were long and narrow, and the arms of the early benefactors of the monastery were emblazoned here and there upon the richly stained glass. The walls were covered with faded tapestry, from which grim faces scowled upon the lonely inhabitant of the chambers. The groined ceiling was of oak that had grown black with age. The windows of Mr. Dunbar's bedroom and dressing-room opened into a cloistered court, beneath whose solemn shadow the hooded monks had slowly paced in days that were long gone. The centre of this quadrangular court had been made into a garden, where tall hollyhocks and prim dahlias flaunted in the autumn sunshine. And within this cloistered courtway Mr. Dunbar had erected the loose box for his favourite horse. The southern wing of Maudesle Abbey owed its origin to a much later period. The windows and fireplaces at this end of the house were in the Tudor style. The polished oak wainscoting was very beautiful. The rooms were smaller and snugger than the tapestry chambers occupied by the banker. Venetian glasses and old crystal chandeliers glimmered and glittered against the sombre woodwork, and elegant modern furniture contrasted pleasantly with the Elizabethan casements and carved oaken chimney-pieces. Everything that unlimited wealth can do to make a house beautiful had been done for this part of the mansion by Percival Dunbar, and had been done with considerable success. The doting grandfather had taken a delight in beautifying the apartments occupied by his girlish companion, and Miss Dunbar had walked upon velvet pile, and slept beneath the shadow of satin curtains from a very early period of her existence. She was used to luxury and elegance. She was accustomed to be surrounded by all that is refined and beautiful, but she had that inexhaustible power of enjoyment which is perhaps one of the brightest gifts of a fresh young nature, and she did not grow tired of the pleasant home that had been made for her. Laura Dunbar was a pampered child of fortune, but there are some natures that it seems very difficult to spoil, and I think hers must have been one of these. She knew no weariness of the rolling hours. To her the world seemed a paradise of beauty. Remember, she had never seen real misery. She had never endured that sick feeling of despair which creeps over the most callous of us when we discover the amount of hopeless misery that is, and has been, and is to be for ever and ever upon this weary earth. She had seen sick cottagers, and orphan children, and desolate widows in her pilgrimages amongst the dwellings of the poor, but she had always been able to relieve these afflicted ones, and to comfort them more or less. It is the sight of sorrows which we cannot alleviate that sends a palpable stab home to our hearts, and for a time almost sickens us with a universe which cannot go upon its course without such miseries as these. To Laura Dunbar the world was still entirely beautiful, for the darker secrets of life had not been revealed to her. Only once had affliction come near her, and then it had come in a calm and solemn shape, in the death of an old man who ended a good and prosperous life peacefully upon the breast of his beloved granddaughter. Perhaps her first real trouble came to her now, in the bitter disappointment which had succeeded her father's return to England. Heaven only knows with what a tender yearning the girl had looked forward to Henry Dunbar's return. They had been separated for the best part of her brief lifetime. But what of that? He would love her all the more tenderly because of those long years during which they had been divided. She meant to be the same to her father that she had been to her grandfather, a loving companion, a ministering angel. But it was never to be. Her father, by 100 tacit signs, rejected her affection. He had shunned her presence from the first, and she had grown now to shun him. She told Arthur Lovell of this unlooked-for sorrow. "Of all the things I ever thought of, Arthur, this never entered my head," she said in a low, pensive voice, as she stood one evening in the deep embrasure of the two-door window, looking thoughtfully out at the wide-spreading lawn, where the shadows of the low cedar branches made patches of darkness on the moonlit surface of the grass. "I thought that papa might fall ill on the voyage home and die, and that the ship, for whose safe course I prayed night and day, might bring me nothing but the sacred remains of the dead. I have thought this, Arthur, and I have lain awake at night, torturing myself with the thought, till my mind has grown so full of the dark picture that I have seen the little cabin in the cruel, restless ship, and my father lying helpless on a narrow bed, with only strangers to watch his death hour. I cannot tell you how many different things I have feared, but I never thought that he would not love me. I have even thought it was just possible he might be unlike my grandfather, and a little unkind to me sometimes when I vexed or troubled him. But I thought his heart would be true to me through all, and that even in his harshest moments he would love me dearly for the sake of my dead mother." Her voice broke, and she sobbed aloud. But the man who stood by her side had no word of comfort to say to her. Her complaint awoke that old suspicion which had lately slumbered in his breast, the horrible fear that Mr. Dunbar was guilty of the murder of his old servant. The young lawyer was bound to say something, however. It was too cruel to stand by and utter no word of comfort to this sobbing girl. "Laura, dear Laura," he said, "this is foolish, believe me. You must have patience, and still hope for the best. How can your father do otherwise than love you, when he grows to know you well? You may have expected too much of him. Remember that people who have lived long in the East Indies are apt to become cold and languid in their manners. When Mr. Dunbar has seen more of you, when he has become better accustomed to your society—" "That he will never be," Laura answered impetuously. "How can he ever know me better when he scrupulously avoids me? Sometimes whole days pass during which I do not see him. Then I summon up courage and go to his dreary rooms. He receives me graciously enough, and treats me with politeness, when I am yearning for his affection, and I linger a little, perhaps asking him about his health, and trying to get more at home in his presence. But there is always a nervous restlessness in his manner, which tells me, oh, too plainly, that my presence is unwelcome to him. So I go away at last, half heartbroken. I remember now how cold and brief his letters from India always seemed. But then he need to excuse himself to me on account of the hurry of business, and he seldom finished his letter without saying that he looked joyfully forward to our meeting. It was very cruel of him to deceive me." Arthur Lovell was a sorry comforter. From the first he had tried in vain to like Henry Dunbar. Since that strange scene in Portland Place, he had suspected the banker of a foul and treacherous murder, that worst and darkest crime which for ever separates a man from the sympathy of his fellow men, and brands him as an accursed and abhorred creature beyond the pale of human compassion. Ah, how blessed is that divine and illimitable compassion
Chapter 20 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 20. New Hopes May Bloom. Jocelyn's Rock was 10 miles from Maudesle Abbey and only 1 mile from the town of Shorncliffe. It was a noble place, and had been in the possession of the same family ever since the days of the Plantagenets. The house stood upon a rocky cliff, beneath which rushed a cascade that leapt from crag to crag, and fell into the bosom of a deep stream, that formed an arm of the river Avon. This cascade was 40 feet below the edge of the cliff upon which the mansion stood. It was not a very large house, for most of the older part of it had fallen into ruin long ago, and the ruined towers and shattered walls had been cleared away, but it was a noble mansion notwithstanding. One octagonal tower, with a battlemented roof, stood still almost as firmly as it had stood in the days of the early Plantagenets, when rebel soldiers had tried the strength of their battering rams against the grim stone walls. The house was built entirely of stone. The Gothic porch was ponderous as the porch of a church. Within all was splendor, but splendor that was very different from the modern elegance that was to be seen in the rooms of Maudesle Abbey. At Jocelyn's Rock the stamp of age was upon every decoration, on every ornament. Square-topped helmets that had been hacked by the scimitars of Saracen kings, spiked chamfronts that had been worn by the fiery barbs of haughty English crusaders, fluted armour from Milan hung against the blackened wainscoting in the shadowy hall. Scottish hackbutts, primitive arquebuses that had done service on Bosworth Field, Homeric bucklers and brazen greaves, javelins, crossbows, steel-pointed lances, and two-handed swords were in symmetrical design upon the dark and polished panels, while here and there hung the antlers of a giant red deer, or the skin of a fox, in testimony to the triumphs of long-departed sportsmen of the house of Jocelyn. It was a noble old house. Princes of the blood royal had sat in the ponderous carved oak chairs. A queen had slept in the state-bed, in the blue satin chamber. Loyal Jocelyns, fighting for their king against low-born Roundhead soldiers, had hidden themselves in the spacious chimneys, or had fled for their lives along the secret passages behind the tapestry. There were old pictures and jewelled drinking cups that dead and gone Jocelyns had collected in the sunny land of the Medicis. There were costly toys of fragile Sèvres china that had been received by one of the earls from the hand of the lovely Pompadour herself, in the days when the manufacturers of Sèvres only worked for their king, and were liable to fall a sacrifice to their art and their loyalty by the inhalation of arsenicated vapours. There was a golden plate that a king had given to his proud young favourite in those feudal days when favourites were powerful in England. There was scarcely any object of value in the mansion that had not a special history attached to it, redounding to the honour and glory of the ancient house of Jocelyn. And this splendid dwelling-place, rendered almost sacred by legendary associations and historical recollections, was now the property of a certain Sir Philip Jocelyn, a dashing young baronet who had been endowed by nature with a handsome face, frank, fearless eyes that generally had a smile in them, and the kind of manly figure which the late Mr. G.P.R. James was wont to designate stalwart, and who was, moreover, a crack-shot, a reckless cross-country going rider, and a very tolerable amateur artist. Sir Philip Jocelyn was not what is usually called an intellectual man. He was more warmly interested in a steeple-chase on Shorncliffe Common than in a pamphlet on political economy, even though Mr. Stuart Mill should himself be the author of the brochure. He thought John Scott a greater man than McCulloch, and Manton the gunmaker only second to Dr. Jenner as a benefactor of his race. He found the works of the late Mr. Apperley more entertaining than the last new idyll from the pen of the laureate, and was rather at a loss for small talk when he found his feminine neighbour at a dinner-table was deeply, darkly, beautifully blue. But the young baronet was by no means a fool, notwithstanding these sportsmanlike proclivities. The Josselins had been hard riders for half a dozen centuries or so, and crack-shots ever since the invention of firearms. Sir Philip was a sportsman, but he did not hunt in dreams, and he was prepared to hold his wife a great deal higher than his horse, whenever he should win that pleasant addition to his household. As yet he had thought very little of the future Lady Jocelyn. He had a vague idea that he should marry, as the rest of the Jocelins had married, and that he should live happily with his wife, as his ancestors had lived with their wives, with the exception of one dreadful man, called Hildebrand Jocelyn, who, at some remote and medieval period, had been supposed to throw his liege lady out of an oriel window that overhung the waterfall upon the strength of an unfounded suspicion, and who afterwards, according to the legend, dug, or rather scooped, for himself a cave out of the cliff-side with no better tools than his own finger-nails, which he never cut after the unfortunate lady's foul murder. The legend went on further to state that the white wraith of the innocent victim might be seen, on a certain night in the year, rising out of the misty spray of the waterfall. But as nobody except one very weak-witted female Jocelyn had ever seen the vision, the inhabitants of the house upon the crag had taken so little heed of the legend that the date of the anniversary had come at last to be forgotten. Sir Philip Jocelyn thought that he should marry some of these days, and in the meantime troubled himself very little about the pretty daughters of country gentlemen whom he met now and again at races, and archery meetings, and flower shows, and dinner parties, and hunting balls, in the queer old town hall at Shorncliffe. He was heart-whole, and looking out at life from the oriel window of his dressing-room, whence he saw nothing but his own land, neatly enclosed in a ring-fence, he thought of the world, about which some people make such dismal howling, was, upon the whole, an extremely pleasant place, containing very little that a fellow need complain of. He built himself a painting-room at Jocelyn's Rock, and whistled to himself for the hour together as he stood before the easel, painting scenes in the hunting field, or Arab horsemen whom he had met on the great flat sandy plains beyond Cairo, or brown-faced boys, or bright Italian peasant girls, all sorts of pleasant objects under cloudless skies of ultramarine, with streaks of orange and vermilion to represent the sunset. He was not a great painter, nor indeed was there any element of greatness in his nature, but he painted as recklessly as he rode. His subjects were bright and cheerful, and his pictures were altogether of the order which unsophisticated people admire and call pretty. He was a very cheerful young man, and perhaps that cheerfulness was the greatest charm he possessed. He was a man in whom no force of fashion or companionship would ever engender the peevish blaséness so much affected by modern youth. Did he dance? Of course he did, and he adored dancing. Did he sing? Well, he did his best, and had a fine volume of rich bass voice that sounded remarkably well on the water, after a dinner at the Star and Garter, in that dim dewy hour, when the willow-shadowed Thames is as a southern lake, and the slow dip of the oars is in itself a kind of melody. Had he been much abroad? Yes, and he gloried in the Continent, the dear old inconvenient inns, and the extortionate landlords, and the insatiable commissionaires. He revelled in the commissionaires, and the dear, drowsy, slow trains, with an absurd guard who talks an unintelligible patois, and the other man who always loses one's luggage. Delicious. And the dear little peasant girls with white caps, who are so divinely pretty when you see them in the distance under a sunny meridian sky, and are so charming in coloured chalk upon tinted paper, but such miracles of ugliness, comparatively speaking, when you behold them at close quarters. And the dear jingling diligences, with very little harness to speak of, but any quantity of old rope, and the bad wines, and the dust, and the cathedrals, and the beggars, and the trente-et-quarante tables, and in short everything. Sir Philip Jocelyn spoke of the universe as a young husband talks of his wife, and was never tired of her beauty or impatient of her faults. The poor about Jocelyn's Rock idolized the young lord of the soil. The poor like happy people if there is nothing insolent in their happiness. Philip was rich, and he distributed his wealth right royally. He was happy, and he shared his happiness as freely as he shared his wealth. He would divide a case of choice Manillas with a bedridden pensioner in the Union, or carry a bottle of the Jocelyn Madeira, the celebrated Madeira with the brown seal, in the pocket of his shooting coat to deliver into the horny hands of some hard-working mother who was burdened with a sick child. He would sit for an hour together telling an agricultural laborer of the queer farming he had seen abroad, and he had stood godfather, by proxy, to half the yellow-headed urchins within 10 miles radius of Jocelyn's Rock. No taint of vice or dissipation had ever sullied the brightness of his pleasant life. No wretched country girl had ever cursed his name before she cast herself into the sullen waters of a lonely mill-stream. People loved him, and he deserved their love, and was worthy of their respect. He had taken no high honours at Oxford, but the sternest officials smiled when they spoke of him, and recalled the boyish follies that were associated with his name. A sickly bedmaker had been pensioned for life by him, and the tradesmen who had served him testified to his merits as a prompt and liberal paymaster. I do not think that in all his life Philip Jocelyn had ever directly or indirectly caused a pang or pain of sorrow to any human being, unless it was, indeed, to a churlish heir-at-law, who may have looked with a somewhat evil eye upon the young man's vigorous and healthful aspect, which gave little hope to his possible successor. The heir-at-law would have gnashed his teeth in impotent rage, had he known the crisis which came to pass in the baronet's life a short time after Mr. Dunbar's return from India, a crisis very common to youth, and very lightly regarded by youth, but a solemn and fearful crisis notwithstanding. The master of Jocelyn's Rock fell in love. All the poetry of his nature, all the best feelings, the purest attributes of an imperfect character, concentrated themselves into one passion. Sir Philip Jocelyn fell in love. The arch-magician waved his wand, and all the universe was transformed into fairyland, a lovely paradise, a modern Eden, radiant with the reflected light that it received from the face of a woman. I almost hesitate to tell this old story over again, this perpetual story of love at first sight. It is very beautiful, this sudden love, which is born of one glance at the wonderful face that has been created to bewitch us. But I doubt if it is not, after all, the baser form of the great passion. The love that begins with esteem, that slowly grows out of our knowledge of the loved one, is surely the purer and holier type of affection. This love, whose gradual birth we rarely watch or recognize, this love, that steals on us like the calm dawning of the eastern light, strikes to a deeper root and grows into a grander tree than that fair sudden growth, that marvelous far-shooting butterfly-blossoming orchid called love at first sight. The glorious exotic flower may be wanting, but the strong root lies deeply hidden in the heart. The man who loves at first sight generally falls in love with the violet blue of a pair of tender eyes, the delicate outline of a Grecian nose. The man who loves the woman he has known and watched loves her because he believes her to be the purest and truest of her sex. To this last, love is faith. He cannot doubt the woman he adores, for he adores her because he believes and has proved her to be above all doubt. We may fairly conjecture that Othello's passion for the simple Venetian damsel was love at first sight. He loved Desdemona because she was pretty, and looked at him with sweet maidenly glances of pity when he told those prosy stories of his, with full traveller's license, no doubt, over Brabantio's mahogany. The tawny-visaged general loved the old man's daughter because he admired her, and not because he knew her, and so, by and by, on the strength of a few foul hints from a scoundrel, he is ready to believe this gentle, pitiful girl the most basest and most abandoned of women. Hamlet would not so have acted had it been his fate to marry the woman he loved. Depend upon it, the Danish prince had watched Ophelia closely, and knew all the ins and outs of that young lady's temper, and had laid conversational traps for her occasionally, I dare say, trying to entice her into some bit of toadyism that should betray any latent taint of falsehood inherited from poor time-serving Polonius. The Prince of Denmark would have been rather a fidgety husband, perhaps, but he would never have had recourse to a murderous bolster at the instigation of a low-born knave. Unhappily, some women are apt to prefer passionate, blustering Othello to sentimental and metaphysical Hamlet. The foolish creatures are carried away by noise and clamour, and most believe him who protests the loudest. Philip Jocelyn and Laura Dunbar met at that dinner party which the millionaire gave to his friends in celebration of his return. They met again at the ball, where Laura waltzed with Philip. The young man had learned to waltz upon the other side of the Alps, and Miss Dunbar preferred him to any other of her partners. At the fête champêtre they met again, and had their future lives revealed to them by a theatrical-looking gypsy imported from London for the occasion, whose arch prophecies brought lovely blushes into Laura's cheeks, and afforded Philip an excellent opportunity for admiring the effect of dark brown eyelashes drooping over dark blue eyes. They met again and again, now at a steeple-chase, now at a dinner-party, where Laura appeared with some friendly chaperone, and the baronet fell in love with the banker's beautiful daughter. He loved her truly and devotedly, after his own mad-headed fashion. He was a true Jocelyn, impetuous, mad-headed daring, and from the time of those festivities at Maudesle Abbey he only dreamed and thought of Laura Dunbar. From that hour he haunted the neighbourhood of Maudesle Abbey. There was a bridle path through the park to a little village called Lisford, and if that primitive Warwickshire village had been the most attractive place upon the earth, Sir Philip could scarcely have visited it oftener than he did. Heaven knows what charm he found in the shady, slumberous old street, the low stone market-place, with rusty iron gates surmounted by the Jocelyn escutcheon. The grass grew in the quiet quadrangle, the square church tower was half hidden by the sheltering ivy, the gabled cottage roofs were lopsided with age. It was scarcely a place to offer any very great attraction to the Lord of Jocelyn Rock, in all the glory of his early manhood, and yet Philip Jocelyn went there 3 times a week upon an average, during the period that succeeded the ball and morning concert at Maudesle Abbey. The shortest way from Jocelyn's Rock to Lisford was by the high road, but Philip Jocelyn did not care to go by the shortest way. He preferred to take that pleasant bridle path through Maudesle Park, that delicious grassy arcade where the overarching branches of the old elms made a shadowy twilight, only broken now and then by sudden patches of yellow sunshine, where the feathery ferns trembled with every low whisper of the autumn breeze, where there was a faint perfume of pine wood, where every here and there, between the lower branches of the trees, there was a blue glimmer of still water-pools, half hidden under flat green leaves of wild aquatic plants, where there was a solemn stillness that reminded one of the holy quiet of a church, and where Sir Philip Jocelyn had every chance of meeting with Laura Dunbar. He met her there very often, not alone, for Dora Macmahon was sometimes with her, and the faithful Elizabeth Braddon was always at hand to play propriety, and to keep a sharp eye upon the interests of her young mistress. But then it happened, unfortunately, that the faithful Elizabeth was very stout, and rather asthmatic, and though Miss Dunbar could not have had a more devoted duenna, she might certainly have had a more active one. And it also happened that Miss Macmahon, having received several practical illustrations of the old adage with regard to the disadvantage of a party of 3 persons as compared to a party of 2 persons, fell into the habit of carrying her books with her, and would sit and read in some shady nook near the Abbey, while Laura wandered into the wilder regions of the park. Beneath the shelter of the overarching elms, amidst the rustling of the trembling ferns, Laura Dunbar and Philip Jocelyn met very often during that bright autumnal weather. Their meetings were purely accidental, of course, as such meetings always are, but they were not the less pleasant because of their uncertainty. They were all the more pleasant, perhaps. There was that delicious fever of suspense which kept both young, eager hearts in a constant glow. There were Laura's sudden blushes, which made her wonderful beauty doubly wonderful. There was Philip Jocelyn's start of glad astonishment, and the bright sparkle in his dark brown eyes as he saw the slender, queenly figure approaching him under the shadow of the trees. How beautiful she looked, with the folds of her dress trailing over the dewy grass, and a flickering halo of sunlight tremulous upon her diadem of golden hair. Sometimes she wore a coquettish little hat with a turned-up brim and a peacock's plume, sometimes a broad-leaved hat of yellow straw, with a floating ribbon and a bunch of feathery grasses perched bewitchingly under the brim. She had the dog Pluto with her always, and generally a volume of some new novel under her arm. I am ashamed to be obliged to confess that this young heiress was very frivolous, and liked reading novels better than improving her mind by the perusal of grave histories, or by the study of the natural sciences. She spent day after day in happy idleness, reading, sketching, playing, singing, talking, sometimes gaily, sometimes seriously, to her faithful old nurse, or to Dora, or to Arthur Lovell, as the case might be. She had a thoroughbred horse that had been given to her by her grandfather, but she very rarely rode him beyond the grounds, for Dora Macmahon was no horsewoman, having been brought up by a prim aunt of her dead mother's, who looked upon riding as an unfeminine accomplishment, and Miss Dunbar had therefore no better companion for her rides than a grey-haired old groom, who had ridden behind Percival Dunbar for 40 years or so. Philip Jocelyn generally went to Lisford upon horseback, but when, as so often happened, he met Miss Dunbar and her companion strolling amongst the old elms, it was his habit to get off his horse, and to walk by Laura's side, leading the animal by the bridle. Sometimes he found the two young ladies sitting on camp-stools at the foot of one of the trees, sketching effects of light and shadow in the deep glades around them. On such occasions the baronet used to tie his horse to the lower branch of an old elm, and taking his stand behind Miss Dunbar, would amuse himself by giving her a lesson in perspective, with occasional hints to Miss Macmahon, who, as the young man remarked, drew so much better than her sister that she really required very little assistance. By and by this began to be an acknowledged thing. Special hours were appointed for these artistic studies, and Philip Jocelyn ceased to go to Lisford at all, contenting himself with passing almost every fine morning under the elms at Maudesle. He found that he had a very intelligent pupil in the banker's daughter, but I think, if Miss Dunbar had been less intelligent, her instructor would have had patience with her, and would still have found his best delight beneath the shadow of those dear old elms. What words can paint the equal pleasure of giving and receiving those lessons in the art which was loved alike by pupil and master, but which was so small an element in the happiness of those woodland meetings? What words can describe Laura's pleading face when she found that the shadow of a ruined castle wouldn't agree with the castle itself, or that a row of poplars in the distance insisted on taking that direction which our transatlantic brothers call slantendicular? And then the cutting of pencils, and crumbling of bread, and searching for mislaid scraps of india-rubber, and mixing of water-colours, and adjusting of palettes on the prettiest thumb in Christendom, or the planting a sheaf of brushes in the dearest little hand that ever trembled when it met the tenderly timid touch of an amateur drawing-master's fingers. All these little offices, so commonplace and wearisome when a hard-worked and poorly-paid professor performs them for 30 or 40 clamorous girls on a burning summer afternoon in a great dust-flavored schoolroom with bare, curtainless windows, were in this case more delicious than any words of mine can tell. But September and October are autumnal months, and their brightest sunshine is, after all, only a deceptive radiance when compared to the full glory of July. The weather grew too cold for the drawing lessons under the elms, and there could be no more appointments made between Miss Dunbar and her enthusiastic instructor. I can't have my young lady catch cold, Sir Philip, for all the perspectives in the world," said the faithful Elizabeth. "I spoke to her par about it only the other day, but lor, you may just as well speak to a post as to Mr. Dunbar. If Miss Laura comes out of the park now, she must wrap herself up warm and walk fast, and not go getting the cold shivers for the sake of drawing a parcel of stumps of trees and such like tomfoolery." Mrs. Madden made this observation in rather an unpleasant tone of voice one morning, when the baronet pleaded for another drawing lesson. The truth of the matter was that Elizabeth Madden felt some slight pangs of conscience with regard to her own part in this sudden friendship which had arisen between Laura Dunbar and Philip Jocelyn. She felt that she had been rather remiss in her duties as duenna, and was angry with herself. But stronger than this feeling of self-reproach was her indignation against Sir Philip. Why did he not immediately make an offer of his hand to Laura Dunbar? Mrs. Madden had expected the young man's proposal every day for the last few weeks. Every day she had been doomed to disappointment. And yet she was perfectly convinced that Philip Jocelyn loved her young mistress. The sharp eyes of the matron had fathomed the young man's sentiments long before Laura Dunbar dared to whisper to herself that she was beloved. Why, then, did he not propose? Who could be a more fitting bride for the Lord of Jocelyn's Rock than queenly Laura Dunbar, with her splendid dower of wealth and beauty? Full of these ambitious hopes, Elizabeth Madden had played her part of duenna with such discretion as to give the young people plenty of opportunity for sweet, half-whispered converse, for murmured confidences, soft and low as the cooing of turtle doves. But in all these conversations no word hinting at an offer of marriage had dropped from the lips of Philip Jocelyn. He was so happy with Laura, so happy in those pleasant meetings under the Maudesle elms, that no thought of anything so commonplace as a stereotyped proposal of marriage had a place in his mind. Did he love her? Of course he did, more dearly than he had ever before loved any human creature, except that tender and gentle being whose image, vaguely beautiful, was so intermingled with the dreams and realities of his childhood in that dim period in which it is difficult to distinguish the shadows of night from the events of the day, that pale and lovely creature whom he had but just learned to call mother, when she faded out of his life forever. It was only when the weather grew too cold for out-of-door drawing lessons that Sir Philip began to think that it was time to contemplate the very serious business of a proposal. He would have to speak to the banker and all that sort of thing, of course, the baronet thought, as he sat by the fire in the oak-panelled breakfast-room at the Rock, pulling his thick moustaches reflectively, and staring at the red embers on the open hearth. The young man idolized Laura, but he did not particularly affect the society of Henry Dunbar. The millionaire was very courteous, very conciliating, but there was something in his stiff politeness, his studied smile, his deliberate speech, something entirely vague and indefinable, which had the same chilly effect upon Sir Philip's friendliness as a cold cellar has on delicate flavoured port. The subtle aroma vanished under that dismal influence. He's her father, and I'd kneel down, like the little boys in the streets, and clean his boots, if he wanted them cleaned, because he is her father, thought the young man, and yet, somehow or other, I can't get on with him. No, between the Anglo-Indian banker and Sir Philip Jocelyn there was no sympathy. They had no tastes in common, or let me rather say, Henry Dunbar revealed no taste in common with those of the young man whose highest hope in life was to be his son-in-law. The frank-hearted young country gentleman tried in vain to conciliate him, or to advance from the cold outwork of ceremonious acquaintanceship into the inner stronghold of friendly intercourse. But when Sir Philip, after much hesitation and deliberation, presented himself one morning in the banker's tapestried sitting-room, and unburdened his heart to that gentleman, stopping every now and then to stare at the maker's name imprinted upon the lining of his hat, as if that name had been a magical symbol whence he drew certain auguries by which he governed his speech, Mr. Dunbar was especially gracious. Would he honour Sir Philip by entrusting his daughter's happiness to his keeping? Would he bestow upon Sir Philip the inestimable blessing of that dear hand? Why, of course he would, provided always that Laura wished it. In such a matter as this, Laura's decision should be supreme. He never had contemplated interfering in his daughter's bestowal of her affections, so long as they were not wasted upon an unworthy object. He wished her to marry whom he pleased, provided that she married an honest man. Mr. Dunbar gave a weary kind of sigh as he said this, but the sigh was habitual to him, and he apologized for and explained it sometimes by reference to his liver, which was disordered by 5-30 years in an Indian climate. "I wish Laura to marry," he said. "I shall be glad when she has secured the protection of a good husband." Sir Philip Jocelyn sprang up with his face all aglow with rapture, and would fain have seized the banker's hand in token of his gratitude, but Henry Dunbar waved him off with an authoritative gesture. "Good morning, Sir Philip," he said. "I am very poor company, and I shall be glad to be alone with the Times. You young men don't appreciate the Times. You want your newspapers filled with prize-fighting and boat-racing and the last gossip from the corner. You'll find Miss Dunbar in the blue drawing-room. Speak to her as soon as you please, and let me know the result of the interview." It is not often that the heiress of 1 million or thereabouts is quite so readily disposed of. Sir Philip Jocelyn walked on air as he quitted the banker's apartments. "Whoever would have thought that he was such a delicious old brick?" he thought. "I expected any quantity of cold water, and instead of that he sends me straight to my darling with carte blanche to go in and win, if I can. If I can! Suppose Laura doesn't love me after all? Suppose she's only a beautiful coquette, who likes to see men go mad for love of her? And yet I won't think that. I won't be downhearted. I won't believe she's anything but what she seems, an angel of purity and truth." But, in spite of his belief in Laura's truth, the young baronet's courage was very low when he went into the blue drawing-room, and found Miss Dunbar seated in a deep embayed window, with the sunshine lighting up her hair and gleaming amongst the folds of her violet silk dress. She had been drawing, but her sketching apparatus lay idle on the little table by her side, and one listless hand hung down upon her dress, with a pencil held loosely between the slender fingers. She was looking straight before her, out upon the sunlit lawn, all gorgeous with flaunting autumn flowers, and there was something dreamy, not to say pensive, in the attitude of her drooping head. But she started presently at the sound of that manly footstep, the pencil dropped from between her idle fingers, and she rose and turned towards the intruder. The beautiful face was in shadow as she turned away from the window, but no shadow could hide its sudden brightness, the happy radiance which lit up that candid countenance as Miss Dunbar recognized her visitor. The lover thought that one look more precious than Jocelyn's rock, and a baronetcy that dated from the days of England's first Stuarts, that one glorious smile which melted away in a moment and gave place to bright maidenly blushes, fresh and beautiful as the dewy heart of an old-fashioned cabbage rose gathered at sunrise. That one smile was enough. Philip Jocelyn was no coxcomb, but he knew all at once that he was beloved, and that very few words were needed. A great many were said, nevertheless, and I do not think two happier people ever sat side by side in the late autumn sunshine than those two, who lingered in the deep embayed window till the sun was low in the rosy western sky, and told Philip Jocelyn that his visit to Maudesle Abbey had very much exceeded the limits of a morning call. So Philip Jocelyn was accepted. Early the next morning he called upon Mr. Dunbar, and begged that an early date might be chosen for the wedding. The banker assented willingly enough to the proposition. "Let the marriage take place in the first week in November," he said. "I am tired of living at Maudesle, and I want to get away to the Continent. Of course I must remain here to be present at my daughter's wedding." Philip Jocelyn was only too glad to receive this permission to hurry the day of the ceremonial. He went at once to Laura, and told her what Mr. Dunbar had said. Mrs. Madden was indignant at this unceremonious manner of arranging matters. "Where's my young lady's trousseau to be got at a moment's notice, I should like to know? A deal you gentlemen know about such things. It's no use talking, my lord. There ain't a dressmaker livin' as would undertake the wedding clothes for a baronet's lady in little better than a month." but Mrs. Madden's objections were speedily overruled. To tell the truth, the honest-hearted creature was very much pleased to find that her young lady was going to be a baronet's wife, after all. She forgot all about her old favourite, Arthur Lovell, and set herself to work to expedite that most important matter of the wedding garments. A man came down express from Howell and James to Maudesle Abbey with a bundle of patterns, and silks and velvets, gauzes and laces, and almost every costly fabric that was made, were ordered for Miss Dunbar's equipment. West End dressmakers were communicated with. A French milliner, who looked like a lady of fashion, arrived one morning at Maudesle Abbey, and for a couple of hours poor Laura had to endure the slow agony of trying on, while Miss Madden and Dora Macmahon discussed all the colours in the rainbow, and a great many new shades and combinations.
Chapter 21 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 21. A New Life. For the very first time in her life, Margaret Wilmot knew what it was to have friends, real and earnest friends, who interested themselves in her welfare and were bent upon securing her happiness. And I must admit that in this particular case there was something more than friendship, something holier and higher in its character, the pure and unselfish love of an honourable man. Clement Austin, the cashier at Dunbar and Balderby's Anglo-Indian banking house, had fallen in love with the modest, hazel-eyed music mistress, and had set himself to work to watch her, and to find out all about her, long before he was conscious of the real nature of his feelings. He had begun by pitying her. He had pitied her because of her hard life, her loneliness, her beauty, which doubtless exposed her to many dangers that would have been spared to a plain woman. Now, when a man allows himself to pity a very pretty girl, he places himself on a moral tightrope, and he must be a moral Blondin if he expects to walk with any safety upon the narrow line which alone divides him from the great abyss called love. There are not many Blondins, either physical or intellectual, and the consequence is that 9 out of 10 of the gentlemen who place themselves in this perilous position find the narrow line very slippery, and, before they have gone 20 paces, plunge overboard plump to the very bottom of the abyss, and are over head and ears in love before they know where they are. Clement Austin fell in love with Margaret Wilmot, and his tender regard, his respectful devotion, were very new and sweet to the lonely girl. It would have been strange, then, under such circumstances, if his love had been hopeless. He was in no very great hurry to declare himself, for he had a powerful ally in his mother, who adored her son, and would have allowed him to bring home a young negress or a North American squaw to the maternal hearth, if such a bride had been necessary to his happiness. Mrs. Austin very speedily discovered her son's secret, for he had taken little pains to conceal his feelings from the indulgent mother who had been his confidant ever since his first boyish loves at a Clapham seminary, within whose sacred walls he had been admitted on Tuesdays and Fridays to learn dancing in the delightful society of 5-and-30 young ladies. Mrs. Austin confessed that she would rather her son had chosen some damsel who could lay claim to greater worldly advantages than those possessed by the young music mistress. But when Clement looked disappointed, the good soul's heart melted all in a moment, and she declared that if Margaret was only as good as she was pretty, and truly attached to her dear noble-hearted boy, she, Mrs. Austin, would ask no more. It happened fortunately that she knew nothing of Joseph Wilmot's antecedents, or of the letter addressed to Norfolk Island, or perhaps she might have made very strong objections to a match between her son and a young lady whose father had spent a considerable part of his life in a penal settlement. "We will tell my mother nothing of the past, Miss Wilmot," Clement Austin said. except that which concerns yourself alone. Let the history of your unhappy father's life remain a secret between you and me. My mother is very fond of you. I should be sorry, therefore, if she heard anything to shock her prejudices. I wish her to love you better every day." Clement Austin had his wish, for the kind-hearted widow grew every day more and more attached to Margaret Wilmot. She discovered that the girl had more than an ordinary talent for music, and she proposed that Margaret should take a prettily furnished first floor in a pleasant-looking detached house, half cottage, half villa, at Clapham, and at once set to work as a teacher of the piano. "I can get you plenty of pupils, my dear," Mrs. Austen said, "for I have lived here for more than 30 years, ever since Clement's birth, in fact, and I know almost everybody in the neighbourhood. You have only to teach upon moderate terms, and the people will be glad to send their children to you. I shall give a little evening party, on purpose that my friend may hear you play." So Mrs. Austen gave her evening party, and Margaret appeared in a simple black silk dress that had been in her wardrobe for a long time, and which would have seemed very shabby in the glaring light of day. The wearer of it looked very pretty and elegant. However, by the light of Mrs. Austen's wax candles, and the aristocracy of Clapham remarked that the young person whom Mrs. Austen and her son had taken up was really rather nice-looking. But when Margaret played and sang, people were charmed in spite of themselves. She had a superb contralto voice, rich, deep, and melodious, and she played with brilliancy, and, what is much rarer, with expression. Mrs. Austen, going backwards and forwards amongst her guests to ascertain the current of opinions, found that her protégée's success was an accomplished fact before the evening was over. Margaret took the new apartments in the course of the week, and before a fortnight had passed she had secured more than a dozen pupils, who gave her ample employment for her time, and who enabled her to earn more than enough for her simple wants. Every Sunday she dined with Mrs. Austen. Clement had persuaded his mother to make this arrangement a settled thing, although as yet he had said nothing of his growing love for Margaret. Those Sundays were pleasant days to Clement and the girl whom he hoped to win for his wife. The comfortable elegance of Mrs. Austen's drawing-room, the peaceful quiet of the Sabbath evening, when the curtains were drawn before the bay window, and the shaded lamp brought into the room, the intellectual conversation, the pleasant talk about new books and music, all were new and delightful to Margaret. This was her first experience of a home, a real home, in which there was nothing but union and content, no overshadowing fear, no horrible unspoken dread, no half-guessed secrets always gnawing at the heart. But in all this new comfort Margaret Wilmot had not forgotten Henry Dunbar. She had not ceased to believe him guilty of her father's murder. Calm and gentle in her outward demeanour, she kept her secret buried in her breast, and asked for no sympathy. Clement Austen had given her his best attention, his best advice, but it all amounted to nothing. The different scraps of evidence that hinted at Henry Dunbar's guilt were not strong enough to condemn him. The cashier communicated with the detective police, who had been watching the case, but they only shook their heads gravely, and dismissed him with their thanks for his information. There was nothing in what he had to tell them that could implicate Mr. Dunbar. A gentleman with $1 million of money doesn't put himself in the power of the hangman unless he's very hard pushed, said the detective. The motive's what you must look to in these cases, sir. Now, where's Mr. Dunbar's motive for murdering this man Wilmot? The secret that Joseph Wilmot possessed? Bah, my dear sir! Henry Dunbar could afford to buy all the secrets that ever were kept. Secrets are like every other sort of article. They're only kept to sell. Good morning. After this, Clement Austen told Margaret that he could be of no use to her. The dead man must rest in his grave. There was little hope that the mystery of his fate would ever be fathomed by human intelligence. But Margaret Wilmot did not cease to remember Mr. Dunbar. She only waited. One resolution was always uppermost in her mind, even when she was happiest with her new friends. She would see Henry Dunbar. In spite of his obstinate determination to avoid an interview with her, she would see him, and then, when she had gained her purpose and stood face to face with him, she would boldly denounce him as her father's murderer. If then he did not flinch or falter, if she saw innocence in his face, she would cease to doubt him. She would be Chapter 22 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 22. The Steeple-Chase. After considerable discussion, it was settled that Lord Dunbar's wedding should take place upon the 7th of November. It was to be a very quiet wedding. The banker had especially impressed that condition upon his daughter. His health was entirely broken, and he would assist in no splendid ceremonial to which half the county would be invited. If Laura wanted bridesmaids, she might have Dora McMahon and any particular friend who lived in the neighbourhood. There was to be no fuss, no publicity. Marriage was a very solemn business, Mr. Dunbar said, and it would be as well for his daughter to be undisturbed by any pomp or gaiety on her wedding day. So the marriage was appointed to take place on the 7th, and the arrangements were to be as simple as the circumstances of the bride would admit. Sir Philip was quite willing that it should be so. He was much too happy to take objection to any such small matters. He only wanted the sacred words to be spoken which made Laura Dunbar his own for ever and for ever. He wanted to take her away to the southern regions, where he had travelled so gaily in his careless bachelor days, where he would be so supremely happy now with his bright young bride by his side. Fortune, who certainly spoils some of her children, had been especially beneficent to this young man. She had given him so many of her best gifts, and had bestowed upon him, over and above, the power to enjoy her favours. It happened that the 6th of November was a day which, some time since, Philip Jocelyn would have considered the most important, if not the happiest, day of the year. It was the date of the Shorncliffe steeplechases, and the baronet had engaged himself early in the preceding spring to ride his thoroughbred mare Guinevere for a certain silver cup, subscribed for by the officers stationed at the Shorncliffe barracks. Philip Jocelyn looked forward to this race with a peculiar interest, for it was to be the last he would ever ride, the very last. He had given this solemn promise to Laura, who had in vain tried to persuade him against even this race. She was brave enough upon ordinary occasions, but she loved her betrothed husband too dearly to brave on this. "I know it's very foolish of me, Philip," she said, "but I can't help being frightened. I can't help thinking of all the accidents I've ever heard of or read of. I've dreamt of the race ever so many times, Philip. Oh, if you would only give it up for my sake! My darling, my pet, is there anything I would not do for your sake that I could do in honour? But I can't do this, Laura dearest. You see, I'm all right myself, and the mare's in splendid condition. Well, you saw her take her trial gallop the other morning, and you must know she's a flyer, so I won't talk about her. My name was entered for this race 6 months ago, you know, dear, and there are lots of small farmers and country people who have speculated their money on me, and they'd all lose, poor fellows, if I hung back at the last. You don't know what play or pay bets are, Laura dear. There's nothing in the world I wouldn't do for your sake, but my backers are poor people, and I can't put them in a hole. I must ride, Laura, and ride to win, too." Miss Dunbar knew what this last phrase meant, and she conjured up the image of her lover flying across country on that fiery chestnut mare, whose reputation was familiar to almost every man, woman, and child in Warwickshire. But whatever her fears might be, she was obliged to be satisfied with her lover's promise that this should be his last steeple-chase. The day came at last, a pale November day, mild but not sunny. The sky was all of one equal grey tint, and seemed to hang only a little way above the earth. The caps and jackets of the gentlemen riders made spots of color against that uniform gray sky, and the dresses of the ladies in the humble wooden structure which did duty as a grandstand brightened the level landscape. The course formed a long oval and extended over 3 or 4 meadows and crossed a country lane. It was a tolerably flat course, but the leaps, though roughly constructed, were rather formidable. Laura had been over all the ground with her lover on the previous day, and had looked fearfully at the high ragged hedges and the broad ditches of muddy water, but Philip only made light of her fears, and told her the leaps were nothing scarcely worthy of the chestnut mare's powers. The course was not crowded, but there was a considerable sprinkling of spectators on each side of the roped soldiers from the Shorncliffe barracks, country people and loiterers of all kinds. There were a couple of drags, crowded with the officers and their friends, who clustered in all manner of perilous positions on the roof, and consumed unlimited champagne, bitter beer, and lobster salad in the pauses between the races. A single line of carriages extended for some little distance opposite the grandstand. The scene was gay and pleasant, as a race ground always must be, even though it were in the wildest regions of the New World, but it was very quiet as compared to Epsom Downs or the open heath at Ascot. Conspicuous amongst the vehicles there was a close carriage drawn by a pair of magnificent bays, an equipage which was only splendid in the perfection of its appointments. It was a Clarence, with dark subdued-looking panels, only ornamented by a vermilion crest. The liveries of the servants were almost the simplest upon the course, but the powdered heads of the men, and an indescribable something in their style, distinguished them from the country-bred coachmen and hobbledehoy pages in attendance on the other carriages. Almost every one on the course knew that crest of an armed hand clasping a battle-axe, and knew that it belonged to Henry Dunbar. The banker appeared so very seldom in public that there was always a kind of curiosity about him when he did show himself, and between the races people who were strolling upon the ground contrived to approach very near the carriage in which the master of Maudesle Abbey sat, wrapped in cashmere shawls and half hidden under a great fur rug in legitimate Indian fashion. He had consented to appear upon the race-course in compliance with his daughter's most urgent entreaties. She wanted him to be near her. She had some vague idea that he might be useful in the event of any accident happening to Philip Jocelyn. He might help her. It would be some consolation, some support to have him with her. He might be able to do something. Her father had yielded to her entreaties with a very tolerable grace, and he was here, but having conceded so much, he seemed to have done all that his frigid nature was capable of doing. He took no interest in the business of the day, but lounged far back in the carriage, and complained very much of the cold. The vehicle had been drawn close up to the boundary of the course, and Laura sat at the open window, pale and anxious, straining her eyes towards the weighing-house and the paddock, the little bit of enclosed ground where the horses were saddled. She could see the gentlemen riders going in and out, and the one rider on whose safety her happiness depended, muffled in his greatcoat, and very busy and animated amongst his grooms and helpers. Everybody knew who Miss Dunbar was, and that she was going to be married to the young baronet, and people looked with interest at that pale face, keeping such anxious watch at the carriage window. I am speaking now of the simple country people for whom a race meant a day's pleasure. There were people on the other side of the course who cared very little for Miss Dunbar or her anxiety, who would have cared as little if the handsome young baronet had rolled upon the sward, crushed to death under the weight of his chestnut mare, so long as they themselves were winners by the event. In this little enclosure below the grandstand the betting men, that strange fraternity which appears on every race-course from Berwick-on-Tweed to the Land's End, from the banks of the Shannon to the smooth meads of pleasant Normandy, were gathered thick, and the talk was loud about Sir Philip and his competitors. Among the men who were ready to lay against anything, and were most unpleasantly vociferous in the declaration of their readiness, There was one man who was well known to the humbler class of bookmen with whom he associated, who was known to speculate upon very small capital, but who had never been known as a defaulter. The knowing ones declared this man worthy to rank high amongst the best of them, but no one knew where he lived, or what he was. He was rarely known to miss a race, and he was conspicuous amongst the crowd in those mysterious purlieus where the plebeian bookmen, who were unworthy to enter the sacred precincts of Tattersall's, mostly do congregate in utter defiance of the police. No one had ever heard the name of this man, but in default of any more particular cognomen, they had christened him the Major, because in his curt manners, his closely buttoned-up coat, tightly strapped trousers, and heavy moustache, there was a certain military flavour which had given rise to the rumour that the unknown had in some remote period been one of the defenders of his country. Whether he had enlisted as a private and had been brought off by his friends, whether he had borne the rank of an officer and had sold his commission, or had been cashiered, or had deserted, or had been drummed out of his regiment, no one pretended to say. People called him the Major, and wherever he appeared, the Major made himself conspicuous by means of a very tall white hat, with a broad black crape band round it. He was tall himself, and the hat made him seem taller. His clothes were very shabby, with that peculiar shiny shabbiness which makes a man look as if he had been oiled all over, and then rubbed into a high state of polish. He wore a greenish-brown greatcoat with a poodle collar, and was supposed to have worn the same for the last 10 years. Round his neck, be the weather ever so sultry, he wore a comforter of rusty worsted that had once been scarlet, and above this comforter appeared his nose, which was a prominent aquiline. Nobody ever saw much more of the Major than his nose and his moustache. His hat came low down over his forehead, which was itself low, and a pair of beetle brows, of a dense purple black, were faintly visible in the shadow of the brim. He never took off his hat in the presence of his fellow men, and, as he never encountered the fair sex, except in the person of the barmaid at a sporting public, he was not called upon to unbonnet himself in ceremonious obeisance to lovely women. He was eminently a mysterious man, and seemed to enjoy himself in the midst of the cloud of mystery which surrounded him. The Major had inspected the starters for the great event of the day, and had sharply scrutinized the gentlemen riders as they went in and out of the paddock. He was so well satisfied with the look of Sir Philip Jocelyn and the chestnut mare Guinevere, that he contented himself with laying the odds against all the other horses, and allowed the baronet and the chestnut to run for him. He asked a few questions presently about Sir Philip, who had taken off his greatcoat by this time, and appeared in all the glory of a scarlet satin jacket and a black velvet cap. A Warwickshire farmer, who had found his way in among the knowing ones, informed the Major that Sir Philip Jocelyn was going to be married to Miss Dunbar, only daughter and sole heiress of the great Mr. Dunbar. The great Mr. Dunbar? The Major, usually so imperturbable, gave a little start at the mention of the banker's name. "What, Mr. Dunbar?" he asked. "The banker, him as come home from the Indies last August." The Major gave a long low whistle, but he asked no further question of the farmer. He had a memorandum book in his hand, a greasy and grimy-looking little volume, whose pages he was wont to study profoundly from time to time, and in which he jotted down all manner of queer hieroglyphics with half an inch of fat lead pencil. He relapsed into the contemplation of this book now, but he muttered to himself ever and anon in undertones, and his mutterings had relation to Henry Dunbar. "It's him," he muttered. "That's lucky. I read all about that Winchester business in the Sunday papers. I've got all at my fingers' ends, and I don't see why I shouldn't make a trifle out of it. I don't see why I shouldn't win a little money upon Henry Dunbar. I'll have a look at my gentleman presently, when the race is over." The bell rang, and the 7 starters went off with a rush, 4 abreast and 3 behind. Sir Philip was among the 4 foremost riders, keeping the chestnut well in hand, and biding his time very quietly. This was his last race, and he had set his heart upon winning. Laura leaned out of the carriage window, pale and breathless, with a powerful race-glass in her hand. She watched the riders as they swept round the curve in the course. Then they disappeared, and the few minutes during which they were out of sight seemed an age to that anxious watcher. The people run away to see them take the double leap in the lane, and then come trooping back again, panting and eager, as three of the riders appear again round another bend of the course. The Scarlet leads this time. The honest country people hurrah for the master of Jocelyn's Rock. Have they not put their money upon him, and are they not proud of him? Proud of his handsome face, which, amid all its easy good nature, has a certain dash of hauteur that befits one who has a sprinkling of the blood of Saxon kings in his veins. Proud of his generous heart, which beats with 1,000 kindly impulses towards his fellow men. They shout aloud as he flies past them, the long stride of the chestnut skimming over the ground, and spattering fragments of torn grass and plowed-up earth about him as he goes. Laura sees the scarlet jacket rise for a moment against the low grey sky, and then fly onward, and that is about all she sees of the dreaded leap which she had looked at in fear and trembling the day before. Her heart is still beating with a strange vague terror when her lover rides quietly past the stand, and the people about her cry out that the race has been nobly won. The other riders come in very slowly, and are oppressed by that indescribable air of sheepishness which is peculiar to gentlemen jockeys when they do not win. The girl's eyes fill suddenly with tears, and she leans back in the carriage, glad to hide her happy face from the crowd. 10 minutes afterwards Sir Philip Jocelyn came across the course with a great silver gilt cup in his arms, and surrounded by an admiring throng, amongst whom he had just emptied his purse. "I've brought you the cup, Laura, and I want you to be pleased with my victory. It's the last triumph of my bachelor days, you know, darling." "3 cheers for Miss Dunbar," shouted some adventurous spirit among the crowd about the baronet. In the next moment the cry was taken up, and 200 or 300 voices joined in a loud hurrah for the banker's daughter. The poor girl drew back into the carriage, blushing and frightened. "Don't mind them, Laura dear," Sir Philip said. "They mean well, you know, and they look upon me as public property. Hadn't you better give them a bow, Mr. Dunbar?" he added, in an undertone to the banker. "It'll please them, I know." Mr. Dunbar frowned, but he bent forward for a moment, and, leaning his head a little way out of the window, made a stately acknowledgment of the people's enthusiasm. As he did so, his eyes met those of the Major, who had crossed the course with Sir Philip and his admirers, and who was staring straight before him at the banker's carriage. Henry Dunbar drew back immediately after making that very brief salute to the populace. "Tell them to drive home, Sir Philip," he said. "The people mean well, I dare say, but I hate these popular demonstrations. There's something to be done about the settlements. By the by, you'd better dine at the Abbey this evening. John Lovell will be there to meet you." The carriage drove away, and though the Major pushed his way through the crowd pretty rapidly, he was too late to witness its departure. He was in a very good temper, however, for he had won what his companions called a hatful of money on the Steeple-Chase, and he stood to win on other races that were to come off that afternoon. During the interval that elapsed before the next race, he talked to a sociable bystander about Sir Philip Jocelyn and the young lady he was going to marry. He ascertained that the wedding was to take place the next morning, and at Lisford Church. "In that case," thought the Major, as he went back to the ring, "I shall sleep at Lisford to-night."
Chapter 23 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 23. The Bride That the Rain Rains On. There was no sunshine upon Laura Dunbar's wedding morning. The wintry sky was low and dark, as if the heavens had been coming gradually down to crush this wicked earth. The damp fog, the slow, drizzling rain shut out the fair landscape upon which the banker's daughter had been wont to look from the pleasant cushioned seat in the deep bay window of her dressing-room. The broad lawn was soddened by that perpetual rain. The incessant raindrops dripped from the low branches of the black spreading cedars of Lebanon. The smooth beads of water ran off the shining laurel leaves, the rhododendrons, the fiery firs, and glistening arbutus. Everything was obscured by that cruel rain. The water gushed out of the quaint dragons' mouths, ranged along the parapet of the abbey roof. It dripped from every stone coping and abutment, from window ledge and porch, from gable end and sheltering ivy. The rain was everywhere, and the incessant pitter-patter of the drops beating against the windows of the abbey made a dismal sound, scarcely less unpleasant to hear than the perpetual lamentation of the winds, which to-day had the sound of human voices, now moaning drearily with a long, low, wailing murmur, now shrieking in the shrilly tones of an angry vixen. Laura Dunbar gave a long, discontented sigh as she seated herself at her favourite bay window and looked out at the dripping trees upon the lawn below. She was a petted heiress, remember, and the world had gone so smoothly with her hitherto, that perhaps she scarcely endured calamity or contradiction with so good a grace as she might have done had she been a little nearer perfection. She was hardly better than a child as yet, with all a child's ignorant hopefulness and blind trust in the unknown future. She was a pampered child, and she expected to have life made very smooth for her. "What a horribly dismal morning!" Miss Dunbar exclaimed. "Did you ever see anything like it, Elizabeth?" Mrs. Madden was bustling about, arranging her young mistress's breakfast upon a little table near the blazing fire. Laura had just emerged from her bathroom, and had put on a loose dressing-gown of wadded blue silk prior to the grand ceremonial of the wedding toilet, which was not to take place until after breakfast. I think Miss Dunbar looked lovelier in this dishabille than many a bride in her lace and orange blossoms. The girl's long golden hair, wet from the bath, hung in rippling confusion about her fresh young face. 2 little feet, carelessly thrust into blue morocco slippers, peeped out from amongst the folds of Miss Dunbar's dressing-gown, and one coquettish scarlet heel tapped impatiently upon the floor as the young lady watched that provoking rain. "What a wretched morning!" she said. "Well, Miss Laura, it is rather wet," replied Mrs. Madden in a conciliating tone. "Rather wet!" echoed Laura with an air of vexation. "I should think it was rather wet. Indeed, it's miserably wet. It's horribly wet. To think that the frost should have lasted very nearly 3 weeks, and then must needs break up upon my wedding morning! Did ever anybody know anything so provoking?" "Miss Laura," rejoined the sympathetic Madden, "there's all manner of provoking things alas happening in this blessed, wicked, rampageous world of ours. Only such young ladies as you don't often come across 'em. Talk of being born with a silver spoon in your mouth, Miss Laura. I do think as you must have come into this mortal sphere with a whole service of gold plate. And don't you fret your precious heart, my blessed Miss Laura, if the rain is contrary. I dare say the clerk of the weather is one of them rampagin' radicals that's allus a-goin' on the bloated aristocracy, and he's done it a purpose to aggravate you. But what's a little rain, more or less to you, Miss Laura, when you've got more carriages to ride in than if you was a princess in a fairy tale, which I think the Princess Baltroubador, or whatever her name was, in the story of Aladdin, must have had no carriage or whatever, or she wouldn't have gone walking to the baths. Never you mind the rain, Miss Laura." "But it's a bad omen, isn't it, Elizabeth?" asked Laura Dunbar. "I seem to remember some old rhyme about the bride that the sun shines on, and the bride that the rain rains on." "Laws, Miss Laura, you don't mean to say you'd bemean yourself by talking any heed of such low rubbish as that?" exclaimed Mrs. Madden. "Why, such stupid rhymes as them are made only for vulgar people that have the banns put up in the parish church. A deal it matters to such as you, Miss Laura, if all the cats and dogs as ever was come down out of the heavens this blessed day." But though honest-hearted Elizabeth Madden did her best to comfort her young mistress after her own simple fashion, she was not herself altogether satisfied. The low, brooding sky, the dark and murky atmosphere, and that monotonous rain would have gone far to depress the spirits of the gayest reveller in all the universe. In spite of ourselves, we are the slave of atmospheric influences, and we cannot feel very light-hearted or happy upon black wintry days, when the lowering heavens seem to frown upon our hopes, when, in the darkening of the earthly prospect, we fancy that we see a shadowy curtain closing round an unknown future. Laura felt something of this, for she said, by and by, half impatiently, half mournfully, "What is the matter with me, Elizabeth? Has all the world changed since yesterday? When I drove home with Papa, after the races yesterday, everything upon earth seemed so bright and beautiful. Such an overpowering sense of joy was in my heart that I could scarcely believe it was winter, and that it was only the fading November sunshine that lit up the sky. All my future life seemed spread out before me like an endless series of beautiful pictures in which I could see Philip and myself, always together, always happy. Today, oh, how different everything is!" exclaimed Laura with a little shudder. "The sky that shuts in the lawn yonder seems to shut in my life with it. I can't look forward. If I was going to be parted from Philip today, instead of married to him, I don't think I could feel more miserable than I feel now. Why is it, Elizabeth, dear?" "My goodness gracious me!" cried Mrs. Madden. "How should I tell, my precious pet? You talk just like a poetry book. And how can I answer you unless I was another poetry book? Come and have your breakfast. Do. That's a clear, sweet love. And try a new-laid egg. New-laid eggs is good for the spirits, my poppet." Laura Dunbar seated herself in the comfortable armchair between the fireplace and the little breakfast table. She made a sort of pretence at eating, just to please her old nurse, who fidgeted about the room, now stopping by Laura's chair and urging her to take this, that, or the other, now running to the dressing-table to make some new arrangement about the all-important wedding toilet, now looking out of the window and perjuring her simple soul by declaring it, namely, the winter sky, was going to clear up. "It's breaking up above the elms yonder, Miss Laura," Elizabeth said. "There's a bit of blue peeping through the clouds. Leastways, if it ain't quite blue, it's a much lighter black than the rest of the sky, and that's something. Eat a bit of Perigorge pie, or a thin wafer of a slice off that Strasbogum, Miss Laura, do now. You'll be ready to drop with feeling faint when you get to the altar rails, if you persist on being married on an empty stomach, Miss Laura. It's a moral impossible as you can look your best, my precious love, if you enter the church in a state of starvation, just like one of them respectable beggars what pins a piece of paper on their waistcoats with 'I am hungry' wrote upon it in large hand, and stands at the foot of one of the bridges on the Surrey side of the water. And I shouldn't think as you would wish to look like that, Miss Laura, on your wedding day. I shouldn't if I was going to be own wife to a baronet." Laura Dunbar took very little notice of her nurse's rambling discourse, and I am fain to confess that, upon this occasion, Mrs. Madden talked rather more for the sake of talking than from any overflow of animal spirits. The good creature felt the influence of the cold, wet, cheerless morning quite as keenly as her mistress. Mrs. Madden was superstitious, as most ignorant and simple-minded people generally are, more or less. Superstition is, after all, only a dim, unconscious poetry which is latent in most natures, except in such very hard practical minds as are incapable of believing in anything, not even in heaven itself. Dora Macmahon came in presently, looking very pretty in blue silk and white lace. She looked very happy in spite of the bad weather, and Miss Dunbar suffered herself to be comforted by her half-sister. The two girls sat at the table by the fire and breakfasted, or pretended to breakfast, together. Who could really attend the common business of eating and drinking on such a day as this? "I've just been to see Lizzie and Ellen," Dora said presently. "They wouldn't come in here till they were dressed, and they've had their hair screwed up in hairpins all night to make it wave. And now it's a wet day, their hair won't wave after all, and their maid's going to pinch it with the fire-irons. The tongs, I suppose." Miss Macmahon had brown hair with a natural ripple in it, and could afford to laugh at the beauty that was obliged to adorn itself by means of hairpins and tongs. Lizzie and Ellen were daughters of a Major Melville, and the special friends of Miss Dunbar. They had come to Maudesle to act as her bridesmaids, according to that favourite promise which young ladies so often make to each other, and so very often break. Laura did not appear to take much interest in the Miss Melvilles' hair. She was very meditative about something, but her meditations must have been of a pleasant nature, for there was a smile upon her face. "Dora," she said by and by, "do you know, I've been thinking about something." "About what, dear?" "Don't you know that old saying about one wedding making many?" Dora Macmahon blushed. "What of that, Laura dear?" she asked, very innocently. "I've been thinking that perhaps another wedding may follow mine. Oh, Dora, I can't help saying it. I should be so happy if Arthur Lovell and you were to marry." Miss McCammon blushed a much deeper red than before. "Oh, Laura," she said, "that's quite impossible." But Miss Dunbar shook her head. "I shall live in the hope of it notwithstanding," she said. "I love Arthur almost as much, or perhaps quite as much, as if he were my brother. So it isn't strange that I should wish to see him married to my sister." The two girls might have sat talking for some time longer, but they were interrupted by Miss Dunbar's old nurse, who never for a moment lost sight of the serious business of the day. "It's all very well for you to sit there and jabber, 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 Miss Dora," exclaimed the unceremonious Elizabeth. "You're dressed all but your bonnet. You've only just to pop that on, and there you are. But my young lady isn't half dressed yet. And now come along, Miss Laura, and have your hair done, if you mean to have any back hair at all to-day. It's past 9 o'clock, and you're to be at the church at 11. "And papa is to give me away," murmured Laura in a low voice, as she seated herself before the dressing-table. "I wish he loved me better." "Perhaps if he loved you too well, he'd keep you, instead of giving you away, Miss Laura," observed Mrs. Madden, with evident enjoyment of her own wit. "And I don't suppose you'd care about that, would you, miss? Hold your head still, that's a precious
Chapter 24 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Whitley. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 24. The Unbidden Guest Who Came to Laura Dunbar's Wedding. The wedding was to take place in Lisford Church, that pretty, quaint old church of which I have already spoken. The wandering Avon flowed through the rustic churchyard, along a winding channel fringed by tall, trembling rushes. There was a wooden bridge across the river, and there were two opposite entrances to the churchyard. Pedestrians who chose the shortest route between Lisford and Shorncliffe went in at one gate and out at another, which opened on to the high road. The worthy inhabitants of Lisford were almost as much distressed by the unpromising aspect of the sky as Laura Dunbar and her faithful nurse themselves. New bonnets had been specially prepared for this festive occasion. Chrysanthemums and dahlias, gay-looking china asters, and all the lingering flowers that light up the early winter landscape had been collected to strew the pathway beneath the bride's pretty feet. All the brightest evergreens in the Lisford gardens had been gathered as a fitting sacrifice for the young lady from the Abbey. Laura Dunbar's frank good nature and reckless generosity were well remembered upon this occasion, and every creature in Lisford was bent upon doing her honour. But this aggravating rain balked everybody. What was the use of throwing wet dahlias and flabby chrysanthemums into the puddles through which the bride must tread, heiress though she was? How miserable would be the aspect of 2 rows of damp charity children, with red noses, and no pocket-handkerchiefs. The rector himself had a cold in his head, and would be obliged to omit all the N's and M's in the marriage service. In short, everybody felt that the Abbey wedding was destined to be more or less a failure. It seemed very hard that the chief partner in the firm of Dunbar, and Balderby could not, with all his wealth, buy a little glimmer of sunshine to light up his daughter's wedding. It grew so dark and foggy towards 11 o'clock that a dozen or so of wax candles were hastily stuck about the neighbourhood of the altar, in order that the bride and bridegroom might be able, each of them, to see the person that he or she was taking, for better or worse. Yes, the dismal weather made everything dismal in unison with itself. A wet wedding is like a wet picnic. The most heroic nature gives way before its utter desolation. The wit of the party forgets his best anecdote. The funny man breaks down in the climactic verse of his great Buffo song. There is no brightness in the eyes of the beauty. There is neither sparkle nor flavour in the champagne, though the grapes thereof have been grown in the vineyards of Widow Clicquot herself. There are some things that are more powerful than emperors, and the atmosphere is one of them. Alexander might conquer nations in very sport, but I question whether he could have resisted the influence of a wet day. Of all the people who were to assist at Sir Philip Jocelyn's wedding, perhaps the father of the bride was the person who seemed least affected by that drizzling rain, that hopelessly black sky. If Henry Dunbar was grave and silent to-day, why, that was nothing new, for he was always grave and silent. If the banker's manner was stern and moody to-day, that stern moodiness was habitual to him, and there was no need to blame the murky heavens for any change in his temper. He sat by the broad fireplace, watching the burning coals, and waiting until he should be summoned to take his place by his daughter's side, in the carriage that was to convey them both to Lisford Church. And he did not utter one word of complaint about that aggravating weather. He looked very handsome, very aristocratic, with his grey moustache carefully trimmed, and a white camellia in his buttonhole. Nevertheless, when he came out into the hall by-and-by, with a set smile upon his face, like a man who is going to act a part in a play, Laura Dunbar recoiled from him with an involuntary shiver, as she had done upon the day of her first meeting with him in Portland Place. But he offered her his hand, and she laid the tips of her fingers in his broad palm, and went with him to the carriage. "Ask God to bless me upon this day, papa," the girl said in a low, tender voice, as these two people took their places side by side in the roomy chariot. Laura Dunbar laid her hand caressingly upon the banker's shoulder as she spoke. It was not a time for reticence. It was not an occasion upon which to be put off by any girlish fear of this stern, silent man. "Ask God to bless me, father dearest," the soft, tremulous voice pleaded, "for the sake of my dear mother." She tried to see his face, but she could not. His head was turned away, and he was busy making some alteration in the adjustment of the carriage window. The chariot had cost nearly £300, and was very well built, but there was something wrong about the window, nevertheless, if one might judge by the difficulty which Mr. Dunbar had in settling it to his satisfaction. He spoke presently, in a very earnest voice, but with his head still turned away from Laura. "I hope God will bless you, my dear," he said, "and that he will have pity upon your enemies." This last wish was more Christian-like than natural, since fathers do not usually implore compassion for the enemies of their children. But Laura Dunbar did not trouble herself to think about this. She only knew that her father had called down heaven's blessing upon her, and that his manner had betrayed such agitation as could of course only spring from one cause, namely, his affection for his daughter. She threw herself into his arms with a radiant smile, and putting up her hands, drew his face round and pressed her lips to his. But as on the day in Portland Place, a chill crept through her veins as she felt the deadly coldness of her father's hands lifted to push her gently from him. It is a common thing for Anglo-Indians to be quiet and reserved in their manners, and strongly adverse to all demonstrations of this kind. Laura remembered this, and made excuses to herself for her father's coldness. The rain was still falling as the carriage stopped at the churchyard. There were only 3 carriages in this brief bridal train, for Mr. Dunbar had insisted that there should be no grandeur, no display. The 2 Miss Melvilles, Dora Macmahon and Arthur Lovell, rode in the same carriage. Major Melville's daughters looked very pale and cold in their white and blue dresses, and the north-easter had tweaked their noses, which were rather sharp and pointed in style. They would have looked pretty enough, poor girls, had the wedding taken place in summer-time, but they had not that splendid, exceptional beauty which can defy all changes of temperature, and which is alike glorious, whether clad in abject rags or robed in velvet and ermine. The carriages reached the little gate of Lisford churchyard. Philip Jocelyn came out of the porch and down the narrow pathway leading to the gate. The drizzling rain descended on him, though he was a baronet, and though he came bareheaded to receive his bride. I think the Lisford beadle, who was a sound Tory of the old school, almost wondered that the heavens themselves should be audacious enough to wet the uncovered head of the Lord of Jocelyn's Rock. But it went on raining nevertheless. "Times is changed, sir," said the beadle to an idle-looking stranger who was standing near him. "I have read in a history of Warwickshire that when Algernon Jocelyn was married to Dame Marjorie Millward, widow to Sir Stephen Millward, knight, in Charles the First's time, there was a cloth of gold canopy from the gate yonder to this porch here, and 2 moving turrets of basket-work, each of 'em drawn by 4 horses, and filled with 40 poor children, crowned with roses, looking out of the turret windows, and scattering scented waters on the crowd. And there was a banquet, sir, served up at noon that day at Jocelyn's Rock, with 6 peacocks brought to table with their tails spread, and a pie served in a gold dish with live doves in it, every feather of 'em steeped in the rarest perfume, which they was intended to sprinkle over the company as they flew about here and there. But would you believe in such a radical spirit pervading the animal creation? Every one of them doves flew straight out of the window, and went and scattered their perfumes on the poor folks outside. There's no such weddings as that nowadays, sir," said the old beadle with a groan. "As I often say to my old missus, I don't believe as ever England has held up its head since the day when Charles the Martyr lost his'n." Laura Dunbar went up the narrow pathway by her father's side, but Philip Jocelyn walked upon her left hand, and the crowd had enough to do to stare at bride and bridegroom. The baronet's face, which was always a handsome one, looked splendid in the light of his happiness. People disputed as to whether the bride or bridegroom was handsomest, and Laura forgot all about the wet weather as she laid her light hand on Philip Jocelyn's arm. The churchyard was densely crowded in the neighbourhood of the pathway along which the bride and bridegroom walked. In spite of the miserable weather, in defiance of Mr. Dunbar's desire that the wedding should be a quiet one, people had come from a very long distance in order to see the millionaire's beautiful daughter married to the master of Jocelyn's Rock. Amongst the spectators who had come to witness Miss Dunbar's wedding was the tall gentleman in the high white hat, who was known in sporting circles as the Major, and who had exhibited so much interest when the name of Henry Dunbar was mentioned on the Shorncliffe racecourse. The Major had been very lucky in his speculations on the Shorncliffe races, and had gone straight away from the course to the village of Lisford, where he took up his abode at the Rose and Crown, a bright-looking hostelry, where a traveller could have his steak or his chop done to a turn in one of the cosiest kitchens in all Warwickshire. The Major was very reserved upon the subject of his sporting operations when he found himself among unprofessional people, and upon such occasions, though he would now and then condescend to lay the odds against anything with some unconscious agriculturalist or village tradesman, his innocence with regard to all turf matters was positively refreshing. He was a traveller in Birmingham jewellery, he had told the landlady of the quiet little inn, and was on his way to that busy commercial centre to procure a fresh supply of glass emeralds, and a score or so of gigantic rubies with crinkled tinsel behind them. The Major, usually somewhat silent and morose, contrived to make himself very agreeable to the jovial frequenters of the comfortable little public parlour of the Rose and Crown. He took his dinner and his supper in that cosy apartment, and he sat there all the evening, listening to and joining in the conversation of the Lisfordians, and drinking 6 penn'orths of gin and water with the air of a man who could consume a hogshead of the juice of the juniper berry without experiencing any evil consequences therefrom. He ate and drank like a man of iron, and his glittering black eyes kept perpetual watch upon the faces of the simple country people, and his eager ears drank in every word that was spoken. Of course, a great deal was said about the event of the next morning. Everybody had something to say about Miss Dunbar and her wealthy father, who lived so lonely and secluded at the Abbey, and whose ways were altogether so different from those of his father before him. The Major listened to every syllable, and only edged in a word or two now and then when the conversation flagged, or when there was a chance of the subject being changed. By this means he contrived to keep the Lisfordians constant to one topic all the evening, and that topic was the manners and customs of Henry Dunbar. Very early on the morning of the wedding, the Major made his appearance in the churchyard. As for the incessant rain, that was nothing to him. He was used to it, and moreover the wet weather gave him a good excuse for buttoning his coat to the chin, and turning the poodle collar over his big red ears. He found the door of the church ajar, early though it was, and going in softly, he came upon the Tory beadle and some damp charity children. The Major contrived to engage the Tory beadle in conversation, which was not very difficult, seeing that the aforesaid beadle was always ready to avail himself of any opportunity of hearing his own voice. Of course, the loquacious beadle talked chiefly of Sir Philip Jocelyn and the banker's daughter, and again the sporting gentleman from London heard of Henry Dunbar's riches. "I have heard as Mr. Dunbar is the richest man in Europe," "Excepting the Hemperor of Russia and Baron Rothschild," the beadle said. "But I don't know anything more than that he's got a deal more money than he knows what to do with, seeing that he passes the best part of his days sitting over the fire in his own room, or riding out after dark on horseback, if report speaks correct. I tell you what I'll do," said the Major, "as I am in Lisford, and to be candid with you, Lisford's about the dullest place it was ever my bad luck to visit. Why, I'll stay and have a look at this wedding. I suppose you can put me into a quiet pew, back yonder in the shadow, where I can see all that's going on without any of your fine folks seeing me, eh?" As the Major emphasized this question by dropping half a crown into the beadle's hand, that official answered it very promptly. "I'll put you into the comfortablest pew you ever sat in," answered the official. "You might do that easily," muttered the sporting gentleman below his breath, "for there's not many pews, or churches either, that I've ever sat in." The Major took his place in a corner of the church, whence there was a very good view of the altar, where the feeble flames of the wax candles made little splashes of yellow light in the fog. The fog got thicker and thicker in the church, as the hour for the marriage ceremony drew nearer and nearer, and the light of the wax candles grew brighter as the atmosphere became more murky. The Major sat patiently in his pew, with his arms folded upon the ledge where the prayer-books in the corner of the seats were wont to rest during divine service. He planted his bristly chin upon his folded arms, and closed his eyes in a kind of dog-sleep. But in this sleep he could hear everything going on. He heard the hobnailed soles of the charity children pattering upon the floor of the church. He heard the sharp rustling of the evergreens and wet flowers under the children's figures, and he could hear the deep voice of Philip Jocelyn talking to the clergyman in the porch, as he waited the arrival of the carriages from Maudesle Abbey. The carriages arrived at last, and presently the wedding train came up the narrow aisle, and took their places about the altar rails. Henry Dunbar stood behind his daughter, with his face in shadow. The marriage service was commenced. The Major's eyes were wide open now. Those sharp, eager black eyes took notice of everything. They rested now upon the bride, now upon the bridegroom, now upon the faces of the rector and his curate. Sometimes those glittering eyes strove to pierce the gloom and to see the other faces, the faces that were farther away from the flickering yellow light of the wax candles. But the gloom was not to be pierced even by the sharpest eyes. The Major could only see 4 faces, the faces of the bride and bridegroom, the rector, and his curate. But by and by, when one of the clergymen asked the familiar question, "Who giveth this woman to be married to this man?" Henry Dunbar came forward into the light of the wax candles and gave the appointed answer. The Major's folded arms dropped off the ledge as if they had been suddenly paralyzed. He sat, breathing hard and quick, and staring at Mr. Dunbar. "Henry Dunbar," he muttered to himself presently. "Henry Dunbar." Mr. Dunbar did not again retire into the shadow. He remained during the rest of the ceremony, standing where the light shone full upon his handsome face. When all was over, and the bride and bridegroom had signed their names in the vestry before admiring witnesses, the sporting gentleman rose and walked softly out of the pew and along one of the obscure side aisles. The wedding party passed out of the church porch. The Major followed slowly. Philip Jocelyn and his bride went straight to the carriage that was to convey them back to the Abbey. Dora Macmahon and the 2 pale bridesmaids, with areophane bonnets that had become hopelessly limp from exposure to that cruel rain, took their places in the second carriage. They were accompanied by Arthur Lovell, whom they looked upon with no very great favour, for he had been silent and melancholy throughout the drive from Maudesle Abbey to Lisford Church, and had stared at them with vacant indifference, while handing them out of the carriage with a mechanical kind of politeness that was almost insulting. The two first carriages drove away from the churchyard gate, and the mud upon the high road splashed the closed windows of the vehicles as the wheels went round. The third carriage waited for Henry Dunbar, and the crowd in the churchyard waited to see him get into it. He had his foot upon the lowest step, and his hand upon the door, when the Major went up to him and tapped him lightly upon the shoulder. The spectators recoiled, aghast with indignant astonishment. How dare this shabby-looking man, with clumsy boots that were queer about the heels, and a mangy fur collar like the skin of an invalid French poodle, to his threadbare coat, how, in the name of all that is audacious, dared such a low person as this lay his dirty fingers upon the sacred shoulder of Henry Dunbar, of Dunbar, and Balderby's banking house, St. Gundolph Lane, City? The millionaire turned, and grew as ashy pale at sight of the shabby stranger as he could have done if the sheeted dead had risen from one of the graves near at hand. But he uttered no exclamation of horror or surprise. He only shrank haughtily away from the Major's touch, as if there had been some infection to be dreaded from those dirty finger-tips. "May I be permitted to know your motive for this intrusion, sir?" the banker asked, in a cold, repellent voice, looking the shabby intruder full in the eyes as he spoke. There was something so resolute, so defiant in the rich man's gaze, that it is a wonder the poor man did not shrink from encountering it. But he did not. He gave back look for look. "Don't say you've forgotten me, Mr. Dunbar," he said. "Don't say you've forgotten a very old acquaintance." This was spoken after a pause, in which the two men had looked at each other as earnestly as if each had been trying to read the inmost secrets of the other's soul. "Don't say you've forgotten me, Mr. Dunbar," repeated the Major. Henry Dunbar smiled. It was a forced smile, perhaps, but at any rate it was a smile. "I have a great many acquaintances," he said, "and I fancy you must have gone down in the world since I knew you, if I may judge from appearances." The bystanders, who had listened to every word, began to murmur among themselves. Yes, indeed, they should rather think so. If ever this shabby stranger had known Mr. Dunbar, and if he was not altogether an impostor, he must have been a very different sort of person at the time of his acquaintance with the millionaire. "When and where did I know you?" asked Henry Dunbar, with his eyes still looking straight into the eyes of the other man. "Oh, a long time ago. A very long way off." "Perhaps it was somewhere in India, up the country," said the banker, very slowly. "Yes, it was in India, up the country," answered the other. "Then you won't find me slow to befriend you," said Mr. Dunbar. "I am always glad to be of service to any of my Indian acquaintances, even when the world has treated them badly. Get into my carriage, and I'll drive you home. I shall be able to talk to you by and by, when all this wedding business is over." The two men seated themselves side by side upon the spring cushions of the banker's luxurious carriage, and the vehicle drove rapidly away, leaving the spectators in a rapture of admiration at Henry Dunbar's condescension to his shabby Indian acquaintance. Chapter 25 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Whitley. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 25. After the Wedding. The banker and the man who was called the Major talked to each other earnestly enough throughout the short drive between Lisford churchyard and Maudesle Abbey, but they spoke in low, confidential whispers, and their conversation was interlarded by all manner of strange phrases. The queer, outlandish words were Hindostani, no doubt, and were by no means easy to comprehend. As the carriage drove up to the grand entrance of the Abbey, the stranger looked out through the mud-spattered window. "A fine place!" he exclaimed. "A splendid place!" "What am I to call you here?" muttered Mr. Dunbar as he got out of the carriage. "You may call me anything, as long as you do not call me when the soup is cold. I've a two-pair back in the neighbourhood of St. Martin's Lane, and I'm known there as Mr. Vavasour, but I'm not particular to a shade. Call me anything that begins with a V. It's as well to stick to one initial, on account of one's linen." From the very small amount of linen exhibited in the Major's toilette, a malicious person might have imagined that such a thing as a shirt was a luxury not included in that gentleman's wardrobe. "Call me Vernon," he said. "Vernon is a good name. You may as well call me Major Vernon. My friends at the corner, not the Piccadilly corner, but the corner of the raced ground at the back of Field Lane, have done me the honour to give me the rank of Major, and I don't see why I shouldn't retain the distinction. My proclivities are entirely aristocratic. I have no power of assimilation with the canaille. This is the sort of thing that suits me. Here I am in my element." Mr. Dunbar had led his shabby acquaintance into the low tapestried room in which he usually sat. The Major rubbed his hands with a gesture of enjoyment as he looked at the evidences of wealth that were heedlessly scattered about the apartment. He gave a long sigh of satisfaction as he dropped with a sudden plump upon the spring cushion of an easy-chair on one side of the fireplace. "Now listen to me," said Mr. Dunbar. "I can't afford to talk to you this morning. I have other duties to perform. When they're over, I'll come and talk to you. In the meantime, you may sit here as long as you like, and have what you please to eat or drink." "Well, I don't mind the wing of a fowl and a bottle of Burgundy. It's a long time since I've tasted Burgundy Chambertin or Clos de Vougeot at 12 bob a bottle. That's the sort of tipple, I rather flatter myself, eh?" Henry Dunbar drew himself up with a slight shudder, as if repelled and disgusted by the man's vulgarity. "What do you want of me?" he asked. "Remember that I am waited for. I am quite ready to serve you, for the sake of Auld Lang Syne." "Yes," answered the Major, with a sneer. "It's so pleasant to remember Auld Lang Syne." "Well," asked Mr. Dunbar impatiently, "what is it you want of me?" "A bottle of Burgundy, the best you have in your cellar. Something to eat, and that which a poor man generally asks of his rich friends, his fortunate friends, money. You shall not find me illiberal towards you. I'll come back by and by and write you a cheque." "You'll make it a thumping one." "I'll make it as much as you want." "That's the sort of thing. There always was something princely and magnificent about you, Mr. Dunbar." "You shall not have any reason to complain," answered the banker very coldly. "You'll send me the lunch?" "Yes. You can hold your tongue, I suppose. You won't talk to the servant who waits upon you." "Has your friend the manners of a gentleman, or has he not? Hasn't he had the eminent advantage of a collegiate education? I may say, a prolonged course of collegiate study?" But look here, since you're so afraid of my putting my foot in it, suppose I go back to Lisford now, and I can return to you to-night after dark. Our business will keep. I want a long talk, and a quiet talk, but I must suit my convenience to yours. It's the duty of the poor dependent to wait upon the pleasure of his patron," exclaimed Major Vernon, in the studied tones of the villain in a melodrama. Henry Dunbar gave a sigh of relief. "Yes, that will be much better," he said. "I can talk to you comfortably after dinner. Ta-ta, then, old boy. Au reservoir, as we say in the classics." Major Vernon extended a brawny hand of rather doubtful purity. The millionaire touched the broad palm with the tips of his gloved fingers. "Good-bye," he said. "I shall expect you at 9 o'clock. You know your way out?" He opened the door as he spoke, and pointed through a vista of 2 or 3 adjoining rooms to the hall. It was rather a broad hint. The Major pulled the poodle collar still higher above his ears, and went out with only his nose exposed to the influence of the atmosphere. Henry Dunbar shut the door and walked to one of the windows. He leant his forehead against the glass and looked out, watching the tall figure of the Major as he walked rapidly along the broad carriage drive that skirted the lawn. The banker watched his shabby acquaintance until Major Vernon was quite out of sight. Then he went back to the fireplace, dropped heavily into his chair, and gave a long groan. It was not a sigh, it was a groan that seemed to come from a bosom that was rent by all the agony of despair. "This decides it," he muttered to himself. "Yes, this decides it. I've seen it for a long time coming to a crisis, but this settles everything." He got up, passed his hand across his forehead and over his eyelids, like a man who has just been awakened from a long sleep, and then went to play his part in the grand business of the day. There is a very wide difference between the feelings of the poor adventurer, who by some lucky accident is enabled to pounce upon a rich friend, and the sentiments of the wealthy victim who is pounced upon. Nothing could present a stronger contrast than the manner of Henry Dunbar, the banker, and the gentleman who had elected to be called Major Vernon, whereas Mr. Dunbar seemed plunged into the uttermost depths of despair by the sudden appearance of his old acquaintance. The worthy Major exhibited a delight that was almost uproarious in its manifestation. It was not until he found himself in a very lonely part of the park, where there were no other witnesses than the timid deer lurking here and there under the poor shelter of a clump of leafless elms, it was not till Major Vernon felt himself quite alone that he gave way to the full exuberance of his spirits. "It's a gold mine!" he cried, rubbing his hands. "It's a regular California!" He executed a grim caper in his delight, and the scared deer fled away from the neighbourhood of his path. Perhaps they took him for some modern gnome, dancing wild dances in the wet woodland. He laughed aloud with a hollow, fiendish-sounding laugh, and then clapped his hands together till the noise of his brawny palms echoed in the rustic silence. "Henry Dunbar," he said to himself. "Henry Dunbar. He'll be a milch cow. Nothing but a milch cow. If—" He stopped suddenly, and the triumphant grin upon his face changed to a thoughtful expression. "If he doesn't run away," he said, standing quite still, and rubbing his chin slowly with the palm of his hand. "What if he should give me the slip? He might do that." But, after a moment's pause, he laughed aloud again, and walked on briskly. "No, "He'll not do that," he said. "It won't serve his turn to run away." While Major Vernon went back to Lisford, Henry Dunbar took his seat at the breakfast table, with Laura Lady Jocelyn by his side. There was very little more gaiety at the wedding breakfast than there had been at the wedding. Everything was very elegant, very subdued, and aristocratic. Silent footmen glided noiselessly backwards and forwards behind the chairs of the guests. Champagne, Moselle, Hock, and Burgundy sparkled in shallow glasses that were shaped like the broad leaf of a water-lily. Dresden china shepherdesses, in the centre of the oval table, held up their chintz-patterned aprons, filled with some forced strawberries that had cost about half-a-crown apiece. Smirking shepherds supported open-work baskets laden with tiny Algerian apples, China oranges, and big purple hothouse grapes. The bride and bridegroom were very happy, but theirs was a subdued and quiet happiness that had little influence upon those around them. The wedding breakfast was a very silent meal, for the face of the giver of the feast was as gloomy as the sky above Maudesle Abbey, and every now and then, in awkward pauses of the conversation, the pattering of the incessant raindrops sounded upon the windows. At last the breakfast was finished. A knife had been cunningly inserted in the outer wall of the splendid cake, and a few morsels of the rich interior, which looked like a kind of portable Day and Martin, had been eaten by one of the bridesmaids. Laura Jocelyn rose and left the table, attended by the three young ladies. Elizabeth Madden was waiting in the bride's dressing-room, with Lady Jocelyn's travelling dress laid in state upon a big sofa. She kissed her young miss, and cried over her a little, before she was equal to begin the business of the toilette, and then the voices of the bridesmaids broke loose, and there was a pleasant buzz of congratulation, which beguiled the time until Laura was exchanging her bridal costume for a long rustling dress of dove-coloured silk, a purple velvet cloak trimmed and lined with sable, and a miraculous fabric of pale pink areophane and starry jasmine blossoms, which the Parisian milliner facetiously entitled a bonnet. She went downstairs presently in this rich attire, looking like a Russian empress in all the glory of her youth and beauty. The travelling carriage was standing at the door. Arthur Lovell and Mr. Dunbar were in the hall with the two clergymen. Laura went up to her father to bid him good-bye. "It will be a long time before we see each other again, papa dear," she said, in tones that were only loud enough for Mr. Dunbar to hear. "Say God bless you once more before I go." Her head was on his breast, and her face lifted up towards his own as she said this. The banker looked straight before him with a forced smile upon his face, that was little more than a nervous contraction of the muscles about the lips. "I will give you something better than my blessing, Laura," he said aloud. "I have given you no wedding present yet, but I have not forgotten. The gift I mean to present to you will take some time to prepare. I shall give you the handsomest diamond necklace that was ever made in England. I shall buy the diamonds myself, and have them set according to my own design." The bridesmaids gave a little murmur of delight. Laura pressed the speaker's cold hand. "I don't want any diamonds, papa," she whispered. "I only want your love." Mr. Dunbar did not make any response to that entreating whisper. There was no time for any answer, perhaps, for the bride and bridegroom had to catch an appointed train at Shorncliffe station, which was to take them on the first stage of their continental journey, and in the bustle and confusion of their hurried departure, the banker had no opportunity of saying anything more to his daughter, but he stood in the Gothic porch, watching the departing carriage with a kind of mournful tenderness in his face. "I hope that she will be happy," he muttered to himself as he went back to the house. "Heaven knows I hope she may be happy." He did not stop to make any ceremonious adieu to his guests, but walked straight to his own apartments. People were accustomed to his strange manners, and were very indulgent towards his foibles. Arthur Lovell and the 3 bridesmaids lingered a little in the blue drawing-room. The Melvilles were to drive home to their father's house in the afternoon, and Dora Macmahon was going with them. She was to stay at their father's house a few weeks, and was then to go back to her aunt in Scotland. "But I am to pay my darling Laura an early visit at Jocelyn's Rock," she said, when Arthur made some inquiry about her arrangements. "That has been all settled." The ladies and the young lawyer took an afternoon tea together before they left Maudesle, and were altogether very sociable, not to say merry. It was upon this occasion that Arthur Lovell, for the first time in his life, observed that Dora Macmahon had very beautiful brown eyes and rippling brown hair, and the sweetest smile he had ever seen, except in one lovely face, which was like the splendour of the noonday sun, and seemed to extinguish all lesser lights. The carriage was announced at last, and Mr. Lovell had enough to do in attending to the 3 young ladies, and the stowing away of all those bonnet-boxes, and shawls, and travelling bags, and desks, and dressing-cases, and odd volumes of books, and umbrellas, parasols, and sketching portfolios, which are the peculiar attributes of all female travellers. And then, when all was finished, and he had bowed for the last time in acknowledgment of those friendly becks and wreathed smiles which greeted him from the carriage window, till it disappeared in the curve of the avenue, Arthur Lovell walked slowly home, thinking of the business of the day. And then, when all was finished, and he had bowed for the last time in acknowledgment of those friendly becks and wreathed smiles which greeted him from the carriage window till it disappeared in the curve of the avenue, Arthur Lovell walked slowly home, thinking of the business of the day. Laura was lost to him for ever. The dreadful grief which had so long brooded darkly over his life had come down upon him at last, and the pang had not been so insupportable as he had expected it to be. "I never had any hope," he thought to himself, as he walked along the soddened road between the gates of Maudesle and the old town that lay before him. "I never really hoped that Laura Dunbar would be my wife." John Lovell's house was one of the best in the town of Shorncliffe. It was a queer old house, with a sloping roof, and gable ends of solid oak, adorned here and there by grim devices carved by a skilful hand. It was a large house, but low and straggling, and unpretending in its exterior. The red light of a fire was shining in a wainscoted chamber, half sitting-room, half library. The crimson curtains were not yet drawn across the diamond-paned window. Arthur Lovell looked into the room as he passed, and saw his father sitting by the fire with a newspaper at his feet. There was no need to bolt doors against thieves and vagabonds in such a quiet town as Shorncliffe. Arthur Lovell turned the handle of the street door and went in. The door of his father's sitting-room was ajar, and the lawyer heard his son's step in the hall. "Is that you, Arthur?" he asked. "Yes, father," the young man answered, going into the room. "I want to speak to you very particularly. I suppose this wedding at Maudesle Abbey has put all serious business out of your head." "What serious business, father?" "Have you forgotten Lord Herriston's offer?" "The offer of the appointment in India? Oh, no, father, I have not forgotten. Only—" "Only what?" "I have not been able to decide." As he spoke, Arthur Lovell thought of Laura Dunbar. No, she was Laura Jocelyn now. It was a hard thing for the young man to think of her by that new name. Would it not be better for him to go away, to put immeasurable distance between himself and the woman he had loved so dearly? Would it not be better and wiser to go away? And yet, what if by so doing he turned his back upon another chance of happiness? What if a lesser star than that which had gone down in the darkness might now be rising, dim and distant, in the pale grey sky? "There is no reason that I should decide in a hurry," the young man said presently. "Lord Herriston told you that I might take 12 months to think about his offer." "He did," answered John Lovell, "but half of the time is gone, and I've had a letter from Lord Herriston by this afternoon's post. He wants your decision immediately, for a connection of his own has applied to him for the appointment. He still holds to his promise, and will give you the preference, but you must make up your mind at once." "Do you wish me to go to India, father?" "Do I wish you to go to India? Of course not, my dear boy, unless your own ambition takes you there. Remember, you are an only son. You have no occasion to leave this place. You will inherit a very good practice and a comfortable fortune. I thought that you were ambitious, and that Shorncliffe was too narrow a sphere for your ambition, or else I should never have entertained any idea of this Indian appointment. And you will not be sorry if I remain in England?" "Sorry? No, indeed. I shall be very glad. Do you suppose, when a man has only one son, a handsome, clever, high-minded young fellow, whose presence is like sunshine in his father's gloomy old house, do you think the father wants to get rid of the lad? If you do think so, you must have a very small idea of parental affection." "Then I'll refuse the appointment, father." "God bless you, my boy!" exclaimed the lawyer. The letter to Lord Herriston was written that night, and Arthur Lovell resigned himself to a perpetual residence in that quiet town, within a mile of which the towers of Jocelyn's Rock crowned the tall cliff above the rushing waters of the Avon. Mr. Dunbar had given all necessary directions for the reception of his shabby friend. The Major was ushered at once to the tapestried room, where the banker was still sitting at the dinner-table. He had that meal laid upon a round table near the fire, and the room looked a very picture of comfort and luxury as Major Vernon went into it, fresh from the black foggy night and the leafless avenue, where the bare trunks of the elms looked like gigantic shadows looming through the obscurity. The Major's eyes were almost dazzled by the brightness of that pleasant chamber. This man was a reprobate, but he had begun life as a gentleman. He remembered such a room as this long ago, across a dreary gulf of 40 ill-spent years. The sight of this room brought back the memory of a pretty lamplit parlour, with an old man sitting in a high-backed easy-chair, a genial matron bending over her work, 2 fair-faced girls, a favourite mastiff stretched full length upon the hearth, and, last of all, a young man at home from college, yawning over a sporting newspaper, weary to death of all the simple, innocent delights of home, sick of the companionship of gentle sisters, the love of a fond mother, and wishing to be back again at the old uproarious wine-parties, the drunken orgies, the card-playing and prize-fighting, the extravagance and debauchery of the bad set in which he was a chief. The Major gave a profound sigh as he looked round the room, but the melancholy shadow on his face changed into a grim smile as he glanced from the tapestried walls and curtained window with a great Indian jar of hothouse flowers standing upon an inlaid table before it, and filling the room with a faint perfume of jasmine and almond, to the figure of Henry Dunbar. "It's comfortable," said Major Vernon. "To say the least of it, it's very comfortable. And with a balance of £500,000 or so at one's banker's, or in one's own bank, which is better still, perhaps, one is not so badly off, eh, Mr. Dunbar?" "Sit down and eat one of those birds," answered the banker. "I'll talk to you by and by." The Major obeyed his friend. He unwound 3 or 4 yards of dingy woollen stuff from his scraggy throat, turned down the poodle collar, pulled his chair close to the table, squared his brows, and began business. He made very light of a brace of partridges and a bottle of sparkling Maudesle. When the table had been cleared, and the 2 men left alone together, Major Vernon stretched his long legs upon the hearth-rug, plunged his hands deep down in his trousers pockets, and gave a sigh of satisfaction. "And now," said Mr. Dunbar, filling his glass from the starry crystal claret jug, "what is it that you want to say to me, Stephen Vallance, or Major Vernon, or whatever ridiculous name you may call yourself? What is it you've got to say?" "I'll tell you that in a very few words," answered the Major quietly. "I want to talk to you about the man who was murdered at Winchester some months ago." The banker's hand lost its steadiness. The neck of the claret jug knocked against the thin lip of the glass and shivered it into half a dozen pieces. "You'll spill your wine," said Major Vernon. "I'm very sorry for you if your nerves are no better than that." When Major Vernon that night left his friend, he carried away with him half a dozen cheques for different amounts, making in all £2,000, upon that private banking account which Mr. Dunbar kept for himself in the house of Dunbar, and Balderby. It was after midnight when the banker opened the hall door, and passed out with the Major upon the broad stone flags under the Gothic porch. There was no rain now, but it was very dark, and the north-easterly winds were blowing amongst the leafless branches of giant oaks and elms. "Shall you present those cheques yourself?" Henry Dunbar asked, as the 2 men were about to part. "Yes, I think so." "Dress yourself decently, then, before you do so," said the banker. "They'd wonder what dealings you and I could have together, if you were to show yourself in St. Gundolph Lane in your present costume." "My friend is proud," exclaimed the Major with a mock tragic accent. "He is proud, and he despises his humble dependent." "Good night," said Mr. Dunbar, rather abruptly. "It's past 12 o'clock, and I'm tired." "To be sure, you're tired. Do you sleep well?" asked Major Vernon in a whisper. There was no mock solemnity in his tone now. The banker turned away from him with a muttered oath. The light of a lamp suspended from the groined roof of the porch shone upon the 2 men's faces. Henry Dunbar's countenance was overclouded by a black frown, and was by no means agreeable to look upon. But the grinning face of the Major, the thin lips wreathed into a malicious smile, the small black eyes glittering with a sinister light, looked like the face of a Mephistopheles. "Good night," repeated the banker, turning his back upon his friend, and about to re-enter the house. Major Vernon laid his bony fingers upon Henry Dunbar's shoulder, and stopped him before he could cross the threshold. "You've given me 2 thou," he said. "That's liberal enough to start with, but I'm an old man. I'm tired of the life of a vagabond, and I want to live like a gentleman. Not as you do, of course. That's out of the question. It isn't everybody that has the good luck to be a millionaire, like Henry Dunbar. but I want a bottle of claret with my dinner, a good coat upon my back, and a £5 note in my pocket constantly. You must do as much as that for me, dear boy? I don't refuse to do it, do I?" asked Henry Dunbar impatiently. "I should think that what you've got in your pocket already is a pretty good beginning." "My dear fellow, it's a stupendous beginning!" exclaimed Major Vernon. "It's a princely beginning. It's a Napoleonic beginning. But that 2 thou isn't meant for a blind, is it? It's not to be the beginning, middle, and the end? You're not going to do the gentle bolt, eh?" "What do you mean?" "You're not going to run away? You're not going to renounce the pomps and vanities of this wicked world, and make an early expedition across the herring pond, friend of my soul?" "Why should I run away?" asked Henry Dunbar sternly. "That's the very thing I say myself, dear boy. Why should you? A wise man doesn't run away from landed estates and fine houses and 500,000 of money. But when you broke that claret glass after dinner, it struck me somehow that you were, shall I venture the word, rather nervous. Nervous people do all manner of things. Give me your word that you're not going to bolt, and I'm satisfied." "I tell you I have no such idea in my mind," Mr. Dunbar answered with increasing impatience. "Will that do?" "It will, dear boy. Your hand upon it. What a cold hand you've got! Take care of yourself, and once more, good night." "You're going to London?" "Yes, to cash the cheques, and make a few business arrangements." Mr. Dunbar bolted the great door as the footsteps of his friend the Major died away upon the gravelled walk, which had been quickly dried by the frosty wind. The banker had dismissed his servants at 10 o'clock that night, so there was nobody to wait upon him or to watch him when he went back to the tapestried room. He sat by the low fire for a little time, thinking, with a settled gloom upon his face, and drinking Burgundy out of a tumbler. Then he went to bed, and the light of the night-lamp, shining upon his face as he slept, showed it distorted by strange shadows that were not altogether the shadows of the draperies above his head. Major Vernon walked briskly down the long avenue leading to the lodge gates. "2 thou is comfortable," he muttered to himself. "Very satisfactory for a first go-in at the gold diggings. But I should expect my California to produce a little more than that before we close the shaft and retire upon the profits of the speculation. I think my friend is safe. I don't think he'll run away, but I shall keep my eye upon him nevertheless. The human eye is a great institution, and I shall watch my friend." In spite of a natural eagerness to transform those oblong slips of paper, the cheques, signed with the well-known name of Henry Dunbar, into the still more convenient and flimsy paper-circulating medium dispensed by the old lady in Threadneedle Street, or the yellow coinage of the realm, Major Vernon did not seem in any very great hurry to leave Lisford. A great many of the Lisfordians had seen the shabby stranger take his seat in Henry Dunbar's carriage, side by side with the great banker. This fact became universally known throughout the parish of Lisford and 2 neighbouring parishes before the shadows of night came down upon the day of Laura Dunbar's wedding, and the Major was respected accordingly. He was shabby, certainly, queer about the heels of his boots, and very mangy with regard to the poodle collar. His hat was more shiny than was consistent with the hat-manufacturing interest. His bony hands were red and bare, and only one miserable mockery of a glove dangled between his thumb and finger as he swaggered along the village street. but he had been seen riding in Henry Dunbar's carriage, and from that moment he had become invested with a romantic interest. He was a reduced gentleman who had seen better days. Or he was a miser, perhaps, an eccentric individual who wore shabby boots and shiny hats for his own love and pleasure. People paid respect, therefore, to the stranger at the Rose and Crown, and touched their hats to him as he went in and out, and were glad to answer any questions he chose to put to them as he loitered about the village. He contrived to find out a good deal in this way about things in general, and the habits of Henry Dunbar in particular. The banker had given his shabby acquaintance a handful of sovereigns for present use, as well as the cheques, and the Major was able to live upon the best the Rose and Crown could afford, and pay liberally for all he consumed. "I find the Warwickshire air agrees with me remarkably well," he said to the landlord, as he sat at breakfast in the bar-parlour upon the second day after his interview with Henry Dunbar. "And if you know of any snug little box in the neighbourhood that would suit a lonely old bachelor with a comfortable income, and nobody to help him spend it, why, I really should have a very great inclination to take it and furnish it." The landlord scratched his head and reflected for a few minutes. Then he slapped his leg with a sounding and triumphant slap. "I know the very thing as would suit you, Major Vernon," he said. The Major had assumed the name of Vernon, as agreed upon between himself and Henry Dunbar. "The very thing," repeated the landlord. "You might say it had been made to order like. The sale comes off next Thursday. Mr. Grogson, the Shorncliffe auctioneer, will sell at 11 o'clock precisely the furniture and lease of the snuggest little box in these parts. Woodbine Cottage it's called, a sweet, pretty little place, as was the property of old Admiral Manders. The Admiral died in the house, and having been a bachelor, and his money having gone to distant relatives, the lease and furniture of the cottage will be sold. But I should think," added the landlord gravely, looking rather doubtfully at his guest as he spoke, "I should think the lease and furniture, pictures and plate, will fetch a matter of £800 to £1,000, and perhaps you mightn't care to go to that." The landlord could not refrain from glancing furtively at the white and shining aspect of the cloth that covered the sharp knees of his customer, which were exactly under his eyes, as the two men sat opposite to each other beside the snug little round table. "You mightn't care to go to that price," he repeated, as he helped himself to about 3/4 of a pound of cold ham. The Major lifted his bristly eyebrows with a contemptuous twitch. "If the cottage suits me," he said, "I don't mind 1,000 for it. To-day's Saturday. I shall run up to town to-morrow or Monday morning to settle a bit of business I've got on hand, and come back here in time to attend the sale." "My wife and me was thinking of going, sir," the landlord answered, with unwonted reverence in his voice, "and if it was agreeable, we could drive you over in a 4-wheel shay. Woodbine Cottage is about 1.5 miles from here, and little better than 1 mile from Maudesle Abbey. There's a copper coal scuttle of the old Admiral's that my wife has got rather a fancy for. But perhaps if you was to make a hoffer previous to the sale, the property might be disposed of as it stands by private contract." "I'll see about that," answered Major Vernon. "I'll stroll over to Shorncliffe this morning, and look in upon Mr. Grogson. Grogson, I think you said, was the auctioneer's name?" "Yes, sir, Peter Grogson, and very much looked up to, he is, and a warm man, folks do say. His offices is in Shorncliffe High Street, sir, next door but two from Mr. Lovell's, the solicitors, and not more than half a dozen yards from St. Gwendoline's church." Major Vernon, as he now chose to call himself, walked from Lisford to Shorncliffe. He was a very good walker, and indeed had become pretty well used to pedestrian exercise in the course of long, weary trampings from one racecourse to another, when he was so far down on his luck as to be unable to pay his railway fare. The frost had set in for the first time this year, so the roads were dry and hard once more, and the sound of horses' hoofs and rolling wheels, the jingling of bells, the occasional barking of a noisy sheep-dog, and sturdy labourers' voices calling to each other on the high road, travelled far in the thin, frosty air. The town of Shorncliffe was very quiet to-day, for it was only on market days that there was much life or bustle in the queer old streets, and Major Vernon found no hindrance to the business that had brought him from Lisford. He went straight to Mr. Grogson, the auctioneer, and from that gentleman heard all particulars respecting the pending sale at Woodbine Cottage. The Major offered to take the lease at a fair price, and the furniture, as it stood, by valuation. "All I want is a comfortable little place that I can jump into without any trouble to myself," Major Vernon said, with the air of a man of the world. "I like to take life easily. If you can honestly recommend the place as worth £700 or £800, I'm willing to pay that money for it down on the nail. I'll take it at your valuation, if the present owners are agreeable to sell it on those terms, and I'll pay a deposit of a couple of hundred or so on Tuesday afternoon, to show that my proposition is a bona fide one." A little more was said, and then Mr. Grogson pledged himself to act for the best in the interests of Major Vernon, consistently with his allegiance to the present owners of the property. The auctioneer had been at first a little doubtful of this tall, shabby stranger in the napless, dirty white beaver and the mangy poodle collar, but the offer of a deposit of £200 or so gave a different aspect to the case. There are always eccentric people in the world, and appearances are very apt to be deceptive. There was a confident air about the Major, which seemed like that of a man with a balance at his banker's. The Major went back to the Rose and Crown, ate a comfortable little dinner, which he had ordered before setting out for Shorncliffe, paid his bill, and made all arrangements for starting by the first train for London on the following morning. It was nearly 10 o'clock by the time he had done this, but late as it was, Major Vernon put on his hat, turned his poodle collar up about his ears, and went out into Lisford High Street. There was scarcely one glimmer of light in the street as the Major walked along it. He took the road leading to Maudesle Abbey, and walked at a brisk pace, heedless of the snow, which was still falling thick and fast. He was covered from head to foot with snow when he stopped before the stone porch, and rang a bell that made a clanging noise in the stillness of the night. He looked like some grim white statue that had descended from its pedestal to stalk hither and thither in the darkness. The servant who opened the door yawned undisguisedly in the face of his master's friend. "Tell Mr. Dunbar that I shall be glad to speak to him for a few minutes," the Major said, making as if he would have passed into the hall. "Mr. Dunbar left the Abbey hoppance of a hour ago," the footman answered with supreme hauteur, "but he left a message for you in case you was to come. The period of his absence is uncertain, and if you wants to communicate with him, you was to please to wait till he come back." Major Vernon pushed aside the servant and strode into the hall. The doors were open, and through 2 or 3 intermediate rooms the Major saw the tapestried chamber dark and empty. There was no doubt that Henry Dunbar had given him the slip, for the time at least. But did the banker mean mischief? Was there any deep design in this sudden departure? That was the question. "I'll write to your master," the Major said, after a pause. "What's his London address?" "Mr. Dunbar left no address." "Humph! That's no matter. I can write to him at the bank. Good night." Major Vernon stalked away through the snow. The footman made no response to his parting civility, but stood watching him for a few moments, and then closed the door with a bang. "If that's a specimen of your Hingeon acquaintances, I don't think much of Hinger or Hingeon society. But what can you expect of a nation as insults the gentleman who waits behind his employer's chair at table by calling him a kitten-muncher?" End of chapter 25. Recording by Nick Whitley.
Chapter 26 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shauna Kinnett. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 26. What happened in the back parlour of the banking house. Henry Dunbar arrived in London a couple of hours after Mr. Vernon left the Abbey. He went straight to the Clarendon Hotel. He had no servant with him, and his luggage consisted only of a portmanteau, a dressing-case, and a dispatch-box, the same dispatch-box whose contents he had so carefully studied at the Winchester Hotel upon the night of the murder in the Grove. The day after his arrival was Sunday, and all that day the banker occupied himself in reading a morocco-bound manuscript volume, which he took from the dispatch-box. There was a black fog upon this November day, and the atmosphere out of doors was cold and bleak, but the room in which Henry Dunbar sat looked the very picture of comfort and elegance. He had drawn his chair close to the fire, and on a table near his elbow were arranged the open dispatch-box, a tall crystal jug of Burgundy with a goblet-shaped glass on a salver, and a case of cigars. Until long after dark that evening, Henry Dunbar sat by the fire, smoking and drinking, and reading the manuscript volume. He only paused now and then to take pencil notes of its contents in a little memorandum book which he carried in the breast pocket of his coat. It was not until 7 o'clock, when the liveried servant who waited upon him came to inform him that his dinner was served in an adjoining chamber, that Mr. Dunbar rose from his seat and put away the book in the dispatch-box. He laid down the volume on the table while he replaced other papers in the box, and it fell open at the first page. On that first page was written, in Henry Dunbar's bold, legible hand, "Journal of my life in India, from my arrival in 1815 until my departure in 1850." This was the book the banker had been studying all that winter's day. At 12 o'clock the next day he ordered a brougham and was driven to the banking house in St. Gundolph Lane. This was the first time that Henry Dunbar had visited the house in St. Gundolph Lane since his return from India. Those who knew the story of the present chief partner of the house of Dunbar, and Balderby were in no wise astonished by this fact. They knew that, as a young man, Henry Dunbar had contracted the tastes and habits of an aristocrat, and that if he had afterwards developed into a clever and successful man of business, it was only by reason of the force of circumstances which had thrust him into a position that he hated. It was by no means wonderful, then, that after becoming possessor of the united fortunes of his father and his uncle, Henry Dunbar should keep aloof from a place that had always been obnoxious to him. The business had gone on without him very well during his absence, and it went on without him now, for his place in India had been assumed by a very clever man who for 20 years had acted as cashier in the Calcutta house. It may be that the banker had an unpleasant recollection of his last visit to St. Gundolph Lane, upon the day when the existence of the forged bills was discovered by Percival and Hugh Dunbar. All the width of 35 years between the present hour and that day might not be wide enough to separate the memory of the past from the thoughts which were busy this morning in the mind of Henry Dunbar. Be it as it might, Henry Dunbar's reflections this day were evidently not of a pleasant nature. He was very pale as he rode citywards in the comfortable brougham from the Clarendon, and his face had a stern, fixed look, like a man who has nerved himself to meet some crisis which he knows is near at hand. There was a stoppage upon Ludgate Hill, great wooden barricades and mountains of uprooted paving stones, amidst which sturdy navigators disported themselves with spades and pickaxes, and wheelbarrows full of rubbish blocked the way. So the brougham turned into Farrington Street, and went up Snow Hill, and under the grim black walls of dreadful Newgate. The vehicle travelled very slowly, for the traffic was concentrated in this quarter by reason of the stoppage on Ludgate Hill, and Mr. Dunbar was able to contemplate at his leisure the black prison walls and the men and women selling dogs' collars under their dismal shadows. It may be that the banker's face grew a shade paler after that contemplation. The corners of his mouth twitched nervously as he got out of the carriage before the mahogany doors of the banking-house in St. Gundolph Lane, but he drew a long breath and held his head proudly erect as he pushed open the doors and went in. Never since the day of the discovery of the forged bills had that man entered the banking-house. Dark thoughts came back upon his mind, and the shadows deepened on his face as he gave one rapid glance around the familiar office. He walked straight towards the private parlour in which that well-remembered scene had occurred 35 years ago, but before he arrived at the door leading from the public offices to the back of the house, he was stopped by a gentlemanly-looking man, who came forward from a desk in some shadowy region, and intercepted the stranger. This man was Clement Austin, the cashier. "Do you wish to see Mr. Balderby, sir?" he asked. "Yes, I have an appointment with him at 1 o'clock. My name is Dunbar." The cashier bowed and opened the door. The banker passed across the threshold which he had not crossed for 35 years until today. But as Mr. Dunbar went towards the familiar parlour at the back of the banking-house, he stopped for a minute and looked at the cashier. Clement Austin was scarcely less pale than Henry Dunbar himself. He had heard of the banker's intended visit to St. Gundolph Lane, and had looked forward with strange anxiety to a meeting with the man whom Margaret Wilmot declared to be the murderer of her father. Now that the meeting had come to pass, he looked at Henry Dunbar with an earnest, scrutinizing gaze, as if he would fain have discovered the secret of the man's guilt or innocence in his countenance. The banker's face was pale, and grave, and stern, but Clement Austin knew that for Henry Dunbar there were very humiliating and unpleasant circumstances connected with the offices in St. Gundolph Lane, and it was scarcely to be expected that a man would come smiling into a place out of which he had gone 35 years before, a disgraced and degraded creature. For a few moments the two men paused in the passage between the public offices and the private parlour, looking at each other. The banker's gaze never flinched during that encounter. It is taken as a strong proof of a man's innocence that he should look you full in the face with a steadfast gaze when you look at him with suspicion plainly visible in your eyes. But would he not be the poorest villain if he shirked that encounter of glances, when he knows full surely that he is in that moment put to the test? It is rather innocence whose eyelids droop when you peer too closely into its eyes, for innocence is appalled by the stern, accusing glances which it is unprepared to meet. Guilt stares you boldly in the face, for guilt is hardened and defiant, and has this one grand superiority over innocence, that it is prepared for the worst. Clement Austin opened the door of Mr. Balderby's parlour. Mr. Dunbar went in unannounced. The cashier closed the parlour door and returned to his desk in the public office. The junior partner was sitting at an office table near the fire writing, but he rose as the banker entered the room and went forward to meet him. "You are very punctual, Mr. Dunbar," he said. "Yes, I am generally punctual." The two men shook hands, and Mr. Balderby wheeled forward a morocco-covered armchair for his senior partner, and then took his seat opposite to him, with only the small office table between them. "It may seem late in the day to bid you welcome to the bank, Mr. Dunbar," said the junior partner, but I do so nevertheless, most heartily." There was a flatness in the accent in which these last two words were spoken, which was like the sound of a false coin when it falls dead upon a counter and proclaims itself spurious. Henry Dunbar did not return his partner's greeting. He was looking round the room and remembering the day upon which he had last seen it. There was very little alteration in the appearance of the dismal city chamber. There was the same wire blind before the window, the same solitary tree, leafless, in the narrow courtyard without. The morocco-covered armchairs had been recovered, perhaps, during that 35 years, but if so, the covering had grown shabby again. Even the Turkey carpet was in the very stage of dusky dinginess that had distinguished the carpet on which Henry Dunbar had stood 35 years before. "I received your letter announcing your journey to London and your desire for a private interview on Saturday afternoon," Mr. Balderby said after a pause. "I have made arrangements to assure our being undisturbed so long as you may remain here. If you wish to make any investigation of the affairs of the house, Mr. Dunbar waved his hand with a deprecatory air. "Nothing is farther from my thoughts than any such design," he said. "No, Mr. Balderby, I have only been a man of business because all chance of another career, which I infinitely preferred, was closed upon me 35 years ago. I am quite content to be a sleeping partner in the house of Dunbar, Dunbar, and Balderby. For 10 years prior to my father's death he took no active part in the business. The house got on very well without his aid. It will get on equally well without mine. The business that brings me to London is an entirely personal matter. I am a rich man, but I don't exactly know how rich I am, and I want to realize rather a large sum of money." Mr. Balderby bowed, but his eyebrows went up a little, as if he found it impossible to control some slight evidence of his surprise. "Previous to my daughter's marriage, I settled upon her the house in Portland Place and the Yorkshire property. She will have all of my money when I die, and as Sir Philip Jocelyn is a rich man, she will perhaps be one of the wealthiest women in England. So far so good. Neither Laura nor her husband will have any reason for dissatisfaction, but this is not quite enough, Mr. Balderby. I am not a demonstrative man, and I have never made any great fuss about my love for my daughter, but I do love her nevertheless." Mr. Dunbar spoke very slowly here, and stopped once or twice to pass his handkerchief across his forehead, as he had done in the hotel at Winchester. "We Anglo-Indians have a rather magnificent way of doing things, Mr. Balderby," he continued, "when we take it into our heads to do them at all. I want to give my daughter a diamond necklace as a wedding present, and I want it to be such as an Eastern prince or a Rothschild might offer to his only child. You understand?" "Oh, perfectly," answered Mr. Balderby. "I shall be most happy to be of any use to you in the matter. All I want is a large sum of money at my command. I may go rather recklessly to work and make a large investment in this necklace. It will be something for Lady Jocelyn to bequeath to her children. You and John Lovell of Shorncliffe were the executors of my father's will. You signed an order for the transfer of my father's money to my account some time last September." "I did, in concurrence with Mr. Lovell." "Precisely. Lovell wrote me a letter to that effect. My father kept 2 accounts here, I believe, a deposit and a drawing account?" "He did." "And those 2 accounts have gone on since my return in the same manner as during his lifetime?" "Precisely. The income which Mr. Percival Dunbar set aside for his own use was 7,000 a year. He rarely spent as much as that, sometimes he spent less than half. The balance of this income and his double share in the profits of the business went to the credit of his deposit account, and various sums have been withdrawn from time to time and duly invested under his order." "Perhaps you can let me see the ledgers containing those 2 accounts?" "Most certainly." Mr. Balderby touched the spring of a handbell upon his table. "Ask Mr. Austen to bring the daily balance and deposit accounts ledger," he said to the person who answered his summons. Clement Austen appeared 5 minutes afterwards, carrying 2 ponderous morocco-bound volumes. Mr. Balderby opened both ledgers and placed them before his senior partner. Henry Dunbar looked at the deposit account. His eyes ran eagerly down the long row of figures before him until they came to the sum total. Then his chest heaved and he drew a long breath, like a man who feels almost stifled by some internal oppression. The last figures on the page were these: £137,926 17 shillings and 2 pence. The 2 pence seemed a ridiculous anticlimax, but businessmen are necessarily as exact in figures as calculating machines. "How is this money invested?" asked Henry Dunbar, pointing to the page. His fingers trembled a little as he did so, and he dropped his hand suddenly upon the ledger. "There's 50,000 in India stock," Mr. Balderby answered, as indifferently as if 50,000 pounds more or less was scarcely worth speaking of, "and there's 5/20 in railway debentures, Great Western. Most of the remainder is floating in Exchequer bills." "Then you can realize the Exchequer bills?" Mr. Balderby winced as if someone had trodden upon one of his corns. He was a banker heart and soul, and he did not at all relish the idea of any withdrawal of the bank's resources, however firm that establishment might stand. "It's rather a large amount of capital to withdraw from the business," he said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "I suppose the bank can afford it?" Mr. Dunbar exclaimed with a tone of surprise. "Oh yes, the bank can afford it well enough. Our calls are sometimes heavy. Lord Yardsfield, a very old customer, talks of buying an estate in Wales. He may come down upon us at any moment for a very stiff sum of money. However, the capital is yours, Mr. Dunbar, and you've a right to dispose of it as you please. The Exchequer bills shall be realized immediately." "Good. And if you can dispose of the railway bonds to advantage, you may do so." "You think of spending—" "I think of reinvesting the money. I have an offer of an estate north of the metropolis, which I think will realize cent per cent a few years hence, but that is an after consideration. At present we only have to do with the diamond necklace for my daughter. I shall buy the diamonds myself, direct from the merchant importers. You will hold yourself ready after Wednesday, we'll say, to cash some very heavy checks on my account?" "Certainly, Mr. Dunbar." "Then I think that is really all I have to say. I shall be happy to see you at the Clarendon, if you will dine with me any evening that you are disengaged." There was very little heartiness in the tone of this invitation, and Mr. Balderby perfectly understood that it was only a formula which Mr. Dunbar felt himself called upon to go through. The junior partner murmured his acknowledgment of Henry Dunbar's politeness, and then the two men talked together for a few minutes on indifferent subjects. 5 minutes afterwards Mr. Dunbar rose to leave the room. He went into the passage between Mr. Balderby's parlour and the public offices of the bank. This passage was very dark, but the offices were well lighted by lofty plate-glass windows. Between the end of the passage and the outer doors of the bank, Henry Dunbar saw the figure of a woman sitting near one of the desks and talking to Clement Austin. The banker stopped suddenly and went back to the parlour. He looked about him a little absently as he re-entered the room. "I thought I brought in a cane," he said. "I think not," replied Mr. Balderby, rising before his desk. "I don't remember seeing one in your hand." "Ah, then I suppose I was mistaken." He still lingered in the parlour, putting on his gloves very slowly, and looking out of the window into the dismal backyard, where there was a dingy little wooden door set deep in the stone wall. While the banker loitered near the window, Clement Austin came into the room to show some document to the junior partner. Henry Dunbar turned round as the cashier was about to leave the parlour. "I saw a woman just now talking to you in the office. That's not very businesslike, is it, Mr. Austin? Who is the woman?" "She is a young lady, sir." "A young lady?" "Yes, sir." "What brings her here?" The cashier hesitated for a moment before he replied. "She wishes to see you, Mr. Dunbar," he said, after that brief pause. "What is her name? Who is she?" "Her name is Wilmot. Margaret Wilmot." "I know no such person," answered the banker haughtily, but looking nervously at the half-open door as he spoke. "Shut that door, sir," he said impatiently to the cashier. "The draught from the passage is strong enough to cut a man in two. Who is this Margaret Wilmot?" "The daughter of that unfortunate man, Joseph Wilmot, who was cruelly murdered at Winchester," answered the cashier very gravely. He looked Henry Dunbar full in the face as he spoke. The banker returned his look as unflinchingly as he had done before, and spoke in a hard, unfaltering voice as he answered. "Tell this person, Margaret Wilmot, that I refuse to see her to-day, as I refused to see her in Portland Place, and as I refused to see her at Winchester," he said deliberately. "Tell her that I shall always refuse to see her, whenever and wherever she makes an attack upon me. I have suffered enough already on account of that hideous business at Winchester, and I shall most resolutely defend myself from any further persecution. This young person can have no possible motive for wishing to see me. If she is poor and wants money of me, I am ready and willing to assist her. I have already offered to do so. I can do no more. But if she is in distress—" "She is not in distress, Mr. Dunbar," interrupted Clement Austin. "She has friends who love her well enough to shield her from that." "Indeed? And you are one of those friends, I suppose, Mr. Austin?" "I am." "Prove your friendship, then, by teaching Margaret Wilmot that she has a friend and not an enemy in me. If you are, as I suspect from your manner, something more than a friend, if you love her, and she returns your love, marry her, and she shall have a dowry that no gentleman's wife need be ashamed to bring to her husband." There was no anger, no impatience in the banker's voice now, but a tone of deep feeling. Clement Austin looked at him, astonished by the change in his manner. Henry Dunbar saw the look, and it seemed as if he endeavoured to answer it. "You have no need to be surprised that I shrink from seeing Margaret Wilmot," he said. "Cannot you understand that my nerves may be none of the strongest, and that I cannot endure the idea of an interview with this girl who, no doubt by her persistent pursuit of me, suspects me of her father's murder? I am an old man, and I have been 35 years in India. My health is shattered, and I have a horror of all tragic scenes. I have not yet recovered from the shock of that horrible business at Winchester. Go and tell Margaret Wilmot this. Tell her that I will be her true friend if she will accept that friendship, but that I will not see her until she has learned to think better of me." There was something very straightforward, very simple in all this. For a time at least Clement Austin's mind wavered. Margaret was perhaps wrong after all, and Henry Dunbar might be an innocent man. It was Clement who had informed Margaret of Mr. Dunbar's expected presence here upon this day, and it was on the strength of that information that the girl had come to St. Gundolph Lane with the determination of seeing the man whom she believed to be the murderer of her father. Clement returned to the office where he had left Margaret in order to repeat to her Mr. Dunbar's message. No sooner had the door of the parlour closed upon the cashier than Henry Dunbar turned abruptly to his junior partner. "There is a door leading from the yard into a court that connects St. Gundolph Lane with another lane at the back," he said. "Is there not?" He pointed to the dark little yard outside the window as he spoke. "Yes, there is a door, I believe." "Is it locked?" "No, it is seldom locked till 4 o'clock. The clerks use it sometimes when they go in and out." "Then I shall go out that way," said Mr. Dunbar, who was almost breathless in his haste. "You can send the carriage back to the Clarendon by and by. I don't want to see that girl. Good morning." He hurried out of the parlour and into a passage leading to the yard, followed by Mr. Balderby, who wondered at his senior partner's excitement. The door in the yard was not locked. Henry Dunbar opened it, went out into the court, and closed the door.
Chapter 27 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 27. Clement Austin's Wooing. For the third time Margaret Wilmot was disappointed in the hope of seeing Henry Dunbar. Clement Austin had on the previous evening told her of the banker's intended visit to the office in St. Gundolph Lane, and the young music mistress had made hasty arrangements for the postponement of her usual duties, in order that she might go to the city to see Henry Dunbar. "He will not dare to refuse you," Clement Austin said, "for he must know that such a refusal would excite suspicion in the minds of the people around him. He must have known that at Winchester, and yet he avoided me there," answered Margaret Wilmot. "He must have known it when he refused to see me in Portland Place. He will refuse to see me today if I ask for an interview with him. My only chance will be the chance of an accidental meeting with him. Do you think that you can arrange this for me, Mr. Austin?" Clement Austin readily promised to bring about an apparently accidental meeting between Margaret and Mr. Dunbar, as this is how it was that Joseph Wilmot's daughter had waited in the office in St. Gundolph Lane. She had arrived only 5 minutes after Mr. Dunbar entered the banking-house, and she waited very patiently, very resolutely, in the hope that when Henry Dunbar returned to his carriage, she might snatch the opportunity of speaking to him, of seeing his face and discovering whether he was guilty or not. She clung to the idea that some indefinable expression of his countenance would reveal the fact of his guilt or innocence. But she could not dispossess herself of the belief that he was guilty. What other reason could there be for his persistent avoidance of her? But, for the third time, she was baffled, and she went home very despondently, haunted by the image of her dead father, while Henry Dunbar went back to the Clarendon in a common hack-cab, which he picked up in Cornhill. Margaret Wilmot found one of her pupils waiting in the pretty little parlour in the cottage at Clapham, and she was obliged to sit down to the piano and listen to a fantasia, very badly played, keeping sharp watch upon the pupil's fingers for an hour or so before she was free to think her own thoughts. Margaret was very glad when the lesson was over. The pupil was a very vivacious young lady who called her music mistress "dear," and would have been glad to waste half an hour or so in an animated conversation about the new style in bonnets, or the shape of the fashionable winter mantle, or the popular novel of the month. But Margaret's pale face seemed a mute appeal for comparison, so Miss Lamberton drew on her gloves, settled her bonnet before the glass over the mantelpiece, and tripped away. Margaret sat by the little round table, with an open book before her, but she could not read, though the volume was one that had been lent to her by Clement, and though she took a peculiar pleasure in reading any book that was a favourite of his. She did not read. She only sat with her eyes fixed, and her face very pale in the dim light of 2 candles that flickered in the draught from the window. She was aroused from her despondent reverie by a double knock at the door below, and presently the neat little maidservant ushered Mr. Austen into the room. Margaret sat up, a little confused at the advent of this unexpected visitor. It was the first time that Clement had ever called upon her alone. He had often been her guest, but, until to-night, he had always come under his mother's wing to see the pretty music mistress. "I am afraid I startled you, Miss Wilmot," he said. "Oh, no, not at all," answered Margaret. "I was sitting here, quite idle, thinking." "Thinking of your failure of to-day, I suppose?" "Yes." There was a pause, during which Margaret seated herself once more by the little table, while Clement Austen walked up and down the room, thinking. Presently he stopped suddenly, with his elbow leaning upon the corner of the mantelpiece, opposite Margaret, and looking down at the girl's thoughtful face. She had blushed when the cashier first entered the room, but she was very pale now. "Margaret, that which happened to-day makes me think that your conviction is only the horrible truth, and that Henry Dunbar, the sole surviving kinsman of those 2 men whom I learnt to honour and revere long ago, when I was a mere boy, is indeed guilty of your father's death. If so, the cause of justice demands that this man's crime should be brought to light. I am something of Shakespeare's opinion. I cannot but believe that murder will out, somehow or other, sooner or later, but I think that, in this business, the police have been culpably supine. It seems as if they feared to handle the case too closely, lest the clue they followed should lead them to Henry Dunbar." "You think they have been bribed?" "No, I don't think that. There seems to be a popular belief, all over the world, that a man with $1 million of money can do no wrong. I don't believe the police have been culpable. They have only been faint-hearted. They have suffered themselves to be discouraged by the difficulties of the case. Other crimes have been committed, other work has arisen for them to do, and they have been obliged to abandon an investigation which seemed hopeless. This is how criminals escape. This is how murderers are suffered to be at large, not because discovery is impossible, but because it can only be effected by a slow and wearisome process in which so few men have courage to persevere. While the country is ringing with the record of a great crime, while the murderer is on his guard night and day, waking and sleeping, the police watch and work, but by and by, when the crime is half forgotten, when security has made the criminal careless, when the chances of detection are tenfold, the police have grown tired, and there is no eye to watch the guilty man's movements. I know nothing of the science of detection, Margaret, but I believe that Henry Dunbar was the murderer of your father, and I will do my uttermost, with God's help, to bring this crime home to him." The girl's eyes flashed with a proud light as Clement Austin finished speaking. "Will you do this?" she said. "Will you bring to light the mystery of my father's death? Will you bring punishment upon his murderer? It seems a horrible thing, perhaps, for a woman to wish detection to overtake any man, however base, but surely it would be more horrible if I were content to let my father's murder remain unavenged. My poor father! If he had been a good man, I do not think it would grieve me so much to remember his cruel death. But he was not a good man. He was not a good man." "Let him have been what he may, Margaret, his murderer shall not go unpunished if I can aid the cause of justice," said Clement Austin. "But it was not to say this alone that I came here tonight, Margaret. I have something more to say to you." There was a tenderness in the cashier's voice as he said these last words that brought the blushes back to Margaret's pale cheeks. "You know that I love you, Margaret," Clement said in a low, earnest voice. "You must know that I love you, or if you do not, it is because there is no sympathy between us, and in that case my love is indeed hopeless. I have loved you from the first, dear, yes, from the very first summer twilight in which I saw your pale, pensive face in the dusky little garden at Wandsworth. The tender interest which I then felt in you was the first mysterious dawn of love, though I, in my infinite wisdom, put it down to an artistic admiration for your peculiar beauty. It was love, Margaret, and it has grown and strengthened in my heart ever since that summer evening, until it leads me here tonight to tell you all, and to ask you if there is any hope. Ah, Margaret, you must have known my love all along. You would have banished me had you felt that my love was hopeless. You could have not been so cruel as to deceive me." Margaret looked up at her lover with a frightened face. Had she done wrong, then, to be happy in this society, if she did not love him? If she did not love him! But surely the sudden thrill of triumph and delight which filled her breast, as Clement spoke to her, must be in some degree akin to love. Yes, she loved him. But the bright things of this world were not for her. Love and duty fought for the mastery of her pure soul, and duty was the conqueror. "Oh, Clement," she said, "do you forget who I am? Do you forget that the letter which I showed you long ago, a letter addressed to my father when he was a transported felon, suffering the penalty of his crime? Do you forget who I am, and that the taint that is in my blood, the disgrace that stains my name? I am proud to think that you have loved me, Clement Austin, but I am no fitting wife for you." "You are a noble, true-hearted woman, Margaret, and as such you are a fitting wife for a king. Besides, I am not such a grandee that I need look for high lineage in the wife of my choice. I am only a working man, content to accept a salary for my services, and looking forward by and by to a junior partnership in the house I serve. Margaret, my mother loves you, and she knows that you are the woman I seek to win as my wife. Forget the taint upon your dead father's name as freely as I forget it, dearest, and only answer me one question. Is my love hopeless?" "I will never consent to be your wife, Mr. Austin," Margaret answered in a low voice. "Because you do not love me? Because I will never cause for you to blush for the history of your wife's girlhood." "That is no answer to my question, Margaret," said Clement Austin, seating himself by her side and taking both her hands in his. "I must ask you to look me full in the face, Miss Wilmot," he added laughingly, drawing her towards him as he spoke, "for I begin to fancy you are addicted to prevarication. Look me in the face, Madge, darling, and tell me that you love me." But the blushing face would not be turned towards his own. Margaret's head was still averted. "Don't ask me," she pleaded. "Don't ask me. The day would come when you would regret your choice. I could not endure that. It would be too bitter. You have been very kind to me, and it would be a poor return for your kindness if you were to make me unutterably happy, eh, Margaret? I think it would only be a proper act of gratitude. Haven't I run all over Clapham, Brixton, and Wandsworth, to say nothing of an occasional incursion upon Putney, in order to procure you half a dozen pupils? And the very first favour I demand of you, which is only the gift of this clever little hand, you have the audacity to refuse me point blank." He waited for a few moments, in the hope that Margaret would say something, but her face was still averted, and the trembling hand which Mr. Austen was holding struggled to release itself from his grasp. "Margaret," he said very gravely, "perhaps I have been foolish and presumptuous in this business. In that case I fully deserve to be disappointed, however bitter the disappointment may be. If I have been wrong, Margaret, if I have been deceived by your sweet smile, your gentle words, for pity's sake tell me that it is so, and I will forgive you for having involuntarily deceived me, and I will try to cure myself of my folly. But I will not leave this room. I will not abandon the dear hope that has brought me here tonight, until you tell me plainly that you do not love me. Speak, Margaret, and speak fearlessly." But Margaret was still silent. Only in the silence Clement Austen heard a low, sobbing sound. "Margaret, darling, you are crying." "I know that you love me, and I will not leave this room except as your plighted husband." "Heaven help me," murmured Joseph Wilmot's daughter. Chapter 28 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 28. Buying Diamonds. Mr. Dunbar did not waste much time before he began the grand business which had brought him to London. That is to say, the purchase of such a collection of diamonds as to compose a necklace second only to that which brought poor hoodwinked Cardinal de Rohan and the unlucky daughter of the Caesars into such a morass of trouble and slander. Early upon the morning after his visit to the bank, Mr. Dunbar went out very plainly dressed, and hailed the first empty cab that he saw in Piccadilly. He ordered the cabman to drive straight to a street leading out of Holborn, a very quiet-looking street, where you could buy diamonds enough to set up all the jewellers in Palais Royal and the Rue de la Paix, and where, if you were so whimsical as to wish to transform a service of plate into white soup, at a moment's notice, you might indulge your fancy in establishments of unblemished respectability. The gold and silver refiners, the diamond merchants and wholesale jewellers in this quiet street, were a very superior class of people, and you might dispose of a handful of gold chains and bangles without any fear that one or two of them would find their way into the operator's sleeve during the process of weighing. The great Mr. Crucible, who thrust the last inch of an Eastern potentate's sceptre into the melting pot with the sole of his foot, as the detectives entered his establishment in search of the missing bauble, and walked lame for 6 months afterwards, lived somewhere in the depths of the city, and far away from this dull-looking Holborn Street, and would have despised even the tenor of life and the most moderate profits of a business in this neighbourhood. Mr. Dunbar left his cab at the Holborn end of the street, and walked slowly along the pavement till he came to a very dingy-looking parlour window, which might have belonged to a lawyer's office, but for some gilded letters on the wire blind, which, in a very pale and faded inscription, gave notice that the parlour belonged to Mr. Isaac Hartgold, diamond merchant. A grimy brass plate on the door of the house bore another inscription to the same effect, and it was at this door that Mr. Dunbar stopped. He rang a bell, and was admitted immediately by a very sharp-looking boy, who ushered him into the parlour, where he saw a mahogany counter, a pair of small brass scales, a horse-hair-cushioned office stool considerably the worse for wear, and a couple of very formidable-looking iron safes deeply embedded in the wall behind the counter. There was a desk near the window, at which a gentleman with very black hair and whiskers was seated, busily engaged in some abstruse calculations between a pair of open ledgers. He got off his high seat as Mr. Dunbar entered, and looked rather suspiciously at the banker. I suppose the habit of selling diamonds had made him rather suspicious of everyone. Henry Dunbar wore a fashionable greatcoat with loose open cuffs, and it was towards these loose cuffs that Mr. Hartgold's eyes wandered with rapid and rather uneasy glances. He was apt to look doubtfully at gentlemen with roomy coat-sleeves, or ladies with long-haired muffs or fringed parasols. Unset diamonds are an eminently portable species of property, and you might carry a tolerably valuable collection of them in the folds of the smallest parasol that ever faded under the summer sunshine in the Ladies' Mile. "I want to buy a collection of diamonds for a necklace," Mr. Dunbar said, as coolly as if he had been talking of a silver set of spoons, "and I want the necklace to be something out of the common. I should order it of Garrard or Emmanuel, but I have a fancy for buying the diamonds upon paper, and having them made up after a design of my own. Can you supply me with what I want?" "How much do you want? You may have what some people would call a necklace for £1,000, or you may have one that'll cost you 20,000. How far do you mean to go?" "I am prepared to spend something between 50 and 80,000 pounds." The diamond merchant pursed his lips reflectively. "You are aware that in these sort of transactions ready money is indispensable," he said. "Oh yes, I am quite aware of that," Mr. Dunbar answered coolly. He took out his card-case as he spoke, and handed one of his cards to Mr. Isaac Hartgold. "Any cheque signed by that name," he said, "will be duly honoured in St. Gundolph Lane." Mr. Hartgold bent his head reverentially to the representative of 1,000,000 of money. He, in common with every business man in London, was thoroughly familiar with the names of Dunbar, Dunbar, and Balderby. "I don't know that I can supply you with 50,000 pounds worth of such diamonds as you may require at a moment's notice," he said, "but I can procure them for you in a day or two, if that will do." "That will do very well. This is Tuesday. Suppose I give you till Thursday?" "The stones shall be ready for you by Thursday, sir." "Very good. I will call for them on Thursday morning. In the meantime, in order that you may understand the transaction is a bona fide one, I'll write a cheque for 10,000, payable to your order, on account of diamonds to be purchased by me. I have my cheque-book in my pocket. Oblige me with pen and ink." Mr. Hartgold murmured something to the effect that such a proceeding was altogether unnecessary, but he brought Mr. Dunbar his office inkstand, and looked on with an approving twinkle in his eyes while the banker wrote the cheque in that slow, formal hand peculiar to him. It made things very smooth and comfortable, Mr. Hartgold thought, to say the least of it. And now, sir, with regard to the design of the necklace," said the merchant, when he had folded the cheque and put it into his waistcoat pocket, "I suppose you've some idea that you'd like to carry out, and you wish, perhaps, to see a few specimens." He unlocked one of the iron safes as he spoke, and brought out a lot of little paper packets which were folded in a peculiar fashion, and which he opened with very gingerly fingers. "I suppose you'd like some tallow drops, sir," he said. "Tallow drops work in better than anything for a necklace." "What in heaven's name are tallow drops?" Mr. Hartgold took up a diamond with a pair of pincers, and exhibited it to the banker. "That's a tallow drop, sir," he said. "It's something of a heart-shaped stone, you see, but we call it a tallow drop, because it's very much the shape of a drop of tallow. You'd like large stones, of course, though they eat into a great deal of money. There are diamonds that are known all over Europe, diamonds that have been in the possession of royalty, and are as well known as the family they've belonged to. The Duke of Brunswick has pretty well cleared the market of that sort of stuff, but they are still to be had if you've a fancy for anything of that kind." Mr. Dunbar shook his head. "I don't want anything of that sort," he said. "The day may come when my daughter, or my daughter's descendants, may be obliged to realize the jewels. I'm a commercial man, and I want 80,000 pounds worth of diamonds that shall be worth the money I give for them to break up and sell again. I should wish you to choose diamonds of moderate size, but not small, worth, on average, 40 or 50 pounds apiece, we'll say." "I shall have to be very peculiar about matching them in colour," said Mr. Hartgold, "as they're for a necklace." The banker shrugged his shoulders. "Don't trouble yourself about the necklace," he said rather impatiently. "I'll tell you again I'm a commercial man, and what I want is good value for my money." "And you shall have it, sir," answered the diamond merchant briskly. "Very well, then, in that case I think we understand each other, and there's no occasion for me to stop here any longer. You'll have 80,000 pounds worth of diamonds, at thereabouts, ready for me when I call here on Thursday morning. You can cash that cheque in the meantime, and ascertain with whom you have to deal. Good morning." He left the diamond merchant wondering at his sang-froid, and returned to the cab, which had been waiting for him all this time. He was just going to step into it when the hand touched him lightly on the shoulder, and turning sharply and angrily around, he recognized the gentleman who called himself Major Vernon. But the Major was by no means the shabby stranger who had watched the marriage of Philip Jocelyn and Laura Dunbar in Lisford Church. Major Vernon had risen, resplendent as a phoenix from the ashes of his old clothes. The poodle collar was gone, the dilapidated boots had been exchanged for stout watertight Wellingtons, the napless dirty white hat had given place to a magnificent beaver with a broad trim curled at the sides. Major Vernon was positively splendid. He was as much wrapped up as ever, but his wrappings were now of a gorgeous, not to say gaudy, description. His thick greatcoat was of a dark olive green, and the collar turned up over his ears was of a shiny-looking brown fur, which, to the confiding mind of the populace, is known as imitation sable. Inside this fur collar the Major wore a shawl-patterned scarf of all the colours in the prismatic scale, across which his nose lacked its usual brilliancy of hue by force of contrast. Major Vernon had a very big cigar in his mouth, and a very big cane in his hand, and the quiet city men turned to look at him as he stood upon the pavement talking to Henry Dunbar. The banker writhed under the touch of this Indian acquaintance. "What do you want with me?" he asked in low, angry tones. "Why do you follow me about to play the spy upon me, and stop me in the public street? Haven't I done enough for you? Aren't you satisfied with what I have done?" "Yes, my dear boy," answered the Major, "perfectly satisfied, more than satisfied, for the present. But your future favours, as those low fellows, the butchers and bankers, have it, are respectfully requested for yours truly. Let me get into the cab with you, Mr. H.D., and take me back to the Casa, and give me a comfortable little bit of pirogue. I haven't lost my aristocratic taste for 7 courses and an elegant succession of still fine sparkling wines, though during the last few years I have been rather frequently constrained to accept the shadowy hospitality of his Grace of Humphrey. Nante denari, nante mangiari, as we say in the classics, which I translate, no credit at the butcher's or the banker's." "For heaven's sake, stop that abominable slang," said Henry Dunbar impatiently. "It annoys you, dear friend, eh? Well, I've known the time when— but no matter. Let what is broken so remain, as the poet observes, which is only an elegant way of saying, let bygones be bygones. And so you've been buying diamonds, dear boy." "Who told you so?" "You did, when you came out of Mr. Isaac Hartgold's establishment. I happened to be passing the door as you went in, and I happened to be passing the door again as you came out." "And playing the spy upon me." "Not at all, dear boy. It was merely a coincidence, I assure you. I called at the bank yesterday, cashed my cheques, ascertained your address. Called at the Clarendon this morning, was told that you'd minute gone out, looked down Albemarle Street. There you were, sure enough. Saw you get into a cab, got into another, a hansom, and faster than yours, came behind you to the corner of this street." "You followed me," said Henry Dunbar bitterly. "Don't call it following, dear friend, because that's low. Accident brought me into this neighbourhood at the very hour you were coming into this neighbourhood. If you want to quarrel anything, quarrel with the doctrine of chances, not with me." Henry Dunbar turned away with a sulky gesture. His friend watched him with very much the same malicious grin that had distorted his face under the lamplit porch at Maudesle. The Major looked like a vulgar-minded Mephistopheles. There was not even the divinity of hell about him. "And so you've been buying diamonds," he repeated presently, after considerable pause. "Yes, I have. I'm buying them for a necklace for my daughter." "You are so dotingly fond of your daughter," said the Major with a leer. "It is necessary that I should give her a present." "Precisely, and you won't even trust the business to a jeweller. You insist on doing it all yourself." "I shall do it for less money than a jeweller." "Oh, of course," answered Major Vernon. "The motive's as clear as daylight." He was silent for a few minutes, and then he laid his hand heavily upon his companion's shoulder, put his lips close to the banker's ear, and said, in a loud voice, for it was not easy for him to make himself heard above the jolting of the cab, "Henry Dunbar, you're a very clever fellow, and I dare say you think yourself a great deal sharper than I am. But, by heaven, if you try any tricks with me, you'll find yourself mistaken. You must buy me an annuity. Do you understand? Before you move left or right, or say your soul's your own, you must buy me an annuity." The banker shook off his companion's hand, and turned round upon him, pale, stern, and defiant. "Take care, Stephen Vallance," he said. Take care how you threaten me. I should have thought you knew me of old, and would be wise enough to keep a civil tongue in your head, with me. As for what you ask, I shall do it, or I shall let it alone, as I think fit. If I do it, I shall take my own time about it, not yours." "You're not afraid of me, then?" asked the other, recoiling a little, and much more subdued in his tone. "No." "You are very bold." "Perhaps I am. Do you remember the old story of some people who had a goose that laid golden eggs? They were greedy, and in their besotted avarice they killed the goose. But they have not gone down to posterity as examples of wisdom. No, Valence, I'm not afraid of you." Mr. Valence leaned back in the cab, biting his nails savagely and thinking. It seemed as if he was trying to find an answer for Mr. Dunbar's speech, but, if so, he must have failed, for he was silent for the rest of the drive, and when he got out of the vehicle, by and by, before the door of the Clarendon, his manner bore an undignified resemblance to that of a half-bred cur who carries his tail between his legs. "Good afternoon, Mr. Vernon," the banker said, carelessly, as a liveried servant opened the door of the hotel. "I shall be very much engaged during the next few days. I am likely to remain in town, and shall be unable to afford myself the pleasure of your society." The Major stared aghast at this cool dismissal. "Oh," he murmured vaguely, "that's it, is it? Well, of course, you know what's best for yourself. So, good afternoon." The door closed upon Major Vernon, alias Mr. Stephen Valence, while he was still staring straight before him in utter inability to realize his position. But he drew his cashmere shawl still higher up about his ears, took out a gaudy scarlet morocco cigar-case, lighted another big cigar, and then strolled slowly down the quiet West End street with his bushy eyebrows contracted into a thoughtful frown. "Cool," he muttered between his closed lips. "Very cool, to say the least of it. Some people would call it audacious. But the story of the goose with the golden eggs is one of childhood's simple lessons that we're obliged to remember in after life. And to think that the government of this country should have the audacity to offer a measly £100 or so for the discovery of a great crime! The shabbiness of the legislature must answer for it if criminals remain at large. My friend's a deep one, a cursedly deep one, but I shall keep my eye upon him. My faith is strong in time, as the poet observes. My friend carries it with a high hand at present, but the day may come when he may want me, and if ever he does want
Chapter 29 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shauna Connett. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 29. Going Away. At 1 o'clock on the appointed Thursday morning, Mr. Dunbar presented himself in the diamond merchant's office. Henry Dunbar was not alone. He had called in St. Gundolph Lane and asked Mr. Balderby to go with him to inspect the diamonds he had bought for his daughter. The junior partner opened his eyes to the widest extent as the brilliants were displayed before him, and declared that the big senior's generosity was something more than princely. But perhaps Mr. Balderby did not feel so entirely delighted 2 or 3 hours afterwards, when Mr. Isaac Hartgold presented himself before the counter in St. Gundolph Lane, whence he departed some time afterwards, carrying away with him £75,800 in Bank of England notes. Henry Dunbar walked away from the neighbourhood of Holborn with his coat buttoned tightly across his broad chest and nearly £80,000 worth of property hidden away in his breast pockets. He did not go straight back to the Clarendon, but pierced his way across Smithfield and into a busy, smoky street, where he stopped by and by at a dingy-looking currier's shop. He went in and selected a couple of chamois skins, very thick and strong. At another shop he bought some large needles, 6 skeins of stout waxed thread, a pair of large scissors, a couple of strong steel buckles, and a tailor's thimble. When he had made these purchases, he hailed the first empty cab that passed him, and went back to his hotel. He dined, drank the best part of a bottle of Burgundy, and then ordered a cup of strong tea to be taken to his dressing-room. He had fires in his bedroom and dressing-room every night. To-night he retired very early, dismissed the servant who attended upon him, and locked the door of the outer room, the only door communicating with the corridor of the hotel. He drank a cup of tea, bathed his head with cold water, and then sat down at the writing-table near the fire. But he was not going to write. He pushed aside the writing materials and took his purchases of the afternoon from his pocket. He spread the chamois leather out upon the table, and cut the skeins into 2 long strips about a foot broad. He measured these around his waist, and then began to stitch them together slowly and laboriously. The work was not easy, and it took the banker a very long time to complete it to his own satisfaction. It was past 12 o'clock when he had stitched both sides and one end of the double chamois leather belt. The other end he left open. When he had completed the 2 sides and the end that was closed, he took 4 or 5 little canvas bags from his pocket. Every one of these canvas bags was full of loose diamonds. A thrill of rapture ran through the banker's veins as he plunged his fingers in amongst the glittering stones. He filled his hands with the bright gems, and let them run from one hand to the other, like streams of liquid light. Then, very slowly and carefully, he began to drop the diamonds into the open end of the chamois leather belt. When he had dropped a few into the belt, he stitched the leather across and across, quilting in the stones. This work took him so long that it was 4 o'clock in the morning when he had quilted the last diamond into the belt. He gave a long sigh of relief as he threw the waste scraps of leather upon the top of the low fire, and watched them slowly smolder away into black ashes. Then he put the chamois leather belt under his pillow, and went to bed. Henry Dunbar went back to Maudesle Abbey by the express on the morning after the day on which he had completed the purchase of the diamonds. He wore the chamois leather belt buckled tightly around his waist next to his inner shirt, and was able to defy the swell mob had those gentry been aware of the treasures which he carried about with him. He wrote from Warwickshire to one of the best and most fashionable jewellers at the West End, and requested that a person who was thoroughly skilled in his business might be sent down to Maudesle Abbey, duly furnished with drawings of the newest designs in diamond necklaces, earrings, etc. But when the jeweller's agent came, 2 or 3 days afterwards, Mr. Dunbar could find no design that suited him, and the man returned to London without having received an order, and without having even seen the brilliants which the banker had bought. "Tell your employer that I will retain 2 or 3 of these designs," Mr. Dunbar said, selecting the drawings as he spoke. "And if, upon consideration, I find that one of them will suit me, I will communicate with your establishment. If not, I shall take the diamonds to Paris and get them made up there." The jeweller ventured to suggest the inferiority of Parisian workmanship as compared with that of a first-rate English establishment, but Mr. Dunbar did not condescend to pay any attention to the young man's remonstrance. "I shall write to your employer in due course," he said coldly. "Good morning." Major Vernon had returned to the Rose and Crown at Lisford. The deed which transferred to him the possession of Woodbine Cottage was speedily executed, and he took up his abode there. His establishment was composed of the old housekeeper, who had waited on the deceased admiral, and a young man of all work, who was nephew to the housekeeper, and who had also been in the service of the late owner of the cottage. From his new abode Mr. Vernon was able to keep a tolerably sharp lookout upon the 2 great houses in his neighbourhood, Maudesle Abbey and Jocelyn's Rock. Country people know everything about their neighbours, and Mrs. Manders, the housekeeper, had means of communication with both the Abbey and the Rock, for she had a niece who was under-housemaid in the service of Henry Dunbar, and a grandson who was helper in Sir Philip Jocelyn's stables. Nothing could have better pleased the new inhabitant of Woodbine Cottage, who was speedily on excellent terms with his housekeeper. From her he heard that a jeweller's assistant had been to Maudesle, and had submitted a portfolio of designs to the millionaire. "Which they do say," Mrs. Manders continued, "that Mr. Dunbar had laid out nigh upon 500,000 of money in diamonds, and that he is going to give his daughter, Lady Jocelyn, a set of jewels such as the Queen upon her throne never set eyes on. But Mr. Dunbar is rare and difficult to please, it seems, for the young man from the jeweller's, he says to Mrs. Grumbleton at the Western Lodge, he says, 'Your master is not easy to satisfy, ma'am,' he says, from which Mrs. Grumbleton gathers that he had not took an order from Mr. Dunbar." Major Vernon whistled softly to himself when Mrs. Manders retired after having imparted this piece of information. "You're a clever fellow, dear friend," he muttered as he lighted his cigar. "You're a stupendous fellow, dear boy, but your friend can see through less transparent blinds than this diamond business. Well, it's planned. It's neat, to say the least of it. And you've my best wishes, dear boy, but you must pay for them. You must pay for them, Henry Dunbar." This little conversation between the new tenant of Woodbine Cottage and his housekeeper occurred on the very evening on which Major Vernon took possession of his new abode. The next day was Sunday, a cold wintry Sunday, for the snow had been falling all through the last 3 days and nights, and lay deep on the ground, hiding the low thatched roofs, and making feathery festoons about the leafless branches, until Lisford looked like a village upon the top of a twelfth cake. While the Sabbath bells were ringing in the frosty atmosphere, Major Vernon opened the low white gate of his pleasant little garden, and went out upon the high road. But not towards the church. Major Vernon was not going to church on this bright winter's morning. He went the other way, tramping through the snow towards the eastern gate of Maudesle Park. He went in by the low iron gate, for there was a bridle path by this part of the park, that very bridle path by which Philip Jocelyn had ridden to Lisford so often in the autumn weather. Major Vernon struck across this path, following the tracks of late footsteps in the deep snow, and thus took the nearest way to the Abbey. There he found all quiet. The supercilious footman who admitted him into the hall seemed doubtful whether he should admit him any further. "Mr. Dunbar are up," he said, "and have breakfasted to the best of my knowledge, which the breakfast equipage have not yet been removed." "So much the better," Major Vernon answered coolly. "You may bring up some fresh coffee, John, for I haven't made much of a breakfast myself, and if you'll tell the cook to devil the thigh of a turkey with plenty of cayenne pepper and a squeeze of lemon, I shall be obliged. You needn't trouble yourself. I know my way." The Major opened the door leading to Mr. Dunbar's apartments, and walked without ceremony into the tapestried chamber, where he found the banker sitting near a table, upon which a silver coffee service, a Dresden cup and saucer, and 2 or 3 covered dishes, gave evidence that Mr. Dunbar had been breakfasting. Cold meats, raised pies, and other comestibles were laid out upon the carved oak sideboard. The Major paused upon the threshold of the chamber, and gravely contemplated his friend. "It's comfortable," he exclaimed. "To say the least of it, it's very comfortable, dear boy." The dear boy did not look particularly pleased as he lifted his eyes to his visitor's face. "I thought you were in London," he said. "Which shows how very little you trouble yourself about the concerns of your neighbours," answered Major Vernon. "For if you had condescended to inquire about the movements of your humble friend, you would have been told that he had bought a comfortable little property in the neighbourhood, and settled down to do the respectable country gentleman for the remainder of his natural life, always supposing that the liberality of his honoured friend enables him to do the thing decently." "Do you mean to say that you have bought property in this neighbourhood?" "Yes, I am a leasehold proprietor of Woodbine Cottage near Lisford and Shorncliffe." "And you mean to settle in Warwickshire?" "I do." Henry Dunbar smiled to himself as his friend said this. "You're welcome to do so," he said, "as far as I am concerned." The Major looked at him sharply. "Your sentiments are liberality itself, my dear friend, but I must respectfully remind you that the expenses attendant upon taking possession of my humble abode have been very heavy. In plain English, the 2 thou which you so liberally advanced as the first instalment of future bounties has melted like snow in a rapid thaw. I want another 2 thou, friend of my youth and patron of my later years. What's 1,000 or so, more or less, to the senior partner in the house of D.D.&B.? Make it 2,500 this time, and your petitioner will ever pray, etc., etc., etc. Make it 2,500, Prince of Maudesle." There is no need for me to record the interview between these 2 men. It was a rather long one, for in congenial companionship Major Vernon had plenty to say for himself. It was only when he felt himself out of his element and unappreciated that the Major wrapped himself in the dignity of silence, as in some mystic mantle, and retired for the time being from the outer world. He did not leave Maudesle Abbey until he had succeeded in the object of his visit, and he carried away in his pocket-book cheques to the amount of £2,500. I flatter myself I was just in the nick of time, the Major thought, as he walked back to Woodbine Cottage. For as sure as my name is what it is, my friend means a bolt. He means a bolt, and the money I've had to-day is the last I shall ever receive from that quarter. Almost immediately after Major Vernon's departure, Henry Dunbar rang the bell for the servant who acted as his valet whenever he required the services of one, which was not often. "I shall start for Paris to-night, Jeffreys," he said to this man. "I want to see what the French jewellers can do before I trust Lady Jocelyn's necklace into the hands of English workmen. I'm not well, and I want a change of air and scene, so I shall start for Paris to-night. Pack a small portmanteau with everything that's indispensable, but pack nothing unnecessary." "Am I to go with you, sir?" the man asked. Henry Dunbar looked at his watch, and seemed to reflect upon this question some moments before he answered. "How do the up-trains go on Sunday?" he asked. "There's an express from the north stops at Rugby at 6 o'clock, sir. You might meet that if you left Shorncliffe by the 4:35 train." "I could do that," answered the banker. "It's only 3 o'clock. Pack my portmanteau at once, Jeffreys, and order the carriage to be ready for me at 4:45. No, I won't take you to Paris with me. You can follow me in a day or two with some more things." "Yes, sir." There was no such thing as bustle and confusion in a household organized like that of Mr. Dunbar. The valet packed his master's portmanteau and dressing-case. The carriage came round to the gravel drive before the porch at the appointed time, and 5 minutes afterwards Mr. Dunbar came out into the hall, with his great-coat closely buttoned over his broad chest, and a leopard-skin travelling-rug flung across his shoulder. Round his waist he wore the chamois leather belt which he had made with his own hands at the Clarendon Hotel. This belt had never quitted him since the night upon which he made it. The carriage conveyed him to the Shorncliffe station. He got out and went upon the platform. Although it was not yet 5 o'clock, the wintry light was fading in the grey sky, and in the railway station it was already dark. There were lamps here and there, but they only made separate splotches of light in the dusky atmosphere. Henry Dunbar walked slowly up and down the platform. He was so deeply absorbed in his own thoughts that he was quite startled presently when a young man came close behind him and addressed him eagerly. "Mr. Dunbar," he said. "Mr. Dunbar." The banker turned sharply around and recognized Arthur Lovell. "Ah, my dear Lovell, is that you? You quite startled me." "Are you going by the next train? I was so anxious to see you." "Why so?" "Because there's someone here who very much wishes to see you. Quite an old friend of yours, he says. Who do you think it is?" "I don't know. I can't guess. I have so many old friends. I can't see anyone, Lovell. I'm very ill. I saw a physician while I was in London, and he told me that my heart is diseased, and that if I wish to live I must avoid any agitation, any sudden emotion, as I would avoid a deadly poison. Who is it that wants to see me?" "Lord Harriston, the great Anglo-Indian statesman. He is a friend of my father's, and he has been very kind to me. Indeed, he offered me an appointment, which I found it wisest to decline. He talked a great deal about you when my father told him that you'd settled at Maudesle, and would have driven over to see you if he could have managed to spare the time without losing his train. You'll see him, won't you?" "Where is he?" "Here in the station, in the waiting-room. He has been visiting in Warwickshire, and he lunched with my father en passant. He is going to Derby, and he's waiting for the down train to take him on to the main line. You'll come and see him?" "Yes, I shall be very glad. Henry Dunbar stopped suddenly, with his hand upon his side. The bell had been ringing while Lovell and the banker had stood upon the platform talking. The train came into the station at this moment. "I shan't be able to see Lord Harriston to-night," Mr. Dunbar said hurriedly. "I must go by this train, or I shall lose a day. Good-bye, Lovell. Make my best compliments to Harriston. Tell him I have been very ill. Good-bye." "Your portmanteau's in the carriage, sir," the servant said, pointing to the open door of a first-class compartment. Henry Dunbar got into the carriage. At the moment of his doing so, an elderly gentleman came out of the waiting-room. "Is this my train, Lovell?" he asked. "No, my lord. Mr. Dunbar is here. He goes by this train. You'll have time to speak to him." The train was moving. Lord Harriston was an active old fellow. He ran along the platform, looking into the carriages. But the old man's sight was not as good as his legs were. He looked eagerly into the carriage windows, but he only saw a confusion of flickering lamplight and strange faces, and newspapers unfurled in the hands of wakeful travellers, and the heads of sleepy passengers rolling and jolting against the padded sides of the carriage. "My eyes are not what they used to be," he said, with a good-tempered laugh, when he went back to Arthur.
Chapter 30 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emma Joyce. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 30. Stopped upon the Way. Mr. Dunbar leant back in the corner of his comfortable seat, with his eyes closed. But he was not asleep, he was only thinking, and every now and then he bent forward and looked out of the window into the darkness of the night. He could only distinguish the faint outline of the landscape as the train swept on upon its way, past low meadows where the snow lay white and stainless, unsullied by a passing footfall, and scanty patches of woodland where the hardy firs looked black against the glittering whiteness of the ground. The country was all so much alike under its thick shroud of snow that Mr. Dunbar tried in vain to distinguish any landmarks upon the way. The train by which he travelled stopped at every station, and though the journey between Shorncliffe and Rugby was only to last an hour, it seemed almost interminable to this impatient traveller, who was eager to stand upon the deck of Messrs. Blank's electric steamers, to feel the icy spray dashing into his face, and to see the town of Dover shining like a flaming crescent against the darkness of the night, and the Calais lights in the distance rising up behind the black edge of the sea. The banker looked at his watch, and made a calculation about the time. It was now 5:15. The train was to reach Rugby at 10 minutes to 6. At 6 the London express left Rugby. At 7:45 it reached London. At 8:30 the Dover mail would leave London Bridge Station. And at 7:30 or thereabouts next morning, Henry Dunbar would be rattling through the streets of Paris. And then? Was his journey to end in that brilliant city, or was he to go farther? That was a question whose answer was hidden in the traveller's own breast. He had not shown himself a communicative man at the best of times, and tonight he looked like a man whose soul is weighed down by the burden of a purpose which must be achieved at any cost of personal sacrifice. He could not hear the names of the stations. He only heard those guttural and inarticulate sounds which railway officials roar out upon the darkness of the night, to the bewilderment of helpless travellers. His inability to distinguish the names of the stations annoyed him. The delay attendant upon every fresh stoppage worried him, as if the pause had been the weary interval of an hour. He sat with his watch in his hand, for every now and then he was seized with a sudden terror that the train had fallen out of its regular pace and was crawling slowly along the rails. What if it should not reach Rugby until after the London express had left the station? Mr. Dunbar asked one of his fellow travellers if this train was always punctual. "Yes," the gentleman answered coolly, "I believe it is generally pretty regular, but I don't know how the snow may affect the engine. There have been accidents in some parts of the country." "In consequence of the depth of snow?" "Yes, I understand so." It was about 10 minutes after this brief conversation, and within a quarter of an hour of the time at which the train was due at Rugby, when the carriage, which had rocked a good deal from the first, began to oscillate very violently. One meagre little elderly traveller turned rather pale and looked nervously at his fellow passengers, but the young man who had spoken to Henry Dunbar, and a bald-headed commercial-looking gentleman opposite to him, went on reading their newspapers as coolly as if the rocking of the carriage had been no more perilous than the lullaby motion of an infant cradle guided by a mother's gentle foot. Mr. Dunbar never took his eyes from the dial of his watch, so the nervous traveller found no response to his look of terror. He sat quietly for a minute or so, and then lowered the window near him, and let in a rush of icy wind, whereat the bald-headed commercial gentleman turned upon him rather fiercely, and asked him what he was about, and if he wanted to give them all inflammation of the lungs by letting in an atmosphere that was 2 degrees below zero. But the little elderly gentleman scarcely heard this remonstrance. His head was out of the window, and he was looking eagerly Rugby-wards along the line. "I'm afraid there's something wrong," he said, drawing in his head for a moment, and looking with a scared white face at his fellow passengers. "I'm really afraid there's something wrong. We're 8 minutes behind our time, and I see the danger signal up yonder, and the line seems blocked up with snow, and I really fear—" He looked out again, and then drew in his head very suddenly. "There's something coming!" he cried. "There's an engine coming!" He never finished his sentence. There was a horrible smashing, tearing, grinding noise that was louder than thunder, and more hideous than the crashing of cannon against the wooden walls of a brave ship. That horrible sound was followed by a yell almost as horrible, and then there was nothing but death, and terror, and darkness, and anguish, and bewilderment, masses of shattered woodwork and iron heaped in direful confusion upon the blood-stained snow, human groans stifled under the wrecks of shivered carriages, the cries of mothers whose children had been flung out of their arms into the very jaws of death, the piteous wail of children who clung warm and living to the breasts of dead mothers, martyred in that moment of destruction, husbands parted from their wives, wives shrieking for their husbands, and amidst all, brave men with white faces hurrying here and there, with lamps in their hands, half maimed and wounded some of them, but forgetful of themselves in their care for the helpless wretches round them. The express going northwards had run into the train from Shorncliffe, which had come upon the main line just 9 minutes too late. One by one the dead and wounded were earned away from the great heap of ruins. One by one the prostrate forms were borne away by quiet bearers, who did their duty calmly and fearlessly in that hideous scene of havoc and confusion. The great object to be achieved was the immediate clearance of the line, and the sound of pickaxes and shovels almost drowned those other dreadful sounds, the piteous moans of sufferers who were so little hurt as to be conscious of their sufferings. The train from Shorncliffe had been completely smashed. The Northern Express had suffered much less, but the engine-driver had been killed and several of the passengers severely injured. Henry Dunbar was amongst those who were carried away helpless and, to all appearance, lifeless from the ruin of the Shorncliffe train. One of the banker's legs was broken, and he had received a blow upon the head, which had rendered him immediately unconscious. But there were cases much worse than that of the banker. The surgeon who examined the sufferers said that Mr. Dunbar might recover from his injuries in 2 or 3 months, if he was carefully treated. The fracture of the leg was very simple, and if the limb was skilfully set, there would not be the least fear of contraction. Half a dozen surgeons were busy in one of the waiting-rooms at the Rugby station, whither the sufferers had been conveyed, and one of them took possession of the banker. Mr. Dunbar's card-case had been found in the breast-pocket of his overcoat, and a great many people in the waiting-room knew that the gentleman with the white lace and the grey moustache, lying so quietly upon one of the broad sofas, was no less a personage than Henry Dunbar of Maudesle Abbey in St. Gundolph Lane. The surgeon knew it, and thought his good angel had sent this particular patient across his pathway. He made immediate arrangements for bearing off Mr. Dunbar to the nearest hotel. He sent for his assistant, and in a quarter of an hour's time the millionaire was restored to consciousness, and opened his eyes upon the eager faces of two medical gentlemen, and upon a room that was strange to him. The banker looked about him with an expression of perplexity, and then asked where he was. He knew nothing of the accident itself, and he had quite lost the recollection of all that had occurred immediately before the accident, or indeed from the time of his leaving Maudesle Abbey. It was only little by little that the memory of the events of that day returned to him. He had wanted to leave Maudesle, he had wanted to go abroad, to go upon a journey. That was no new purpose in his mind. Had he actually set out upon that journey? Yes, surely he must have started upon it, but what had happened then? He asked the surgeon what had happened, and why it was that he found himself in that strange place. Mr. Daphne, the Rugby surgeon, told his patient all about the accident in such a bland, pleasant way that anybody might have thought the collision of a couple of engines rather an agreeable little episode in a man's life. "But we are doing admirably, sir," Mr. Daphne concluded. "Nothing could be more desirable than the way in which we are going on. And when our leg has been set and we've taken a cooling draught, we shall be quite comfortable for the night. I really never saw a cleaner fracture, never, I can assure you." But Mr. Dunbar raised himself into a sitting position, in spite of the remonstrances of his medical attendant, and looked anxiously about him. "You say this place is Rugby?" he asked moodily. "Yes, this is Rugby," answered the surgeon, smiling and rubbing his hands, almost as if he would have said, "Now, isn't that delightful?" "Yes, this is the Queen's Hotel, Rugby, and I'm sure that every attention which the proprietor, Mr. "I must get away from this place to-night," said Mr. Dunbar, interrupting the surgeon rather unceremoniously. "To-night, my dear sir!" cried Mr. Daphne. "Impossible, utterly impossible. Suicide on your part, my dear sir, if you attempted it, and murder upon mine if I allowed you to carry out such an idea. You will be a prisoner here for a month or so, sir, I regret to say, but we shall do all in our power to make your sojourn agreeable." The surgeon could not help looking cheerful as he made this announcement, but seeing a very black and ominous expression upon the face of his patient, he contrived to modify the radiance of his own countenance. "Our first proceeding, sir, must be to straighten this poor leg," he said soothingly. "We shall place the leg in a cradle from the thigh downwards, but I won't trouble you with technical details. I doubt if we shall be justified in setting the leg to-night. We must reduce the swelling before we can venture upon any important step. A cooling lotion applied with linen cloths must be kept on all night. I have made arrangements for a nurse, and my assistant will also remain here all night to supervise her movements." The banker groaned aloud. "I want to get to London," he said. "I must get to London." The surgeon and his assistant removed Mr. Dunbar's clothes. His trousers had to be cut away from his broken leg before anything could be done. Mr. Daphne removed his patient's coat and waistcoat, but the linen shirt was left, and the chamois leather belt worn by the banker was under this shirt, next to and over a waistcoat of scarlet flannel. "I wear a leather belt next my flannel waistcoat," Mr. Dunbar said, as the two men were undressing him. "I don't wish it to be removed." He fainted away presently, for his leg was very painful, and on reviving from his fainting fit, he looked very suspiciously at his attendants, and put his hand to the buckle of his belt, in order to make himself sure that it had not been tampered with. All through the long, feverish, restless night he lay pondering over this miserable interruption of his journey, while the sick nurse and the surgeon's assistant alternately slopped cooling lotions about his wretched broken leg. "To think that this should happen," he muttered to himself every now and then. "Amongst all the things I've ever dreaded, I never thought of this." His leg was set in the course of the next day, and in the evening he had a long conversation with the surgeon. This time Henry Dunbar did not speak so much of his anxiety to get away upon the second stage of his continental journey. His servant Jeffreys arrived at Rugby in the course of the day, for news of the accident had reached Maudesle Abbey, and it was known that Mr. Dunbar had been a sufferer. To-night Henry Dunbar only spoke of the misery of being in a strange house. "I want to get back to Maudesle," he said. "If you can manage to take me there, Mr. Daphne, and look after me until I've got over the effects of this accident, I shall be very happy to make you any compensation you please for whatever loss your absence from Rugby might entail upon you." This was a very diplomatic speech. Mr. Dunbar knew that the surgeon would not care to let so rich a patient out of his hands, but he fancied that Mr. Daphne would have no objection to carrying his patient in triumph to Maudesle Abbey, to the admiration of the unprofessional public, and to the aggravation of rival medical men. He was not mistaken in his estimate of human nature. At the end of the week he had succeeded in persuading the surgeon to agree to his removal, and upon the second Monday after the railway accident, Henry Dunbar was placed in a compartment which was specially prepared for him in the Shorncliffe train, and was conveyed from Shorncliffe station to Maudesle Abbey without undergoing any change of position upon the road, and very carefully tended throughout the journey by Mr. Daphne and Jeffreys the valet. They wheeled Mr. Dunbar's bed into his favourite tapestried chamber, and laid him there to drag out long dreary days and nights, waiting till his broken bones should unite, and he should be free to go whither he pleased. He was not a very patient sufferer. He bore the pain well enough, but he chafed perpetually against the delay, and every morning he asked
Chapter 31 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Whitley. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 31. Clement Austin makes a sacrifice. Margaret Wilmot had promised to become the wife of the man she loved, but she had given that promise very reluctantly, and only upon one condition. The condition was that before her marriage with Clement Austin took place, the mystery of her father's death should be cleared up for ever. "I cannot be your wife so long as the secret of that cruel deed remains unknown," she said to Clement. "It seems to me as if I have already been wickedly neglectful of a solemn duty. Who had my father to love him and remember him in all the world but me? And who should avenge his death if I do not? He was an outcast from society, and people think it a very small thing that after having led a reckless life he should die a cruel death. If Henry Dunbar, the rich banker, had been murdered, the police would never have rested until the assassin had been discovered. But who cares what became of Joseph Wilmot, except his daughter? His death makes no blank in the world except to me. Except to me." Clement Austin did not forget his promise to do his uttermost towards the discovery of the banker's guilt. He believed that Henry Dunbar was the murderer of his old servant, and he had believed it ever since that day upon which the banker stole like a detective thief out of the house in St. Gundolph Lane. It was just possible that Henry Dunbar might avoid Joseph Wilmot's daughter from a natural horror of the events connected with his return to England, but that the banker should resort to a cowardly stratagem to escape from an interview with the girl could scarcely be accounted for except by the fact of his guilt. He had an insurmountable terror of seeing this girl, because he was the murderer of her father. The longer Clement Austin deliberated upon this business, the more certainly he came to that one terrible conclusion: Henry Dunbar was guilty. He would gladly have thought otherwise, and he would have been very happy had he been able to tell Margaret Wilmot that the mystery of her father's death was a mystery that would never be solved upon this earth. But he could not do so. He could only bow his head before the awful necessity that urged him on to take his part in this drama of crime, the part of an avenger. But a cashier in a London bank has very little time to play any part in life's history, except that quiet role which seems chiefly to consist in locking and unlocking iron safes, peering furtively into mysterious ledgers, and shovelling about new sovereigns as coolly as if they were Wallsend or Claycross coals. Clement Austin's life was not an easy one, and he had no time to turn amateur detective, even in the service of the woman he loved. He had no time to turn amateur detective so long as he remained at the banking house in St. Gundolph Lane. But could he remain there? That question arose in his mind, and took a very serious form. Was it possible to remain in that house when he believed the principal member of it to be one of the most infamous of men? No, it was quite impossible for him to remain in his present situation. So long as he took a salary from Dunbar and Balderby, he was in a manner under obligation to Henry Dunbar. He could not remain in this man's service, and yet at the same time play the spy upon his actions, and work heart and soul to drag the dreadful secret of his life into the light of day. Thus it was that towards the close of the week in which Henry Dunbar, for the first time after his return from India, visited the banking offices, Clement Austin handed a formal notice of resignation to Mr. Balderby. The cashier could not immediately resign his situation, but was compelled to give his employers a month's notice of the withdrawal of his services. A thunderbolt falling upon the morocco-covered writing-table in Mr. Balderby's private parlour could scarcely have been more astonishing to the junior partner than this letter which Clement Austin handed him very quietly and very respectfully. There were many reasons why Clement Austin should remain in the banking-house. His father had lived for 30 years, and had eventually died, in the employment of Dunbar and Dunbar. He had been a great favourite with the brothers, and Clement had been admitted into the house as a boy, and had received much notice from Percival. More than this, he had every chance of being admitted ere long to a junior partnership, upon very easy terms, which junior partnership would of course be the high road to a great fortune. Mr. Balderby sat with the letter open in his hands, staring at the lines before him as if he was scarcely able to comprehend their purport. "Do you mean this, Austin?" he said at last. "Yes, sir. Circumstances over which I have no control compel me to offer you my resignation." "Have you quarrelled with anybody in the office? Has anything occurred in the house that has made you uncomfortable?" "No, indeed, Mr. Balderby. I am very comfortable in my position." The junior partner leant back in his chair, and stared at the cashier as if he had been trying to detect the traces of incipient insanity in the young man's countenance. "You are comfortable in your position, and yet you— Oh, I suppose the real truth of the matter is that you have heard of something better, and you are ready to give us the go-by in order to improve your own circumstances," said Mr. Balderby, with a tone of pique. "Though I really don't see how you can very well be better off anywhere than you are here," he added thoughtfully. "You do me wrong, sir, when you think that I could willingly leave you for my own advantage," Clement answered quietly. "I have no better engagement, nor have I even a prospect of any engagement." "You haven't!" exclaimed the junior partner. "And yet you throw away such a chance as only falls to the lot of one man in 1,000. I don't particularly care about guessing riddles, Mr. Austin. Perhaps you'll be kind enough to tell me frankly why you want to leave us." "I regret to say that it is impossible for me to do so, sir," replied the cashier. "My motive for leaving this house, which is a kind of second home to me, is no frivolous one, believe me. I have weighed well the step I am about to take, and I am quite aware that I sacrifice very excellent prospects in throwing up my present situation. But the reason of my resignation must remain a secret, for the present at least. If ever the day comes when I am able to explain my conduct, I believe that you will give me your hand, and say to me, 'Clement Austin, you only did your duty.'" "Clement," said Mr. Balderby, "you are an excellent fellow, but you certainly must have got some romantic crotchet in your head, or you could never have thought of writing such a letter as this. Are you going to be married? Is that your reason for leaving us? Have you fascinated some wealthy heiress, and are you going to retire into splendid slavery?" "No, sir. I am engaged to be married, but the lady whom I hope to call my wife is poor, and I have every necessity to be a working man for the rest of my life." "Well, then, my dear fellow, it's a riddle, and, as I said before, I'm not good at guessing enigmas. There, my boy, go home and sleep upon this, and come back to me to-morrow morning and tell me to throw this stupid letter in the fire. That's the wisest thing you can do. Good night." But in spite of all that Mr. Balderby could say, Clement Austin steadily adhered to his resolution. He worked early and late during the month in which he remained at his post, preparing the ledgers, balancing accounts, and making things straight and easy for the new cashier. He told Margaret Wilmot of what he had done, but he did not tell her the extent of the sacrifice which he had made for her sake. She was the only person who knew the real motive of his conduct, for to his mother he said very little more than he had said to Mr. Balderby. "I shall be able to tell you my motives for leaving the banking house at some future time, dear mother," he said. "Until that time I can only entreat you to trust me, and to believe that I have acted for the best." "I do believe it, my dear," answered the widow cheerfully. "When did you ever do anything that wasn't wise and good?" Her only son, Clement, was the god of this simple woman's idolatry, and if he had seen fit to turn her out of doors and ask her to beg by his side in the streets of the city, I doubt if she would not have imagined some hidden wisdom lurking at the bottom of his apparently irrational proceedings. So she made no objection to his abandoning his desk in the house of Dunbar, and Balderby. "We shall be poorer, I suppose, Clem," Mrs. Austin said, "but that's very little consequence, for your dear father left me so comfortably off that I can very well afford to keep house for my only son. And I shall have you more at home, dear, and that will indeed be happiness." But Clement told his mother that he had some very important business on hand just then, which would occupy him a good deal; and indeed the first step necessary would be a journey to Shorncliffe, in Warwickshire. "Why, that's where you went to school, Clem." "Yes, mother." "And it's near Mr. Percival Dunbar, or at least Mr. Dunbar's country house." "Yes, mother," answered Clement. "Now, the business in which I am engaged is rather of a difficult nature, and I want legal help. My old schoolfellow, Arthur Lovell, who is as good a fellow as ever breathed, has been educated for the law, and is now a solicitor. He lives at Shorncliffe with his father, John Lovell, who is also a solicitor, and a man of some standing in the county. I shall run down to Shorncliffe, see my old friend, and get his advice; and if you'll bring Margaret down for a few days' change of air, we'll stop at the dear old Reindeer, where you used to come, mother, when I was at school, and where you used to give me such jolly dinners in the days when a good dinner was a treat to a hungry schoolboy." Mrs. Austin smiled at her son. She smiled tenderly as she remembered his bright boyhood. Mothers with only sons are not very strong-minded. Had Clement proposed a trip to the moon, she would scarcely have known how to refuse him her company on the expedition. She shivered a little, and looked rather doubtfully from the blazing fire which lit up the cosy drawing-room to the cold grey sky outside the window. "The beginning of January isn't the pleasantest time in the year for a trip into the country, Clem, dear," she said. "But I should certainly be very lonely at home without you. And as to poor Madge, of course it would be a great treat to her to get away from her pupils and have a peep at the genuine country, even though there isn't a single leaf upon the trees. So I suppose I must say yes. But do tell me all about this business, there's a dear good boy." Unfortunately, the dear good boy was obliged to tell his mother that the business in question was, like his motive for resigning his situation, a profound secret, and that it must remain so for some time to come. "Wait, dear mother," he said. "You shall know all about it by and by. Believe me when I tell you that it's not a very pleasant business," he added, with a sigh. "It's not unpleasant for you, I hope, Clement?" "It isn't pleasant for any one who is concerned in it, mother," answered the young man, thoughtfully. "It's altogether a miserable business; but I'm not concerned in it as a principal, you know, dear mother, and when it's all over we shall only look back upon it as the passing of a black cloud over our lives, and you will say that I have done my duty. Dearest mother, don't look so puzzled," added Clement. "This matter must remain a secret for the present. Only wait and trust me." "I will, my dear boy," Mrs. Austen said presently. "I will trust you with all my heart, for I know how good you are. But I don't like secrets, Clem. Secrets always make me uncomfortable." No more was said upon this subject, and it was arranged by and by that Mrs. Austen and Margaret should prepare to start for Warwickshire at the beginning of the following week, when Clement would be freed from all engagements to Messrs. Dunbar, and Balderby. Margaret had waited very patiently for this time, in which Clement would be free to give her all his help in that awful task which lay before her, the discovery of Henry Dunbar's guilt. "You will go to Shorncliffe with my mother," Clement Austen said, upon the evening after his conversation with the widow. "You will go with her, Madge, ostensibly upon a little pleasure trip. Once there, we shall be able to contrive an interview with Mr. Dunbar. He is a prisoner at Maudesle Abbey, laid up by the effect of his accident the other day, but not too ill to see people, Balderby says. Therefore I should think we may be able to plan an interview between you and him. You still hold to your original purpose? You wish to see Henry Dunbar?" "Yes," answered Margaret, thoughtfully. "I want to see him. I want to look straight into the face of the man whom I believe to be my father's murderer. I don't know why it is, but this purpose has been uppermost in my mind ever since I heard of that dreadful journey to Winchester, ever since I first knew that my father had been murdered while travelling with Henry Dunbar. It might, as you have said, be wiser to watch and wait, and to avoid all chance of alarming this man, but I can't be wise. I want to see him. I want to look in his face and see if his eyes can meet mine." "You shall see him, then, dear girl. A woman's instinct is sometimes worth more than a man's wisdom. You shall see Henry Dunbar. I know that my old schoolfellow Arthur Lovell will help me with all his heart and soul. I have called again upon the Scotland Yard people, and I gave them a minute description of the scene in St. Gundolph Lane, but they only shrugged their shoulders, and said the circumstances looked queer, but were not strong enough to act upon. If anybody can help us, Arthur Lovell can, for he was present at the inquest and all further examination of the witnesses at Winchester." If Margaret Wilmot and Clement Austen had been going upon any other errand than that which took them to Warwickshire, the journey to Shorncliffe might have been very pleasant to them. To Margaret, this comfortable journey in the cushioned corner of a first-class carriage, respectfully waited upon by the man she loved, possessed at least the charm of novelty. Her journeys hitherto had been long, wearisome pilgrimages in draughty third-class carriages, with noisy company, and in an atmosphere pervaded by a powerful effluvium of various kinds of alcohol. Her life had been a very hard one, darkened by the ever-brooding shadow of disgrace. It was new to her to sit quietly looking out at the low meadows and glimmering white-walled villas, the patches of sparse woodland, the distant villages, the glimpses of rippling water shining in the wintry sun. It was new to her to be loved by people whose minds were unembittered by the baneful memories of wrong and crime. It was new to her to hear gentle voices, sweet Christian-like words. It was new to her to breathe the bright atmosphere that surrounds those who lead a virtuous, God-fearing life. But there is little sunshine without its attendant shadow. The shadow upon Margaret's life now was the shadow of that coming task, that horrible work which must be done before she could be free to thank God for his mercies, and to be happy. The London train reached Shorncliffe early in the afternoon. Clement Austin hired a roomy old fly, and carried off his companions to the Reindeer. The Reindeer was a comfortable, old-fashioned hotel. It had been a very grand place in the coaching days, and you entered the hostelry by a broad and ponderous archway, under which high-flyers and electrics had driven triumphantly in the days that were for ever gone. The house was a roomy old place, with long corridors and wide staircases, noble staircases, with broad, slippery oaken banisters and shallow steps. The rooms were grand and big, with bow windows so spotless in their cleanness that they had rather a cold effect on a January day, and were apt to inspire in the vulgar mind the fancy that a little dirt or smoke would look warmer and more comfortable. Certainly, if the Reindeer had a fault, it was that it was too clean. Everything was actually slippery with cleanness, from the newly calendared chintz that covered the sofa and the chair cushions, to the copper coal-scuttle that glittered by the side of the dazzling brass fender. There were faint odours of soft soap in the bedchambers, which no amount of dried lavender could overcome. There was an effluvium of vitriol about all the brasswork, and there was a good deal of brasswork in the Reindeer, and if one species of decoration is more conducive to shivering than another, it certainly is brasswork in a state of high polish. There was no dish ever devised by mortal cook which the sojourner at the Reindeer could not have, according to the preliminary statement of the landlord. But with whatever ambitious design the sojourner began to talk about dinner, it always ended, somehow or other, by his ordering a chicken, a little bit of boiled bacon, a dish of cutlets, and a tart. There were days upon which divers species of fish were to be had in Shorncliffe, but the sojourner at the Reindeer rarely happened to hit upon one of those days. Clement Austin installed Margaret and the widow in a sitting-room which would have comfortably accommodated about 40 people. There was a bow window, quite large enough for the requirements of a small family, and Mrs. Austin settled herself there, while the landlord was struggling with a refractory fire, and pretending not to know that the grate was damp. Clement went through the usual fiction of deliberation as to what he should have for dinner, and, of course, ended with the perennial chicken and cutlets. "I haven't the fine appetite I had 15 years ago, Mr. Gilwood," he said to the landlord, "when my mother yonder, who hasn't grown 15 days older in all those 15 years, bless her dear motherly heart, used to come down to see me at the academy in the Lisford Road, and give me a dinner in this dear old room. I thought your cutlets the most ethereal morsels ever dished by mortal cook, Mr. Gilwood, and this room the best place in all the world. You know Mr. Lovell, Mr. Arthur Lovell?" "Yes, sir, and a very nice young gentleman he is." "He's settled in Shorncliffe, I suppose?" "Well, I believe he is, sir. There was some talk of his going out to India, in a government appointment, sir, or something of that sort. But I'm given to understand that it's all off now,
And that Mr. Arthur is to go into partnership with his father.
and a very clever young lawyer he is, I've been told. So much the better, answered Clement, for I want to consult him upon a little matter of business. Good-bye, mother. Take care of Madge, and make yourselves as comfortable as you can. I think the fire will burn now, Mr. Gilwood. I shan't be away above an hour, I dare say, and then I'll come and take you for a walk before dinner.
God bless you, my poor Madge,
Clement whispered, as Margaret followed him to the door of the room, and looked wistfully after him as he went down the staircase. Mrs. Austin had once cherished ambitious views with regard to her son's matrimonial prospects, but she had freely given them up when she found that he had set his heart upon winning Margaret Wilmot for his wife. The good mother had made this sacrifice willingly, and without complaint, as she would have made any other sacrifice for her dearly beloved only son, and she found the reward of her devotion. For Margaret, this penniless, friendless girl, had become very dear to her, a real daughter, not in law, but bound by the sweet ties of gratitude and affection. "And I was such a silly old creature, my dear," the widow said to Margaret, as they sat in the bow window looking out into the quiet street. "I was so worldly minded that I wanted Clement to marry a rich woman, so that I might have some stuck-up daughter-in-law who would despise her husband's mother, and estrange my boy from me, and make my old age miserable. That's what I wanted, Mudge, and what I might have had, perhaps, if Clem hadn't been wiser than his silly old mother. And thanks to him, I've got the sweetest, truest, brightest girl that ever lived. Though you are not as bright as usual to-day, Madge," Mrs. Austin added, thoughtfully. "You haven't smiled once this morning, my dear, and you seem as if you'd something on your mind." "I've been thinking of my poor father," Margaret answered quietly. "To be sure, my dear, and I might have known as much. My poor tender-hearted lamb! I know how unhappy those thoughts always make you." Clement Austin had not been at Shorncliffe for 3 years. He had visited Maudesle Abbey several times during the lifetime of Percival Dunbar, for he had been a favourite with the old man, and he had been 4 years at a boarding-school kept by a clergyman of the Church of England in a fine old brick mansion on the Lisford Road. The town of Shorncliffe was therefore familiar to Mr. Austin, and he looked neither to the right nor to the left as he walked towards the archway of St. Gwendoline's Church, near which Mr. Lovell's house was situated. He found Arthur at home, and very delighted to see his old schoolfellow. The 2 young men went into a little panelled room, looking into the garden, a cosy little room which Arthur Lovell called his study, and here they sat together for upwards of an hour, discussing the circumstances of the murder at Winchester, and the conduct of Mr. Dunbar since that event. In the course of that interview, Clement Austin plainly perceived that Arthur Lovell had come to the same conclusion as himself, though the young lawyer was slow to express his opinion. "I cannot bear to think it," he said. "I know Laura Dunbar, that is to say, Lady Jocelyn, and it is too horrible to me to imagine that her father is guilty of this crime. What would be that innocent girl's feelings if it should be so, and if her father's guilt should be brought home to him?" "Yes, it would be very terrible for Lady Jocelyn, no doubt," Clement answered. "But that consideration must not hinder the course of justice. I think this man's position has served him as a shield from the very first. People have thought it next to impossible that Henry Dunbar could be guilty of a crime, while they would have been ready enough to suspect some penniless vagabond of any iniquity." Arthur Lovell told Clement that the banker was still at Maudesle, bound a prisoner by his broken leg, which was going on favourably enough, but very slowly. Mr. Dunbar had expressed a wish to go abroad, in spite of his broken leg, and had only desisted from his design of being conveyed somehow or other from place to place, when he was told that any such imprudence might result in permanent lameness. "Keep yourself quiet, and submit to the necessities of your accident, and you'll recover quickly," the surgeon told his patient. "Try to hurry the work of nature, and you'll have cause to repent your impatience for the remainder of your life." So Henry Dunbar had been obliged to submit himself to the decrees of fate, and to lie day after day, and night after night, upon his bed in the tapestried chamber, staring at the fire, or the figure of his valet and attendant, nodding in the easy-chair by the hearth, or listening to the cinders falling from the grate, and the moaning of the winter wind amongst the bare branches of the elms. The banker was getting better and stronger every day, Arthur Lovell said. His attendants were able to remove him from one chamber to another. A pair of crutches had been made for him, but he had not yet been able to make his first feeble trial of them. He was fain to content himself with being carried to an easy-chair, to sit for a few hours wrapped in blankets, with the leopard-skin rug about his legs. No man could have been more completely a prisoner than this man had become by the result of the fatal accident near Rugby. "Providence has thrown him into my power," Margaret said, when Clement repeated to her the information which he had received from Arthur Lovell. "Providence has thrown this man into my power, for he can no longer escape, and, surrounded by his own servants, he will scarcely dare to refuse to see me. He will surely never be so unwise as to betray his terror of me. And if he does refuse? If he does, I'll invent some stratagem by which I may see him. But he will not refuse. When he finds that I am so resolute as to follow him here, he will not refuse to see me." This conversation took place during a brief walk which the lovers took in the wintry dusk, while Mrs. Austen nodded by the fire in that comfortable half-hour which precedes dinner. Chapter 32 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Whitley. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 32. What happened at Maudesle Abbey. Early the next day, Clement Austin walked to Maudesle Abbey in order to procure all the information likely to facilitate Margaret Wilmot's grand purpose. He stopped at the gate of the principal lodge. The woman who kept it was an old servant of the Dunbar family, and had known Clement Austin in Percival Dunbar's lifetime. She gave him a hearty welcome, and he had no difficulty whatever in setting her tongue in motion upon the subject of Henry Dunbar. She told him a great deal. She told him that the present owner of the Abbey never had been liked, and never would be liked, for his stern and gloomy manner was so unlike his father's easy, affable good nature, that people were always drawing comparisons between the dead man and the living. This, in a few words, is the substance of what the worthy woman said in a good many words. Mrs. Grumbleton gave Clement all the information he required as to the banker's daily movements at the present time. Henry Dunbar was now in the habit of rising about 2 o'clock in the day, at which time he was assisted from his bedroom to his sitting-room, where he remained until 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. He had no visitors except the surgeon, Mr. Daphne, who lived in the Abbey, and a gentleman called Vernon, who had bought Woodbine Cottage, near Lisford, and who now and then was admitted to Mr. Dunbar's sitting-room. This was all Clement Austin wanted to know. Surely it might be possible, with a little clever management, to throw the banker completely off his guard, and to bring about the long-delayed interview between him and Margaret Wilmot. Clement returned to the Reindeer, had a brief conversation with Margaret, and made all arrangements. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, Miss Wilmot and her lover left the Reindeer in a fly. At 4:45 the fly stopped at the lodge gates. "I will walk to the house," Margaret said. "My coming will attract less notice, but I may be detained for some time, Clement. Pray don't wait for me. Your dear mother will be alarmed if you are very long absent. Go back to her, and send the fly for me by and by." "Nonsense, Madge. I shall wait for you, however long you may be. Do you think my heart is not as much engaged in anything that may influence your fate as even your own can be? I won't go with you to the Abbey, for it will be as well that Henry Dunbar should remain in ignorance of my presence in the neighbourhood. I will walk up and down the road here, and wait for you." "But you may have to wait so long, Clement." "No matter how long, I can wait patiently. But I could not endure to go home and leave you, Madge." They were standing before the great iron gates as Clement said this. He pressed Margaret's cold hand. He could feel how cold it was even through her glove, and then rang the bell. She looked at him as the gate was opened. She turned and looked at him with a strangely earnest gaze as she crossed the boundary of Henry Dunbar's domain, and then walked slowly along the broad avenue. That last look had shown Clement Austin a pale, resolute face, something like the countenance of a fair young martyr going quietly to the stake. He walked away from the gates, and they shut behind him with a loud clanging noise. Then he went back to them and watched Margaret's figure growing dim and distant in the gathering dusk as she approached the Abbey. A faint glow of crimson firelight reddened the gravel drive before the windows of Mr. Dunbar's apartments, and there was a footman airing himself under the shadow of the porch, with a glimmer of light shining out of the hall behind him. "I do not suppose I shall have to wait very long for my poor girl," Clement thought, as he left the gates, and walked briskly up and down the road. "Henry Dunbar is a resolute man. He will refuse to see her to-day as he refused before." Margaret found the footman lolling against the clustered pillars of the Gothic porch, staring thoughtfully at the low evening light, yellow and red behind the brown trunks of the elms, and picking his teeth with a gold toothpick. The sight of the open hall door, and this languid footman lolling in the porch, suddenly inspired Margaret Wilmot with a new idea. Would it not be possible to slip quietly past this man, and walk straight to the apartments of Mr. Dunbar, unquestioned, uninterrupted? Clement had pointed out to her the windows of the rooms occupied by the banker. They were on the left-hand side of the entrance hall. It would be impossible for her to mistake the door leading to them. It was dusk, and she was very plainly dressed, with a black straw bonnet and a veil over her face. Surely she might deceive this languid footman by affecting to be some hanger-on of the household, which of course was a large one. In that case she had no right to present herself at the front door, certainly. But then, before the languid footman could recover from the first shock of indignation at her impertinence, she might slip past him and reach the door leading to those apartments in which the banker hid himself and his guilt. Margaret lingered a little in the avenue, watching for a favourable opportunity in which she might hazard this attempt. She waited 5 minutes or so. The curve of the avenue screened her in some wise from the man in the porch, who never happened to roll his languid eyes towards the spot where she was standing. A flight of rooks came scudding through the sky presently, very much excited, and cawing and screeching as if they had been an ornithological fire brigade hurrying to extinguish the flames of some distant rookery. The footman, who was suffering acutely from the complaint of not knowing what to do with himself, came out of the porch and stood in the middle of the gravelled drive, with his back towards Margaret, staring at the birds as they flew westward. This was her opportunity. The girl hurried to the door with a light step, so light upon the smooth solid gravel that the footman heard nothing until she was on the broad stone step under the porch, when the fluttering of her skirt, as it brushed against the pillars, roused him from a species of trance or reverie. He turned sharply round, as upon a pivot, and stared aghast at the retreating figure under the porch. "Hi, you there, young woman!" he exclaimed, without stirring from his post. "Where are you going to? What's the meaning of your coming to this door? Are you aware that there's such a place as a servants' hall and a servants' entrance?" But the languid retainer was too late. Margaret's hand was upon the massive knob of the door upon the left side of the hall before the footman had put this last indignant question. He listened for an apologetic murmur from the young woman, but hearing none, concluded that she had found her way to the servants' hall, where she had most likely some business or other with one of the female members of the household. "A dressmaker, I dessay," the footman thought. "Those gals spend all their earnings in finery and fal-lals, instead of behaving like a respectable young women, and saving up their money against they can go into the public line with the man of their choice." He yawned, and went on staring at the rooks, without troubling himself any further about the impertinent young person who had dared to present herself at the grand entrance. Margaret opened the door and went into the room next the hall. It was a handsome apartment, lined with books from the floor to the ceiling, but it was quite empty, and there was no fire burning in the grate. The girl put up her veil and looked about her. She was very, very pale now, and trembled violently, but she controlled her agitation by a great effort, and went slowly on to the next room. The second room was empty like the first, but the door between it and the next chamber was wide open, and Margaret saw the firelight shining upon the faded tapestry, and reflected in the sombre depths of the polished oak furniture. She heard the low sound of the light ashes falling on the hearth, and the shorting breath of a dog. She knew that the man she sought, and had so long sought without avail, was in that room, alone, for there was no murmur of voices, no sound of any one moving in the apartment. That hour, to which Margaret Wilmot had looked as the great crisis of her life, had come, and her courage failed her all at once, and her heart sank in her breast on the very threshold of the chamber in which she was to stand face to face with Henry Dunbar. "The murderer of my father," she thought, "the man whose influence blighted my father's life and made him what he was, the man through whose reckless sin my father lived a life that left him, oh, how sadly unprepared to die, the man who, knowing this, sent his victim before an offended God, without so much warning as would have given him time to think one prayer. I am going to meet that man face to face. Her breath came in faint gasps, and the firelit chamber swam before her eyes as she crossed the threshold of that door, and went into the room where Henry Dunbar was sitting alone before the low fire. He was wrapped in crimson draperies of thick woolen stuff, and the leopard-skin railway rug was muffled about his knees. A dog of the bulldog breed was lying asleep at the banker's feet, half hidden in the folds of the leopard-skin. Henry Dunbar's head was bent over the fire, and his eyes were closed in a kind of dozing sleep as Margaret Wilmot went into the room. There was an empty chair opposite to that in which the banker sat, an old-fashioned carved oak chair, with a high back and crimson morocco cushions. Margaret went softly up to this chair and laid her hand upon the oaken framework. Her footsteps made no sound on the thick Turkey carpet. The banker never stirred from his doze, and even the dog at his feet slept on. "Mr. Dunbar!" cried Margaret, in a clear, resolute voice. "Awake! It is I, Margaret Wilmot, the daughter of the man who was murdered in the grove near Winchester." The dog awoke and snapped at her. The man lifted his head and looked at her. Even the fire seemed roused by the sound of her voice, for a little jet of vivid light leapt up out of the smouldering log and lighted the scared face of the banker. Clement Austin had promised Margaret to wait for her, and to wait patiently, and he meant to keep his promise. But there are some limits even to the patience of a lover, though he were the veriest knight-errant who was ever eager to shiver a lance or hack the edge of a battle-axe for love of his liege lady. When you have nothing to do but to walk up and down a few yards of hard, dusty high-road upon a bleak evening in January, an hour more or less is of considerable importance. 5 o'clock struck about 10 minutes after Margaret Wilmot had entered the park, and Clement thought to himself that even if Margaret were successful in obtaining an interview with the banker, that interview would be over before 6. But the faint strokes of Lisford church clock died away upon the cold evening wind, and Clement was still pacing up and down, and the fly was still waiting, the horse comfortable enough with a rug upon his back and his nose in a bag of oats, the man walking up and down by the side of the vehicle, slapping his gloved hands across his shoulders every now and then to keep himself warm. In that long hour between 6 and 7, Clement Austin's patience wore itself almost threadbare. It is one thing to ride into the lists on a prancing steed, caparisoned with embroidered trappings, worked by the fair hands of your lady-love, and with the trumpets braying, and the populace shouting, and the Queen of Beauty smiling sweet approval of your prowess. But it is quite another thing to walk up and down a dusty country road with the wind biting like some ravenous animal at the tip of your nose, and no more consciousness of your legs and arms than if you were a Miss Biffin. By the time 7 o'clock struck, Clement Austin's patience had given up the ghost, and to impatience had succeeded a vague sense of alarm. Margaret Wilmot had gone to force herself into this man's presence, in spite of his reiterated refusal to see her. What if, goaded by her persistence, maddened by the consciousness of his own guilt, he should attempt any violence? Oh, no, no, that was quite impossible. If this man was guilty, his crime had been deliberately planned and executed with such a diabolical cunning that he had been able so far to escape detection. In his own house, surrounded by prying servants, he would never dare to assail this girl by so much as a harsh word. But notwithstanding this, Clement was determined to wait no longer. He would go to the Abbey at once and ascertain the cause of Margaret's delay. He rang the bell, went into the park, and ran along the avenue to the porch. Lights were shining in Mr. Dunbar's windows, but the great hall door was closely shut. The languid footman came in answer to Clement's summons. "There is a young lady here," Clement said restlessly. A young lady with Mr. Dunbar." "Oh, is that all?" asked the footman satirically. "I thought Shorncliffe Down Hall was afire at the very least, from the way you rung. There was a young pusson with Mr. Dunbar above an hour ago, if that's what you mean." "Above an hour ago!" cried Clement Austin, heedless of the man's impertinence, in his own growing anxiety. "Do you mean to say that the young lady has left?" "She have left above an hour ago." "She went away from this house an hour ago?" "More than an hour ago." "Impossible!" Clement said. "Impossible!" "It may be so," answered the footman, who was of an ironical turn of mind, "but I let her out with my own hands, and I saw her go out with my own eyes, notwithstanding." The man shut the door before Clement had recovered from his surprise, and left him standing in the porch, bewildered, though he scarcely knew why, frightened, though he scarcely knew what. Chapter 33 of Henry Dunbar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Whitley. Henry Dunbar by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 33. Margaret's Return. For some minutes Clement Austin lingered in the porch at Maudesle Abbey, utterly at a loss as to what he should do next. Margaret had left the Abbey an hour ago, according to the footman's statement. But in that case, where had she gone? Clement had been walking up and down the road before the iron gates of the park, and they had not been opened once during the hours in which he had waited outside them. Margaret could not have left the park, therefore, by the principal entrance. If she had gone away at all, she must have gone out by one of the smaller gates, by the lodge gate upon the Lisford Road, perhaps, and thus back to Shorncliffe. But then, why in heaven's name had Margaret set out to walk home when the fly was waiting for her at the gates, when her lover was also waiting for her, full of anxiety to know the result of the step she had taken? She forgot that I was waiting for her, perhaps, Clement thought to himself. She may have forgotten all about me in the fearful excitement of this night's work. The young man was by no means pleased by this idea. Margaret can love me very little in that case, he said to himself. My first thought, in any great crisis of my life, would be to go to her and tell her all that had happened to me. There were no less than 4 different means of exit from the park. Clement Austin knew this, and he knew that it would take him upwards of 2 hours to go to all 4 of them. "I'll make inquiries at the gate upon the Lisford Road," he said to himself, and if I find Margaret has left by that way, I can get the fly round there and pick her up between this and Shorncliffe. Poor girl, in her ignorance of this neighbourhood, she has no idea of the distance she will have to walk." Mr. Austin could not help feeling vexed by Margaret's conduct, but he did all he could to save the girl from the fatigue she was likely to entail upon herself through her own folly. He ran to the lodge upon the Lisford road, and asked the woman who kept it if a lady had gone out about an hour before. The woman told him that a young lady had gone out an hour and a half before. This was enough. Clement ran across the park to the western entrance, got into the fly, and told the man to drive back to Shorncliffe by the Lisford road as fast as he could go, and to look out on the way for the young lady whom he had driven to Maudesle Abbey that afternoon. "You watch the left side of the road, I'll watch the right," Clement said. The driver was cold and cross, but he was anxious to get back to Shorncliffe, and he drove very fast. Clement sat with the window down, and the frosty wind blowing full upon his face as he looked out for Margaret. But he reached Shorncliffe without having overtaken her, and the fly crawled under the ponderous archway beneath which the dashing mail coaches had rolled in the days that were for ever gone. "She must have got home before me," the cashier thought. "I shall find her upstairs with my mother." He went up to the large room with the bow window. The table in the centre of the room was laid for dinner, and Mrs. Austin was nodding in a great arm-chair near the fire, with the county newspaper in her lap. The wax candles were lighted, the crimson curtains were drawn before the bow window, and the room looked altogether very comfortable. But there was no Margaret. The widow started up at the sound of the opening of the door and her son's hurried footsteps. "Why, Clement," she cried, "how late you are! I seem to have been sitting dozing here for full 2 hours, and the fire has been replenished 3 times since the cloth was laid for dinner. What have you been doing, my dear boy?" Clement looked about him before he answered. "Yes, I am very late, mother, I know," he said. "But where's Margaret?" Mrs. Austin stared aghast at her son's question. "Why, Margaret is with you, is she not?" she exclaimed. "No, mother, I expected to find her here." "Did you leave her, then?" "No, not exactly. That is to say, Clement did not finish the sentence. He walked slowly up and down the room, thinking, whilst his mother watched him very anxiously. "My dear Clement," Mrs. Austin exclaimed at last, "you really quite alarm me. You set out this afternoon upon some mysterious expedition with Margaret, and though I ask you both where you are going, you both refuse to satisfy my very natural curiosity, and look as solemn as if you were about to attend a funeral. Then, after ordering dinner for 7 o'clock, you keep it waiting nearly 2 hours, and you come in without Margaret, and seem alarmed at not seeing her here. What does it all mean, Clement?" "I cannot tell you, mother." "What! Is this business of to-day, then, a part of your secret?" "It is," answered the cashier. "I can only say again what I said before, mother. Trust me." The widow sighed and shrugged her shoulders with a deprecating gesture. "I suppose I must be satisfied, Clem," she said. "But this is the first time there's ever been anything like a mystery between you and me." "It is, mother, and I hope it may be the last." The elderly waiter, who remembered the coaching days, and pretended to believe that the Reindeer was not an institution of the past, came in presently with the first course. It happened to be one of those days on which fish was to be had in Shorncliffe, and the first course consisted of a pair of very small soles and a large cruet stand. The waiter removed the cover with as lofty a flourish as if the small soles had been the noblest turbot that ever made the glory of an aldermanic feast. Clement seated himself at the dinner-table in deference to his mother, and went through the ceremony of dinner, but he scarcely ate half a dozen mouthfuls. His ears were strained to hear the sound of Margaret's footstep in the corridor without, and he rejected the waiter's fish sauces in a manner that almost wounded the feelings of that functionary. His mind was racked by anxiety about the missing girl. Had he passed her on the road? No, that was very improbable, for he had kept so sharp a watch upon the lonely highway that it was more than unlikely the familiar figure of her whom he looked for could have escaped his eager eyes. Had Mr. Dunbar detained her at Maudesle Abbey against her will? No, that was quite impossible, for the footman had distinctly declared that he had seen his master's visitor leave the house, and the footman's manner had been innocence itself. The dinner-table was cleared by and by, and Mrs. Austen produced some coloured wools and a pair of ivory knitting-needles, and set to work very quietly by the light of the tall wax candles. But even she was beginning to be uneasy at the absence of her son's betrothed wife. "My dear Clement," she said at last, "I'm really growing quite uneasy about Madge. How is it that you left her?" Clement did not answer this question, but he got up and took his hat from a side-table near the door. "I'm uneasy about her absence too, mother," he said. "I'll go and look for her." He was leaving the room, but his mother called to him. "Clement," she cried, "you surely won't go out without your greatcoat upon such a bitter night as this, too?" But Mr. Austen did not stop to listen to his mother's remonstrance. He hurried out into the corridor, and shut the door of the room behind him. He wanted to run away and look for Margaret, though he did not know how or where to seek for her. Quiescence had become intolerable to him. It was utterly impossible that he should sit calmly by the fire, waiting for the coming of the girl he loved. He was hurrying along the corridor, but he stopped abruptly, for a well-known figure appeared upon the broad landing at the top of the stairs. There was an archway at the end of the corridor, and a lamp hung under the archway. By the light of this lamp, Clement Austen saw Margaret Wilmot coming towards him slowly, as if she dragged herself along by a painful effort, and would have been well content to sink upon the carpeted floor and lie there, helpless and inert. Clement ran to meet her, with his face lighted up by that intense delight which a man feels when some intolerable fear is suddenly lifted off his mind. "Margaret!" he cried, "thank God you have returned! Oh, my dear, if you only knew what misery your conduct has caused me!" He held out his arms, but to his unutterable surprise the girl recoiled from him. She recoiled from him with a look of horror, and shrank against the wall as if her chief desire was to avoid the slightest contact with her lover. Clement was startled by the blank whiteness of her face, the fixed stare of her dilated eyes. The January wind had blown her hair about her forehead in loose, disordered tresses. Her shawl and dress were wet with melted snow, but the cashier scarcely looked at these. He only saw her face. His gaze was fascinated by the girl's awful pallor and the strange expression of her eyes. "My darling," he said, "come into the parlour. My mother has been almost as much alarmed as I have been. Come, Margaret, my poor girl, I can see that this interview has been too much for you. Come, dear." Once more he approached her, and again she shrank away from him, dragging herself along against the wall. and with her eyes still fixed in the same death-like stare. "Don't speak to me, Clement Austin," she cried. "Don't approach me. There is contamination in me. I am no fit associate for an honest man. Don't come near me." He would have gone to her, to clasp her in his arms and comfort her with soothing, tender words, but there was something in her eyes that held him at bay, as if he had been rooted to the spot on which he stood. "Margaret!" he cried. He followed her, but she still recoiled from him, and as he held out his hand to grasp her wrist, she slipped by him suddenly and rushed away towards the other end of the corridor. Clement followed her, but she opened a door at the end of the passage and went into Mrs. Austin's room. The cashier heard the key turned hurriedly in the lock, and he knew that Margaret Wilmot had locked herself in. The room in which she slept was inside that occupied by Mrs. Austin. Clement stood for some moments almost paralyzed by what had happened. Had he done wrong in seeking to bring about this interview between Margaret Wilmot and Henry Dunbar? He began to think that he had been most culpable. This impulsive and sensitive girl had seen her father's assassin, and the horror of the meeting had been too much for her impressionable nature, and had produced, for the time at least, a fearful effect upon her overwrought brain. "I must appeal to my mother," Clement thought. "She alone can give me any help in this business." He hurried back to the sitting-room, and found his mother still watching the rapid movements of her ivory knitting-needles. The Reindeer was a well-built house, solid and old-fashioned, and listeners lurking in the long passages had small chance of reaping much reward for their pains, unless they found a friendly keyhole. Mrs. Austin looked up with an expression of surprise as her son re-entered the room. "I thought you had gone to look for Margaret," she said. "There was no occasion to do so, mother. She has returned." "Thank heaven for that! I have been quite alarmed by her strange absence." "So have I, mother; but I am still more alarmed by her manner now that she has returned. I asked you just now to trust me, mother," said Clement, very gravely. "It is my turn now to confide in you. The business in which Margaret has been engaged this evening was of a most painful nature, so painful that I am scarcely surprised by the effect that it has produced on her sensitive mind. I want you to go to her, mother. I want you to comfort my poor girl. She has locked herself in her own room, but she will admit you, no doubt. Go to her, dear mother, and try and quiet her excitement, while I go for a medical man." "You think she is ill, then, Clement?" "I don't know that, mother, but such violent emotion as she has evidently endured might produce brain fever. I'll go and look for a doctor." Clement hurried down to the hall of the hotel, while his mother went to seek Margaret. He found the landlord, who directed him to the favourite Shorncliffe medical man. Luckily, Mr. Vincent, the surgeon, was at home. He received Clement very cordially, put on his hat without 5 minutes' delay, and accompanied Margaret's lover back to the Reindeer. "It is a case of mental excitement," Clement said. "There may be no necessity for medical treatment, but I shall feel more comfortable when you have seen this poor girl." Clement conducted Mr. Vincent to the sitting-room, which was empty. "I'll go and see how Miss Wilmot is now," the cashier said. The doctor gave a scarcely perceptible start as he heard that name of Wilmot. The murder of Joseph Wilmot had formed the subject of many a long discussion amongst the townspeople at Shorncliffe, and the familiar name struck the surgeon's ear. "But what of that?" thought Mr. Vincent. "The name is not such a very uncommon one." Clement went to his mother's room and knocked softly at the door. The widow came out to him presently. "How is she now?" Clement asked. I can scarcely tell you. Her manner frightens me. She is lying on her bed as motionless as if she were a corpse, and with her eyes fixed upon the blank wall opposite to her. When I speak to her, she does not answer me by so much as a look, but if I go near her, she shivers and gives a long, shuddering sigh. What does it all mean, Clement?" "Heaven knows, mother. I can only tell you that she has gone through a meeting which was certainly calculated to have considerable effect upon her mind, but I had no idea that the effect would be anything like this. Can the doctor come?" "Yes, he had better come at once." Clement returned to the sitting-room, and remained there while Mr. Vincent went to see Margaret. To poor Clement it seemed as if the surgeon was absent nearly an hour, so intolerable was the anguish of that interval of suspense. At last, however, the creaking footstep of the medical man sounded in the corridor. Clement hurried to the door to meet him. "Well?" he cried eagerly. Mr. Vincent shook his head. "It is a case in which my services can be of very little avail," he said. "The young lady is suffering from some mental uneasiness which she refuses to communicate to her friends. If you could get her to talk to you, she would no doubt be very much benefited. If she were an ordinary person, she would cry, and the relief of tears would have a most advantageous effect upon her mind. Our patient is by no means an ordinary person. She has a very strong will." "Margaret has a strong will!" exclaimed Clement, with a look of surprise. "Why, she is gentleness itself." "Very likely; but she has a will of iron, nevertheless. I implored her to speak to me just now. The tone of her voice would have helped to some slight diagnosis of her state. But I might as well have implored a statue. She only shook her head slowly, and she never once looked at me. However, I will send her a sedative draught, which had better be taken immediately, and I'll look round in the morning." Mr. Vincent left the Reindeer, and Clement went to his mother's room. That loving mother was ready to sympathize with every trouble that affected her only son. She came out of Margaret's room and went to meet Clement. "Is she still the same, mother?" he asked. "Yes, quite the same. Would you like to see her?" "Very much." Mrs. Austen and her son went into the adjoining chamber. Margaret was lying, dressed in the damp, draggled gown which she had worn that afternoon, upon the outside of the bed. The dull, stony look of her face filled Clement's mind with an awful terror. He began to fear that she was going mad. He sat down upon a chair close by the bed, and watched her for some moments in silence, while his mother stood by, scarcely less anxious than himself. Margaret's arm hung loosely by her side, as lifeless in its attitude as if it had belonged to the dead. Clement took the slender hand in his. He had expected to find it dry and burning with feverish heat, but to his surprise it was cold as ice. "Margaret," he said, in a low, earnest voice, "you know how dearly I have loved and do love you. You know how entirely my happiness depends upon yours. Surely, my dear one, you will not refuse. You cannot be so cruel as to keep your sorrow a secret from him who has so good a right to share it. Speak to me, my darling. Remember what suffering you are inflicting upon me by this cruel silence." At last the hazel eyes lost their fixed look, and wandered for a moment to Clement Austin's face. "Have pity upon me," the girl said in a hoarse, unnatural voice. "Have compassion upon me, for I need man's mercy as well as the mercy of God. Have some pity upon me, Clement Austin, and leave me. I will talk to you tomorrow. You will tell me all that has happened? I will talk to you tomorrow, answered Margaret, looking at her lover with a white, inflexible face. But leave me now. Leave me, or I will run out of this room and away from this house. I shall go mad if I am not left alone. Clement Austin rose from his seat near the bedside. I am going, Margaret, he said in a tone of wounded feeling, but I leave you with a heavy heart. I did not think there would ever come a time in which you would reject my sympathy. I will talk to you tomorrow, Margaret said for the second time. She spoke in a strange mechanical way, as if this had been a set speech which she had arranged for herself. Clement stood looking at her for some little time, but there was no change either in her face or attitude, and the young man went slowly and sorrowfully from the room. I leave her in your hands, mother, he said. I know how tender and true a friend she has in you. I leave her in your care under Providence. May Heaven have pity upon her and me.